transmigrated into the world of crossover films and dramas. He began his journey by acquiring a complete set of devil fruits, accompanied by his primary assistant, little Bai Xianchu. Xia Zhouyi embarked on a weekly venture of spontaneous street vending, observing those familiar Heroine Hongdou, Gujia, Lin Miaomiao, Huang Yi, Li Shiqing. Luo Bixin Xia Zhouyi expressed a simple desire for a sweet and peaceful, everyday life, such as gathering 7 Liu Tianxians. Yet why did figures like Si Teng, Bai Xianchu, Sanqi and Sister Bao'er still exist? Moreover, there were Fan, Ruoruo, the Northern Qi, Grand Princess, Xiang, Hermione Luna, Sanqi, Machen, Lin Yuan, Kuroshima Sawa, Lin Wanyu, Han Duoduo. Regardless of whether they were ghosts, fairies, or otherworldly beings, no matter which world they came from, if they dared to disturb his sweet and serene street vending routine, Xia Zhouyi would unleash a thunderous bolt upon them without hesitation. Thus, the story begins here. The crossover world. The penthouse of the Junyue mansion in Magic City. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Xia Zhouyi suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at the top-tier luxury residence he had lived in for only one day, his face full of disbelief. Within the guest room, a strange sound first, a rosea faint crackling, as if someone was cautiously tearing paper. In truth, it was no mere semblance. Some presence was genuinely rending the wall as if it were paper, beginning to tear it apart, amidst a blur of indistinct, yet tangible transformations. The image of a small wooden cabin gradually merged with the guest room scene. This vision inevitably called to mind those sci films depicting cross-dimensional cohabitation, the wondrous spectacle of spatial fusion. Fortunately, Xia Zhouyi had endured numerous bizarre and uncanny experiences recently, his heart resilient enough to withstand such a scene. Otherwise, he might have been frightened out of his wits. Tea slipped from his grasp, spilling onto the floor, and finally, Xia Zhouyi could no longer restrain himself, bursting into a furious outburst. System, are you insane? I only asked for an assistant. Why such a big commotion? This matter, however, was a long tale. Xia Zhouyi was a bona fide transmigrator, having crossed over just a week ago, still fresh to this new reality. A week prior, he had merely stepped out to buy a bottle of soy sauce, only to be unexpectedly chosen by a mysterious system, which transported him into this crossover world. As a young man with no particular attributes, Xia Zhouyi possessed excellent psychological fortitude and happily accepted the reality of transmigration. For the system's gifts were simply overwhelming. The culinary skill points for the little chef perk were granted immediately, and upon completing each task, he received rewards so abundant they defied imagination. In his original world, he had toiled for 10 years, like a beast of burden, scrimping and saving without ever finding a girlfriend. And in Magic City, he couldn't even secure a toilet spot. Yet after only 1 week in this new world, he already owned a top-tier mansion in Junyue Mansion. Yes, the very community where Gujia from Nothing But 30 lived. And the previous owner was the Madame Wang who purchased Monet's water lilies. Who wouldn't want to transmigrate under such circumstances? He was truly savoring the sweetness of it all. As for the system's tasks, they were actually quite simple each week. He needed only to set up a stall somewhere and achieve a specified sales target. Last week, he bought 300 shumai. After completing the task, the system directly rewarded him with the Junyue mansion. This week's task was equally straightforward. This week's task: sell 1,000 servings of fried rice varieties, unlimited at Elite Middle School, by 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Task reward: 1 perfect devil fruit tree mature, fully grown, no weaknesses awakened version. Accept task, decline task. The moment the task refreshed, Xia Zhouyi quickly clicked accept. Hesitation for even a second would have been disrespectful to Wang Lufei. He had thought the mansion reward was unbeatable. Yet the system had outdone itself in the second week. Was it going mad? What were devil fruits? Even though Xia Zhouyi was not deeply versed in the anime One Piece, he knew these were incredibly precious items. They granted ordinary people superpowers immediately upon consumption, transforming them into superhuman beings. Such a formidable weapon in a place like Zongying City would surely cause chaos. Therefore, before dawn, Xia Zhouyi eagerly began his preparations, washing rice, cooking, chopping carrots, stocking up, busy as a bee. After all, the task demanded selling 1,000 servings of fried rice. Considering he might be overwhelmed alone, Xia Zhouyi posted a recruitment notice via the system, hiring 1. Assistant. Requirement: scattering skills, cooking ability, pleasant facial features, good appearance, optimistic personality, hardworking, and resilient. Salary: 3,300 monthly. The ruthless capitalist thought the wage might be a bit low given Magic City's cost of living, so he nervously added, meals and accommodation included. He chuckled, thinking that living in such a huge house, it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect the assistant to handle cleaning too. If only he had a company. He could also provide internship certificates. He wondered who the system would send to apply, then clicked send. Meanwhile, in a certain two-dimensional world, in a place called Mistaniel Town, nestled deep within the forest of the outskirts, stood a dilapidated wooden cabin. The sound of morning dew dripping awakened the cabin's little occupant. She was named Bai Xianchu, a blue-haired little girl. The tiny creature opened her big, watery eyes and lazily sat up. She stretched out her small hand to rub her sleepy eyes as a ray of sunlight streamed through a crack in the cabin. Warm and comforting, the little one was delighted. Another day, brimming with vitality. Be brave, Tan Tan, keep it up. Clutching the sunlight, she encouraged herself, a happy smile blossoming on her face. She lifted the thin quilt, which bore a hole. Since her grandmother left, no one had mended it, and she had no spare fabric, so it remained torn, yet it was her most treasured possession. The little girl had no shoes. Her tiny feet panted as she dragged a small wooden stool to the window. Being too small, she could only stand on the stool to push open the window. Outside, the sunlight was just right. The little one stretched out her hands, a faint smile gracing her facet. It was a good day to find work. She must strive hard. After admiring the wildflowers and grasses outside and greeting the small animals, good morning, she carefully climbed down from the stool, fetched water to wash her face, and brushed her teeth. Her toothbrush was peculiarly large, half the size of her little face, so she had to open her mouth wide, cheerfully scrubbing her pearly whites. After folding the quilt neatly, the little girl took up the pink sash beside her bed. Her small hands reached behind her back and skillfully tied a bow. She tried her best, yet the bow remained uneven, on side larger than the other. Her hands were too short to pull both sides simultaneously. Once tied, it was done. Living alone meant accepting imperfection. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. As usual, on a clear day, she should air the quilt. But since yesterday, the household had run out of rice. She needed to find more work today, and might not return in time to retrieve the quilt. She tied a piece of Bai Xianchu cloth atop her large head, adjusted it carefully, and prepared to leave. At the door, she obediently turned around and looked at the empty cabin, saying, "I'm going out now." No response came. The little girl was used to it. As long as she behaved well, her grandmother would return one day. Then she could ask her to mend the quilt and remind her 208th time to be careful on the road. The 208th day since grandmother's departure was etched clearly in her memory. Just as the little girl stepped outside, a strange recruitment notice suddenly appeared before her eyes. It read cashiering skills required, cooking ability, pleasant facial features, good appearance. Wow, the little girl's expression lit up with excitement. Wasn't this describing her? Although the monthly wage of 3,300 Dan was a bit low, barely enough to buy 1 jin of rice per day, the boss provided meals and lodging. Saving on food expenses meant a pure profit of 30 jin of rice per month. With that thought, the little one gleefully clicked confirm. Just as she was about to carefully examine the address, a sudden noise erupted. Crack. It sounded as if the wall had been torn apart by some force. The little one turned her head abruptly, her eyes widening in shock. The wall in the house had vanished. On one side stood the most luxurious mansion by the Huangpu River. On the other, a drafty, humble, little wooden cabin. At this moment, the two had merged together in a perfectly peculiar way. Pushing open the door to the living room of Junyue residence, one could see the Bruce forest extending out toward the cabin. Outside the little cabin bloomed wildflowers, and a gentle breeze carried a faint fragrance of blossoms. Xia Zhouyi couldn't help but sniff her delicate nose. What a delightful scent. Or so she thought. Damn, it's system. Come out here and explain yourself. Does including the house mean you're moving the other person's home into mine? Hey, look me in the eye and speak. Little Binchotan stared blankly at the transformed little cabin, her face filled with disbelief. Big brother, who are you? The little one, having run back home, locked eyes with Xia Zhouyi across the room, both equally bewildered. Upon seeing the child, Xia Zhouyi was stunned. Adorable, adorable. adorable. How could someone be this cute? Though he didn't have a girlfriend yet, he was desperate to learn the secret formula for creating such a precious child. She looked like a character stepped out of an anime, her large glistening eyes a deep shade of blue. The little one gazed at Xia Zhouyi, standing across the doorway, her big eyes filled with confusion. The two exchanged looks. You look at me, I look at you. You look at me, I look at you. After a long moment, Xia Zhouyi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Holy crap, could this little bean really be the assistant the system summoned for me? The little one hadn't even graduated from kindergarten. This was sheer madness. Little sister, are you here to apply as my assistant? Hearing Xia Zhouyi's question, the little girl hurriedly straightened her clothes, wiped her damp little hands, and bowed politely. Konnichiwa boss, big brother, I am Binchotan. Please, take care of me. The child was adorably innocent, her voice both sweet and endearing, melting Xia Zhouyi's heart. Kawaii. She was even cuter than a doll. But the system was a bit inhumane. How could it use child labor? Focusing only on the cuteness of her voice, Xia Zhouyi almost missed what she said. What did you say your name was? Konnichiwa boss, big brother, I am Binchotan. The little girl repeated in her tender voice, Binchotan. Upon hearing the name repeated, Xia Zhouyi's mind involuntarily blended the image of Binchotan from the anime Binchotan with the little girl before him. Just as he was about to dismiss her, he found himself unable to utter a single word. Reflecting back, he had been tricked by his damn college roommate, who told him this was a heartfelt, healing anime every tough guy must watch. Foolishly, he had believed it. After binge-watching 12 episodes of Binchotan, he had stayed awake all night, and the next day, he had murderous thoughts toward his roommate. Now, thinking back, he was still seething with anger. Healing, that was just cruel. At this moment, the system had broken the dimensional barrier and recruited this little one. This child laborer was definitely his to keep. Binchotan, I'll call you Xiao Tan. Tan, my name is Xia Zhouyi. I'm the one hiring you. You can just call me big brother. Xia Zhouyi stepped over the boundary between the rooms and extended his hand toward the little girl in the cabin. Oh, hello, boss, big brother. The little one also extended her small hand to shake Xia Zhouyi's, giggling. Isn't this how adults greet each other? So interesting. I'm a little grown-up now, having grown accustomed to job hunting. The little one showed no shyness toward strangers. Xiao Tan, do you speak Chinese? That's what the system's big sister told me. She said, it's necessary for working here. The little one nodded adorably. At last, the system had done something right. I see. So are you satisfied with this job? If you have any other requests, feel free to tell big brother. Xia Zhouyi nodded gently and patted the little one's head. No, big brother's treatment is very good. They even provide 3 meals a day, and every meal comes with white rice. The little one stretched out her small hand to show the gesture, wearing a very contented smile. She hadn't realized that the 3,300 yuan salary wasn't in Japanese yen, but in Chinese yuan, which differed by more than tenfold in exchange rate. Well then, as my assistant, little Binchotan, welcome aboard. Upon hearing Xia Zhouyi's words, little Binchotan's face lit up with joy. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, as if the entire world had blossomed into something beautiful. Boss, big brother, I will do my best. The little one waved her tiny hand in promise. Let's work hard together. Squatting down before the child, Xia Zhouyi adjusted her butterfly hairpin, feeling his kindness. Little Binchotan obediently stood still, flashing a broad smile. Wow, it's fixed. Thank you, boss, big brother. The little one was so happy, her eyes glistened with tears. Since grandmother had left, her butterfly hairpin had never been properly fastened. Although she tried diligently, her hands were just too small. Seeing this, Xia Zhouyi quickly changed the subject. Tan, you haven't eaten yet, right? 3 meals are included. Let's start with breakfast. Suddenly, the little one's expression became embarrassed. She shyly rubbed her hands together and said, is that really okay? Starting to eat before even working wasn't that a bit improper? Gurgle. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from the little one's stomach. Little Binchotan's cheeks flushed instantly. Haha. Xia Zhouyi nearly burst into laughter. He took the little one by the hand and crossed over to the secondary bedroom, then arrived at the kitchen of Junyue residence. Well then, let's officially start work. Binchotan, number 1, assistant. Your first task is to cook the rice. I promised to complete the mission. Looking around the living room, the little one ran to fetch a small stool and returned to the kitchen counter. Binchotan was too small to reach the rice cooker's position. After placing the stool, she skillfully removed the inner pot, carefully scooped 2 cups of rice from the grain container, and glanced up at Xia Zhouyi's height before quietly adding a little extra cup. Then she moved the stool again and stood at the sink to wash the rice, her tiny legs busily shuffling back and forth, working diligently. Though small, before grandmother left, she had been taught to light fires, cook, wash clothes and dishes, and find work. Even with the rice cooker, she had learned to operate it when working in town. She added water until it was 2 finger widths above the rice, placed the inner pot back into the rice cooker, and pressed the start button. Everything went smoothly, and the little one wore a faint smile. Once the rice was cooked, she took down the vegetable basket from the sink, gently set it on the floor, and sat on the small stool to trim the vegetables. Her movements were fluid and natural, showing she had done this kind of work many times before. Her maturity was heart-wrenching. Boss, big brother, what's the next task? Please instruct me. Binchotan handled cooking and vegetable preparation, but Xia Zhouyi had to do the stir-frying, as the little one's culinary repertoire was limited. Besides wild fern shoots, she didn't know anything else. Early in the morning, Xia Zhouyi kept things simple. 3 dishes: duo, meat, and 1 vegetable. A platter of steamed orchid crab, a dish of porcini mushrooms, stir-fried with chicken, and a plate of stir-fried water spinach. Little Binchotan looked so hungry, she was about to drool. Soon, the tall and the small sat together at the dining table in the open kitchen. Gurgle. Binchotan swallowed hard, restraining the restless chopsticks in her hands. Boss, big brother, do we eat like this for every meal? Pretty much, Xia Zhouyi answered calmly. Do we eat white rice every breakfast, too? Sometimes we have noodles. Wow, big brother boss is living such a wonderful life. Little Binchotan exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. The rumors I heard about China back when I was working were indeed true. What rumors? Xia Zhouyi asked, genuinely curious. That no matter how poor Chinese people are, they can still eat hairy crabs. Xia Zhouyi was speechless. Those were the impoverished residents of Shanghai from the last century. He himself had never tasted what is now called the Yangsheng Lake hairy crab. The crab on the table was merely a sea crab. Ahem, rumors shouldn't be taken at face value. Xia Zhouyi cleared his throat twice, then changed the subject. Let's eat. Help yourself to whatever you like. Therese, still rice in the pot. Don't hold back. With that, Xia Zhouyi served a piece of chicken to the little one. She murmured softly, gazing at the chicken in her bowl and then at the 2 sets of chopsticks on the table. The little one's eyes glazed over with a distant look. It had been a long time since anyone had shared a meal with her. Living alone was already a struggle. She had no extra food to offer guests, and her employer never stayed with her to eat during work. Always alone. Eating alone when there was food. Alone when hungry. Alone in everything. Eat up. You don't have to be shy here with me, Xia Zhouyi said, already picking up his bowl. Thank you, big brother. Little Binchotan nodded, then pressed her hands together in a prayer gesture, and, her voice trembling with tears, loudly proclaimed, about to start. Her pristine ceramic bowl bore the image of a proud rooster. After 1 bite, a satisfied smile spread across little Binchotan's face. She was truly delighted. It was delicious. Having failed to find work for 2 days, little Binchotan had been rationing her food, eating only 1 meal a day, last one being yesterday morning. The little one was famished, her face buried in the bowl, not even lifting her head. Sniff, sniff. The soup big brother boss made was a bit salty. Xia Zhouyi noticed something was wrong, put down his chopsticks, and gently rubbed the child's head. Burned your mouth, huh? Let's eat slowly. No rush, no crying. It's just too delicious. Tears fell into the bowl as the little one ate heartily, trying hard to give Xia Zhouyi a happy smile. But the tears betrayed her. She had always thought that having plain white rice every meal and not going hungry was her lifelong dream. But now she realized she was mistaken. More than hunger. What she feared was having no one to share her meal with. It was this lively, warm togetherness at the table that she had always longed for. Even if the meal was just a humble steamed corn bun, eating it with someone by her side would fill her with happiness. Xia Zhouyi put down his chopsticks, stroked little Binchotan's hair tenderly, and gently embraced her to comfort her. Tan, let's not cry anymore. Okay, from now on every day, we'll happily eat together. Every meal will have white rice. In Xia Zhouyi's arms, little Binchotan burst into even louder sobs. Grandma had told her that if she behaved and didn't cry, Grandma would come back. So when she fell picking wild vegetables, she didn't cry. When she lost the only piece of bread, she didn't cry. When it rained and she couldn't find work, she didn't cry. Even when hunger kept her awake at night, she never shed a tear. Though it was hard, she had been trying to live all alone, all in hope of waiting for Grandma's return. She was good, and Grandma would come back. Yet, Big Brother's embrace was just like Grandma's, filled with warmth and a sense of security. This sudden kindness was like a warm current, instantly breaking down the little one's defenses. All the pent-up grievances and sorrows could no longer be held back and quietly streamed down her cheeks. Xia Zhouyi's eyes reddened. The sight of the little one was unbearably heart-wrenching. He gently patted little Binchotan's back, soothing her in a soft voice. Tan, be good. No more crying. Sniff. In Xia Zhouyi's arms, little Binchotan felt unprecedented warmth and reliance. Gradually, she stopped crying, though she still sobbed occasionally, her eyes red and wide, like a frightened little rabbit. Seeing her like this, Xia Zhouyi's heart ached. He tenderly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said gently, Tan, I can hear your stomach growling. Let's eat first. Didn't Grandma say we mustn't waste food? All right, Big Brother, I love eating white rice the most, little Binchotan replied. Hearing Xia Zhouyi's words, she forced a smile, though her eyes remained red. Grandma had told her she was a little adult now and had to be strong. Grandma, Tan didn't cry. It's just that Big Brother's food was too delicious. I'm good, and you will definitely come back, right? Grandma never lies to Tan. We even Pinky swore. The little one lifted her bowl again and devoured the rice in big bites, finishing it quickly. Tan, if you're short on oil, don't eat too greasy at once, or you might get an upset stomach. I should have thought of that earlier, Xia Zhouyi reminded her. Okay, the little one silently set down the chicken, her expression a little strange. She understood the reasoning, but couldn't resist. Big Brother, I know. Then she ate most of the dishes, including the garlic from the stir-fried water spinach and the chili from the boletus mushrooms, finishing everything clean, not a scrap wasted. The little one ate her fill, leaning back against the sofa with a contented expression, radiating pure happiness. After the meal, Xia Zhouyi engaged in his usual routine of brewing tea to aid digestion. Meanwhile, the little one did not idle away the time. She diligently washed the dishes, her small hands rhythmically scrubbing with earnest effort. Xia Zhouyi smiled softly, allowing the little one to keep busy. Making Xia Baixianchu feel needed was the swiftest way to impart a sense of security to her. Once the dishes were cleaned, the little one still did not rest. Clutching a broom taller than herself, she began sweeping the floor anew. A satisfied smile adorned her face. Having work meant having food to eat. She did not fear toil. Watching Xia Baixianchu bustling about, Xia Zhouyi shook his head with a tender ache. He softly called out, Baixianchu, if you're tired, come rest for a while and have some tea. Brother, I'm finished. Is there anything else you need me to do? The little one glanced around, attempting to find other tasks. Xia Zhouyi patted her gently. Wait a moment. Some ingredients for the stall haven tea arrived yet. Once we're done, we'll watch television and rest. There's Ultraman on. Upon hearing this, the little one's eyes instantly brightened with disbelief. Wow, really? For her, previously, she could only hide behind shop windows to watch television, watching whatever others chose to play. Even her favorite Pokemon cartoon had only been seen for less than one episode. Every dream she had was of similar scenes. Here, the remote control is yours. Hold down this middle button to select channels by voice. The expression on the little one's face was truly vivid. At that moment, the remote in her hands was nothing short of a priceless treasure. Excitedly, she ran to the television, tiptoed, and stretched to press the power button. The screen lit up, coincidentally showing Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. The little one was immediately captivated, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the screen. As long as there was animation to watch, she was not particular.
Yet before the episode was over, the little one seemed to have depleted her energy, her small head slowly tilting as she drifted into slumber on the sofa. The earlier excitement had been quite draining. Perhaps in her dreams, she could play alongside Pleasant Goat and his friends. Xia Zhouyi gazed upon the peaceful sleeping face, a faint smile lingering on his lips, his heart softening involuntarily. He quietly lifted the little one into the bedroom, tucked her in, and then exited the room. Returning to the living room, he received a call from the property management informing him that the delivery of ingredients had arrived and inquiring whether assistance was needed to bring them up. Soon after, having collected the goods, Xia Zhouyi began preparing the ingredients required for the afternoon stall. Undoubtedly, the little master's signature dish was the golden egg fried rice. However, golden egg fried rice was unsuitable for cooking in a large wok. He had never tried that before and needed to practice with other fried rice varieties. 1,000 portions of fried rice were to be sold within 1 week, excluding the weekend, leaving 5 days. Thus, 200 portions per day were necessary. Given the little master's culinary skills, Xia Zhouyi was confident that selling 200 portions daily was achievable, but the critical issue was the short time window after school. Cooking portions one by one would clearly be insufficient. By comparison, the sour plum egg fried rice was more suitable. It demanded less precise heat control and could be cooked in a large wok, producing at least 50 portions per batch. Sour plum egg fried rice was essentially egg fried rice with added sour plum meat. The ingredients were not complicated. Only the sour plums needed prior preparation, removing pits and finally mincing the flesh. The scallions and eggs could be prepared on-site. Calculating the cost of ingredients alongside labor and time, Xia Zhouyi ultimately priced 1 serving of sour plum fried rice at 50 yuan. It was somewhat expensive, but the local currency had its own pricing logic. Lowering the price would not do justice to the little master's culinary prowess. Last week, to fulfill his quota, he had sold shumai at cost price. Now that he had a mansion, the daunting annual property fees compelled him to strive harder. With preparations complete, Xia Zhouyi loaded everything onto the stall cart. The system-provided versatile stall cart had been transformed into a fried rice stand according to his preferences. Checking the time, it was already 4:30. The students were nearing dismissal. Xia Zhouyi called the little one to start work. "All right, brother." Having barely worked, the little one had simply enjoyed 2 meals of rice, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing that formal work was about to commence, her spirits immediately lifted, brimming with enthusiasm. At the doorway, she obediently turned around and addressed the combined house. "I'm heading out. Grandma, I'm going to work now. Today's boss is a very, very kind brother. I will work hard." When Xia Baixianchu descended the elevator, her eyes immediately caught sight of the tricycle parked in the middle of the garage. Among the myriad luxury cars, the tricycle stood out strikingly, making it easily recognizable. The sign on the vehicle even lit up and blinked, "Dimensional Rift Fried Rice." The multicolored lights flashed in turn, appearing dazzlingly ornate. "Baixianchu, you sit on the left side and fasten your seatbelt. We're off to the stall." Xia Zhouyi lifted the little one into the left passenger seat, well, the tricycle-S version of a passenger seat. He noticed how light she was, lighter than some 3-year-olds, which prompted another wave of tenderness. The little one sat obediently, her big, watery eyes filled with curiosity. She had never seen such a peculiar vehicle before. She had ridden in a horse-drawn carriage but now was sitting in the cooler tricycle, one more wheel than a carriage and made of iron. How truly cool. She looked around, then quietly reached out to stroke the bamboo seat beneath her, surprise evident in her eyes. It was cool to the touch. Xia Zhouyi then drove the tricycle out of the community. An overwhelmingly rich and astonishing world, both familiar and strange, unfolded before Xia Baixianchu's eyes. The little one instinctively held her breath. Towering skyscrapers, bustling streets teeming with vehicles and pedestrians, colorful billboards, and throngs of people, all filled her with wonder. This was hundreds of times more prosperous than Mistinil Town. Her eyes grew wide, as if to absorb every bit of the world's beauty. Soon, she noticed something even cooler, 4-wheeled cars filling the streets. Yet she only glanced briefly before averting her gaze. Those vehicles were stuffy and did not allow for open-air rides. She did not like them. While the bustling streets astonished Xia Baixianchu, her heart also fluttered with apprehension. Life in the small town had been exhausting. Surely, living in such a metropolis required even greater effort. Yet, thinking of having 3 full meals a day, her small face was filled with determination. "Baixianchu, you must work hard. Help brother as much as you can, earn some money, and enjoy rice meals daily." Racing along, Xia Zhouyi arrived at the entrance of Elite High School before 5 o'clock. It was the evening rush hour, and the school's entrance was already congested. Fortunately, his tricycle could drive onto the sidewalk, not exactly ethical, but everyone did it. He was relatively late. The spots nearest the school gate were already taken. Xia Zhouyi had to park the tricycle a bit farther away. The street was crowded with pedestrians, parents picking up children, people on their way home from work, and a few unruly youths. Xia Zhouyi believed that selling 200 portions of egg fried rice in one day would not be a problem. He asked a nearby mousse cake vendor, a young lady, who said no one was occupying the spot beside her. Without hesitation, Xia Zhouyi began setting up. He parked the tricycle, moved eggs and other ingredients to the side, and wiped the workbench clean. With rapid movements, he started chopping scallions, carrots, and various other ingredients. Brother, what should I do? Xia Baixianchu was somewhat at a loss. She could not find a task suited for her and was on the verge of tears. First set up the folding chair. When customers arrive, you'll be in charge of the cash register and serving dishes. Hearing there was work to do, the little one immediately smiled, nodding obediently. She polished 2 simple folding tables until they shone brilliantly. Such a well-behaved and adorable little one is hard not to catch anyone's attention. In fact, the young lady next door who sells mousse cakes was captivated at first glance by the child's innocent and endearing appearance. When she saw the girl had some free time, she could no longer resist approaching with a lollipop in hand. My little sister, you're so obedient and cute, so young and already helping your brother with work. Not really. Sister, you're the cute one. Wow, even more adorable when you smile. How old are you, little one? I don't know, Grandma never told me. Haha, still a little scatterbrain, aren't you? A little confused sister who doesn't know her age. How about I treat you to some candy? That's not good. Candy's expensive. Little Binchotan blinked her big eyes, torn between wanting it and hesitating. Grandma had given her a single piece of Kobiton once on her birthday. The sweet flavor still lingered vividly in her memory. It's just one candy. Look, sister, I have plenty in my bag. Don't be shy. The little one glanced at the lollipop in the young lady's hand, then turned to Xia Zhouyi as if seeking his opinion. Xia Zhouyi smiled and nodded, signaling that she could accept it. Only then did little Binchotan happily reach out her small hand, took the lollipop, and sweetly said, "Thank you, sister." The young lady was even more amused by her well-behaved demeanor and couldn't help but gently ruffle her little head. Little sister, are you two planning to sell fried rice with eggs? The young lady was only joking about setting up a stall, but seeing the siblings' worn clothes made her feel they must truly be earning a living. The little sister's clothes were faded from washing, and the brother wore a cheap outfit that looked like a bargain buy. Seeing they hadn't even started yet, she wanted to support their business. How's your brother's cooking? Is it tasty? Little Binchotan nodded vigorously, wildly gesturing with her small hands. Delicious. Brother's fried rice with eggs is the best. She wasn't lying. At lunchtime, she had eaten her brother's fried rice, the best she had ever tasted in her life. It even seemed to glow. All right, then I'll have a portion. Sure. The little one was even happier than when she got the candy. She immediately turned to Xia Zhouyi and called out, "Brother, 1 portion of sour plum fried rice with eggs." Xia Zhouyi smiled, lit the stove, poured in the oil and started cooking. At this moment, the mousse cake young lady noticed the enormous pot on his cart, over 1 meter in diameter. She also saw there was at least 50 pounds of rice, her eyes flickering with confusion and bewilderment. Your fried rice isn't sold like those huge rice cakes, is it? Who in their right mind uses such a huge pot and so much rice to cook 1 portion of fried rice? Stunned, she timidly pulled the little one aside to ask, "Little sister, how much is 1 portion of your fried rice?" "Only 50 yuan. The little one responded honestly, still unaware that the currency was renminbi, silently thinking that her brother was truly earning hard money. With that generous ladle of lard and each grain of plump rice, using such solid ingredients, 50 yuan per portion hardly seemed profitable. The young lady fell silent for several seconds. Though she was wealthy, she was no fool. In a city like Shanghai, 50 yuan for a simple street stall fried rice was a price that, while not completely unaffordable for her, still struck her as somewhat surprising and displeasing. After all, such a price might afford a more refined or upscale dining experience elsewhere. Just as the young lady felt her kindness had been misplaced, Xia Zhouyi rolled up his sleeves and began to stir-fry. The spatula swung with a flourish. In an instant, the steaming aroma of fried rice with eggs burst forth, the rich fragrance permeating the air. The young lady nearby was instantly drawn in, her body instinctively leaning forward to catch a better whiff. Golden fried rice, each grain exuding an artistic aura, the scent tantalizing and mouth-watering, as if every grain had been meticulously cooked and imbued with unique charm. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying away the fiery aroma and simultaneously teasing the senses with that irresistible fragrance, as if an invisible hand were stirring everyone's hearts. In a blink, a moment of stillness appeared at the school gate. What's that delicious smell? Fellow stall vendors and passers-by alike caught the scent without exception. The aroma of the fried rice wafted for miles, making mouths water uncontrollably. So fragrant, I want to eat it. In the classroom of Senior 3, Class 1, Lin Miaomiao, a seasoned foodie, was distracted by the smell and ended up reciting the wrong passage. The vastness of the rock. It cannot be cooked in one pot amid the students' laughter. Their nostrils were all drawn to the irresistible scent, glancing left and right in search of its source. The Chinese teacher stood at the back of the classroom, watching the scene with a shake of his head and a helpless smile. Senior students seemed hungrier than ever, able to eat at least half a pound of rice at a time. He cleared his throat softly, motioning for Lin Miaomiao to sit down. No detention today. Everyone, go home and eat. Class dismissed. Yay! The girl with the uneven bangs, Lin Miaomiao, cheered, dashing out of the classroom at the forefront. I just got my allowance today. It's okay to treat myself to a meal outside once in a while, right? Upon exiting the school gate, she spotted Xia Zhouyi's fried rice stall to the left. That's the smell. Lin Miaomiao's eyes lit up with excitement as she hurried over. The girl in sneakers moved swiftly, reaching Xia Zhouyi's side in the blink of an eye. Boss, how much is the fried rice? I'll take one, no. Make it 2, Lin Miaomiao said generously, digging into her pocket to ask the price. Ready to pay. Sister, that's 100 yuan in total. The little one was excellent at math. Lin Miaomiao's hand froze, doubting her ears. But when she heard the 50 yuan payment notification on Alipay, she paid along with the young lady beside her. Since she was already there, even though 2 portions of fried rice cost 100 yuan, she still wanted to taste it. It smelled absolutely divine. Just as she was about to sit down and wait, another classmate, drawn by the aroma, stopped in front of the stall. Little sister, how much is the fried rice? Pretty sister, it's 50 yuan a portion, and it'll be ready soon. Little Binchotan replied dutifully, her warm laughter as healing as spring sunshine, infectious and genuine. Deng Xiaoqi was also touched by her smile, nodding with a smile. Then I'll have one, please. Normally, she wouldn't eat such greasy, high-calorie food outside, but she couldn't resist the enticing aroma filling her nose. The closer she got to the stall, the stronger the scent became. Little Binchotan promptly responded, and after Deng Xiaoqi paid, she asked with a grin, pretty sister, will you eat here or take it to go? Xiaoqi, come here and sit down to eat with me. Lin Miaomiao called out enthusiastically before Deng Xiaoqi could answer. Come, I have a free seat here. Hurry up. Lin Miaomiao waved and smiled as she spoke. Deng Xiaoqi turned to see Lin Miaomiao's uneven bangs and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Okay, I'm coming, she replied, then told little Binchotan, I'll sit down to eat. The 2 girls chatted animatedly as if they had endless stories to share. Their youthful, radiant appearances brimmed with vitality and energy, occasionally drawing curious glances from passers-by. If Lin Miaomiao's beauty was obscured by her uneven bangs, Deng Xiaoqi was already blossoming like a flower. Her features were exquisitely delicate, dressed in the white uniform shirt of Chunfeng Middle School, paired with a JK-style pleated skirt. Most eye-catching were Deng Xiaoqi's perfectly straight, snow-white legs, not too thin, yet sufficiently full-bodied, truly a pair to admire endlessly. As for their figures, both young ladies had room for improvement and plenty of effort ahead. As a time traveler, Xia Zhouyi naturally recognized them, Mai and her school beauty best friend. This level of beauty was precisely what a heroine and a school belle should embody, unlike those at the neighboring Chunfeng High School, where the likes of Taozi and Yingzi were simply unbearable to behold. She could never fathom the bizarre aesthetics favored by other senior time travelers. Truly, they were not picky eaters, were they? A gentle smile graced Xia Zhouyi's lips as she swiftly plated for servings of fried rice. Tan, the dishes are ready. The little one responded promptly, cautiously accepting the fried rice with tiny hands and cheerfully presenting it to the guests. A perfect, even more intense aroma wafted through the air, spreading rapidly as the fried rice was lifted from the wok, its steaming fragrance filling the surroundings. The 2 people at the table fell silent, captivated, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on the scene. On the plate lay plum egg fried rice, its golden hue radiant, each grain distinct, dotted with a few bright red plums like twinkling stars, adding an alluring splash of color to the dish. The sweet and sour plums blended harmoniously with the savory fried rice, making one's mouth water even before tasting it. Little Bai Xianchu confidently placed the plum egg fried rice, crafted by his brother, on the table, eagerly awaiting the diner's reactions. Lin Miaomiao handed a disposable spoon, still in its individual wrapper, directly to Deng Xiaoqi. Deng Xiaoqi took it and immediately scooped a mouthful of fried rice, only to be burned. Her delicate lips puffed up at once, yet she was reluctant to spit it out. The sweet and sour plum flavor blossomed in her mouth, intertwining with the savory taste of the fried rice, creating an indescribable deliciousness. Deng Xiaoqi's eyes brightened instantly, as if she had discovered a new world. She couldn't help but scoop another spoonful, savoring it carefully. Seeing this, Lin Miaomiao eagerly took a bite herself, her face instantly lighting up with satisfaction. Delicious. This is unbelievably tasty. It's better than the big chicken legs in the cafeteria, better than my mother's best braised pig trotters, better than any delicacy I've ever had. Utterly divine. The two girls exchanged a glance, each seeing in the other's eyes the astonishment at how delectable this plum egg fried rice was. Nearby, the young lady selling mousse cakes also accepted the fried rice brought by little Binchotan. One bite was enough to bring immense satisfaction, making it impossible to stop eating. She looked at little Binchotan excitedly, pointing at the large pot of fried rice, and exclaimed loudly, 10 orders. Bring me 10 more. Seeing the three young ladies enjoying their food so heartily, others drawn by the aroma could no longer resist. Even teachers preparing to go home for dinner insisted on ordering a portion. With no seats left, everyone stood, holding their plates as they ate. It was a bit pricey, admittedly, but once the food touched their lips, all dissatisfaction vanished like smoke. Absolutely fragrant, truly delicious. The fresh tartness perfectly counterbalances the greasiness of the fried rice. Each bite feels like a dance upon the taste buds, utterly addictive. This unique flavor seemed to transport people to a sun-drenched summer alley, where sunlight filtered through leaves, casting a warm glow on the steaming fried rice. A scene so beautiful and harmonious. Delicious. Another serving, please. I'll take 2 more. The endless stream of praises and the tantalizing aroma that made mouths water immediately boosted Xia Zhouyi's business. Little Binchotan was busier than ever, yet the smile never left her young face. Brother's earning money now, no need to worry about going broke feeding him. He promised their DB rice with every meal. Boss, I've paid. I want 2 servings, please wait a moment. I want 1 to go, and 1 to eat here. Xia Zhouyi's speed in plating was impressive. On the other side, seeing little Binchotan struggling to keep up, no one made it difficult for the obedient, sensible little bean. The customers took matters into their own hands and carried their plates themselves. This, however, worried the little one greatly, her hands filled with numerous bills, panic evident. She feared that if she wasn't careful, these small notes might be swiped by some villain, and that would truly be a disaster. Her face was marked by earnestness and anxiety, eyes wary of everyone around. Once a pot was sold out, Xia Zhouyi took over handling the money, allowing the little one to regain her enthusiastic smile. Any brothers or sisters want to place orders? You can pay here. Xia Zhouyi smiled and began heating oil and rice in the wok again. A young lady running a stall nearby, who had been lingering, noticed the ingredients on Xia Zhouyi's stand and asked excitedly, Boss, do you have other flavors of egg fried rice? There's beef fried rice too. Costs 10 yuan more. Upon hearing this, Lin Miaomiao, who had just ordered 2 more servings of plum fried rice, immediately changed her mind. Boss, I'll switch to 1 serving of the beef fried rice. Xia Zhouyi glanced up, seeing the long queue forming. The second pot of plum egg fried rice would soon be sold out, so she nodded and agreed. At that moment, a flashy sports car sped by nearby. Inside, Zhang Lai caught a whiff of an enticing aroma that made her instinctively halt the car. Her stomach seemed to respond to the scent, rumbling loudly. Yang Lai, heiress of the Zhang family conglomerate, a daring and passionate socialite, had once loved deeply but lost her beloved due to the interference of her brother, Zhang Haokuan. Since then, she had closed her heart and harbored resentment towards her brother. In recent days, she had been unable to free herself from the overwhelming grief of losing her love, her emotions nearly spiraling out of control. Today, she had intended to go racing outside the city to vent her sorrow, hoping luck would favor her to end her life. Fortunately, she passed by Xia Zhouyi's stall, and, upon smelling the rich fragrance of beef egg fried rice, her body reacted instinctively. She couldn't help but slam on the brakes and hasten toward the source of the alluring aroma. The closer she got, the more the golden beef fried rice captivated her, making her reluctant to move. So fragrant unconsciously, she found herself in line, her thoughts of self-destruction forgotten. Students and office workers ahead had already begun devouring their fried rice. Taking a bite, the softness of the rice melded perfectly with the tenderness of the beef. Each grain soaked up the beef's aroma and juices, compelling one to eat bite after bite. Her exaggerated expression resembled that of someone who had eaten a poisonous mushroom. Most amusingly, a flashy young couple, he handsome, she small and adorable, began eating their fried rice on the spot. Baby, this is so fragrant. You eat the first bite, baby. So delicious. Ah, baby, I'll feed you. Not fair, I want to feed you back. Baby, open your mouth, baby. You first standing before them was Xia Zhouyi, thinking to herself, where's my knife? The single lady felt utterly tormented. Zhang Lai unavoidably recalled the past. Although their way of interacting was not like this, the feelings were universal. Pretty sister, why are your eyes all red? At that moment, a gentle and kind sisterly voice pulled her back from her memories. She lowered her head and looked toward the source of the voice, seeing an incredibly adorable little one standing before her. Like an angel, the childish voice rang in Zhang Lai's ear. Are you unhappy? Here, this candy is for you, sister. The little one took out a candy she had just received and barely wanted to part with, offering it to Zhang Lai. Her big eyes were filled with sincerity and concern. The little one remembered clearly that the candy grandma had given her made her happy for days after eating it. Pretty sister looked so sad. Eating candy should cheer her up, right? Zhang Lai was slightly taken aback, then managed a gentle smile. She squatted down to meet little Binchotan's gaze and softly said, Thank you, little darling, but if I take the candy, you won't have any left, right? It's okay. We're about to close and go home for dinner. Eating rice makes me just as happy, the little one said, patting her big head with a silly smile. The sunset cast its warm glow on the little one's profile, making her radiant smile even more brilliant, like a beam of warm sunlight that instantly pierced through the shadows dwelling in Zhang Lai's heart. Zhang Lai experienced a sudden, inexplicable dizziness. In the next moment, she retrieved her phone and, without hesitation, crushed the candy. After peeling off the sugar coating, she fed the larger piece to little Baixianchu. How about we each eat half? Little Baixianchu paused for a moment, then grinned broadly and opened his mouth. So sweet. Sister, you eat too. It's really sweet, Zhang Lai murmured to herself. Then, from her bag, she took out a wad of cash and rose to approach Xia Zhou. Boss, I'll take all the leftover fried rice. You can close up early and go home to have dinner with your little sister. Xia Zhou glanced up at Zhang Lai and quietly pulled out a bill from the stack. 2 portions of beef egg fried rice, that LLB 100. I even gave you a discount. Yang Lai. Boss, this isn't out of pity, you know. She had observed that those less fortunate often possessed a heightened sense of pride. But this was neither pity nor charity. Xia Zhou waved his hand to interrupt her and called out to the line of people behind her. No need to queue anymore. The fried rice is sold out for today. Zhang Lai, lost in self-importance. The customers who had waited so long but failed to get fried rice? Boss, please restock. I beg you, I'm next in line. Yeah, boss, I've been waiting forever. My deskmate's dying wish was to taste the boss's fried rice. A chorus of lamentations erupted instantly. Xia Zhou could only gesture toward the empty countertop to indicate there was truly none left. A few unlucky office workers exchanged glances, their eyes ultimately fixating on Zhang Lai, who held the last 2 portions. Their resentment was deeper than any ghost's. Faced with the surrounding crowd's vengeful stares, Miss Zhang merely raised an eyebrow and returned their gaze with a fearless, death-defying look. Not a single soul dared to meet her eyes. She feared death itself but not ghosts. Seeing this, Zhang Lai chuckled softly and turned to sit in front of the stall. Little one, you must be hungry too. Come eat with sister. She pushed the other portion of fried rice toward little Baixianchu. Huh? The little fellow was stunned. You gave sister candy. It's only fair sister treats you to a meal. He tilted his head, seemingly pondering the fairness of the exchange. But those gleaming, obsidian eyes betrayed his true feelings. Clearly, he could not resist his brother's culinary creations. Then I want to be polite. Thank you, beautiful sister. The little one grinned foolishly again, trying to hide his bashfulness. Haha, im Yang Lai. Little sister, what is your name? Baixianchu. You can call me Tan Tan. That's what my brother calls me. Zhang Lai smiled as she handed the little fellow a spoon, then took a bite of her own beef fried rice. The aroma of the beef fried rice exploded instantly in her mouth. Zhang Lai stared blankly, savoring the flavor with an expression of disbelief. The next moment, she took another incredulous spoonful. What kind of taste is this? It's as if I'm standing on an endless grassland, fresh and tender life bursting in my mouth. Zhang Lai was astonished to discover that this seemingly simple beef fried rice could momentarily erase the sorrow in her heart. The wounds within seemed soothed by the deliciousness. Her eyes grew slightly moist, not from sadness, but from this sudden surge of emotion. So wonderful, so delicious. The grief and despair in her heart seemed to dissipate bit by bit with the fragrance, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. A spark of curiosity arose within her. This fried rice tastes almost unreasonably good. 6 o'clock, 6 minutes, 6 seconds. Lin Miaomiao, the girl with the dog-eared bangs, arrived home punctually. Upon entering, she immediately caught the rich scent of braised pig trotters. Her nose twitched slightly, and her eyes lit up instantly. Wow! Braised pig trotters! Lin Miaomiao exclaimed excitedly, then dropped her school bag and dashed straight to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Wang Shengnan was busy stirring a pot of braised pig trotters bubbling on the stove, the aroma filling the air. Wash your hands before eating. Wang Shengnan shot her daughter a stern glance, yet quickly scooped a piece of pig trotter onto a plate. Still the favorite 4-point golden section of Lin Miaomiao. Yum! Lin Miaomiao stared at the tantalizingly colored, fragrant braised pig trotters on the plate, momentarily dazed. She had already eaten 2 servings of egg fried rice and now felt as if her throat were clogged. But the pig trotters before her were irresistibly tempting. She swallowed hard and tried to persuade herself. Just a small bite, it shouldn't be too filling. She carefully picked up a corner of the trotter and took a gentle bite. The skin was crispy and soft, the meat inside tender and juicy, the flavor rich but not greasy. Yet, Lin Miaomiao silently put down her chopsticks, unable to meet her mother's gaze. There was no going back. After tasting that unbeatable, delicious egg fried rice, nothing else compared. No contrast, no harm. That wonderful warm flavor rendered all other foods pale by comparison. What's wrong? Too much salt? Wang Shengnan frowned and took a bite of the pig trotters herself. It was fragrant, and she had even added a secret malt sugar recipe, sweet and savory. Meow meow, are you feeling unwell? It's just, I don't have an appetite, Lin Miaomiao struggled to explain. Usually, when her mother didn't prepare such a lavish dinner, she would share the packed fried rice. Now she was in a dilemma. Hearing this, Lin Dawei anxiously approached. What's going on? As parents, they knew their child's character and habits intimately. No appetite? That was impossible. Meow Meow never lost her appetite unless she was full. At this thought, Wang Shenan's sharp, blade-like gaze turned toward Lin Miaomiao. She stared silently, scrutinizing her daughter. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a grain of rice stuck to Meow Meow's collar and her belly was visibly bulging. Clear signs she had eaten plenty. Meow Meow! Wang Shengnan was furious. What was the point of moving closer to the school if not to conveniently care for Meow Meow's meals and daily life, allowing her to focus wholeheartedly on her studies? But this child had the audacity to secretly fill herself outside before coming home. This was a blatant way of saying her cooking was bad and a betrayal of her painstaking efforts. Wang Shengnan's anger surged. She strode over to Lin Miaomiao and grabbed her ear. You little brat. How can you be so ungrateful? I work hard every day to cook for you, and this is how you repay me? Lin Miaomiao winced in pain but dared not resist, begging desperately. Mom, it hurts, please let go, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, okay.
It's not my fault. That beef fried rice was just too delicious. Really, I'm not lying. I even packed 2 portions to bring home. You have to try it. Before she finished, Wang Shengna's eyes reddened with fury. Packed it to bring home? You packed it? Meow Meow, you've got some nerve. You think my cooking isn't good enough? You think outside food tastes better than your mother's? Wang Shengna's voice rose several decibels, clearly enraged by Lin Miaomiao's behavior. Seeing her mother truly angry, Lin Miaomiao disregarded the pain in her ear and hastily pulled the takeaway box from her bag, handing it to Wang Shengnan. Mom, look, this is the beef fried rice from that shop. It's really delicious. You have to try it. Try it. Wang Shengnan was almost laughing through her anger. Eat it. Today I want to see just how good this fried rice can be. Lin Dawei, standing nearby, covered his face in silent disbelief. Poor Meow Meow. How could she be so clueless? Didn't she have any social grace? To dare pack fried rice home and then challenge her mother to taste it. Wasn't she just courting death at the devil's dining table? While clutching a handful of fried rice with a fierce glare akin to that of a knife-wielding man, Wang Shengnan simultaneously cast cautious glances around, searching for a suitable instrument to discipline the child. Lin Miaomiao, you're doomed. 3 seconds later. Absolutely delicious. Meow Meow, although you've been quite mischievous this time, I'll let it slide. This dish, is actually rather delectable. Mama forgives you. All her anger dissipated. Wang Shengnan lifted the takeout box in her hands and devoured the food heartily, her broad face nearly buried in the container, not bothering to lift her head. Well, it's actually pretty tasty. Compared to this, my own eating looks worse. Observing her mother's beaming smile that betrayed her true feelings, Lin Miaomiao couldn't help but mutter softly, "Isn't that right, Dad? Eh?" As she turned to confide in her father, she was startled by the sight before her, her eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. There stood Lin Dawei, whose manner of eating was even more exaggerated and hearty than Wang Xiangnan's. He was holding the takeout box directly to his mouth, pouring the fried rice in without hesitation. Within mere seconds, the entire plate was gone. "What's wrong, Miao Miao?" Lin Dawei licked his lips with lingering satisfaction. "I've never tasted fried rice this delicious before. All these years felt wasted. This is real eating. Before, I was just eating to survive." "And no, it's nothing," Miao Miao replied, covering her face in exasperation. "Aren't you afraid of choking like that?" "Haha, Miao Miao, your mom is indeed hypocritical. This fried rice isn't just rather tasty, it's invincibly delicious. Truly scrumptious." Lin Dawei laughed heartily, patting his round belly with a contented expression. "By the way, Miao Miao, where did you get this fried rice? It wouldn't hurt to have it occasionally." Wang Xiangnan wiped her mouth and immediately inquired about the source. "Well, this is from a newly set up stall right outside the school gate. You know me. When I encounter such fragrant delicacies, I just can't resist. So I ordered 2 portions to try," Miao Miao answered somewhat sheepishly, feeling a bit uneasy about eating from a street vendor without permission. "Oh, a stall by the school gate?" Wang Xingnan frowned. "It's one thing if it's a proper store, but street vendors always feel a bit unhygienic. It's one thing if I eat it, but our child is in senior year. Mom, the stall owner's place is very clean, and he uses lard. All the ingredients are prepared right before our eyes. Plus, he has an adorable little sister who eats there too," Miao Miao quickly explained, understanding Wang Xiangnan's concerns. "I see. Then I'll go check it out tomorrow." Lin Dawei nodded, wiping his mouth, still looking as if he hadn't quite finished enjoying the meal. By the way, Dad, can you give me some more pocket money? I spent yesterday's already." Miao Miao cleverly seized the moment of her parents' good moods and extended her fair little hand. This fried rice costs 60 yuan a serving? 60 yuan? How much? Street vendor fried rice selling for that much? Wang Xingnan momentarily thought she had misheard. Meanwhile, in a joyful mood, Jiang Lai returned home and immediately instructed his elder brother Jiang Haokuin to handle 2 matters. First, to test the fried rice sample they had brought back to check for any illegal substances. Second, to investigate this person named Xia Zhouyi. Jiang Haokuin gladly agreed, remarking that his sister was finally emerging from her sorrow and showing interest in other things, which was good. He promptly arranged for people to take care of it. "Lai, you'll have the results tomorrow." Elsewhere, tidying up, under the wistful gaze of Miss Muse, Xia Zhouyi swiftly packed up his stall. After just over an hour of vending, he sold 223 portions of fried rice, netting a profit of 10,000 yuan. The high profit margin, however, came at the expense of the neighboring competitors, whose business suffered greatly. Miss Muse's cakes were completely unsold after he arrived. "Tan, it's quitting time." The little one, still dazed and bewildered, was lifted into the passenger seat, barely able to react before the day's work was over. Working less than 2 hours. With such an easy job just collecting money and serving plates, it was hardly tiring. All meals included, with rice at every meal. Making a living in the big city seemed less exhausting than in the small town. "Brother, aren't we selling fried rice anymore tonight? There's no one after school. We'll come back tomorrow. Let us go home." Hearing Xia Zhouyi's words, the little one again felt dazed. Going home. When Grandma used to go to town to sell wild vegetables, she would say the same. But it had been so long, so very long, that she no longer remembered the last time Grandma had said those words. Going home. That feeling of having someone accompany her on the journey back was truly wonderful. The little one quietly tugged at Xia Zhouyi's sleeve. "Brother, let us go home." Humming a little tune, Xia Zhouyi drove his tricycle, taking Tan home. Along the way, Tan opened her big, watery eyes and watched with curiosity as her brother stopped in front of a brightly lit large building. Tan, we're going inside to buy some daily necessities before heading back," Xia Zhouyi explained. He had noticed that morning how the little one lacked even a single proper item. Her toothbrush was picked up from somewhere unsuitable, and most importantly, she had no shoes. Her tiny feet were always bare, which was heart-wrenching. Parking the vehicle, Xia Zhouyi took the little one's hand and said, "Tan, hold on to brother's hand so you don't get lost." The little one obediently nodded. The spacious, brightly lit mall filled her with curiosity and excitement. This place is really huge. Her small face was full of wonder, as if she had discovered a new world. Her large, sparkling eyes roamed about, observing everything around her with fascination. In the small town, she had never seen such a massive building. The mall's bustling atmosphere even surpassed that of the town's festival, with crowds of people and dazzling arrays of goods everywhere. Brother, is this a market? The lively ambience excited the little one. She loved the feeling of bustling crowds, especially the safety brought by holding someone's hand, knowing she was not alone. Yes, this is a big mall. There's a supermarket on the first floor. Xia Zhouyi, holding the adorable little one's hand, attracted many admiring glances along the way. The cute, innocent child, dressed in cosplay, seemed as if she had stepped right out of an anime. The little one was not at all shy, smiling and waving cheerfully at everyone she saw. Wow, that little girl is so kawaii, a high school girl in a JK uniform said to her friend. Yeah, I wonder who she is cosplaying as. It looks so professional, the likeness must be incredible. Even the hair accessories are so meticulously made, just like real charcoal. Xia Zhouyi. The likeness isn't just incredible. It's exactly the same. The little one literally walked out of an anime, afraid of being genuinely recognized. Xia Zhouyi pulled little Tantan and turned to head upstairs. Wow, the little one pointed excitedly. This escalator moves by itself. As soon as she stepped onto the moving staircase, the little one was amazed. A staircase that moves on its own? I've never seen anything like it. So magical. Fun? Want to ride it again? Xia Zhouyi smiled, recalling how he had reacted the first time his parents took him to the city. Brother, can I? The little one's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked up at Xia Zhouyi. Mimicking the little one's nod. Xia Zhouyi held her hand and rode up to the third floor, then ran to the other side and sat down. The little one looked down and noticed she could slide down. Fun, this unprecedented experience delighted her greatly. Xia Zhouyi thought that even an elevator could keep the little one entertained all day. Tantan, shall we ride it back up? No, brother, maybe next time. Although clearly reluctant to end the fun, little Tantan sensibly shook her head. All right, we'll come back to play when you want. For now, let us go buy some things. The little one obediently followed Xia Zhou as he led her toward the children's shoe store. By the way, big brother, what exactly are we here to buy? I noticed there's still plenty of rice at home. I'm here to buy you a pair of shoes. Xia Zhou replied. Shoes? The little one's expression suddenly turned embarrassed. She shyly scratched her head and said, That's really not necessary. I'm used to going barefoot, and I like it that way. She didn't even have money to buy rice, let alone shoes. When her grandmother was alive, she didn't have shoes to wear either. Life for the grandmother and granddaughter was still quite hard. This is part of your employee benefits. It's included with your accommodation, Xia Zhou said as he gently ruffled the little one's blue hair. Besides shoes, she would also receive 2 sets of clothes each quarter. Clothes too? Xia Binchotan was utterly astonished. She then rubbed her hands together, feeling even more embarrassed. Well then, big brother, I'm sorry to trouble you. Don't worry, I'll work even harder from now on. Xia Zhou glanced at her and smiled. Let us go. Originally, he planned to buy her a pair of sneakers, but she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her eyes fixed intently on the display window of the unscrupulous brand. There was a whole row of children's slippers. Fluffy bunny slippers, adorable flip-flops, rounded crocs. All sorts of styles dazzling the eye. Big brother, can I pick from these? Xia Binchotan turned to Xia Zhou, her eyes sparkling. It was clear the little one was very fond of them. Of course, Xia Zhou nodded. It's still summer, so wearing slippers is fine. As long as you like them. If winter comes, we can get you some warm boots. Xia Binchotan excitedly grabbed her brother's hand and eagerly entered the unscrupulous brand store. Upon entering, she was captivated by the dazzling array of goods before her. Every tiny shoe looked so adorable. Red ones, pink ones, also small and cute. Wow! Xia Binchotan's face lit up brilliantly. There were no such pretty shoes in Mistinil town. The most beautiful shoes she had ever seen belonged to the young lady Li Tan. Yet even those shoes couldn't match the cuteness and charm of these. Kawaii! Kawaii! Xia Binchotan spread her little hands with pure joy. Each pair seemed to be the dream shoes she had always wished for. Tantan, which one do you like? Pick one yourself. Xia Zhou gently nudged the little one. As long as the child was happy, slippers might suit her better than sneakers. Xia Binchotan blinked her eyes, her little hands touching this pair and then that, each one a treasure she could hardly part with. She was quite torn. Big brother, this pink pair has a bow on it? It's so cute. She picked up a pair of pink flip-flops, her face glowing with delight. But these red ones have little flowers on them, and they're pretty too. She then grabbed a pair of red slippers, her eyes sparkling. Xia Binchotan silently weighed her options. her little face full of indecision. She looked up at Xia Zhou, unsure what to do. Seeing her troubled expression, Xia Zhou couldn't help but smile. Tan, buy whichever pair you like. Or you could even get 2 pairs and switch between them. Hearing this, Bai Xianchu's eyes lit up, thinking it a splendid idea. Yet she knew she shouldn't be greedy. Greed was not a good trait for a child. In the end, she chose the pink flip-flops with the bow, just like the one on her belt, so beautiful. On the way back after purchasing the shoes, Bai Xianchu's steps felt light and airy, hopping along like a little rabbit. The marvelous sensation on her feet meant that even walking on gravel wouldn't hurt anymore. She thought happily to herself, these shoes are truly comfortable. Even if it snows in winter when she goes to town, her feet won't be so cold. Her brother had told her they were made of rubber, very durable. There was one more thing that made her secretly delighted. These shoes were really affordable, costing only 128 yuan. The little one had never converted between RMB and Japanese yen, nor had anyone explained the exchange rate to her. She was quite amazed by the low cost of living in the Magic City. 128 yuan for such lovely shoes was truly a great bargain. When she had sought work in the small town before, though it was tough, a good boss could still pay more than 128 yuan a day. She had seen the checkout just now. 2 Mianjiang t-shirts, 4 pairs of pants inside and out, plus toothpaste, toothbrush, towels, and other items, all for just 998 yuan. Thinking of this, the little one sincerely praised, Big Brother, the cost of living here in the Magic City is really affordable. A delivery guy passing by, munching on a steamed bun, overheard and thought, I spent 5 yuan on a single bun. How on earth is this affordable? Xia Zhou probably guessed that the little one hadn't quite grasped the situation yet. So he didn't correct her. That was fine. Buying her other things wouldn't cause her too much psychological burden. Xia Bai Xianchu grew ever more fond of her shoes, hopping along until she got into the car heading home. She even hummed a tune, her little feet swinging in the pink flip-flops. Even when caught in traffic, she felt utterly content. As the neon lights gradually brightened, her youthful, smiling face was reflected on the window of the neighboring car, as if the entire world became more splendid because of her happiness. Half an hour later, the tricycle leisurely arrived at Junhua Mansion. Once home, Xia Bai Xianchu, stepping lightly in her new shoes, excitedly ran upstairs and pushed open the guest room door. She shouted toward the empty little wooden room. I'm back, Grandma. I'm back from work. Look at my new shoes and the clothes and toothbrush. All gifts from my boss, Big Brother. Downstairs, Xia Zhou smiled slightly. He knew this was her habit. Even if no one responded, she would still happily say, I'm leaving, I'm back. Her grandmother could no longer answer. But from now on, I promise your calls will never go unanswered. Welcome back. Hearing Xia Zhou's reply, Xia Bai Xianchu was stunned for a long time. Then she turned around, staring blankly at Xia Zhou. Her eyes gradually moistened, her rims reddening. She had never imagined anyone would ever respond to her calls, even if only with a single word. Xia Zhou smiled gently, his gaze full of tenderness as he slowly ascended the stairs, each step seeming to enter the very heart of Xia Bai Xianchu. Why are you crying? Not happy to see Big Brother back? Xia Zhou softly asked, wiping away the little one's tears with eyes full of compassion. Xia Bai Xianchu lifted her head, tears swirling in her eyes, struggling not to let them fall. She shook her head, then nodded, her voice choked. I thought no one would ever respond to me again. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Big Brother will always welcome you home. Xia Zhou gently patted her back and affectionately stroked her head. Xia Bai Xianchu raised her head, tearful and gazing warmly at Xia Zhou. So warm, just like Grandma's warmth. Finally, she was no longer alone. At last, Xia Bai Xianchu broke into a smile. Her short legs quickly pattered down the stairs, opened the door, then came back inside again, her voice filled with joy and excitement. Big Brother, I'm back. Welcome back. Xia Zhou responded gently once more. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room. The sound of dew dripping fell like a punctual alarm, waking Xia Bai Xianchu right on time. Before she opened her eyes, the little one lazily sat up, feeling the soft cushion beneath her little bottom.
Xia Bai Xianchu's sleepiness vanished instantly.
Ha! Her big, watery eyes filled with wonder and curiosity as she gazed at the pristine, flawless bed before her, utterly bewildered for several seconds. This was already the second time she had awakened from the soft, luxurious bed in this splendid guest room, and each awakening left her feeling somewhat disoriented. The little one seemed to have once again forgotten how she had come to be here. She distinctly remembered watching Ultraman, So how did she suddenly find herself lying in this bed? Hee, it must have been her brother who had carried her back here once more. The little girl's face blossomed into a joyful smile. This bed was truly soft and warm. The mountain breeze drifted into the cabin during the night. Yet even though she was still wrapped in her little quilt riddled with holes, she had not once woken from the cold. When grandmother returned, she would sleep on the left side with her. This bed was so spacious. Gently lifting the little quilt, she leaned over the edge of the bed. After exploring her tiny feet for a moment, she smoothly slipped into her small pink flip-flops, and her short legs swiftly slid down to the floor. Running over to the cabin window, the little girl deftly moved a small wooden stool to open it. Warm sunlight poured through the window into the room, filling her with delight. She stretched out her tiny hands, embracing the warm sunlight, welcoming the new day. Carefully stepping down, the next task was to brush her teeth and wash her face. She had a newly purchased towel, as well as brand new toothpaste and toothbrush. Her pink children's toothbrush even featured a little green frog, and the toothpaste smelled delightfully fragrant. Today she wore a pink t-shirt adorned with a pleasant goat print. It didn't require a belt, but the activated charcoal accessory on her head still needed to be fastened properly. There was a large full-length mirror in the room. How convenient. The charcoal piece was secured perfectly straight. A new day had begun, and she wondered if her brother was awake yet. Oh, he wasn't up just yet. But that was all right, she could prepare breakfast for him while waiting. She waited and waited, watching 2 episodes of Ultraman and 3 of Pleasant Goat. But her brother had still not stirred. Sigh. The little one sighed deeply. If they were living in Mistinil town, a brother as lazy as hers would surely starve to death. Only after she had eaten her brother's portion to avoid wasting breakfast did he finally come downstairs, yawning. Good morning, Charcoal. Good noon, brother. Today's dish to sell was fried rice. After little Charcoal had gone to sleep last night, Xia Zhouyi had already prepared the ingredients. Fried rice made with leftover rice was the most authentic. As for the other ingredients, the siblings would start processing them only after the vegetables arrived in the afternoon, so there was plenty of time and no risk of affecting the fried rice's preparation. At 4:30, once everything was ready, Xia Zhouyi set out punctually with little Charcoal. At this moment, a queue had already formed at the school gate. Strangely, more than half of those in line were motorcycle-riding young ladies. Leading them was Miss Moosecake, who wasn't setting up a stall today. Dressed in sleek black leather, she exuded both coolness and intimidation, and the beauties accompanying her were no less striking. Among the motorcycle ladies, one figure stood out as particularly familiar, her long, smooth hair casually draped over her shoulders, a simple white t-shirt paired with tight jeans that accentuated her graceful figure. Her exquisite features seemed sculpted with care, radiating elegance and poise. Her eyes were deep and bright, as if they could see into one's soul, yet they held a subtle, almost imperceptible gentleness. This was none other than Lin Miaomiao. Xia Zhouyi murmured to himself, this world really is amusing. You encounter acquaintances everywhere. Speaking of which, the young lady selling mousse cakes looked somewhat familiar too, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen her before. Judging by the scene, these were all sisters brought along by the young lady. Not only did she not mind him stealing customers, but she even managed to bring so many sisters along. She was a person one could get along with. When he approached, the cake lady happily ran over. Oh my, handsome boss, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting forever. Xia Zhouyi was almost startled by her enthusiasm. Hey, why aren't you setting up a stall today? Or did business go so well you sold out? The cake lady shot him a resentful glare. Guess why I'm not setting up today? To avoid wasting food, the fridge at home is stuffed full of mousse cakes left over from yesterday's sales. Guess who's to blame this time? Today, the sisters came to her house, and when they opened the fridge, they were all stunned. Upon inquiry, they were just curious and came to check it out, saying they wanted to find a venue for themselves. Come on now, everyone knows each other. They're just here for the fun of it. So she decided not to set up a stall today. Boss, hurry up, whip up a pot of that divine fried rice. Today, all expenses will be covered by the beautiful Miss Lin Miaomiao, caught off guard, blinked in confusion. Really, Nana, are you this broke now? You want me to pay for several servings of fried rice? Despite her words, Lin Miaomiao straightforwardly pulled out her phone and scanned the code. After all, it was just some street stall fried rice. How much could it possibly cost? 3,000. 3,000? A pot held 60 servings, each 50 yuan, no discounts. Lin Miaomiao's eyes widened in shock, clearly taken aback by the price. She looked towards Xia Zhouyi, as if to confirm she hadn't misheard. Are you sure? You're selling a serving of fried rice for 50 yuan here? That's way too expensive. Her voice carried a hint of disbelief. Exactly, this is a ripoff. The other sisters chimed in. Although Mo City had its own currency exchange rate, and money was increasingly harder to spend, 50 yuan for street stall fried rice was undeniably steep. Xia Zhouyi shrugged innocently. Who can blame me? The property fees are so high. This is basically an alternative rent cost. Actually, it's not making much profit, just a tiny bit. Haha. Nana smiled, then stopped the sisters. Let us pay up, Yuma. This fried rice won't disappoint. If anyone says otherwise later, I'll treat everyone to Xianangguo next month. It's a deal. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuma immediately transferred the money. Haha. Sister, I'm definitely getting roped into Xianangguo tonight. What black-hearted fried rice? It's just a street stall. How good could it be? 3,000 yuan for a meal worth tens of thousands. What a bargain. Upon receiving the payment notification, Xia Zhouyi immediately fired up the wok. Today's highlight was golden egg fried rice, the simplest yet most challenging dish. Armed with the experience from yesterday's big pot stir-fry, Xia Zhouyi felt confident in replicating it perfectly. Beside him, little Charcoal was also busy, obediently lifting the folding chair and setting it up, then carefully wiping the table clean, even though it had already been cleaned after yesterday's closing. Hee. I wanted to ask yesterday, little cutie, what color of sack do you like? Nana's sparkling eyes watched little Charcoal busily working, filled with anticipation and excitement. It's time to say goodbye to your brother. She chuckled mischievously, then let out 2 teasing cries, making one curious about what might happen next. Qin Yuma. Little Charcoal. Nana, don't fool around. I'm working, the little one said, waving her hand in exasperation. Nana, you're really something. Such a big person, still trying to scare a child. I'm not a 3-year-old you can easily trick. Working, huh? Nana laughed at the little one's serious expression. The little darling hadn't even graduated from kindergarten, yet she already understood what working meant. What a pity. Nana's motorcycle trunk had a whole box of lollipops. She had planned to share half with her, but since the little one was working, she let it go. Nana pointed to a motorcycle parked across the street. Little Charcoal's brows furrowed in a sudden dilemma, as if contemplating a weighty decision. She glanced at the motorcycle, then at the nearly finished fried rice, and finally shook her head reluctantly. Working, Nana, I'm working. Can the lollipops wait until tomorrow? The little one emphasized. Watching the little one's conflicted expression, Lin Nana was about to burst out laughing. Little one, you're not so hard to fool after all. Nana tapped the little one's head as a reminder, then pulled out a packet of Alps candy she had prepared in advance. Wow, all these are for me? The little one's facial expression was truly captivating. So many. The little one spread out tiny hands, marveling, so many, a whole bag filled with more than a dozen candies. All for me? It was evident that the child was a blend of excitement, thrill, disbelief, and a hint of existential doubt. Such happiness was almost overwhelming. They're all for you, but remember what your sister said. Lina earnestly reminded once more. I got it. Sister's name is Lina, and she's no stranger, the little one replied, eyes gleaming with intelligence, looking quite proud, as if to say, see how clever I am. Yo, Lina couldn't help but burst into laughter. This little one must have grown up on cuteness overload. How utterly adorable. Just as she was about to tease the little one further, over there, Xia Zhouyi turned off the stove and plated the food. Tan, time to serve the dishes. All right, big brother. Sister, your fried rice is ready. Little Bai Xianchu carefully carried plates of golden egg fried rice over. At this moment, Lina had no time to praise the little one's maturity. Her gaze was fixed intently on the moving plates. The golden grains shimmered enticingly under the light, each grain enveloped in a rich aroma of egg, glowing as if illuminated by sunlight itself. That unique fragrance wafted over. Sister Nana, the table is full. Should we pack the rest to go? Little Bai Xianchu asked apologetically, gesturing toward the limited seating. The folding table could only accommodate 4 people, and even squeezing in a dozen or so sisters could not all be seated. No need to pack. We'll just eat by the roadside. Qin Yuma swallowed hard. The closer she got to the golden fried rice, the more overpowering the aroma became. Qin Yuma instantly realized that this fried rice must taste exceptional. Just smelling it nearly overwhelmed her self-control. How could she possibly wait to take it home? As per the customer's wishes, Xia Zhouyi naturally had no objection. Thus, Qin Yuma and Lina, alongside the others, sat side by side on the curb, each holding a disposable plate. This peculiar sight, coupled with the fragrant aroma of Xia Zhouyi's fried rice stall, attracted many passersby to stop and watch. The motorbike-riding young ladies were socially confident, maintaining composed expressions as they focused on their fried rice. Holding the dish, which was perfect in color, aroma, and taste, was akin to holding a masterpiece. "Everyone try it. It's so delicious," Lina exclaimed, eagerly scooping a spoonful. Truly fragrant. Today's golden fried rice was not only visually enticing with its bright golden hue and distinct grains, but also exquisitely flavorful. The perfect fusion of egg and rice delighted the palate. The glutinous texture of the rice intertwined with the freshness of the egg. So delicious it could bring one to tears. Qin Yuma was stunned after the very first bite. How can it taste this good? The rice and egg collided in her mouth, while the fresh scent of scallions wafted gently, and the saltiness was perfectly balanced to elevate the overall flavor. Each bite was an exquisite feast for the taste buds. What kind of divine fried rice is this? It's incredibly fragrant. Qin Yuma's eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively glancing at Lina. Her eyes sparkled, conveying the two words, delicious. Delicious, I assent it? Lina arched her brow proudly, her eyes shining with pride. Sister, now who lost the bet? Qin Yuma nodded firmly. I lost. Who would have thought that an ordinary roadside stall could produce such heavenly cuisine? Forget that upscale restaurant from now on. This fried rice stall is my regular dining spot. The other sisters also ate silently, utterly captivated. How is this fried rice expensive? Who says it's pricey? This egg fried rice is fantastic. Don't even mention 50 yuan a plate. If you served it in a fancy restaurant, people would fight to buy it for 500. Without further ado, the group resumed eating with great enthusiasm. Qin Yuma ate so hastily that before she could swallow, she choked, her face instantly flushed red as she coughed repeatedly. Lina, noticing this, quickly handed her water and gently patted her back. After a few sips, Qin Yuma finally recovered, but the next moment, she turned sharply and returned to the stall. Boss, this entire pot is ours, right? Fill my plate to the brim. Her ravenous determination stunned Lina and the others. Me too, fill mine up. But aren't you trying to lose weight? Eat less. I'll take the guilt for this one. Looking at her starving sisters, Lina felt exhausted. Leave some for me at least. Boss ya, your plates are too small. Use mine. Lina smiled as she produced her secret weapon. Xia Zhouyi stared at the large iron basin in Lina's hand, utterly dumbfounded. I assent that the tray you used to sell mousse cakes yesterday? Where did you pull that out from? Looks fragile and skinny. Can you really finish that much? Boss ya, don't worry. Pack the leftovers for me if I can't finish. I never waste food. Lina smiled. Xia Zhouyi smiled in return, but inwardly thought, this girl truly cannot be judged by appearance. During the brief moment awaiting more food, Qin Yuma and the other sisters couldn't help but start chatting. Boss, your fried rice is unbelievably good. Do you have a storefront? I want to become a member. Do you set up stalls in the mornings and evenings? Where? Yes. Where else do you sell? I'll come for all 3 meals. Suddenly, Xia Zhouyi felt as if 500 ducks were buzzing in his ears. The joys and sorrows of these beauties were worlds apart. He only sensed the irritation of a chubby orange cat. No storefront, just a stall during after-school hours. Xia Zhouyi replied expressionlessly. Oh boss, that one do. Let me speak frankly. The girls around here are very picky. Young boss, you have to work harder. Even a stall must be run seriously. Yes, even if you don't worry about customers at night, we'll help you bring them. Running a stall isn't a long-term plan. How about this, we pool some money and help you open a shop? Before Xia Zhouyi could respond, mocking laughter sounded behind him. You're gonna kill me laughing. You actually want to help the rich folks living on the penthouse floor of Junhua Mansion open a shop? Do you have assets worth over 100 million in your hands to dare do such a thing? Zhang Lai strolled over, finding this group utterly amusing. Zhang Haoquin had warned himself not to provoke these people, yet they were offering to sponsor them. She still vividly remembered Zhang Haoquin's astonished expression early that morning upon hearing the news. The penthouse of Junhua Mansion was worth over 100 million. It was nothing to his family, but completing all the transfer paperwork in a single day, that was terrifying. Tan, you live in the penthouse of Junhua Mansion? Lina asked in surprise, nearly losing grip of her fried rice. Not at all obvious. With such status, I feel like just one lollipop could fool me. My brother and I live quite high up. We can see a big wide river. The river is bustling with activity, so many big ships. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the motorbike-riding young ladies grew increasingly uneasy. Zhang Lai was right. Although they had some capital, it was only in the millions. Lina's net worth was at most in the tens of millions. None of them could afford even the lowest floor in Junhua Mansion. The wealthy elites living in the penthouse were beings beyond their reach. Yet here they were, selling fried rice on the street. They had thought Lina was irresponsible, but it turned out others shared her mindset. Do rich people all have such whims? If they told their families they knew a wealthy person living in the penthouse of Junyu Mansion and frequented his snack stall, their families would think they were crazy. Xia Zhouyi glanced at them silently and said, I sell at the stall simply because I enjoy it. I don't care about the money. The many young ladies. Exactly. Rich big shots all pretend like this. So, boss ya, do you set up your stall here every day? Lina harbored a vague sense of unease. Surely this person wouldn't be like herself, casually running a stall with a half-hearted effort, fishing one day and sunning the next? Xia Zhouyi paused in silence for a moment before replying, I should be around for all the classes this week. This week? I should be attending all the classes this week. Upon hearing these words, the young ladies all lifted their heads in unison. Even Zhang Lai furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intently on Xia Zhouyi. What do you mean? Explain to me what you mean by this week. Ah, boss Xia, where will you be setting up your stall next week? Lina, sensing something amiss, hurriedly inquired. Xia Zhouyi responded with another silence. I don't know. It depends on my mood. Wait, do you even realize what you're saying? What do you mean depends on your mood? If you're in a bad mood, you won't set up at all. Ah, if you're in a bad mood, we have to be in a bad mood too, right? I was already in a foul mood, and now it's even worse. Zhang Lai was taken aback by Xia Zhouyi's words. Boss, I have a restaurant. You can be the head chef. The restaurant is yours. I'll just keep the operational rights and 10% of the profits. You decide on staff management, business hours, everything. I only have one condition. It must be open at least 1 hour every day. Zhang Lai, truly a top-tier wealthy lady, proposed terms that were nothing short of commanding, effectively transferring full ownership of the restaurant to Xia Zhouyi. Xia Zhouyi could only laugh and cry inwardly. Frankly, if it were anyone else, they would have clung to Zhang Lai's thigh and lived off her generosity. But Zhang Lai had no idea that he was a man endowed with a system. A mere restaurant was nothing compared to the system's rewards. Take last week's reward, the Junyu Mansion, for example. Even if a restaurant operated excellently and became top-tier, earning such a residence would take at least a year or two. Yet, after completing a week's tasks, the system handed it over. Any fool would know which option to choose. After class, Jiang Tianhao emerged and saw Deng Xiaoqi standing by the roadside, holding a disposable plate and eating. He approached her with a puzzled expression, eyeing the egg fried rice in the plate, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Xiaoqi, aren't you on a diet? Even if you're starving, you can't just eat street food like this and standing while you eat. Mind your own business. Deng Xiaoqi replied without looking at Jiang Tianhao. Compared to Boss Xia, your hotel's head chef is nothing but a roadside vendor. This egg fried rice is so delicious. I'm happy to eat it standing. Jiang Tianhao felt foolish and quietly moved to the back of the line. He wanted to see just how tasty this fried rice could be. Soon, Deng Xiaoqi joined the queue behind him. Clearly one portion wasn't enough to satisfy her. Are you? Seeing Jiang Tianhao's astonished gaze, Deng Xiaoqi rolled her eyes. Damn it, I can't even enjoy a meal properly. I still have a bit of a school beauty's image to maintain around acquaintances. I'm bringing some for Meow Meow. Jiang Tianhao, unsuspecting, continued to wait in line. He, standing in line with Xiaoqi, the air itself seems fragrant. Eager to share a meal with his goddess, the moment the fried rice was in his hands, he couldn't resist taking a bite. That single bite instantly lit up Jiang Tianhao's eyes. This fried rice was absolutely exquisite. Seeing his wide-eyed, inexperienced expression, Deng Xiaoqi smiled. So how do you rate this street food? Does your hotel's head chef compare? Wow, this is unbelievably delicious. Having no expectations initially, the moment the sour plum egg fried rice touched his tongue, Jiang Tianhao felt revitalized. The slightly tart and sweet aroma was incredibly appetizing, awakening his taste buds. He nodded repeatedly as he ate, secretly grateful he hadn't missed out on this delicacy. Damn it, no wonder business at his family's hotel was declining. The chef there couldn't even hold a candle to this street vendor. Each grain of rice was distinct, thoroughly coated with sauce, bursting with flavor. Bite after bite, he couldn't stop. Oh man, I was so stupid. How could I only buy one portion of such amazing fried rice? Xiaoqi, do you mind if I cut in line again? Hey, what do you think? Deng Xiaoqi pointed at the crowd in line. The people waiting were not all her classmates. Some were just off work, their resentment still palpable. Dare to cut in line here and you'll meet your doom. Saying this, the school beauty glared at the murderous looks behind her and promptly ordered 3 portions of fried rice. Whether golden egg fried rice or sour plum egg fried rice, she took whichever came up next, no discrimination. Meow Meow left much later than the previous day. Damn it, she almost forgot she had broadcasting station duties after school. Why on earth did I foolishly sign up for the broadcasting station? If I miss the egg fried rice at the school gate, I'll regret it for a lifetime. Classes ended at 5:30. By 6 o'clock, she dashed out of the school gate. Her speed, like an arrow loosed from a bow, astonished Sanqi, who followed behind. Forget the arts, you should pursue a career as an athlete. Ah, God's bless me, Bodhisattvas bless me, Amitba hallelujah. Please, Bossya still be there, please. The fried rice hasn't tea sold out. Meow Meow prayed as she dashed forward, though she wasn't overly anxious. If nothing unexpected happened, her father should have gotten off work earlier and probably already bought the fried rice by now. Dad! Meow Meow slowed near the school gate, her eyes searching everywhere for Bossya's stall. Yet, when she saw the long line before the stall, her heart was filled with both excitement and despair. So many people, there was a high chance the fried rice wouldn't make it to her. What made her even more desperate was the figure at the very end of the line. So familiar she blurted out immediately. Lin Dawei turned upon hearing the call, and the father and daughter exchanged a glance, both covering their faces simultaneously. Damn it, looks like we won't get any fried rice. An ominous announcement followed, the ruthless voice of Boss Xia confirming it. The students at the back don't need to queue anymore. The fried rice is sold out. Unlike Meow Meow's expression, Zhang Tianhao was so excited he practically jumped 3 feet high. Woohoo! Waka waka, queuing twice and still getting the last portion. I'm unbelievably lucky. Zhang Tianhao proudly waved the fried rice in his hand as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. The people behind him clenched their teeth, their murderous glares impossible to conceal. Great, it's Housie. We're tight bros. He'll definitely share this fried rice with me, right? Meow Meow's heart leapt with joy as she quickened her pace. Are you sure your friendship will hold up in the face of this egg fried rice? Having tasted the fried rice, Lin Dawei shook his head. If there was only one portion, forget friendship, even his own daughter would give him pause. Howsy wouldn't he do that? What the heck? When she turned to ask Zhang Tianhao for a share, she was immediately slapped in the face by the scene before her eyes. Zhang Tianhao caught sight of her approaching from the corner of his eye and, without hesitation, lifted the plate and shoveled the fried rice into his mouth, devouring more than half in just 3 bites. Within seconds, the entire plate was gone. Why are you here, Meow Meow? Zhang Tianhao finally looked back, puzzled. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Don't get mad at a dog. Meow Meow was about to explode with anger. You even have that innocent look on your face. Like you don't know. Damn it, this dog saw me all along. Okay? Friendship over. Severed. Done. A snicker came from nearby. Deng Xiaoqi couldn't help but laugh. She had always known Zhang Tianhao was unreliable. Boo-hoo. Xiaoqi. You're the real best friend. That Zhang guy can just go to hell. Reinvigorated, Meow Meow grabbed the packed box in her hands and devoured the rice heartily, her delicate face soon covered in grains of rice. So touched. Not only did she pack food for herself in advance, but 2 portions at that. This sister. She could really cry. In comparison to her, Zhang Tianhao was utterly outclassed. Lin Dawei quietly scooped a spoonful of sour plum egg fried rice from another takeaway box and tasted it. This sour plum flavor tastes even better than the beef one. Originally, he only intended to try a bite and then leave the rest for Meow Meow. But who could resist the fried rice from Xia Zhouyi? Once he started eating, he simply couldn't stop. After finishing, his gaze lingered with lingering satisfaction as he glanced around. Dad Lin, protectively clutching the takeaway box, wore a wary expression as he looked at Lin Dawei. Ah, come on. You kid. Why are you still guarding your food? Dad could easily compete with you for it. Seeing his daughter's suspicious look, Lin Dawei smiled helplessly. Is that so? I don't believe you. Lin Meow Meow's step backward was earnest. She admired her own filial piety enough to share a portion, but snatching her own share was simply unacceptable. Nearby, Deng Xiaoqi watched the father and daughter's tender filial affection over a single bowl of fried rice and couldn't help but laugh again. Today's golden egg fried rice is a pity you didn't get to try it. That one was even more delicious. The Lin family duo, upon hearing this, looked towards the now empty stall with regret painted across their faces. How could they have missed out on such delicious fried rice? She, Lin Meow Meow, was tied up with her broadcasting station work. But Dad Lin, what were you thinking? Lin Dawei, sensing the accusing gazes and guilty looks from his daughters, coughed awkwardly twice and swiftly changed the subject. Well, your mother is still waiting for us at home. Now that we've finished both portions of fried rice, should we tell her the truth? Lin Meow Meow's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. If Mom found out that the 2 of them had eaten the fried rice and ignored her, Just the thought sent chills down her spine. She wasn't deliberately neglecting her mother. It was just that when eating, she hadn't thought that far. In their family, Wang Xingnan was the true sovereign of the food chain. Dad? Lin Miaomiao quietly approached Lin Dawei, flashing a silly smile. Let us just say we didn't manage to buy any. It was originally Xiaoqi's portion left for me, so I wouldn't be lying, right? Thinking of Wang Xingnan's angry expression, Lin Dawei felt a shiver run down his spine but resolutely nodded. All right, whatever you say then. The father and daughter exchanged a smile before hastily tidying up, discarding the empty takeaway boxes, and setting off for home. Xia Zhouyi hadn't returned home directly today either. Zhang Lai insisted on buying a gift for little Bai Xianchu, refusing to take no for an answer. A bright red Aston Martin Rapide sped ahead, while behind, a tricycle leisurely trailed in pursuit. Miraculously, the tricycle's speed was not at all lacking. Come on, the System S vendor tricycle runs on nuclear fusion energy. Not just one Aston Martin, even the high-speed train Xia Zhouyi dares to chase, let alone city traffic where speeds are low. Watching his brother catching up in the rearview mirror, little Bai Xianchu slowly let go of her worries, and instead stared curiously at the car's interior decorations. This was her very first time riding in a sedan. Previously, she had only watched the Litton family's carriage pass by and wondered what the inside looked like and how the outside scenery appeared from within. Huang Yi, your car is truly beautiful. The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed. Haha, you little one appreciate cars too?
Young Lai Laokhet.
So shiny and pretty, the little one said, pointing at the gleaming car keys. Hearing this, Zhang Lai couldn't help but chuckle. Is the key pretty? Would you like sister to give you one? No thank you. But, Zhang Jie, even though your car is nice, it's still not as good as my brother's. Little Bai Xianchu shook her head seriously. My brother drives so fast like the wind rushing by. When I open my mouth, I can swallow a whole bellyful of northwest wind and feel full. Wow, you're really something. Zhang Lai laughed until tears nearly streamed down her face, almost losing grip of the steering wheel. Was this little one a jester sent by monkeys? Her description was simply too amusing. At this moment, her thoughts strangely aligned with Lin Na's. Both wished to compete with Xia Zhouyi for custody of little Bai Xianchu. This little one was simply too adorable and hilarious. After laughing enough, Zhang Lai gently parked the car in the mall's parking lot, then turned to the little one with eyes full of tenderness and affection. Tan, what would you like to buy today? Sister will get it for you. Zhang Lai spoke softly, her voice brimming with indulgence. Upon hearing this, the little one shook her head repeatedly, her face radiating pure happiness. No, Zhang Jie, I lack for nothing. I sleep on a warm big bed, eat delicious rice, and yesterday my brother bought me lots of clothes and shoes. I really don't need anything. Zhang Lai smiled as she gently rubbed little Bai Xianchu, thinking that Xia Zhouyi was right. The little one was obedient, content, and sensible to the point of tugging at one's heartstrings. However, before coming, she had consulted Boss Xia. There were two things the little one likely wouldn't refuse. One was a Kobiton, quite rare and only available through factory customization. The other was a pet. Wow, originally planning to return home with her brother, the little one suddenly stopped, pointing at the glass display of the pet store, where countless kittens and puppies frolicked. The sight of the young pets captured the little one's attention. Wow, her expression was priceless. So chubby. The little one spread her tiny hands, unable to find words to describe the scene. Such plump, pudgy puppies were a first for her, utterly astonishing. Brother Zhang Jie, this is a piglet, right? Just a piglet that looks like a puppy, right? The little one questioned, bewildered. Zhang Lai was nearly killed by laughter at the little one's antics, affectionately pulling her close. Tan, how can you be this adorable? At that moment, Zhang Lai suddenly longed for a child exactly like this little one. The desire was strong and sincere. Do you like it? Xia Zhouyi led little Bai Xianchu inside to take a closer look. The little one approached and gently touched a reddish puppy, giggling softly. This little dog was also chubby, and she liked it. The attentive salesperson carefully set the puppy down at little Bai Xianchu's feet. The dog seemed to immediately recognize the little one as its new owner, licking her tiny feet and circling around her. With its wagging tail and pleading demeanor, little Bai Xianchu's heart melted. Her eyes both hopeful and cautious as she glanced at Xia Zhouyi. Had either her brother or sister shaken their heads, the little one might have burst into tears. It was evident that she truly liked the puppy. Tan, do you like this one? Or would you like to see more? If you pick several, sister will buy them all for you. Zhang Lai's intention this evening was clear. Whatever the little one liked, she would make it happen. Sister, I want this one. Is that okay? Xia Zhouyi and Zhang Lai accompanied little Bai Xianchu out of the pet shop, accompanied by a 2-month-old reddish Akita Shiba Inu, commonly known as a little native dog. It was so plump that even stepping down a slightly higher step would cause the dog's belly to get stuck. The little one loved it dearly, even holding it while eating. A new employee at the restaurant was about to remind them that pets were not allowed, but an experienced senior staff member swiftly pulled him back. If you don't want to work here anymore, that's your choice, but that's the boss. The senior whispered with a hint of reverence. The new employee was instantly startled, immediately lowering his head and refraining from approaching. Little Bai Xianchu cradled her new pet, her eyes sparkling with joy and a face full of happiness. Xia Zhouyi and Zhang Lai exchanged smiles as they watched the little one's expression. Tan, let us give the dog a name, Zhang Lai suggested. The little one tilted her head, thought for a moment, then excitedly declared, let us call it Fishball. The Fishball is chubby and round, just like the fishballs my brother cooked for lunch. After saying this, she rubbed the dog, clearly satisfied. Fishball? That's quite fitting. Xia Zhouyi nodded slightly in agreement. Woof woof. It seemed that Fishball also took a liking to the name, nuzzling against little Binchotan's embrace, wagging his tail even more joyfully. Tan, you must be starving. What would you like to eat? Sister will order it for you. Zhang Lai opened the menu and showed it to the little one. MHM. The little one finally released the dog. Although she had never raised a pet before, her grandmother had taught her well that dogs were not allowed at the dining table, no matter how beloved they were. Sister, do you have steamed rice? The little one flipped through several pages curiously but couldn't find a single familiar item. Zhang Lai and Su Hongdou were momentarily at a loss. This was a Western restaurant. Where would steamed rice come from? But it didn't matter. After all, she was the owner. Since the little one wanted rice, she promptly instructed the kitchen to cook a pot of it. Forget it, I'll just order for you. Realizing the little one might be unfamiliar with Western cuisine, Zhang Lai decided to take charge on her behalf. Of course, she still needed to ask for her opinion. Tan, do you not like foie gras? You want to eat it, right? How about beef? Do you want some? Yes. Fish? Do you want to try it? Yes. Snails? Would you like some? The little one was utterly bewildered. With wide, dazzling eyes framed by mascara, she looked incredulously at Zhang Lai. Sister Zhang, you mean snails are edible too? Zhang Lai loved seeing the little one's astonished reactions. Her little expressions were irresistibly adorable. Of course they are. I'll order 2 for you to try. MHM. The little cake served after the meal was also quite good, sweet and delightful. The little one recognized it. She had once worked at a bakery, performed well, and the kind owner had even given her a piece of bread, though unfortunately, she lost it. They ordered fish, shrimp, and eggs, feeling it was about enough. Zhang Lai called for the dishes to be served. Tan, the rice will take a while. How about eating the meat first? MHM? Qiu. Little Binchotan obediently nodded. As long as she had food, she was content. Even the bitter bracken fern she could eat. In fact, since coming to her big brother's place, her little belly had always been round and full, with 3 meals a day leaving her hardly hungry. Seeing Zhang Lai order so much, she worried they wouldn't finish and that it would go to waste. This happy dilemma didn't last long before the little one's attention was drawn elsewhere. The waiter arrived to set down the knife and fork. The little one furrowed her brows, feeling awkward and conflicted, her little face twisted in dilemma. Is this how you eat here? How am I supposed to fork the rice? Xiao Su, bring my sister a pair of chopsticks. Seeing this, Zhang Lai laughed and immediately called over the waiter to give the order. If you're not used to it, then don't be. Eat however you feel comfortable. Don't worry about what others think. Besides, this is your restaurant, you can eat however you like. The first dish was roast beef. Tan, how about sister cuts it for you? As Zhang Lai prepared to serve little Binchotan with knife and fork, she looked up and nearly burst out laughing at the little one's expression, her knife and fork frozen midair. The little one's face was a mixture of shock, disbelief, existential doubt, and a hint of the urge to escape. Is something wrong? Tan? Xia Zhouyi glanced at the little one curiously. Little Binchotan extended a tiny hand, pointing at the small piece of beef on the plate. Then she glanced around as if to confirm no one else was paying attention before whispering to Xia Zhouyi. Brother, this is a rip-off restaurant, right? Like one of those infamous scams? Such a tiny piece of beef, but it costs 2,000. The little one clearly remembered that the first page of the menu showed this style of steak, 2,000 a serving. The plate was huge, but the beef on it was just a tiny scrap. She was baffled and shocked. Ha. Watching Zhang Lai's face instantly darken, Xia Zhouyi couldn't help but chuckle. Tan, this rip-off restaurant belongs to your sister Zhang Lai. Huh? Oh dear sister, I didn't mean it like that. I just... Little Binchotan realized her mistake and quickly waved her hands, her face full of panic. You? Zhang Lai shook her head with a smile, then immediately speared a piece of beef and fed it to the little one. Try it. Though my food may not match your brother's, the taste is worth the price. Xia Zhouyi took a couple of bites and nodded. It's definitely good. The little one agreed. It's just a bit pricey. 2,000 could buy 40 of brother's fried rice. Truly, brother earns his money through hard work. Tan, try the snail too. It's delicious. Zhang Lai extracted the salt-baked snail from its shell. The little one was curious and eager to try it. This isn't as tasty as brother's fried rice. One dish after another arrived, and the little one ate with relish. Boss ya, aren't you reconsidering? Zhang Lai set down her knife and fork and asked again. Xia Zhouyi understood her meaning. Bringing him here was to let him intuitively grasp the restaurant's potential. Boss ya, your culinary skills are the most, magically talented I have ever seen. You can evoke feelings of happiness and warmth with such simple ingredients. Using such talent for a food stall feels like a waste. Oh? Xia Zhouyi couldn't help but smile. Is coming here not a waste then? Zhang Lai shook her head. With your incredible skills combined with my management, whether in business or politics, you could reach unimaginable heights. Xia Zhouyi chuckled and put down his utensils. He regarded this exquisitely made-up young lady with great interest. Miss Zhang, you seem quite confident. Boss ya, are you doubting my business acumen? Zhang Lai crossed her arms, wearing a proud expression. Not at all, Xia Zhouyi deliberately played coy. Just what? Just that. Although your vision is beautiful and feasible, I still refuse. Xia Zhouyi sipped his lemon water leisurely. No one can shake my determination to run a food stall. No one. It seems Boss Xia truly loves this free and easy lifestyle. Zhang Lai sighed, a flicker of envy in her eyes. After being refused twice, Zhang Lai didn't mind. After all, she was the same kind of person. Money couldn't buy her willingness. He had no need for business or politics. He just enjoyed doing what he loved. Such a person could not be swayed by her. Their subsequent interactions were harmonious, filled only with simple, sincere culinary discussions and the little one's ever-present joyful smile while eating. Sister Zhang's restaurant really is a rip-off, the little Binchotan thought to herself. Every dish is all fancy and flashy, but there's barely any food. She considered herself easy to feed and not very hungry, yet she only felt full after the 7th dish. Rip-off restaurants are terrifying. She quickly realized that a full meal here easily cost over 10,000. No wonder brother earns his money through hard work. He serves large portions, fills you up, and it's affordable, she murmured to herself. When they were about to head home, she noticed a beautiful young lady at the neighboring table apparently arguing with a waiter, likely trying to dine and dash without paying. That one do. Although her sister's restaurant was a rip-off, prices were clearly marked. Dine and dash was unacceptable. Pretty lady, what you're doing is wrong. If you have no money, you can stay and wash dishes. Running off without paying is not allowed. The little one turned her head, speaking with a strong sense of justice. The young lady at the next table was stunned. The little Binchotan had spoken in Japanese. Little sister, you understand Japanese? That's great. Can you help me translate? I'm not trying to dine and dash. The young beauty grasped the little one like a lifeline, her excitement evident. Language barriers had caused the dispute. The restaurant staff mostly spoke English, but not a single one spoke Japanese. The little one nodded repeatedly, then translated her words to Zhang Lai. Sister Zhang, this Miss Mikoto said she just got off the plane and momentarily forgot to exchange money. She has already asked a friend to go out and get cash. However, it seems something unexpected happened, and she won't make it in time. She's not trying to skip the bill. She wants to ask the waiter if she can settle the payment with Japanese yen first. Zhang Lai stared blankly at the little Binchotan, utterly incredulous. Tan, you understand Japanese? The little one blinked her large eyes, nodding innocently. Her expression seemed to say, what's the big deal? If I can talk, I can do that, quack. Zhang Lai smiled and gently patted the little one, then turned to the beautiful woman next door, wearing an apologetic smile. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Mikoto. You may use Japanese yen to pay. The little one translated faithfully. Upon hearing this, the woman next door visibly relaxed, a look of relief spreading across her face. Thank you so much, Miss Zhang, and to this little sister as well. I thought I was going to make a fool of myself today. Zhang Lai waved her hand with a smile. It's nothing. Our service was lacking. Mikoto smiled and readily produced a dozen banknotes in yen to settle the bill before turning to leave. The little one glanced at her retreating figure, then at the familiar Yukichi Fukuzawa notes on the table, then back at Zhang Lai, blinking her big eyes in bewilderment. Sister Jiang, did she give too much? No. The exchange rate today from RMB to yen is about 20-1. She spent 10,000 yuan, so 20,000 yen is correct. Jiang Lai looked at the little one with some puzzlement. The little Binchotan swallowed hard, then turned to Xia Zhouyi, her wide eyes filled with disbelief. Brother, RMB and yen aren't the same? No. 1 yuan can exchange for 20 yen? Yes. So the things we've been eating and buying these days are all paid for with RMB? Xia Zhouyi stifled a laugh, imitating the little one's expression and nodding with certainty. Encouraged by the confirmation, the little Binchotan was utterly dumbfounded. Her small brain brimmed with confusion, as if the entire world had been turned upside down. She looked down at the Yukichi Fukuzawa notes in her hand, then at Xia Zhouyi's suppressed grin, and began to question her very existence. Even though her salary converted to 66,000 yen, the cost of living in Magic City was just too exorbitant. She clearly remembered that yesterday, the things her brother bought for her. Clothes, shoes, toothpaste, and toothbrush cost 998 yuan, nearly 20,000 yen. That could buy 66,666 caddies of rice. 66,666 caddies of rice. Rice that would last her 2 years was literally worn on her body. Today's meal was even more outrageous. 1 bite of beef alone cost 40,000 yen, equivalent to over 1,000 caddies of rice. Sister Jiang, this place really is a ripoff.
Yang Lai.
Pfft. Ha ha ha. Xia Zhouyi was laughing so hard he could barely stand. After the little one had spent so long doubting life, this was the conclusion she came to. The little Binchotan turned to Xia Zhouyi, her tiny eyes wide with shock. Brother, 1 order of fried rice is 1,000 yen. So our stall is a rip-off too. Quack. Gah. Xia Zhouyi's laughter abruptly ceased. Pfft. Jiang Lai, witnessing Xia Zhouyi's sudden change in expression, couldn't help but laugh. The little one was truly amusing. Who would admit their own business was a rip-off? It was hilarious. Right, this sister's place is a rip-off. Your brother's stall is a rip-off too. Tan, you've fallen into the rip-off trap. Pfft. Ha ha ha. After realizing that RMB and yen were not the same, the little one felt uneasy the entire evening. It wasn't until they encountered an acquaintance on the way home and exchanged greetings that she gradually felt better. The cost of living in Magic City was high, but her brother provided food and lodging, so living expenses didn't seem so bad after all.
Brap Tantan.
If you work hard, you can still earn the equivalent of 200 caddies of rice every month. Mr. Xia, little Tantan, are you back from vending? Zhong Xiaoqin was quite pleased to see the little Binchotan and approached with a beaming smile to greet them. Mr. Xia on the rooftop was well known to the property management. Not only because he was their most distinguished client but also for his eccentricity. Living in a property worth over 100 million yuan yet riding a tricycle to sell goods was simply outrageous. Were the hobbies of the wealthy nowadays so refreshingly unconventional? The little Binchotan recognized her too. She had seen Zhong Xiaoqin yesterday when her brother took her to register at the property office. She smiled and waved. Sister, you're not off work yet? What are you doing here? Zhong Xiaoqin suddenly looked embarrassed and awkwardly reminded them. Actually, the elevator in this building is out of order and currently undergoing emergency repairs. Sorry for the inconvenience caused. Mr. Xia, if you have anything to carry upstairs, you can leave it with us for assistance. Xia Zhouyi was speechless. This was supposed to be one of Magic City's top-tier residential complexes, yet its elevators broke down every other day. If he remembered correctly, after Gu Jia moved in recently, it was bound to fail again soon. With so much paid in annual property fees, if the elevator was faulty, it should be replaced. Really sorry, I will report Mr. Xia's feedback to the manager. Zhong Xiaoqin bowed apologetically. Little Tantan, your brother bought you a dog, right? Let me help you carry the puppy upstairs. No need. The little Binchotan began to refuse, but Xia Zhouyi cut in immediately. You're pregnant. Don't do strenuous activities. If something happens, I can't take responsibility. Zhong Xiaoqin? My grandfather is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. I've learned a bit from him. If you don't believe me, you can check. Xia Zhouyi continued explaining, though it was all nonsense. He only knew about her pregnancy from the plot. With that said, he scooped up the dog and headed upstairs. He had no choice but to carry the dog because it was too fat and stuck on the chassis. It couldn't manage the stairs on its own. There was no need to worry about the little one's stamina. A child who had traveled barefoot over mountains to find work in town should be able to climb 20 flights of stairs. Tantan, we're going home now. Do you have the confidence to climb the 21st floor? Brother, I can do it. The little Binchotan patted her chest confidently. Brother, let us go home. Zhong Xiaoqin was left standing there, stunned. her adorable egg-shaped face full of surprise and confusion, utterly bewildered. Am I pregnant? Xia Zhouyi, holding the dog, strode forward and began climbing. Unexpectedly, by the 5th floor, the little one had already surpassed him. They climbed all the way to the 15th floor. He had wanted to rest but found he couldn't hold on. Seeing the little Binchotan patiently waiting so long, his damned competitive spirit pushed him onward. Even in midsummer, the temperature remained high at night. Xia Zhouyi felt the dampness of his sweat-soaked short sleeves and nearly wished the dog would walk on its own. It seemed his fitness regimen needed to be taken seriously. If he kept slacking off, he wouldn't be able to swing the big walk. Brother, should I carry fishball? No need. Xia Zhouyi gritted his teeth and climbed another 5 floors in one breath. Dragging himself home slowly, Xia Zhouyi realized living in a duplex wasn't entirely convenient. To go to the bathroom, he still had to climb another flight. He collapsed onto the sofa. If he didn't rest now, he felt he might just keel over. In stark contrast, the little one showed no signs of fatigue, brimming with vitality. Brother, where's fishball's food? His tummy is hungry. Woof, woof. Xia Zhouyi looked at the dog, which was as fat as a little piglet. How could it possibly look hungry? I brought the dog food in my bag. You look for it. With that, Xia Zhouyi struggled to get up from the sofa, dragging his weary body toward the bathroom upstairs. After a shower, he felt rejuvenated. Wearing loose pajamas, he returned to the living room to find the little Binchotan had already opened the dog food and was preparing to feed the dog. It was clear she truly adored this dog. The bowl she used to serve the dog food was an old, battered wooden bowl she had been using herself. Woof, woof. Yuan, my dear, there's no leftover rice at home. You shall have this instead. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. The dog wagged his tail as he circled around little Binchotan. Here's your bowl, eat up. Binchotan beamed happily as she gently stroked the dog's head. Clearly delighted. Watching Yuan relish her meal, Binchotan picked up a stray piece of dog food and grew curious. The milky aroma was even more enticing than plain rice, making her mouth water. Yuan, your food smells so delicious. May I try some too? The dog, ever so human-like in his devotion to eating, paused momentarily before extending his paw to nudge the dog bowl toward Binchotan. Woof, woof, woof. Little master, please, help yourself. Don't be shy. This dog was truly easygoing. Not only did he not guard his food, but he feared his little master might go hungry. Binchotan's face lit up with a broad smile, evidently very pleased with Yuan's behavior. She carefully pinched a piece of dog food, and just as she was about to pop it into her mouth, Xia Zhouyi hurried over. Tan, that's dog food, humans can't eat it. Binchotan looked at her brother with a puzzled expression. Her life experience taught her that if it wasn't unpleasant, anything edible to animals was edible for humans as well. This dog food smells so good. It surely can't taste bad. Xia Zhouyi chuckled and explained, dog food is specially formulated for dogs. Humans cannot digest it properly. The little one was curious. Brother, can dogs digest it? If not, would they get a big belly? Xia Zhouyi smiled, gently patting Binchotan's small head. Well, dogs' digestive systems are different from ours. They can process the ingredients in dog food. If a person eats it, it might cause discomfort. Oh, Binchotan nodded, half understanding. Yet her eyes remained filled with curiosity about the dog food. Smells so good. I still want to try some. Xia Zhouyi sighed. All right then, but only one piece at most. Seeing the hopeful gleam in her little sister's eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse and reluctantly relented. Okay. The little one placed the morsel gently in her mouth and chewed carefully, her face lighting up with delight. Delicious. So fragrant. Xia Zhouyi shook his head with a smile. This little foodie wants to try everything. The next day, outside the elite high school, Qin Yuma was waiting in the shade with her old classmate Hu Yifei. She had finished work a little late today and arrived nearly 5:30. Yet, seeing that the fried rice tricycle stall had not yet arrived, she was dumbfounded. Yuma, where's this delicious food you mentioned? There's hardly anything to eat by the school gate. Hu Yifei scanned the surroundings by the school entrance. The unremarkable stalls only sold egg burgers, turkey noodles, and starch sausages. It was bustling, but none of it seemed especially tasty. The vendor probably hasn't come yet. I'm telling you, this fried rice is amazing. I ate 2 portions yesterday afternoon, Hu Yifei said. I thought it would be something special, but it's just egg fried rice. If you want egg fried rice, tell me. I'm the best at making it. Hu Yifei grabbed Qin Yuma's hand, ready to leave, unwilling to wait for some roadside stall. Just then, an observant onlooker spotted the familiar tricycle. They're here. They're here. Qin Yuma excitedly pulled Hu Yifei along to the usual spot, joining the queue. At the same time, not only she was stirred. A large crowd of students burst out from the campus, clamoring as they rushed toward the place where Xia Zhouyi had set up his stall a couple of days ago. Without hesitation, they formed a long line. The owner of the turkey noodle stall looked on enviously. When would he ever have such loyal customers? Truly enviable. The next moment, he discreetly closed his warming box and moved to the back of the queue. He didn't even eat his own turkey noodles. His real meal had to be Boss Xia's fried rice. Excuse me, Xia Zhouyi, seeing so many students rushing out, called out from afar to remind them, and even the dog on the cart barked along. The students obediently stepped aside to clear a path, cheerfully greeting him. Boss Xia, why are you late today? In our class, that's punishable by writing a self-criticism. Yeah, I thought you'd skipped work. I almost went to the cafeteria instead. Boss Xia, you can't do this again, you have to be punctual. Boss Xia, I think you could cook the rice at home first and just sell it here. We don't mind pre-made dishes. Xia Zhouyi replied. Late? Punctual? I'm just running a stall, not a regular job. Besides, you guys just got out of school. How am I late? When one is speechless, sometimes a smile just slips out. Today's offerings were seafood fried rice and pineapple fried rice. Those allergic to seafood formed one group, while the second batch was cooking pineapple plum fried rice. Hearing about today's new varieties, the students' enthusiasm, which hadn't subsided, rose another notch. I still haven't had yesterday's golden egg fried rice. No more today? I love seafood too. Perfect. Pineapple fried rice? SNT, that's some dark cuisine? Sweet fried rice. Can you even eat that? You just don't get it. Pineapple fried rice with a sweet and sour taste is absolutely divine. Sweet dishes are heresy. Xia Zhouyi said nothing, heated the wok with oil, and poured in the rice to stir-fry. Little Binchotan arranged her seat and returned to the stall with the dog to wait. The quarrels of the older siblings were quite entertaining. Fried rice, sweet or savory, she loved them all. Qin Yuma was disappointed. She didn't really like either of today's fried rice choices. She disliked fishy flavors and was allergic to pineapple. Her favorite was still yesterday's golden egg fried rice, which wasn't available today. Let us go, Yuma. It's just fried rice. If you don't like it, don't eat it. Hu Yifei pulled Qin Yuma along, baffled by her hesitation. Just as Qin Yuma was about to nod, the aroma of seafood fried rice wafted over. Meanwhile, Lin Miaomiao and her family of 3 in the queue had no such qualms. Wang Shengnan hadn't cooked dinner tonight, so the couple met up at school, and Lin Miaomiao came directly to wait for the fried rice. Their daughter's enthusiasm for fried rice yesterday had been revealed, so Wang Shengnan trusted no one but herself to buy the fried rice today. As the aroma of fried rice intensified over the fierce flames, they began discussing how many portions to order. Their family, like little Binchotan, didn't discriminate between sweet or savory. They loved anything delicious. I'll have at most 2 portions, plus 1 for a midnight snack. If reheated, the taste stays good. I might stock some for breakfast and lunch tomorrow. Wang Shengnan calculated her portions and glanced at her daughter and husband. Lin Miaomiao was ecstatic. She adored both seafood and pineapple. Estimating her appetite, she immediately ordered 2 portions of each. After all, Dad was paying. Lin Dawei silently mourned his wallet while pondering whether to buy portions for breakfast and lunch tomorrow. It wasn't that they were wealthy. It was just that he heard Boss Xia wouldn't be back next week, so every meal was precious. He wasn't even sure if the fried rice could be stored well in the fridge. Then someone at the front of the line suddenly ordered an entire wok. Xia Zhouyi was momentarily stunned. Miss Qin, you're buying so much? Will the 2 of you finish it all? He looked behind her, puzzled. Where was Lin Na today? Instead, there was an extra Hu Yifei. Regarding the iPartment series, he detested Hu Yifei the most, a typical self-centered individual who, throughout all 5 seasons, had never done anything for her friends and often bullied Zhang Wei and others. However, as a customer, he couldn't just kick her out. Boss Xia, if we can't finish it, I can keep it in the fridge and eat it slowly. I tried it yesterday. Though the taste drops a bit after reheating, it's still better than having nothing a few days later. Hearing Qin Yuma's words, the customers behind them all nodded in understanding. That makes sense. Just over 3,000 yuan. Anyone with a job can bite the bullet and afford it. Boss, I'll take a whole wok too. I want pineapple fried rice. Me too. I'll take half a wok. Anyone want to share? Xia Zhouyi, the 6th customer? Another customer further back. I'll share. Even more customers. Whoa, what the hell are they lining up for a damn team? Boss Xia can cook at most 4 woks of fried rice. And you've all placed orders. What are we supposed to eat? Take a good look into everyone's eyes and answer loudly. What are we going to eat? You beasts are the few people in front of me pigs. Boss Xia, Please impose a purchase limit quickly, or I, standing sixth in line, 1 tea get a bite. Exactly, without limits, none of us will get to eat. At most 2 portions each. I counted, even with a limit of 3 portions. It's barely enough to get some. Realizing the unfairness, the diners protested. This just 1 tea do, although they wanted to compete for a whole wok. If it wasn't tea it simply wouldn't tea work. Xia Zhouyi pondered for several seconds. For him, it didn't tea matter whether selling wok by wok or portion by portion. The total number of portions for the task remained unchanged, and the latter was even more convenient. However, though the stall was a task, it was also a way of life. If someone came along and bought up all the portions at once, the whole process would lose meaning, becoming merely a tool to complete a task, robbing it of the joy of life. He sympathized with the thoughts of those behind, so he spoke up. How about this? It's a bit unfair to limit purchases for those ahead, so if they have no objections, let the first wok be distributed among them. For the following 3 woks, each person is limited to 2 portions. The crowd of diners nodded enthusiastically. We agree too, we're happy to have limits. Exactly, if there are no limits, someone might buy all 4 woks, and we just watch helplessly. Boss, giving them 1 wok is fine by us, we can still get some from the rest. Yes, as long as we can buy some, it's okay to get less. Boss, can you cook 2 woks together? I want 1 portion of each kind. Xia Zhouyi's head ached from the noisy crowd, who said only women equal 500 ducks. Male customers are just as bad. But the consensus was reached. Except for the first wok, the rest would be limited. Including Hu Yifei, the first 5 people each received 10 portions of seafood fried rice. Freshly cooked, the golden grains of rice were speckled with bright red shrimp, verdant scallions, and orange-yellow crab meat. Truly enticing, emanating a savory aroma. Another wok of pineapple fried rice was sizzling, fragrant with bright yellow pineapple chunks and green peas, offering a sweet and sour scent, starkly different from the savory seafood fried rice, yet equally tempting. Thank you, Tan. Yifei, snap out of it. Don't just stare at the wok while eating from the bowl. Besides, you haven't even started eating your bowl yet. If you don't, I will. Ling Meow Meow smiled, picking up a disposable spoon and handing one to Hu Yifei. Hu Yifei came back to her senses, then sat down at the folding table with her plate. The moment the aroma wafted out, she couldn't move, but now holding the food, she hesitated to begin. The fried rice, complete in color, aroma, and flavor, resembled a work of art, too precious to ruin. What if it tastes bad? That would be such a disappointment. Thoughts raced through Hu Yifei's mind as she unconsciously scooped a steaming spoonful of fried rice. Before she realized it, the rice was already in her mouth. Instantly, Hu Yifei's pupils contracted sharply, as if every taste bud had been awakened. The exquisite flavor exploded in her mouth, carrying the subtle sweetness of sea shrimp, the tender silkiness of crab meat, and just the right hint of savory saltiness, all woven into an unparalleled delight. Her eyes lit up immediately, her face glowing with incredulous delight. What the hell is this divine fried rice? It's so delicious she wanted to scream. Unable to resist, Hu Yifei scooped another spoonful, savoring every detail, afraid to miss any nuance. This time, she discovered an even deeper layer of flavor. A warm, wonderful sensation, cozy and comforting. Hu Yifei's eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively glancing at Ling Meow Meow. Tasty, isn't it? Ling Meow Meow raised an eyebrow proudly, as if all this had been expected. Her gaze held a trace of pride mixed with anticipation for Hu Yifei's reaction. This is simply too delicious. Hu Yifei nodded emphatically, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. This fried rice is incredible, thousands of times better than anything I've cooked myself. It's also a recipe shared by my best friend. Unfortunately, she is not here. Putting aside unhappy thoughts, the two resumed eating voraciously. Every grain of rice absorbed the essence of the seafood, bursting with flavor. Hu Yifei and Ling Meow Meow ate with great relish, unable to stop. While eating, Hu Yifei's mind wandered to the wok still cooking. If the seafood fried rice was this good, the other kind must be no less delicious. She even considered shamelessly lining up again to buy the pineapple fried rice. But the queue at the stall had already grown to over 100 people. Even if she could still buy some, it probably wouldn't be her turn. At last, she understood why Ling Meow Meow praised this fried rice so highly and wanted to buy an entire wok at once. Such foresight. Too bad she hadn't succeeded. Yet, failure now didn't mean no chance later. If the street stall food was this good, Boss Xia's other dishes surely wouldn't be inferior. If she became friends with him, maybe she could crash at his place every day for meals, or even invite him to the love apartment to cook grand feasts for everyone. Would Boss Xia want to be friends with her? Come on, who was Hu Yifei? She was a youthfully invincible beauty, a classic great beauty. Couldn't she easily win over a street stall owner? Thinking this, Hu Yifei brimmed with confidence, already envisioning Boss Xia obediently coming to the love apartment under her gentle persuasion, cooking delicious dishes for everyone. She patted Qin Yuma on the shoulder and smiled. Yuma, you're this happy over just some fried rice? Watch me. I'll treat you to a big feast. Qin Yuma gave her a bewildered look. With that, Hu Yifei flipped her hair back, wearing a smile she believed could captivate thousands of men, and confidently approached Xia Zhouyi. Xia Zhouyi was busy serving rice to waiting customers and was slightly taken aback when he saw Hu Yifei approaching. He then politely said, "If you want to buy fried rice, please queue up. Besides, you just bought some." Hu Yifei smiled softly, revealing 2 charming dimples, and said, "Boss Xia, I'm not here to buy fried rice. I'm here to find you." Xia Zhouyi looked puzzled. "Find me? What's the matter?" Hu Yifei stepped closer, smiling as she said, "Add a green bubble, Boss Xia, I want to be friends with you." As she gently touched the screen and lit up her phone, a subtle, barely perceptible disdainful smile flickered at the corner of her mouth. "Men, bow down before my charm." But in the next moment, Hu Yifei's smile faded. When she prepared to scan Xia Zhouyi's code, he shook his head gently and calmly said, "I don't have a green bubble." Deng Xiaoqi, who was scanning the WeChat QR code to pay, froze. Qin Yuma, pinned at the top of the chat with Boss Xia on WeChat. Other onlookers. Boss Xia is truly a paragon of male virtue. Such a delicate beauty wants his contact info, and he won't even give it. Hu Yifei glanced at Xia Zhouyi, then at the QR code at the stall, feeling as if frozen by some icy spell, her face contorted, eyes blazing with fury. Her murderous glare was impossible to conceal. "You damn!" Boss Xia was truly ruthless. He could even drive away such a beautiful sister. Lin Miaomiao watched Hu Yifei storm off in a huff, inexplicably a little pleased. She didn't add Boss Xia on WeChat, but Xiaoqi and I did. Boss Xia won't think I'm prettier than that beauty, right? Wahahaha. Boss Xia has such good taste. I told you, I'm definitely a great beauty too. Stop grinning so foolishly. Wang Shengnan slapped Lin Miaomiao on the head. There are so many people. Even with purchase limits, there should still be fried rice left when it's our turn, right? Wang Shengnan surveyed the queue and felt a creeping sense of unease. Dawei Lin furrowed his brow, sharing the sentiment. Yet, none of them entertained the notion of surrender. Having come this far, they resolved to patiently endure the queue. At the stalls where pots were scrubbed, fried rice was cooked, and meals packed, Xia Zhouyi was so busy he scarcely found a moment to drink water. It was the little one, feeling concern for his elder brother, who handed him a cup of water. "Thank you, Tan," he murmured. Just as he prepared to pause and take a sip, a sudden, thunderous shout shattered the calm like a bolt from the blue, startling everyone present. Instinctively, all eyes turned toward the source of the commotion. There, a figure with sausage-like lips and a face swollen to resemble that of a pig's head came into view. The sight was both comical and irresistibly laughable, yet it carried an undercurrent of an indescribable, eerie aura. "Damn, brother, are you swollen? Is this fried rice poisoned? Shit. I knew the fried rice couldn't be this delicious without some sneaky ingredients." Heartless and unscrupulous boss, recklessly endangering lives. Xia Zhouyi was left utterly bewildered by the unexpected incident. "Impossible, how could there be anything wrong with my fried rice?" he protested, as the crowd's anger swelled. Demanding an explanation from Xia Zhouyi, the swollen-faced man with the pig-like visage shook his large tongue and stammered, "Buguan, Xia Laoban Shura, Shuro, Haixin, Gua, Ming, Mogun, Si, O, Yuhotaene Yan, Jiwi Hu, Uisiode." "What did he say?" asked Shengnan Wang. Dawei Lin leaned in closer, catching the man's words, and was rendered speechless. It sounded like a seafood allergy. Damn, this brother knew he was allergic but still devoured the food so recklessly. He was courting death. As Lin Dawei relayed the message, everyone waiting at the stall felt as if a crow had flown overhead, a collective sigh rippling through the crowd. Their gazes returned once more to the swollen-faced man, who, despite resembling a steamed bun, exhibited eyes filled with profound obsession and reluctance to part with the fried rice, scooping it up spoonful by spoonful, still yearning to eat. A true warrior. His existence eloquently affirmed the diversity of humanity. Even seasoned gourmets cast him a respectful glance. At this moment, Xia Zhouyi was caught between laughter and tears. He had never imagined his fried rice would precipitate such a calamity. Hastening forward, he explained, "Everyone, please calm down. I will contact the hospital right away. There's absolutely no dodgy ingredients in my fried rice. This brother simply has a seafood allergy. Brother, please stop eating. Once you recover, come to my place another day, you'll have all the fried rice you want. With that, Xia Zhouyi swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed emergency services. The surrounding customers gradually regained composure, engaging in murmured discussions, some expressing sympathy, others wrestling with indecision. I have a mild seafood allergy too. Should I try a bite? After all, 1-4 drip could earn me a free meal from Boss Xia. Not a bad deal, but even mild allergies can be life-threatening. Yet the fried rice smells so heavenly, and the chance to eat as much as I want is right here. Such was the endless internal debate. After all, opportunities like this were rare. Boss Xia's generosity surely extended beyond just fried rice. Mom, why am I not allergic to seafood? Meow Meow Lin lamented, withdrawing her gaze regretfully. That brat, what are you plotting? Xingnan Wang scolded. Meow Meow, I warn you, if you cause trouble, I'll beat you senseless, Lin Miaomiao's mother retorted. Having just ended his call, Xia Zhouyi scanned the crowd and noticed the eager anticipation flickering across many faces. Sensing something amiss, he promptly raised his voice to quell the unrest. Stop. Enough with the commotion. Anyone who knowingly eats seafood despite allergies will be blacklisted. I will never sell to them again. Several hardened individuals in the crowd shook their heads in regret, lamenting their own lack of resolve and the missed opportunity. Boss Xia, rest assured, we can distinguish between a single meal and a full feast, one muttered. Xia Zhouyi groaned. Damn, you really think that way? Huh? The ambulance arrived swiftly. Upon understanding the situation, several doctors and nurses hurriedly lifted the swollen-faced man onto a stretcher, administering a glucose drip first. Within less than 3 minutes, the vehicle sped away. The crowd, now dispersed, resumed orderly cues. Xia Zhouyi returned to his stall, gulping down 3 cups of water, drenched in sweat from the ordeal. Speechless. It's just 1 serving of fried rice. Brother, why risk your life like this? The line gradually shortened. Xingnan Wang, muttering about unreliable husbands and daughters, felt a secret relief. Fortunately, she had come. Otherwise, if rationing were enforced, that father and daughter pair would have surely devoured everything. Alas, 2 servings of fried rice still left her unsatisfied. She licked her lips and cast a glance at her beloved daughter. Her unabashed expression startled Meow Meow Lin. Mom, what are you going to do? Meow Meow stammered. Although known for her hearty appetite, inherited from her mother, who could eat even more, seeing her mother's hostile gaze toward the fried rice, she hastily covered her mouth with her hand. Haven't you been clamoring for KFC all along? Here, I'll give you money to buy it. This fried rice is too greasy. Watch out for acne. Xingnan Wang offered a friendly smile, attempting to appear kindly and loving, the epitome of a good mother. Meow Meow Lin retorted, Mom, do you even realize what you're saying? Suddenly, not knowing what possessed her, she bolted toward the school grounds. Security guard, help. Someone's trying to snatch me, she cried. In an instant, the security personnel at the school gates sprang into action, their recent training in restraint tactics making them intolerant of such mischief. Xingnan Wang's face darkened. Dawei Lin face-bombed, speechless. Even Xia Zhouyi was dumbfounded.
Ah, Miao Miao la.
You truly have a knack for courting disaster. Elsewhere, Shaoqin Zhong held a freshly printed report, sharing with her close friend Gu Jia the mixture of excitement and apprehension brought on by her pregnancy. After Gu Jia's comforting words, Shaoqin remembered Xia Zhouyi and pondered whether to head upstairs to thank him. I should thank him. As you said, if Mr. Xia hadn't warned me, I might have had problems halfway through. He practically saved my life. It wouldn't be right not to express my gratitude, Shaoqin reflected, a shadow of fear still lingering at the thought of losing her child. If that had happened, she could never forgive herself. Too bad you're already married with a child. Otherwise, a life-saving debt would warrant an offer of marriage. Then we could even be neighbors, Gu Jia teased. Shaoqin Zhong laughed heartily. Whoever it is, get off my best friend right now. Gu doesn't joke about such things, she said, her laughter interrupting her own words. By the way, Gu is my godson, all right? I heard you say he didn't pass his interview at noon, and I was so worried, Shaoqin asked. On this matter, Shaoqin was eager to defend her friend's cause. What kind of lousy kindergarten charges exorbitant fees and then decides whether parents qualify to enroll their kids? It's like paying for punishment, and it's so arbitrary. Even a family as outstanding as Gu's can't get in. Does this school teach Taoism or magic? Their standards are absurd. Gu Jia shook her head, her mood having improved. She replaced Shaoqin's coffee with orange juice. Is there still hope for the kindergarten? Shaoqin inquired anxiously. Though she didn't understand the significance of an elite kindergarten, she had witnessed Gu Jia's efforts over the past year. including purchasing a house. If Gugu couldn't get in, she might consider drastic measures. They Haven T rejected us outright but asked us to wait for notification, probably giving us time to maneuver, Gu Jia explained. She was astute enough to grasp the intricacies involved. However, having just moved into Junhua Mansion, their social network was still undeveloped, and they had no one to advocate on their behalf. Xiaoqin, you know my situation, so I might need your help with something. Me? What help can I offer? Xiaoqin was clear about her own limitations. You work in property management and probably know many residents. Is there anyone among them who could write a recommendation letter and whom you could speak to on our behalf? Gu Jia smiled as she spoke. Zhong Xiaoqin pondered for a moment before unlocking her phone and beginning to search for information. Originally, Mrs. Wang, the chairwoman of the homeowners committee, should have been able to handle this, but she moved to the neighboring community last week, so I have no say, Zhong Xiaoqin lamented. Gu Jia was speechless. Then who else is there besides her? There's also Mr. Xia upstairs. The penthouse gets one recommendation slot each year, but Mr. Xia has a younger sister, who might be a bit younger than Xian. Gu Jia understood Zhong Xiaoqin's implication. Mr. Xia might have allocated the slot to his sister, but it was worth trying. How could they be certain of the situation? You said she might be a bit younger. Maybe they'll only send her to kindergarten next year. Isn't that a coincidence? How about I bake a cake and we visit Mr. Xia together later? Though they had yet to meet, Gu Jia was confident that no matter how thin the thread, she could weave a connection once it reached her. All right, I'll ask Mr. Xia what time he closes up. As the appointed hour approached, they took the freshly baked cake and decided to wait downstairs. Then, she beheld the grand and opulent gate, which swung open in its entirety the moment Xia Zhouyi arrived. Gu Jia's expression turned surreal as she watched a three-wheeled cart clatter open. The signboard on the vehicle flashed with a kaleidoscope of colors. Although Zhong Xiaoqin had told her that Mr. Xia liked to run a stall, seeing this humble, unassuming tricycle in person left Gu Jia struggling to maintain her composure. Her entire demeanor was one of stunned disbelief. Goodness, she had assumed Mr. Xiao's stall was just for show, but it turned out he was serious. He even used the stall cart as his mode of transportation. In a neighborhood filled with luxury cars, wasn't he afraid of being ridiculed for driving such a vehicle? She knew some wealthy individuals had eccentricities, but Mr. Xia's was hard to categorize. Wasn't this eccentricity a bit too grounded in reality? Gu Jia was shocked and bewildered, feeling utterly out of touch with the true life of the affluent. She followed Zhong Xiaoqin in a daze until they reached Xia Zhouyi. To facilitate loading and unloading vegetables, Xia Zhouyi simply parked the tricycle in a ground-level parking space. Tan, are you closing up the stall now? How was business today? Zhong Xiaoqin smiled and approached to lift the little Binchotan down. The little one said, excitedly waving his hands. Xiaoqin sister, I have to tell you, business was great. There was even an auntie who nearly fought to get some food. She actually fought? That sounds like an experience I should try. Where do you set up your stall? The group chatted as they walked, with little Binchotan babbling nonstop to Zhong Xiaoqin. It must be said, Zhong Xiaoqin was truly an excellent conversationalist, very affectionate with children, and the two got along splendidly. Xiaoqin sister, this week we've been selling fried rice at the gate of elite middle school. My brother's fried rice is the best in the world. The little one spoke proudly of this, though his brother's prices were steep, bordering on exploitative. Still, everyone who had tasted it praised it. If you want to try it, you need to come early. We set up at 5 o'clock and sell out by 6. Business is that good. All right. Before they realized it, the elevator had arrived at the 21st floor. The sun was setting in the west, and in the distance, the sky blazed with resplendent evening clouds, as if draping the earth in a veil of golden silk. The penthouse offered an excellent vantage point, with a clear view of the boats traversing the Huangpu River. The sight stirred a deep sense of awe, as though standing atop the world, filled with the grandeur of surveying all beneath. This was Gu Jia's first time on the top floor of Junhua Mansion. Amazed by the lavish decor, she learned that the penthouse was a duplex spanning 3 levels, each adorned with sumptuous elegance. Truly befitting a mansion of luxury, the air inside seemed imbued with the fresh fragrance of flowers and herbs, refreshing and uplifting. Mr. Xia, the air in your home is incredibly fresh. Have you installed some advanced ventilation system? Feels just like natural breeze, truly enviable. Gu Jia inquired with curiosity. You could say that. I don't know much about the renovations, Xia Zhouyi said, glancing at the wide-open door of the guest bedroom on the 2nd floor, his mouth twitching. Isn't it just like being in nature? The bedroom opens right onto a primeval forest. If you come in the morning, you can even hear the birds singing. Mr. Xia, this is my friend Gu Jia. She just moved in here as well, living right below you. The absent-minded Zhong Xiaoqin finally remembered to introduce them. Gu, this is Mr. Xia and his sister, little Bai Xianchu. Gu Jia set down the cake and extended her slender hand to shake Xia Zhouyi's. Hello, Mr. Xia. Bai Xianchu is truly adorable and well-behaved. My son is quite the handful by comparison. Xia Zhouyi returned the polite gesture, his gaze revealing a hint of admiration for Gu Jia's poised demeanor. Miss Gu, you're too kind. Little Tan is indeed very well-behaved. Nearby, Bai Xianchu blinked his big eyes, seemingly understanding the conversation between his brother and sister, shyly pursing his lips into a smile, looking adorably silly. Tan Tan. If you're hungry, have some cake first. It's a gift from your sister Gu Jia. Sitting down, Xia Zhouyi promptly cut a piece of cake for the little one. Wow, such a big, beautiful cake. Little Bai Xianchu's expression was priceless. Yesterday, Sister Zhang Lai had given him a small cake, which had already delighted him greatly. Today, there was an even larger one. While working in the small town, he had seen children's birthday cakes just like this. Sister, is today your birthday? Happy birthday. Gu Jia was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and patted the little one's head. No, this is a gift to celebrate our meeting. I'm very glad to know you, Bai Xianchu. Oh, hee. I'm glad to meet you too, Sister Gu Jia. Please take care of me from now on. Haha, and you take care of me as well. Gu Jia laughed, charmed by the little girl's sweetness and gentleness. Little Bai Xianchu eagerly accepted the piece of cake Gu Jia handed over, promptly scooping up a spoonful and savoring it with a satisfied smile. Delicious. With the little one around, the atmosphere was never dull, especially with someone as perceptive as Gu Jia. Before long, she had won little Bai Xianchu's affection. Mr. Xia, may I ask if little Bai Xianchu has started kindergarten yet? Xia Zhouyi shook his head in puzzlement, not understanding why Gu Jia suddenly asked. Nevertheless, he answered truthfully, not yet. Schooling will be considered later. For now, the little one can't be without me. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy shone in Gu Jia's eyes, and she smiled. I see. Mr. Xia, I have a favor to ask. If the kindergarten recommendation slot ISNT used for little Bai Xianchu this year, could it be given to my son, Su Zian? Xia Zhouyi was utterly confused. He knew Gu Jia wanted her son to attend kindergarten, and in the original plan, they had sought Mrs. Wang's help because she could make it happen. He wasn't a board member of the kindergarten and had no influence over their decisions. What recommendation slot? Xia Zhouyi asked, looking at the two women in bewilderment. Zhong Xiaoqin and Gu Jia exchanged glances, their expressions full of hesitation. Mr. Xia, don't you know? It's a perk for penthouse residents at Junyue Mansion. They get one yearly recommendation slot for school admission. Zhong Xiaoqin reminded him. Only then did Xia Zhouyi understand. He had always found it absurd that the kindergarten required interviews, not just for the children but also for the parents, and that the entire process was conducted in English, with selections based on family background. This is China. Foreigners are no longer superior, you know. The parents are just willingly paying for the trouble. It's self-inflicted misery. Xia Zhouyi sneered at the notion. Even if little Bai Xianchu started school, he would never send the child to such a so-called elite institution. If I don't need it but Gu Jia does, then she can have it. I don't mind. Very well, it's just one recommended spot. If you want it, I'll give it to you. However, Xia Zhouyi's tone suddenly shifted, a hint of playful teasing glimmering in his eyes. But, Gu Jia, you must agree to one condition. Gu Jia's heart tightened. She thought Xia Zhou might be like President Yuan, someone with a beastly heart beneath a human face, coveting her beauty. In an instant, all sorts of sordid conditions flashed through her mind. She had her boundaries and would never consent to his demands. Just as she was about to pick up her glass to splash water on Xia Zhouyi's face, she heard him continue. You have to pay more. One cake, simply one tea do. At least 10 are needed. Gu Jia opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Just this? She had raised her guard for nothing. Phew, Mr. Xia, please don't breathe so heavily when you speak. I almost thought you were going to make that kind of request. That kind of request? Xia Zhou looked at Zhong Xiaoqin with curiosity. Zhong Xiaoqin was at a loss for words. Xiaoqin had assumed it would be 100 or 80 cakes. If Mr. Xia had said that, she would have gritted her teeth and agreed. 10 was nothing. It looked like she had gained a great deal. Gu Jia smiled, deftly easing the tension. Oh, it seems I'm getting less. Haha, it's settled then, 10 cakes. But in the future, if Mr. Xia or little Bai Xianchu wants something to eat, just say the word. I'll make it for you at any time, Gu Jia said generously, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Xia Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Many thanks, Mrs. Gu. Hee. Thank you, Sister Gujia, the little one said, his face instantly lighting up with a radiant smile upon hearing there was something delicious, happily offering his thanks. Everyone present felt exceedingly pleased and joyful. Zhong Xiaoqin and Gujia exchanged a glance, both eyes sparkling with amusement. Wonderful. By the way, I came to thank Mr. Xia. I went to the hospital today for a checkup, and it's confirmed. I'm pregnant. Zhong Xiaoqin expressed her gratitude. Mr. Xia, please let me know when you're free. My husband and I would like to invite you to dinner. Xia Zhou waved his hand, politely declining. No need for thanks. I was merely speaking out of turn. No need for dinner. I've been a bit busy lately and might not find the time. He had some interest in dining with Zhong Xiaoqin but none with Chen Yangyu. That one tea do? You are a great benefactor. So this meal must be hosted, Zhong Xiaoqin insisted. No, Miss Zhong, if you truly want to thank me, how about this? Instead of setting a date, why not do it today? You haven't had dinner yet, right? Come to my home and cook us a meal yourself. Xia Zhou smiled. Zhong Xiaoqin's mind turned swiftly. It didn't seem impossible. Chen Yu was still uncertain about keeping the child, so she might not be able to genuinely thank him. Preparing the meal herself would indeed be more heartfelt. The kitchen is this way, Gugu, come help me. Gujia. Is it really decided so hastily? Alright, I'll send Mr. Su a message to explain and let him know I want to be eating at home tonight. She was uneasy about leaving Zhong Xiaoqin alone, worried about the awkward situation of a lone man and woman. A moment later, Mr. Xia, how do you turn on your gas stove? Mr. Xia, where do you keep your sugar? Mr. Xia, where's the fire extinguisher? Xia Zhou looked utterly speechless. He had barely lived in this brand new mansion for a few days and certainly didn't want to end up homeless. Forget it, you two come out. I'll handle it myself. In the living room, under Gu Jia's intense gaze, Zhong Xiaoqin's face flushed crimson. How embarrassing, it was utterly mortifying. She had nearly set the mansion on fire. Xiaoqin, I honestly don't know what to say to you this time, Gu Jia said, nearly despairing at her absent-minded sister. Gugu, I didn't mean to. Who knew the gas stove was so sensitive? The moment I lit it, it flared up wildly. I was so scared I quickly let go, and the flame just shot out, Zhong Xiaoqin complained, tears welling in her eyes. Gu Jia sighed helplessly and gently patted her shoulder. Alright. I know you didn't do it on purpose, but you have to be more careful. This isn't your home. If something really happened, how would we explain it? Zhong Xiaoqin nodded repeatedly. I understand. I'll be extra cautious from now on. Just then, little Bai Xianchu poked his head out from the kitchen, a mischievous smile playing on his face. Two elder sisters, dinner is ready. You can come and eat now. Gu Jia and Zhong Xiaoqin exchanged glances, both smiling sheepishly before following the little one into the dining room. Pressed for time, dinner was simply a bowl of noodles. Xia Zhou first added some seafood sauce to everyone's bowls, then dripped a few drops of sesame oil. He scooped the cooked noodles with a strainer, quickly rinsed them in cold water, and placed them into the bowls, ready to serve. Dig in, don't be polite. Brother is starting now. Zhong Xiaoqin and Gu Jia looked at the clear broth noodles before them with delight and surprise. The base was transparent and simple, appearing to be an ordinary bowl of clear soup noodles, but the aroma was utterly mouth-watering. We want to be polite. Slurp, slurp. Gu Jia, who usually loved noodles, brightened the moment they touched her lips. She chewed carefully. The noodles were perfectly al dente, and combined with the fresh seafood sauce, it was simply a match made in heaven. Wow, Mr. Xia, how did you do this? These noodles are incredible. Gu Jia abandoned all decorum, eyes fixed only on the soup and noodles, often swallowing just to eagerly take another bite. The old habit of not eating after noon was long forgotten. No one could stop her from devouring this bowl of noodles. Her hearty appetite stunned Zhong Xiaoqin, who had never seen her best friend lose composure like this. It's just a bowl of clear soup noodles, really, is it necessary? Driven by overwhelming curiosity, she picked up a pair of chopsticks and tried some noodles herself. 3 seconds later, she ate silently, eyes closed in delight. Truly delicious. At 8 o'clock in the evening, inside the elevator of Junhua Mansion. Rubbing her growing belly as they descended, Gu Jia and Zhong Xiaoqin were still savoring the taste and pondering in disbelief. How could Mr. Xiao's culinary skills be so extraordinary? They had even finished the broth in one gulp, feeling as if their souls were about to ascend. I originally thought little Bai Xianchu's praise for Mr. Xia was just admiration for a brother's identity. But I never imagined that the best taste in the world was simply a statement of fact. Mr. Xia's cooking has truly reached the realm of the divine. Gu Jia sighed. That bowl of noodles shattered her confidence as a full-time housewife cook. The man wasn't just making noodles, he was serving poison. Gugu. I now regret marrying so early. I had no idea such a treasure of a man as Mr. Xia existed. Who else will he favor in the future? Zhong Xiaoqin sighed, unable to imagine how blissful it would be to eat meals prepared by Mr. Xia every day. Gujia. Xiaoqin is still as scatterbrained as ever, but at this moment, she held a trace of agreement. Yes, marrying early. Such exquisite culinary skills wasted on other women. By the way, do you remember where little Bai Xianchu said they set up their food stall? Hearing Gu Jia's question, Zhong Xiaoqin suddenly realized. Holy moly, right, Mr. Xia runs a food stall for business. They have a way to eat his delicacies every day. If such a simple clear soup noodle tastes this good, the various flavored fried rice must be heavenly. No way, tomorrow I'm taking a day off. Gu, let us go to the elite middle school to find Mr. Xia. Settled. A large blue cake appeared in little Bai Xianchu's dreams. She was so happy. She would have a cake for her birthday too, and she planned to bring some back for Grandma. At the end of the road, Grandma was waiting for her to come home. Hee, Grandma, I'm back. Little Bai Xianchu cheerfully held up the large cake, wanting Grandma to see the delicious treat. Shout and welcome home. The familiar smiling face, Grandma waved at her. I'm back. Little Binchotan beamed with a radiant smile, her expression mirroring that of her grandmother's perfectly. Laughing joyfully, she trotted toward her grandmother with her short little legs. On her feet were pink flip-flops, comfortable and soft against her skin. Her grandmother gazed at her with tender affection, patiently waiting in place. Grandma, little Binchotan is tired. Wait for little Binchotan. The little one ran with all her might, striving to reach the grandmother who was just within arm's length. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not get any closer. Exhausted, the little one suddenly stumbled and fell with a thud, scattering her cake across the ground. Feeling deeply wronged, tears welled up in her eyes as she looked toward her grandmother, who remained standing there, encouraging her with a kind smile. Grandma, little Binchotan is tired. Little Binchotan is so tired. Please wait for little Binchotan. Take little Binchotan along as you walk. Little Binchotan lived her life with tireless effort, striving with all her strength to draw near to her grandmother. Yet the figure of her grandmother grew ever more distant, fading like a wisp of smoke. Anxiously, she stretched out her small hand, desperate to touch her grandmother, but in the next moment, the grandmother vanished like a dream or a mirage, leaving nothing but emptiness behind. Little Binchotan was left utterly alone. Wailing aloud, the little one cried bitterly, overwhelmed with sorrow. Grandma, wait for me. Grandma, come back. Grandma, little Binchotan has been so good. Please don't leave little Binchotan behind. She ran with all her might, ran as fast as she could. The little wooden cabin stood empty without her grandmother. The riverside was desolate, no grandmother in sight. She asked the airbus, she asked Mother Duck, she searched the entire town, but her grandmother was nowhere to be found. The empty cabin held only her solitary figure. Little Binchotan crouched at the doorway, sobbing quietly. She was very well behaved. She knew how to wash clothes, prepare lunch, pick wild vegetables, even endure being thrown into a rice cooker to purify water, and tolerate the stench to deodorize other people's shoes. She worked tirelessly. Eating one meal a day was enough to sustain her. Yet she could not understand why her grandmother no longer wanted her. She was so good, so obedient, but still her grandmother had abandoned her. Grandma. On Monday morning, while the little one was crying, Xia Zhouyi had already awakened. Rushing to the adjacent room, he realized the child was merely dreaming. Her tears had soaked the pillow. Such a poor little thing. He could roughly guess that the little one missed her grandmother again. Her grandmother had raised little Binchotan from infancy and was her most beloved kin. They had met beneath a great tree in the forest, where the grandmother adopted her from an orphanage and bestowed upon her the name Binchotan. One day, while selling wild vegetables in town, the grandmother passed away, leaving little Binchotan to live alone. The elder's health had been frail for some time. Sensing her end was near, she taught little Binchotan to wash clothes, cook, perform simple arithmetic, read and write a little, and how to seek employment in town, all to ensure that the child could survive on her own after she was gone. Although it would be a lonely and arduous life for the little one, the grandmother had done all she could. Suddenly awakened from her dream, little Binchotan saw her brother and could no longer hold back. She ran into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Sobi, brother. Grandma doesn't want me anymore. Grandma doesn't want me. Xia Zhouyi cradled the little one indulgently, gently patting her back as he comforted her softly. Tan, don't be afraid. Brother is here. Grandma has only gone away for a while. She will definitely come back. Really? But no matter how hard I look, I can't find Grandma. Little Binchotan sobbed deeply. You're such a good girl. How could Grandma not want you? Brother will help you look for her. Okay? If we can't find her in town, we'll go to the cities beyond. Brother will always be by your side. We will find Grandma. Xia Zhouyi stroked the little one's head. MHM. Little Binchotan sniffled and nodded, clutching him tightly as if afraid he might abandon her too. No shoes to wear? That's all right. A tattered quilt with holes that fails to keep warmth? That's all right. Often feeling hungry? That's all right too. Compared to physical hardships, what she feared most was the loneliness within her heart. She dreaded being alone. No one to respond when she said, I'm going out. No one to reply when she came back. No one to answer when she said, I'm starting to eat. Grandma had told her to be strong and not to cry, but she was truly exhausted. Being a little adult was so very tiring. If she could, she wished to once again nestle in her grandmother's warm embrace, to be a carefree child. Even if it meant enduring hunger, cold nights, or hardship, she just wanted someone to be with her. Don't cry, brother is here, brother will always be here. Pinky promise. Xia Zhouyi wiped away the little one's tears with the hem of his shirt, looking at her with pity. MHM, brother. When will Grandma come back? I've been so good, so very good. I scraped my knees, woke up freezing at night, even lost my precious bread, but I didn't cry. With tear-filled eyes, little Binchotan looked up at Xia Zhouyi expectantly. Xia Zhouyi hugged the little one tenderly. She will come back, I promise. Wah, I'm such a naughty child. Grandma said I must be strong and not cry. But brother, I just can't help it. Sob, sob. Little Binchotan was overwhelmed with sorrow. She tried to hold back her tears, as she used to do when looking up at the sky. But now, meeting her brother's gentle gaze, she could no longer restrain herself. Brother, I'm not crying. Little Binchotan is not crying. Okay? She clung tightly to Xia Zhouyi, hoping for reassurance. It's all right. Here with brother, Tantan can cry. You don't have to be strong all the time. You're already such a wonderful child. It's okay to cry when you're sad sometimes. Look, our Tantan brushes her teeth and washes her face by herself, does her laundry and cooks, even finds jobs and helps brother sell fried rice. You're amazing, better than brother Suzian downstairs and all the other kids. Upon hearing this, the little one's cries grew louder. Could she finally be a carefree child here with her brother? Xia Zhouyi gently patted her back until she cried herself to sleep, her small hand still clutching his tightly. He covered her with a blanket and lay down beside her, keeping her warm through the night. That night, little Binchotan slept soundly, as if her grandmother had never left and was still by her side. Her circadian rhythm, accustomed to rising with the sun and resting at dusk, led her to oversleep for the first time in a long while. When she finally opened her sleepy eyes, the sun was already high in the sky, warm rays streaming through the window and bathing her in gentle light. Beside her, a steady breathing revealed that her brother was still fast asleep. Good morning, brother. The little one smiled softly, whispering her greeting before quietly slipping out of his embrace. She washed her face and brushed her teeth, then prepared her own breakfast. Though they had agreed to provide 3 meals a day, breakfast still fell to her to cook and eat alone. Brother was wonderful in many ways, but undeniably lazy. But that was all right. With brother at home and by her side, she was content to cook all the meals for him happily. Even if his fried rice sales failed and he went bankrupt, she could always find a job outside to earn money and support him. Good morning, Tantan. Only when Xia Zhouyi finally rose at noon, his hair a tousled mess, did he shamelessly greet her. The little one shot him an adorable eye roll before turning back to her favorite cartoon, Pleasant Goat. By the time Xia Zhouyi had brushed his teeth and washed his face and entered the kitchen, the little one had already turned off the television and was seated. Ready. Brother, what kind of fried rice are we making today? Xiao Qin just called to check in, and the vegetable delivery has been allowed upstairs. Oh good. Today we'll have something vegetarian, spinach fried rice. Compared to other fried rice dishes, spinach fried rice requires a preparatory step that must be completed in advance. The thoroughly washed spinach needs to be pulverized using a high-speed blender, transforming it into a spinach puree. This step demands considerable expertise, as an inexperienced hand might easily turn it into spinach juice. Following this, the ingredients such as sweet peas, corn, carrots, and seafood mushrooms must be prepared and stocked. The revenue for the first 3 days has already surpassed the 700 mark. Xia Zhouyi intends to cook 2 extra batches today, aiming to complete the task within a single day. This way, she can rest starting tomorrow, a thought that fills her with joy. With her little belly round and full, the young Binchotan obediently begins washing dishes and vegetables. Xia Zhouyi suggests she take a nap before continuing, yet the little one is reluctant. Given the handsome wage of 110 yuan per day paid by her brother, slacking off is simply out of the question. When it comes to work, Binchotan is earnest and diligent. Xia Zhouyi smiles as she strokes the little one's head, touched by her maturity. Around the same age, Gu Jia's son, Su Zian, still leads a pampered life, with clothes delivered to his hands and meals brought to his mouth. During holidays, he enjoys horseback riding and playing in amusement parks. In stark contrast, Binchotan has experienced the hardships of life early on. To savor a single bowl of rice, she toils diligently every day, even on rainy days. When work ceases, she ventures into the mountains to gather wild vegetables. This tiny child, smaller even than a duck, somehow overcomes her fears of the desolate mountains during storms. Tan, take a break, have a piece of cake, then continue, Xia Zhouyi says as she turns to retrieve the leftover cake from last night's refrigerator. Life has been hard for the little one, so she should indulge in some sweetness. Wait a moment, brother, I'll finish soon. If you don't eat the cake, it'll expire. Wow, I'm coming right away. After tasting the clear broth noodles made by Xia Zhouyi, Gu Jia wakes up craving them even more, especially at lunchtime. The noodles prepared by the housekeeper at home do not compare to even a tenth of Xia's flavor. Without comparison, there is no pain. What once seemed acceptable now reveals a multitude of flaws. Of course, she knows it is not the housekeeper's fault but her own palate's refinement. Once you have tasted the best, there is no turning back. Gu Jia puts down her chopsticks, leaving more than half the bowl untouched, her anticipation for visiting Xia's stall in the afternoon growing stronger. By 4 o'clock, Zhong Xiaoqin senses that Xia Zhouyi is ready to set up his stall and calls Gu Jia, arranging to meet by the entrance of elite middle school. "Isn't Xia Zhouyi still on his way? We could wait for him and walk together." Gu Jia replies with a helpless tone. "The boss hasn't left yet. What's the rush? Gu, are you out of your mind? Xia Zhouyi's food is so delicious. Do you think it's just us waiting? Some people would even be at the school gate at noon just to get a bite." Zhong Xiaoqin scolds Gu Jia in a tone of exasperated affection. Even the clever Gu sometimes acts foolishly, unlike herself. Though she may be scatterbrained, when it comes to food, she is astoundingly cunning. "Gu Jia, you've got a point." Zhong Xiaoqin, thinking about it carefully. "I couldn't resist Xia Zhouyi's soup noodles after just one taste. How about those customers who have eaten fried rice for 3 days straight? No way, it's probably already too late to go now. No need to wait for Chen Su to pick us up. We'll drive ourselves, hurry." Gu Jia hastily drags Zhong Xiaoqin toward the parking lot. They speed through the streets, arriving at Elite S entrance before 4:30. Casually finding a convenient parking spot nearby, they notice no vendors at the school gate yet, but a long queue has already formed. Gu Jia covers her face. No need to guess. This must be the line waiting for Xia Zhouyi. "Xiaoqin, why didn't you remind me earlier when you were momentarily clever? I didn't expect so many people." Zhong Xiaoqin blinks innocently. "Gu, at this point, do you think we'll still get to eat? We're here now. Let us just pray that Xia Zhouyi has prepared enough fried rice." Gu Jia shakes her head and joins the end of the line. At 5 o'clock sharp, Xia Zhouyi arrives on his tricycle at the school gate. Seeing the crowd even larger than yesterday, he quickly waves and calls out to calm everyone. Don't rush. Today's fried rice is plentiful. I have prepared 300 servings. Everyone here will get some." His words only fuel the crowd's excitement. "Damn, I counted to 120 and wasn't going to queue. But now it's 150. Boss Xia's 2-portion limit is too much. 1 portion should be enough or I still won't get any. Damn it, Boss Xia, don't listen to them. If you can't eat it, it's because they didn't come early enough." Gu Jia and Zhong Xiaoqin exchange glances amid the crowd. Xia Zhouyi is so popular. It's like buying a house, he even has to impose purchase limits. There are too many people, so let us limit it to 1 portion. Zhang Wei, seeing the long line in front of the fried rice stall, hurries over, eagerly watching Xia Zhouyi return to his revered post. With the gods returned, everyone lines up orderly, eyes warning off any queue jumpers. Zhang Wei had intended to move forward to greet Boss Xia and ask when the promised meal invitation would happen, but the wary stares ahead are intimidating enough to deter even the bravest. Anyone who dares cut in line risks a sharp rebuke. The queue is civil. Uncivil behavior would be met with fists. Zhang Wei reluctantly retracts his half-step forward and returns to the back of the line. Being suspected of queue jumping would be hard to explain. Claiming he was invited to dine with Boss Xia would be unbelievable anyway. Indeed, he was the one who suffered a seafood allergy yesterday. With that pig-like expression, who would recognize him? He even worries Boss Xia might not believe it was him. If necessary, he could demonstrate eating 3 shrimp at once again. Xia Zhouyi parks and begins heating the wok to stir-fry sweet peas and carrots. Amid serving rice, he looks up to see the long line before him, sprinkled with familiar faces. Fortunately, the sidewalk is wide enough that the queue does not obstruct pedestrian traffic. Otherwise, they would have to line up inside the school. He nods to a few acquaintances. Boss Xia, what flavor of fried rice are you making today? A curious customer asks, eyeing the verdant rice. Xia Zhouyi replies kindly, today's vegetarian spinach fried rice. This flavor is rare. Most have never even heard of it. But no matter, Boss Xia's fried rice is worth a blind rush. Even if he made stinky tofu fried rice, people would buy it with their eyes closed. Looks healthy, eating vegetarian is good, eating vegetarian is good. I'm not picky. Boss Xia, maybe you should still limit it to 2 portions. One is just not enough. Hey, you mean Boss Xia's portions are small? Get out of here, you're just third in line and can buy more anyway. Oh right, Boss Xia. I have to criticize you. Your portions are small. How about we pay double? You squeeze out more for us. Xia Zhouyi thinks. These people's mouths, anything for food. No matter black or white, they say it. But it's all in jest. If the people at the front get an extra portion, the queue behind will have more disappointed souls. They all know Boss Xia 1T agree. While waiting, the conversation drifts to idle chatter, lively and warm. Especially since this fried rice stall arrived, other vendors have lost business. One by one, they compete to join the line, attracting many passers-by. Is this fried rice really that good? Even competitors become customers. I must try it too. The queue grows longer, and little Binchotan is busily engaged but wears a gentle smile the whole time. Hard-working people are never unlucky. Sure enough, Gu Jia has just handed her some waha to drink. Delicious. The little one takes a small bite, eyes instantly widening, sparkling with joy and surprise. Is there really something this tasty in the world? Then, the little one cautiously took a few more sips, his cheeks puffing out swiftly, the expression of contentment on his face eliciting a smile. Sweet, sweet, tangy. It's truly delicious. Gu Jia smiled gently, softly wiping the beads of sweat that had formed on the little one's forehead with a tissue. This little fellow was astonishingly well-behaved, already knowing how to share the burdens with his older brother at such a tender age. Her sense of understanding and maturity was something that no kindergarten education could ever cultivate. For a fleeting moment, a trace of hesitation flickered through her mind, casting doubt on whether it was truly necessary to send Su Zian to that elite kindergarten. Yet, this moment of doubt was but a brief instant. Gu Jia promptly shook her head with resolve, dismissing her own misgivings. She was well aware that this was a carefully considered plan for her family and son, firmly believing that enrolling Su Zian in the elite kindergarten was an absolutely right decision. After all, their family did not possess the abundant financial resources like Mr. Xia, nor the confidence and courage to let their son be carefree while still guaranteeing his future security. With a brother like Mr. Xia around, little Binchotan's future would undoubtedly be much easier than Su Zian's. In that moment, she had a small epiphany. The elite kindergarten that was so crucial for Su Zian might not even be necessary for little Binchotan. As Zhong Xiaoqin caught a whiff of the fried rice up close, her eyes suddenly lit up. Sure enough, Boss Xia's culinary skills were not limited to clear broth noodles. The clear broth noodles were fragrant, but the aroma of this fried rice was entirely different. A pure wheat fragrance in one. But this fried rice was something else altogether, with the mingled flavors of greens, carrots, seafood mushrooms, and rice weaving together in a tantalizing symphony. Mr. Xia, 2 servings of spinach fried rice to eat right now. Xia Zhouyi smiled as he scooped out 2 portions from the wok. We're neighbors, don't bother paying. I'll treat you. Having stood in line so long and knowing the price of the fried rice, Zhong Xiaoqin quickly scanned the code and transferred 100 yuan. Today, she had taken living expenses from Wanyu. Xia Zhouyi shook his head helplessly. The 2 ladies didn't delay his business and, waving to little Binchotan, stood to the side with their fried rice in hand. Although not elegant, how could one resist fried rice in hand? Gu Jia and Zhong Xiaoqin exchanged glances and, almost simultaneously, scooped up generous spoonfuls. Upon tasting, the spinach fried rice burst forth in their mouths. The freshness of the greens, the sweetness of the carrots, the umami of the seafood mushrooms, and the softness of the rice blended perfectly, as if their taste buds were dancing. The full flavor of earthly delights transformed their expressions instantly into ones of satisfaction and enjoyment. Their eyes narrowed slightly, as though in this moment, all worries were dissolved by this exquisite taste. After swallowing, Gu Jia's eyes sparkled with amazement. She looked toward Xia Zhouyi with a gaze full of wonder. This fried rice is unbelievably delicious. She couldn't help but exclaim, extending her spoon once more toward the bowl. Zhong Xiaoqin also ate with relish, nodding in agreement through her chewing. Boss Xia's culinary skills are truly exceptional. This fried rice is downright addictive. Goo, you have no idea. I cooked noodles for myself at noon, but after tasting Mr. Xia's noodles, mine tasted like a disaster I couldn't swallow a single bite of. Same here. The two bantered back and forth, immersed in the delicious fried rice yet lamenting how their palates had been spoiled. Only after finishing a large serving did they reluctantly put down their spoons, contentedly wiping their mouths. Meanwhile, the queue beside them finally reached Zhang Wei, who had yet to place his order. Xia Zhouyi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. For some inexplicable reason, he felt like laughing. "Hello, Boss Xia. Do you still remember me?" Zhang Wei asked. Xia Zhouyi hesitated briefly, unsure whether he truly recognized him or not. That moment's pause made Zhang Wei's eyes brighten. "Ah, Boss Xia, you do remember me. I'm the one who had an allergic reaction to seafood yesterday. Does your promise to treat me still stand?" Zhang Wei looked at Xia Zhouyi with an expression full of eager anticipation and nervousness. "Of course, it still counts." Xia Zhouyi twitched the corner of his mouth. "So you're that brave guy, huh? Truly the most daring man in the apartment, knowing you're allergic to seafood and still daring to eat it. I salute you. You're a real man. How about this? Let us add each other on WeChat and meet up when we have time." No problem. Let us meet up when we can." Zhang Wei gleefully pulled out his phone, scanning the QR code to add a friend, the very WeChat ID the beauty from yesterday had refused to give him. Now he had it. His wedding was just a few days away. Having Boss Xia come and cook would be a tremendous honor and bring great prestige. Just thinking about it made him happy. "Boss Xia, today's fried rice looks pretty green, 50 yuan, right? I just transferred it casually." Xia Zhouyi glanced at the vibrant spinach fried rice in the wok, then looked at Zhang Wei, suddenly recalling something. Zhang Wei's wife had apparently run off with someone at the wedding. This suggested that the issues with the bride had existed long ago, and the wedding was merely the breaking point. It is quite green. Eat more." Thinking this over, Xia Zhouyi silently scooped an extra generous spoonful of the verdant spinach fried rice for Zhang Wei, hoping he would catch his subtle hint. Zhang Wei chuckled and smiled foolishly. Boss Xia was far too kind to him. Ahem. Behind them, Lin Miaomiao's expression was rather complicated at that moment. She hadn't caught the conversation clearly at first, only noticing two men adding each other on WeChat, and then Boss Xia flirtingly adding an extra serving for another handsome guy. Lin Miaomiao couldn't help but mutter to herself, "What is Boss Xia up to today? Yesterday the beautiful lady wouldn't add him on WeChat, but today he is so warm to this guy, even adding extra food? Could it be because this handsome guy is good-looking?" With that thought, Lin Miaomiao scrutinized Zhang Wei. Indeed, Zhang Wei was not unattractive, tall and well-built, with quite decent features. Could it be? "Boss Xia, are you gay?" Without hesitation, Lin Miaomiao blurted out, "Case closed. That explains why Boss Xia added me too. Not because he has good taste or thinks I'm pretty, but because my tomboyish vibe attracted him." Xia Zhouyi, who had just taken a sip of water, nearly spit it out. He stared at Lin Miaomiao in disbelief, eyes wide. "Lin Miaomiao, what nonsense are you talking about?" Seeing Xia Zhouyi's reaction, Lin Miaomiao felt even more certain of her theory. "Boss Xia, stop pretending. I figured it out." She adopted a detective-esque demeanor, pointing and analyzing. "Look how good you are to this man, even giving him extra food. You must have feelings for him." Boom! Laughter erupted from all around. The onlookers' glances at Lin Miaomiao were full of amusement. This girl's thought process was unbeatable. Whether Boss Xia was gay was obvious to many ladies present. Although he was quite a gentleman, men occasionally cast furtive glances at beautiful women, subtle details that, to them, could never be faked by a straight man. Xia Zhouyi was both amused and exasperated. He patted his forehead, attempting to explain, but the more he tried, the more frustrated he became. This was not the right place or time. Otherwise, he might have dragged this unfortunate girl off to prove once and for all whether he was gay. The next moment, he grabbed a large green onion. "Lin Miaomiao, don't run and slander me. Watch out, or I'll beat you to." The surrounding customers were all amused by the scene, casting benevolent glances and laughter in his direction. Xia Zhouyi also realized that his appearance was somewhat inappropriate, prompting him to halt his steps and shake his head helplessly. Seeing this, Lin Miaomiao grew even more smug. She stopped at the school gate, hands on her hips, exuding an air of supreme confidence as she laughed. "Boss Xia, you can't catch me. Haha." Xia Zhouyi caught his breath, placed the scallions back in their original spot, and declared sternly, "Lin Miaomiao, aren't you going to eat your fried rice? Come here and admit you were wrong." Lin Miaomiao responded, "Damn, I almost forgot the most important thing. Boss Xia, you're playing dirty. Sorry, I was wrong, Boss Xia. I admit it." I shouldn't have called you gay, you're such a straight man, there's no way you're gay. Her sudden surrender elicited laughter from everyone. This young lady was truly amusing. Her ability to yield and adapt suggested she was destined for great things. Xia Zhouyi raised his eyebrows proudly and curled the corner of his mouth into a sly smile, as if to say, "Little one, you're not getting away that easily." Beside him, little Bai Xianchu was utterly perplexed. She couldn't understand why her brother was chasing Sister Miao Meow to hit her, nor how Sister Miao Meow had provoked his anger. "Brother, what does gay mean? Is it fun?" The moment little Bai Xianchu's question escaped her lips, everyone burst into louder laughter. "Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Boss Xia, I support you beating Lin Miaomiao to a pulp. She is corrupting the children. Gagaga, Lin Miaomiao, you sure know a lot. Little boss, don't listen to her. That is not a nice word." Eft. Xia Zhouyi covered the little one's ears and shot Lin Miaomiao a fierce glare. Lin Miaomiao, feeling guilty, stuck out her tongue. "Laugh all you want, but no more lining up behind. The last portion of spinach fried rice is sold out." Xia Zhouyi pressed down on the disposable food container and handed it to Lin Miaomiao, delivering the news with an unyielding expression. At that moment, the laughter abruptly ceased. The customers waiting behind, who had been watching the spectacle with interest, began pleading, "Boss Xia, I was wrong. Can you please conjure up another portion? Scrape the bottom of the pot. Half a serving will do. Yes, Boss Xia, have mercy on us. We've waited so long in line. Not getting any fried rice is just cruel." Xia Zhouyi gazed at the crowd of disgruntled diners with a deep sense of satisfaction, feeling as refreshing as drinking cold water on the hottest day of summer. "Heh. Serves you right for coming here to watch the show." Having finally packed up his stall, Xia Zhouyi scooped up little Bai Xianchu and sprinted away. The wind rushed past them as the little one gasped, inhaling yet another mouthful of the northwestern air. They arrived home before 6:30. Immediately upon arrival, Xia Zhouyi decisively submitted his weekly task. Notification. Congratulations, host, on completing this week's task. Reward. 1 fully laden devil fruit tree. Woohoo! Gazing at the system space, where hundreds upon thousands of colorful devil fruits hung in abundance, Xia Zhouyi leapt for joy. Compared to these fruits, any grand mansion like the Junhua residence was insignificant. Each devil fruit adorning the tree represented a unique ability, a transcendent power, some familiar, others unknown. There were the 3 admirals ice fruit, magma fruit and light fruit, Whitebeard's tremor fruit, the mythical phoenix fruit, the fish fruit, and Nika Luffy's Nika fruit. All of them were his. Xia Zhouyi took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, yet the sight of the tree brimming with fruits rendered him anything but composed. Inhale, exhale. Exhale, inhale. Little Bai Xianchu watched her brother strangely from the side, clutching her dog and retreating a half-step. "Brother, have you eaten some poisonous mushrooms? What's wrong with you?" "No problem." Xia Zhouyi gulped down a pot of tea, finally regaining some composure. To avoid second thoughts, he resolved to consume one of the fruits immediately. It was his own after all. The dilemma was which one to choose. First to be ruled out was the Maramara fruit. No dog would eat that. Then there was the Nika fruit. His battle form was downright disgusting. As a compatriot and descendant of the dragon, his first thought was Kaido's fish fruit, the mythical azure dragon form. But that ridiculous name, fish fruit? Oda was just a manga artist. He didn't understand a thing about devil fruits. That perfectly good fruit was ruined by such a name. The yellow monkey's light fruit was okay, but its techniques lacked dominance. He vacillated between the immortality surgery fruit and the Raijin fruit. The Raijin fruit's abilities had been clearly portrayed in the anime: near lightspeed movement, elemental control over natural forces, and a built-in wide-range observation haki. Its power was ranked among the strongest in the pirate world. As for the surgery fruit, especially the immortality surgery it granted, Xia Zhouyi was not fully versed in its exact mechanism. If the procedure required the user to sacrifice their own life, then this fruit completely lost its appeal. After all, he was not eager to die young. He was no saint willing to give his life for others. After much contemplation, his choice became clear. The Raijin fruit resembled a spiny wild pear covered in mysterious cloud patterns. With little Bai Xianchu's curious gaze upon him, Xia Zhouyi swallowed it whole in one gulp. As expected, Oda was just a manga artist who knew nothing about devil fruits. The indescribable taste was 100 times more repulsive than depicted. At this moment, Xia Zhouyi felt as if he had stuffed into his mouth a sock not washed for 3 years, discarded into a cesspit for a year, then sealed in a can of herring before being forced into his mouth. A powerful choking sensation surged up inside him. As a chef, His taste buds were more sensitive than others, and he nearly fainted from the stench. At the critical moment, he hastily covered his mouth, pinched his nose, and frantically bit and crushed the devil fruit, gritting his teeth as he swallowed it whole. Though it was said that only one bite was necessary, what if not? Oda knew nothing, so it was safer to eat the entire fruit. Binchotan watched in astonishment. The fruit looked poisonous, and she couldn't understand why her brother was eating it, especially since he seemed to be suffering. Brother, what is wrong?
¿Dónde es tan?
The little one was on the verge of tears. Children were very perceptive. They knew exactly who treated them well and who was sincere. Though they had only been together a few days, little Binchotan already regarded her brother as family. Their grandmother was gone. She could not afford to lose him too. Brother is fine. No, he is better than ever. Xia Zhouyi shook his head, wiping away the tears that had involuntarily spilled from the corners of his eyes. He deeply felt a state of unprecedented vitality within his body. He gently opened his palm, and a sphere of lightning materialized from thin air, crackling like 1,000 birds. With a thought, he hurled the ball of lightning toward the second floor. Simultaneously, his body disintegrated into electric currents, and in a flash of light, he teleported upstairs, catching the thrown lightning in his hand. The power of the Raijin fruit surpassed all his expectations. But it was not over. As he centered himself, an invisible electromagnetic wave spread out like radar, revealing everything within several kilometers, leaving nothing hidden from his sight. So that was it. Official state-owned enterprises connected everywhere. Number 444 temporary convenience store worker. Was that Chu Xiaoxiao? No, it must be Wu Ai. This world was far from as peaceful as it seemed. Xia Zhouyi was astounded. When he had met Xia Dongxing last week, he already knew this complex world was no simple matter. He hadn't expected there to be under one person and an animal management bureau. This was just the Magic City district. Who knew how many worlds had been fused outside? Fortunately, he had not recklessly wandered around out of curiosity these days, or he wouldn't even know how he died. And now, even if we were to ascend Dragon and Tiger Mountain, it's not impossible to take down one opponent at a time. No matter how formidable the Grand Taoist is, he remains mortal. The powers granted by the Thunderclap fruit can devastate the heavens and obliterate the earth. Stay low-key. Stay low-key. I'll just mind my own stall and not seek out any extraordinary adventures. There's no need to engage in battles or bloodshed. If others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. I respect their destinies and relinquish the urge to play the savior. Having affirmed the cautious principle thrice, Xia Zhouyi casually produced another fruit, a yellow banana adorned with a spiral pattern. With his own safety assured, of course, he couldn't forget his little charcoal companion. Here, charcoal, eat this fruit. Once you do, you'll become incredibly powerful. Just like you did earlier, big brother? The little one's eyes gleamed. You looked so handsome turning into lightning, just like Grandma said about the Thunder God and Lightning Mother. Big brother, if I eat this, can I become the Lightning Mother? You're the Thunder God. I want to be the Lightning Mother. Xia Zhouyi chuckled softly at the child's rich imagination. He gently shook his head and said, Charcoal, this one turn you into the Lightning Mother. It's the flash fruit. Eating it will make you as fast as lightning and as warm as the little sun. When winter comes, even your bare feet won't feel cold. Wow, that is amazing. Upon hearing this, Charcoal's eyes widened, her face brimming with anticipation as she looked at the flash fruit in her hand. She cautiously bit into it, and instantly her expression froze. Now she understood why Big Brother had looked so bewildered just a moment ago. This fruit is bad. Really bad. Just as Xia Zhouyi worried she might spit it out, little Charcoal frowned but persisted, gradually devouring the entire banana. She was serious about food. Having experienced hunger, she knew every morsel was precious. No matter how bitter or unpleasant, she had to finish it. Soon, a strange energy surged within her, filling her entire being with strength. Wow, Big Brother. I really have become so powerful, Charcoal exclaimed excitedly, soaring into the air. She felt as if she could truly move as swiftly as lightning. Watching Charcoal's joyous expression, Xia Zhouyi's heart swelled with happiness. From now on, very few things could harm the siblings. Even if they couldn't win in a fight, escaping would be no problem at all. Waha! Biu. We, Big Brother. I've become light. So much fun. The next morning, Xia Zhouyi took little Charcoal flying toward a deserted island overseas, happily setting off to fish. Although the devil fruit's power had awakened, mastering it will still required continuous practice. Meanwhile, Doggy and Fishball were also given a Pegasus fruit, allowing the three to glide freely over the sea's surface. Little Charcoal was having the time of her life. It was the first time in her life she had seen the vast, endless, azure sea. Shining brilliantly, the same color as her hair, utterly beautiful. The multicolored coral reefs sparkled enchantingly under the sunlight. Excited, Charcoal ran about as if immersed in a brand new world, filled with curiosity and wonder. The most thrilling part was that this uninhabited island's treasures belonged solely to them. Giant crabs as big as heads, coconuts shaped like bottoms, and countless delicious treats. Big Brother simply prepared them with a sprinkle of salt, and the aroma made her salivate. On this unparalleled beautiful island, the abundant food readily available lifted Charcoal's spirits immensely. She seemed utterly invigorated by the splendid environment, lively to the extreme. Big Brother, come quick! Look what treasure I found! Charcoal called out excitedly. After lunch, the siblings resumed their treasure-hunting adventure, fearlessly advancing through the island's jungle with thunder and lightning and flashes of light. Upon hearing the excited voices, Xia Zhouyi hurried over, curiosity piqued. However, the moment he saw the hand grenade in the little one's grasp, he abruptly stopped, his face registering shock, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Drop it, throw it away quickly. That's a hand grenade, not a toy for children. Xia Zhouyi was dumbfounded. Where on earth had the little one acquired such an extraordinary item? Huh? Not allowed to play with it? I just threw several earlier. Bang, 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 and caught lots of fish. Charcoal demonstrated, swiftly pulling the safety pin. Xia Zhouyi's pupils constricted sharply. Charcoal, throw it out now. It's about to explode. It's dangerous. Throw it immediately. Obediently, Charcoal tossed it into the sea. Boom! Several large fish instantly floated up. Wow, so fun. Charcoal jumped excitedly, somehow pulling out a fishing net and gleefully hauling the belly-up fish ashore one by one. Hee, Big Brother, extra dishes, extra dishes. She then pulled another hand grenade from her back, expertly pulling the safety pin again. Just as the little one raised her hand to throw it, a marlin suddenly leapt from the sea like a released arrow, shooting straight out of the water. Then, it charged directly at her with unerring precision. Charcoal froze but narrowly dodged the impact by sliding sideways, and the grenade clattered to the ground at her feet. Whoa! Xia Zhouyi scooped up Charcoal in a flash and soared into the sky. Doggy took off from the spot as well. Charcoal, you little troublemaker, Xia Zhouyi said, half laughing, half exasperated. It's okay, Big Brother. Didn't you forget? We can elementalize ourselves. It's not dangerous at all, the little one reassured, patting her chest. That's not acceptable. Fishball can't elementalize, so no more playing with those, Xia Zhouyi scolded, tugging on Charcoal's ear. By the way, where did you find those? On the beach inside a big, long, square iron box. Go practice your flash fruit abilities, and hand over all the grenades. Xia Zhouyi carefully searched, gently removing all the hand grenades from Charcoal's person. The little one nodded regretfully, looking back repeatedly as she reluctantly followed Fishball into the jungle. The siblings reveled in their island adventures, completely forgetting the patrons waiting outside the elite school's gates for Xia Zhouyi's fried rice. After 3 days without Xia Zhouyi's presence, his customers were utterly dumbfounded. Wait, Boss Xia hasn't he come today either? 3 whole days. 3 whole days without Boss Xia. Do you know how I've been surviving? That's nothing. I've lost 10 pounds in 3 days. What's going on? Anyone who knows Boss Xia, call him, called. Some ladies tried, but Boss Xia's phone can't be reached. Damn, no way. Could the rumors be true? Boss Xia is a billionaire, and the food stall was just for fun. Among the crowd, Zhang Lai waited like everyone else at the school gate. Her spirits were as low as the overcast sky. Her boyfriend Chen Fang's passing had dealt her a heavy blow. Grief-stricken and desperate, she had even contemplated reckless driving to end her life. At that time, she was losing her sanity and had begun to disregard her own existence. Little Charcoal's arrival and Xia Zhouyi's fried rice had been a beacon of light in her life. Charcoal's innocent smile seemed to possess the power to heal all wounds, effortlessly dispelling the shadows in her heart. And Xia Zhouyi's fried rice, with its unique flavor, was like a warm remedy, soothing her stomach and, more importantly, her soul. The siblings touched her heart in their own ways, helping her gradually emerge from the pain caused by Chen Fang's loss. But now, for 3 whole days, that light seemed to have vanished suddenly, leaving her feeling unprecedented loss and emptiness. Coupled with the gloomy weather, Zhang Lai's mood grew heavier, as if a massive boulder pressed upon her chest, making it almost impossible to breathe. She was at a loss, unsure of what to do or where to seek that elusive warmth and solace. Under the influence of alcohol, Zhang Lai found herself at the Junhua mansion, staggering up to the rooftop, intent on ending it all just like Chen Fang had. The wind howled, whipping through her long hair, as if lamenting an endless sorrow. At the edge of the rooftop, Zhang Lai slipped off her high heels, standing barefoot, her vacant gaze cast downward. She smiled bitterly, though it was unclear what thoughts crossed her mind. Then, closing her eyes, she spread her arms and fell forward. Boom! Thunder and lightning poured down with the rain, as if bidding her farewell. In the haze, a familiar and warm voice sounded ahead. Sister Zhang Lai, what are you doing on our rooftop? Startled, Zhang Lai lifted her head abruptly. With just one glance, her entire being froze utterly. It was a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. Above the vast, desolate sky, Xia Zhouyi and Binchotan stood apart, each radiating a distinct aura, one enveloped in blue and white light, the other bathed in golden radiance. They hovered silently in midair. Beneath the stormy, thunderous sky, their figures appeared so enigmatic, as if deities descended to the mortal realm. Beside little Binchotan stood a winged dog, resembling a guardian beast from a fairy tale, absurdly plump and oddly familiar.
Xia Zhouyi, Tan Tan?
Zhang Lai's eyes widened, her entire consciousness blank. As a young lady born into a family worth billions, she had witnessed countless spectacles, yet never anything like this. Thinking it might be a hallucination after death, she pinched herself hard. The sharp pain confirmed she was not dreaming. She reached out to pinch little Binchotan's face. It was warm. Ouch, Sister Zhang Lai, that hurts. Little Binchotan blinked innocently. Can you fly too? Otherwise, you shouldn't climb so high. Falling hurts a lot. I've fallen before. You all. Zhang Lai stared blankly at the two hovering figures and the dog. Disbelief etched across her face. She was utterly unable to comprehend what she was witnessing. What was this, gods? Ghosts? Monsters? Xia Zhouyi and little Binchotan. She could accept, but what about that dog? It was Yuan, wasn't it? The little puppy she had bought as a gift just a few days ago. She was absolutely certain it was an ordinary little puppy, worth less than 1,000 yuan. Yet this ordinary puppy had somehow become sentient after only 2 days. Come down, Tantan's all wet. Let us go wash up first. Xia Zhouyi stopped at the rooftop edge and pulled Zhang Lai back from the precipice. Even when they returned to the living room, and the little one was sent off to bathe, Zhang Lai remained in a daze. Shivering, she clutched the dog, looking left and right. After some time, Zhang Lai finally set the dog down and shakily raised her head to look at Xia Zhouyi, attempting to speak. But her lips moved for a long while without uttering a single word. At that moment, Miss Zhang was so stunned she was at a complete loss for words. Xia Zhouyi handed Zhang Lai a towel, signaling for her to dry her face, yet she remained dazed. This world is far richer and more colorful than you realize. The future holds great promise. Why waste your gaze on a scoundrel who only seeks to swindle you? With a gentle smile, Xia Zhouyi slowly approached Zhang Lai, softly wiping the rain-soaked hair from her face with the towel. You know? Zhang Lai's pupils constricted sharply as she stared at Xia Zhouyi in disbelief. Chun Fang's true nature had been revealed by Zhang Haokuan, who told her he was exploiting her, hoping to leverage her background for financial gain. She had refused to believe Zhang Haokuan, but hearing the same from Xia Zhouyi, Zhang Lai could no longer deny it. Your brother has recordings of Chun Fang deceiving you. I don't understand why he hasn't shown them to you sooner. Is he afraid you'll fight over the inheritance and want you to end the heir dispute yourself, as always? Xia Zhouyi remarked. Zhang Lai's despair was partly Zhang Haokuan's responsibility. Had he revealed Chen Fang's true colors earlier, she might have escaped her grief sooner. But he hadn't. He let his sister continue to misunderstand. Zhang Lai, my brother wouldn't be like that. Even if it's a fortune worth billions, if I insist on half, he'd probably consider it. I have faith in that. No matter what, Zhang Haokuan does truly dote on his sister. Shaking her head, Zhang Lai cast aside the chaotic thoughts. Compared to herself, she was far more curious about Xia Zhouyi and little Binchotan. How could they both fly? Xia Zhouyi, you and Tantan, what exactly just happened? Zhang Lai couldn't help but ask, feeling her worldview shattered. How could people possibly fly? Xia Zhouyi smiled mysteriously, a sly glint in his eyes. As you see, we're all aliens. Zhang Lai rolled her eyes in exasperation. If you don't want to say, fine. No need for such ridiculous excuses. Are we still friends or not? Angrily, she tossed the towel at Xia Zhouyi. Xia Zhouyi shrugged. No one believes the truth anyway. Tantan and I are time travelers. Technically aliens, right? Fine, it's your secret. If you don't want to tell me, I'm not interested anyway. Zhang Lai snatched the towel back and stormed toward the bathroom. Oh, and have a set of clothes sent over. You guys should be able to guess my size. Xia Zhouyi nodded nonchalantly. This young lady truly didn't see him as an outsider. unafraid he might transform into a pervert and intrude. The sound of running water interrupted Xia Zhouyi's phone game. Xia Zhouyi, where's the electric fan? I don't think we've bought one yet. Come here. I'll take care of it. Zhang Lia's eyes lit up. Could superpowers really be used like this? Barefoot. She obediently walked over and sat on the sofa. Xia Zhouyi stood behind Zhang Li, who had just stepped out of the bath, wrapped only in a towel. From this angle, the sight was breathtaking. A deep abyss. Below, her alabaster, slender legs and dainty toes curled tightly, betraying Zhang Lia's nervousness. Gulping, Xia Zhouyi tactically sipped his tea, struggling to avert his gaze. Then, activating the power of the thunder fruit in his hand, he generated a mere electric warmth. So easy. Xia Zhouyi, where is he looking? Feeling the large hand teasing her hair, Zhang Lia's face flushed like a prawn, too shy to look up. All done. Soon, her damp hair was dried by the breeze. Xia Zhouyi was about to stop when Zhang Lia's delicate hand grasped his, leaving no words necessary. Thunder fruit forever. It could not only discharge electricity but also perform electrotherapy to strengthen the body. To comfort the despondent Zhang Li, Xia Zhouyi worked overtime, patiently guiding her through the night. By the early hours, Zhang Li promised never to falter again. Qinfeng? I don't know him. Only then did Xia Zhouyi relent. At last, Xia Zhouyi had time to open this week's new mission. This week's task. Sell pig intestines at the entrance of Ruijin Hospital in Modu, priced at 98 yuan per serving. Preparation method of intestines is unrestricted. Note 1. Daily stall operation time must not be less than 4 hours. Task reward. 666 shares of Walt Disney. Accept task. Decline task. Xia Zhouyi? What is this? Where is that? Selling pig intestines outside a hospital? Damn. Somehow this combination feels incredibly peculiar. No matter how twisted the system's task might be, the reward was undeniably enticing. Though it was a mere 666 shares, consider that Disney's largest shareholder only holds a little over 7%. Upon receiving this reward, he would instantly ascend to become the second largest shareholder. One must realize this was a global corporation valued at nearly $200 billion. 666 shares equated to a staggering $13.3 billion. A fortune beyond spending, truly inexhaustible for a lifetime. The thought of effortlessly achieving financial freedom stirred Xia Zhouyi from his just lying down repose, his body straightening with renewed vigor. Why sleep any longer? It was time to procure supplies. Generally, pork intestines and offal were available only at the morning market, but now, at 3 o'clock, he had to head to the wholesale market for ingredients. Swiftly accepting the task, Xia Zhouyi rose from bed invigorated. Without further ado, he took a cold shower to wash away the sweat, dressed and stepped out. Driving his tricycle, now branded as 9-turn intestine, under the clear starlit sky, Xia Zhouyi departed from the Junyue mansion. The security guard immediately recognized him. Such a flashy tricycle was unique to Mr. Xia, the eccentric resident of the penthouse. Setting up a stall at this late hour? This was the mark of someone wealthier, more outstanding and more diligent than you. Mr. Xia was really out to outwork everyone. Following the navigation, Xia Zhouyi arrived at the nearest wholesale market, finding it already open. The earliest batch of vegetable vendors was departing with their carts, and tricycles like his darted nimbly among the stalls. He was considered late. Hastily parking, he entered to begin shopping. Before leaving home, he had already decided what to sell on the first day. Speaking of pork large intestines, how could he forget the contemporary masterpiece, 9-turn intestine? Besides, he loved it himself. In his childhood village, he eagerly awaited the annual slaughter of the grandfather's large pig. Ribs were sold for money, pig kidneys given to cousins, and the large intestines were his prized share. His parents seldom bought them, though preparing them was laborious, requiring repeated cleansing to eliminate the distinctive gamey odor. Once cooked properly, the soft texture and rich aroma evoked the most cherished flavors of his youth. Lost in thought, a faint smile curved Xia Zhouyi's lips. Now, he intended to share this nostalgic delicacy with more people. He chuckled, wondering if little Binchotan would enjoy it. The best part for making 9-turn intestine was the large intestine head. One piece could yield 2 dishes with 3 servings each. Xia Zhouyi visited several stalls before gathering enough ingredients for 100 portions. Of course, he also purchased various spices, scallions, ginger, and garlic. Additionally, he bought a large hen to brew chicken soup for Zhang Lia's nourishment, as she had lost considerable fluids last night. Having swiftly acquired the ingredients, Xia Zhouyi sped home on his electric bike, mindful that the pungent aroma of intestines required prompt processing. Upon arrival, he immediately rinsed them with boiling water. Expertly flipping the intestines, he meticulously scrubbed the inner walls with a small brush, removing grease and impurities without neglecting a single detail. After cleaning one side, he turned to the other, continuing until the entire intestine gleamed clean and odorless. Next, Xia Zhouyi placed the intestines in a pot, added cold water, ginger slices, and cooking wine to dispel the gamey scent. Bringing it to a vigorous boil, he skimmed off the foam before rinsing with clean water. This step ensured the intestine's flavor would be pure and refined. After handling the intestines, he prepared the other ingredients, chopping scallions, ginger, and garlic, and cleaning and cutting the hen into pieces for a savory broth. While the soup simmered, Xia Zhouyi returned to the bathroom for a freshening up. At that moment, the first rays of dawn eagerly pierced the clouds, streaming through the window to illuminate the master bedroom's large bed, casting a soft, natural flush upon Zhang Lai's fair skin. Standing at the bathroom entrance, Xia Zhouyi glanced back contentedly. His counsel from the previous night had clearly worked. Zhang Lai's complexion was transformed, radiant and flushed with a charming glow, a stark contrast to last evening's pallor. Perhaps roused by the sound of running water, Zhang Lai slowly opened her eyes and saw a large blue head, a small creature with innocent, wide eyes, curiously peering at her from the bedside. Little Binchotan had mysteriously discovered that her lazy brother was awake early, but upon entering, she found Zhang Lai instead of her brother. Why was sister Zhang Lai sleeping in brother's room? And why wasn't she dressed?
Instantly alert, young Lai blushed deeply.
Her heart racing as she hastily grabbed the blanket to cover herself. After coaxing the little one out, Zhang Lai scrambled to open Xia Zhouyi's wardrobe, grabbing a t-shirt and a pair of beach shorts to hurriedly dress. Little Binchotan stood at the doorway, utterly bewildered, her small head filled with confusion, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Hearing the commotion, Xia Zhouyi emerged from the bathroom, a wry expression on his face. Did this little one always rise so early?
Tan esa waka.
Good morning, he greeted casually. Seeing Zhang Lai ready, he opened the bedroom door. Good morning, brother. Go brush your teeth and wash up. Brother S made breakfast. Delicious chicken soup, he said, gesturing toward the kitchen with feigned nonchalance. Wow, I'll go brush my teeth right now. Hearing about the tasty meal, little Binchotan cast aside all doubts, hopping happily back to her room to brush her teeth. Xia Zhouyi exhaled in relief, glad the little one hadn't asked any awkward questions. Why didn't you close the door when you came back? Zhang Lai, embarrassed, pinched Xia Zhouyi's arm. I just came up for a quick shower. I didn't expect the little one to be awake so early. Rubbing his sore arm, Xia Zhouyi replied innocently. Zhang Lai glared at him, scolding, remember to close the door next time. Luckily, Tan is innocent. Otherwise, what would people say if this got out? Nodding repeatedly, Xia Zhouyi promised to be more careful. The two exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh, the atmosphere instantly lightening. Let us go downstairs to eat, Mrs. Xia. The morning was lively, and with brother and sister accompanying her for breakfast, little Binchotan was overjoyed. Even happier was that brother's chicken soup was delicious. She inadvertently drank 2 bowls, her little belly round and full. Tan, it's good you're full, but don't overeat. Hom. The little one leaned back in her chair, a contented expression like a salted fish. Brother, she suddenly called out. Xia Zhouyi was pondering. Will sister Zhang Lai live with us from now on? Yes. Xia Zhouyi replied without looking up. Once she entered the Xia household, Miss Zhang was there for life. With that, he flipped his hands, and a red devil fruit instantly appeared on the dining table. A space ring? Zhang Lai stared at Xia Zhouyi's hands, searching for the treasure often described in novels. Xia Zhouyi tapped the table in exasperation. What are you thinking about? Your attention should be on this fruit. Oh, Zhouyi, what kind of fruit is this? It looks so strange. Curious, Zhang Lai picked up the red devil fruit, its unique swirling patterns and shape marking it as no ordinary produce. Tan, is this our dessert? Hearing this, little Binchotan shook her head vigorously, covering her mouth tightly. Sister, I'm full. I can't eat anymore. I'm going to wash the dishes. Before finishing, she dashed away. Zhang Lai was utterly perplexed. Don't trouble Tan. This is a devil fruit. A person can only eat one in a lifetime, and upon consumption, it awakens supernatural powers. Xia Zhouyi smiled gently and proceeded to explain. This fruit is called the blaze fruit. Consuming it grants the ability to transform into fire. The blaze fruit? Even dogs wouldn't eat that. Yet that was more of a jest. After all, which ordinary person could resist eating a blaze fruit if they stumbled upon one? Elemental powers could spare Zhang Lai from the majority of accidents. Most importantly, this fruit perfectly harmonized with Zhang Lai's personality. Red was her destined color. Her boldness in love and hatred resonated seamlessly with the power of the blaze fruit. So, you and Tan have eaten this kind of fruit? Darling, yours is the electricity type? Zhang Lia's eyes instantly lit up, filled with curiosity as she looked at Xia Zhouyi. Xia Zhouyi offered no verbal explanation but chose to demonstrate instead. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. With a gentle wave of his hand, a flash of electric light flickered, electric serpents leaping like agile creatures, coiling and weaving around Xia Zhouyi's hand. But that was not all. Accompanied by crackling sounds, blue and white electric plasma enveloped his entire body, and a life-sized thunder god form materialized before Zhang Li. This as Zhang Li could hardly conceal the astonishment on her face. Her eyes widened, and disbelief painted every contour of her expression. At that moment, she found herself utterly at a loss for words to describe the overwhelming awe within her heart. This must be a deity. Observing Zhang Li's exaggerated reaction, Xia Zhouyi's lips curled into a faint smile, secretly pleased. He retracted the miniature thunder god form, stepped closer to Zhang Li, and whispered softly, "Eat it. You'll never escape it in this lifetime, Mrs. Xia." Zhang Li suddenly lifted her head, her gaze sharp as she fixed Xia Zhouyi with a piercing stare, a subtle blush tinting her cheeks. She smiled. "Is this your betrothal gift, Mr. Xia?" Though a hint of shyness laced her tone, her eyes brimmed with unwavering resolve. There were no grand vows or bouquets of flowers, no diamond rings. Yet this precious, unimaginable devil fruit was enough to embody Mr. Xia's heartfelt intentions. "Then, Mr. Xia, I humbly entrust the rest of my life to you." Moved to tears, Zhang Li was certain she had made the right choice. With that, she took up the fruit and, without hesitation, prepared to bite into it. "Oh right, almost forgot to warn you. The taste of this fruit is quite dreadful." Zhang Li paid no mind. Having braved the notorious stinking herring cans herself, she thought, "It's just a fruit. How bad could it be?" Suddenly, she choked. Xia Zhouyi laughed heartily. At the same time, with lightning reflexes, he clamped his hand firmly over Zhang Li's mouth. Only when he was sure she had swallowed the first bite did he slowly release his grip. Ugh. Ugh. Zhang Li looked at Xia Zhouyi incredulously, an expression that could kill hidden in her eyes. "Is this what you call bad tasting? This is horrendously awful. It's like stuffing 100 smelly socks into my mouth, or chewing 100 cups of decade-old fermented bean juice all at once. The sour and bitter flavors assault my palate, nearly bringing me to tears." "Xia Zhouyi, you did this on purpose." Zhang Li roared in fury. Yet before she could strike him, a sudden surge of power erupted within her body. Zhang Li felt an intense heat rising from her abdomen, rapidly spreading through every limb and sinew, as if countless flames were ablaze inside her, bestowing an unprecedented sense of strength. Boom! In an instant, she transformed into a blazing ball of fire, shifting between form and substance multiple times before swiftly returning to her human shape. Zhang Li stared in stunned disbelief at Xia Zhouyi. "Is this the fruit's power? See? Isn't it amazing? If you had spat it out earlier, it would have been a waste." Xia Zhouyi shrugged, wearing a look of feigned grievance, as if saying, "I did this for your own good, and yet you don't appreciate it." All right, I misunderstood you."
I'm sorry."
Zhang Li stood frozen, feeling the power surging within her. She shot Xia Zhouyi a glare, then pinched her nose and forcibly swallowed the melon-sized fruit whole. When little Binchotan came out after washing the dishes and saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. "Huh? Sister Zhang Li, didn't T-brother warn you? You only need one bite of that awful fruit. The rest is useless. Even Guzzi and Fishball won't eat it." Zhang Li exchanged an incredulous look with Xia Zhouyi. The disbelief in her eyes was profound. She had never anticipated this, and the shock mingled with a sense of grievance. Xia Zhouyi averted his gaze sheepishly. "Well, that's how it's supposed to be. But eating it all is safer." Xia Zhouyi's voice trailed off into a whisper. Though it was the height of summer, a chill ran down his spine. Looking up, he met a pair of cold, merciless eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Ah, damn you, Xia Zhouyi, go to hell." Zhang Li roared again. This time, she wasted no hesitation and charged at Xia Zhouyi. "Today it's you or me." Keep it up, Sister Zhang Li." Whoa, brother. Run. Sister-S gaining on you." In the kitchen, little Binchotan looked at Xia Zhouyi, who bore panda-like dark circles under his eyes, and asked innocently, "Brother, does it hurt?" Xia Zhouyi glanced sideways at the little one. "Not really." "Oh, Sister Zhang Li, how could you be so rough? You've got bruises all over. I'll talk to her later." "Brother, don't be mad at her." The little one gently massaged Xia Zhouyi's sore spots with a look full of kindness. "I'm not mad at her." Xia Zhouyi waved the little one's hands away with a sigh. If it weren't for someone explaining the rules of eating devil fruits earlier, I wouldn't have gotten beaten up like this. He little Bai Xianchu blinked her big eyes and flashed a silly grin, trying to charm her way out of trouble. Xia Zhouyi reached out and ruffled the little one's rounded cheeks roughly. You little traitor. After all the kindness I've shown you, you still dare to betray me. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Boo-hoo-hoo, the little one begged pitifully. Xia Zhouyi couldn't help but laugh at the little one's pitiful expression. If you dare trick brother again, I won't let you off. The little one nodded repeatedly, rubbing her distorted little face, her big eyes shining with sincerity. I won't dare anymore. Xia Zhouyi smiled softly and used his electric powers to dispel the dark circles around his eyes. He had deliberately let Zhang Lai vent her anger. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hurt him without armament hockey. Likewise, if the little one didn't want her face pinched by brother, Xia Zhouyi wouldn't be able to catch her. After some playful banter, little Bai Xianchu's attention quickly shifted to the 9-turn large intestine dish. Brother, can this really be eaten? She asked, pointing at it. Though she trusted her brother's culinary skills, seeing him handle the ingredients, pig intestines, no less, made her question if it was truly edible. Humph, don't you dare try to snatch it from me later. Xia Zhouyi scooped the stewed large intestines from the pot and deftly sliced them into segments. In the wok, water and sugar were caramelized into a rich syrup, then scallions, ginger, and garlic were stir-fried until fragrant. Vinegar and soy sauce were added, followed by the 1-inch segments of large intestine tossed in for a quick stir-fry. It was worth noting that the kitchen stove had been converted into a large burner just last week. Otherwise, cooking dozens or even hundreds of pounds of large intestines would have been impossible. This step required great culinary skill. Stir too slowly, and the food would burn. Too quickly, and the color would be uneven. Xia Zhouyi's cooking prowess was no joke. Even with such a large pot of ingredients, not a single piece was neglected. Mastering the heat was the key to perfect caramelization. Once the intestines were perfectly glazed, broth was added to simmer thoroughly and reduce the sauce. Then came the crucial seasoning. Salt, cinnamon, sand ginger, pepper powder, and Sichuan pepper oil were tossed in before the dish was plated. Finally, it was garnished with fresh cilantro. The traditional old-style marinated dish, 9-turn large intestine, was complete. Zhang Lai came to assist, bringing over the insulated container. This smells amazing.
Young Lai slimed.
Her expression alight with delight. The 8 great cuisines Lu, Chuan, Yu, Su, Zhe, Min, Xiang, and Hui, I am proficient in them all. There isn't a single one I can't master. Xia Zhouyi declared confidently, shaking his head with a proud smile. It seemed that, after consuming the thunder fruit, his attention to detail had reached a new height. Even the control of cooking heat was impeccable, allowing every dish to reach its fullest flavor potential. In the present day, if he were to compete in a culinary contest against Master Little Chef, Xia Zhouyi would be absolutely confident of victory, truly a case of the pupil surpassing the master. Tan, have a taste. Now you won't have any doubts, Xia Zhouyi said as he carefully plated a dish of 9-turn intestines. The little one gazed at the sumptuous food on the plate, almost drooling. Zhang Lai, you try some too. All right. The aroma of the 9-turn intestines wafted enticingly. Zhang Lai eagerly picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, his taste buds seemed awakened, the unique flavor blossoming in his mouth. The intestines were rich and full-bodied, blended with a medley of spices that made it impossible to stop eating. So good. Little Binchotan's eyes lit up instantly. This was her favorite. Plump, oily, and fragrant. The little one ate with a mouth full of grease. Simply stir-frying some greens alongside the 9-turn intestines was enough for a delicious lunch. Satisfied and full, Xia Zhouyi hoisted a large bucket brimming with 9-turn intestines onto his tricycle and, accompanied by the little one, headed towards Ruoruo Hospital in Magic City. Ruoruo Hospital in Magic City was the top-ranked hospital in the city. If there was any place in Magic City livelier than a tourist attraction, it was the hospital. At noon, many people hurriedly came and went at the hospital entrance, some feeling relieved, others silent and somber. Around the corner, numerous vendors sold fruit and boxed meals, most of them operating from tricycles. This week's task was not about quantity, so Xia Zhouyi did not need to secure a prominent spot. Finding a quiet corner where he could clock in and start working was sufficient to set up his stall. The little one happily arranged tables and chairs, eagerly diving into work. Then, 5 minutes passed, not a single customer came. 10 minutes passed, still no one. Half an hour slipped by, and the vendor next door was nearly sold out of his braised pork boxed meals. Yet their stall remained deserted. The little one was bewildered. Brother, no business? Don't worry. Good wine fears no deep alley. Business will pick up, Xia Zhouyi said, spinning a tale. He hadn't even opened the thermal container. If it weren't for the sign hanging there, no one would know what he was selling. Just killing time for now. He settled into a folding chair and leisurely pulled out his phone. Little Binchotan lamented, brother, how can you be like this? No business means no little money. No little money means no rice. She's nearly worried to death. The braised pork boxed meal vendor next door glanced at Xia Zhouyi's sign with a flicker of confusion and disbelief. Most patients and their families admitted to having been financially drained by the hospital. Grabbing a quick, affordable bite from a street vendor was purely a matter of economy. Who would buy such expensive intestines? 98 yuan per serving? Could that even sell? With a hint of puzzlement, the vendor, about to close up, took another look at Xia Zhouyi's stall. Clearly it hadn't opened yet. He shook his head in resignation, thinking young people just didn't know how to do business, always coming up with wild ideas. If that intestine sells before I pack up, I'll eat it raw myself. Huh? Who's shouting? Suddenly, a call rang out from the hospital entrance. The uncle looked curiously toward the sound. The stunning beauty rushed out, anxiously calling, "Where can I find intestines? My friend wanted to eat a bowl before leaving. Can anyone tell me where to buy intestines nearby?" The vendor next door was stunned, his gaze fixed on the adjacent stall, eyes filled with disbelief. Holy crap, even a blind cat can catch a dead mouse. Driven by a spirit of helpfulness, the vendor immediately stood up, waved to the beauty, and shouted, "Here, here, there are intestines sold right next to me. Young boss too. Don't ask if it tastes good. I guarantee it's absolutely clean." Xia Zhouyi thought the big brother really understands young people. His evaluation of a young person's stall hits the nail on the head. But his stall was not just clean and hygienic. Every bite was utterly silent in its excellence. Guided by the uncle, Hongdou arrived at Xia Zhouyi's stall and indeed saw the large, colorful sign. Dimensional breaking 9-turn intestines, 98 yuan per serving. Her friend was on the brink of death, and she didn't care about the price or getting ripped off. Without hesitation, she took out her phone, scanned the code, and paid 98 yuan promptly. "Boss, how long will it take?" Standing before the stall, Hongdou was overwhelmed with guilt and self-reproach. Chun Nanxing's illness was already terminal cancer with no cure. Why had she foolishly hoped for a miracle by bringing her to Magic City Hospital again? This time, Nanxing might not even have the chance to return home for her final rest. 1 minute. I'm packing it up now. While rapidly preparing the order, Xia Zhouyi couldn't help stealing a glance at Hongdou, inwardly surprised. He hadn't expected to see such a familiar, charming face here. He silently wondered who she might be. Rose Huang Yi, Zhouyi from Third Kind of Love? Or the second-generation fairy Bai Xianchu? Hongdou from Windyland was possible, but the location didn't quite match. If it really was Hongdou, he planned to intercept her. Xie Zhiao was hardly worthy of Hongdou. He was worthy of nothing at all. After all, having finally crossed into the world of multiple stories, besides setting up stalls and completing tasks, Xia Zhouyi's remaining days were to be spent eating popcorn and enjoying the company of beautiful young ladies. "Pretty sister, don't worry, my brother is quick." Hearing little Binchotan's comforting words, Hongdou smiled politely, never averting her gaze from the stall, as she watched Xia Zhouyi place down a disposable takeout box and slowly open the thermal container. She was almost tempted to reach out and help. What's that fragrance? As Xia Zhouyi opened the thermal container, it was as if some seal had been broken, releasing a rich, intoxicating aroma. Everyone nearby, the stall, the braised pork vendor, and the passers-by in and out of the hospital, caught a whiff without exception. Whether it was an illusion or not, Hongdou even thought she saw a shaft of white light shooting upward. The moment she smelled it, she couldn't help but salivate. What kind of divine 9-turn intestines were these? As a genuine native of Zibo, Shandong, she had never encountered intestines so fragrant. Was this really the standard for street food? If Chun Nanxing hadn't been in such a hurry, she would have definitely sat down to order a portion. "Your intestines are ready." "Huh? Oh, thank you." Hongdou quickly accepted the warm takeout box handed to her by Xia Zhouyi, evidently packaged in a thermal container to prevent cooling. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned around and ran back to the hospital at top speed, silently praying, "Chun Nanxing, you must hold on until I return." The vendor next door, upon smelling that alluring fragrance, could no longer suppress his curiosity and appetite. He quietly approached Xia Zhouyi's stall. It was lunchtime, and he had planned to eat the leftover braised pork rice himself, just a quick bite. His wife, Xin Lin, made quite a tasty braised pork, but comparisons were inevitable. Without the scent of the 9-turn intestines, his braised pork was fine. Yet the moment that aroma invaded his nostrils, his own pork lost all appeal, making his mouth water uncontrollably. His steps involuntarily drew him closer, eyes fixed solely on the intestines at the neighboring stall, abandoning his own. How could it smell so good? Does the boss have some secret recipe? Maybe I should try it and sneak a peek at the technique. The braised pork vendor found an excuse to justify himself. Just as Xia Zhouyi finished selling one portion and was about to close the thermal lid, the vendor hurriedly reached out to stop him. Hey, young man, wait a moment. Don't cover it just yet. Give me one too. Quickly pulling out his phone, he scanned the code and reluctantly paid 98 yuan. 98 yuan was a bit pricey, equivalent to 5 servings of his braised pork rice, but it wasn't that his wife's pork wasn't delicious. He was just gathering intelligence, which his wife should understand. All right, sir, would you like it here or to go? Seeing business pick up, little Binchotan immediately flashed a broad smile, warmly attending to the customers. Eat it fresh. I'll just take it back to my stall to enjoy. Wei, struggling to suppress the incessant urge to swallow his saliva, fixed his gaze intently on the alluringly colored, fragrant 9-turn large intestine in Xia Zhouyi's hand, fearful that even a blink would cause him to miss something. Oh wow, the aroma, the presentation, how did the vendor prepare this? The moment Wei received the 9-turn large intestine, he hadn't even returned to his own stall before eagerly picking up his chopsticks midway. Before him lay glistening, enticing large intestines, their hue a glossy red, the flavor rich and deep, the skin slightly crisp yet the inside tender and silky, melting instantly on the tongue. A subtle blend of sweet and sour notes mingled with a robust spice fragrance. After one bite, Wei's eyes widened instantly. This is unbelievably delicious. He devoured one piece in just a few mouthfuls, then hurriedly grabbed another, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. The more he ate, the heavier his heart sank. Could the street food standards in Magic City really be this outrageous? Even the master chef's private dishes he dined on as a company vice president paled far behind this 9-turn large intestine. Could his family's braised meat business truly hold its ground in Magic City? Maybe it was better to return to Yanjing after all. Wei pondered silently. The taste, texture, and aroma of this 9-turn large intestine were utterly intoxicating. If only he replaced the ingredients with braised meat, it would surely outshine his own braised meat in an instant. Isn't it delicious? Just as he was questioning his life choices, a sharp presence suddenly emanated from behind him. Lin was nearly exasperated to death. How could her husband be so gluttonous? She herself sold boxed meals, yet when hungry, he refused to eat his own food and instead turned around to support a competitor's business. All right then, Wei, did you make money today? How much did you earn? She chided. Had he forgotten he was no longer the company vice president? Eating a 98 yuan lunch just like that? What kind of life was this? Still scolding, Lin continued. Wei was stunned for several seconds. Then, regaining composure without a word, picked up a piece of the 9-turn large intestine and stuffed it into his wife's mouth. Lin, what's this? Took a bite. Oh my, it's so fragrant. 1 minute later, Lin sat at their own stall, holding a disposable tray, savoring the food with great relish. Wow, it's really delicious. Brother, how do you make this large intestine? Is there a secret recipe? Could you teach me, big sister? Seeing his wife shamelessly ask directly, Wei silently covered his face. He knew it was a secret recipe. How could they possibly share it? Yet, the next moment, Wei was dumbfounded, wearing an expression of bewilderment. All right then, I think big sister looks familiar. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Xia Zhou smiled at Lin. He recognized these two as Wei and Lin from Fanrange. Of course, he did this purely out of mischief. Switching from braised meat to selling large intestines meant Wei would suffer through endless days of washing intestines from now on. Hearing Xia Zhou's words, Lin became excited. She had tasted good food before, but nothing compared to this 9-turn large intestine. If she could master this craft, her family's fortunes might rise again. Younger brother, are you serious? Lin immediately changed her form of address. Big sister, if you truly want to learn, come to my house early tomorrow morning. I'll teach you every step of making 9-turn large intestine in detail. Of course, it's only for 1 week. After next week, I won't sell it anymore. How much you learn depends on yourselves. Xia Zhou nodded slightly. Free labor was too good to pass up. Wow, wouldn't this trouble you too much, younger brother? Here's my WeChat. My husband and I will definitely be there on time tomorrow morning. Lin beamed with joy, quickly taking out her phone to add Xia Zhou. Beside her, Wei was equally thrilled. He hadn't expected his wife's casual remark to be met with such prompt enthusiasm from this young man. It should be noted that although 98 yuan was expensive for street food, if placed in a restaurant, no matter how small. He would dare to double the price, and still not fear losing customers. Such craftsmanship, and people just offer to teach it? Truly, he could weep. Younger brother, this is it. If you ever need anything, just give me a call, Wei said. Xia Zhou smiled, waving his hand. Meanwhile, back in the ward, Su Hongdou watched as doctors emerged one after another, her heart sinking halfway, her legs almost giving way. Just then, a guilty voice came from behind. "Do, are you okay?" Apart from a slightly pale complexion, she was able to stand and walk, her face bearing the sheepish look of one who had done something wrong. Seeing Chun Nanxing like this, Su Hongdou knew full well she had been played. Chun Nanxing chuckled. Surprised? Excited? Su Hongdou was nearly furious. This surprise almost scared her to death. It made sense. The doctors had said she still needed 6 more months, and this visit was just a checkup. She couldn't have left so abruptly. "Do, don't be mad. I just wanted you to experience how I felt when I left." Seeing Su Hongdou's expression, Chun Nanxing comforted her close friend and quickly changed the subject. "Wow, Do, you're amazing. You actually bought me 9-turn large intestine to eat. Haha. I love you so much." Su Hongdou pushed her dear friend away with disdain. Eat, 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 you only ever think about food. You almost scared me to death just now." Though complaining, a helpless smile played on Su Hongdou's lips, clearly both annoyed and affectionate toward her mischievous friend. Seeing Su Hongdou's mood soften, Chun Nanxing casually took the takeout box. It was an ordinary transparent disposable container, but the moment she lifted the lid, a unique sweetness and roasted aroma wafted forth. The sight alone brought Chun Nanxing great delight. Before her lay the 9-turn large intestine, red and glossy, with a slightly crisp exterior. Each piece was coated generously in rich sauce, instantly whetting one's appetite. Since being brought back to her hometown by Su Hongdou to taste it once, she had been unable to forget this delicacy. Yet everywhere she searched in Yanjing, she found nothing authentic from Ludi, either too sweet, too greasy, or occasionally with an unpleasant contemporary twist, not at all like this 9-turn large intestine. Opening the lid, the distinctive aroma of sour, sweet, fragrant, spicy, and salty notes blended perfectly with the scent of the large intestine, handled with such care that it was utterly enticing. "Wow, it looks delicious." Chun Nanxing's eyes lit up instantly. She eagerly picked up a piece with her chopsticks and placed it in her mouth. Chewing slowly, the rich aroma spread throughout her mouth, gradually bringing a satisfied smile to her face. The exterior was slightly crisp, the interior soft and sticky, the sauce rich but not greasy. The interplay of sour, sweet, spicy, salty, and fragrant flavors wove together into an indescribably exquisite taste. Each bite intoxicated her, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. The first bite was sour and sweet. The second, fragrant, spicy, and salty. The large intestine was cleaned meticulously. No unpleasant odor remained, only the perfect harmony of a masterpiece. "Hongdou, you have to try this. The flavor is absolutely incredible." Chun Nanxing urged Su Hongdou excitedly between bites. As a patient, her body was constantly tormented by illness. Now, tasting this 9-turn large intestine, she felt as if she had been reborn. Seeing this, Su Hongdou, moved by her friend's enthusiasm, smiled and picked up her chopsticks to join in the tasting. "Delicious. I'll buy another serving, no, too. Together, I want to see." I can tell the vendor must be a very warm, kind person. "You can tell that from the taste? You don't understand." "Odo, how old is the vendor? Male or female? Is he handsome? If he is a handsome guy, such a warm person, you absolutely can't miss out." Su Hongdou, she was focused on fulfilling Chun Nanxing's wish. There was no room left to care about anything else. Thinking carefully, it was probably a man, and it seemed there was a little sister as well. Whether he was handsome or not, she didn't know. Bringing a child to run a stall, the vendor must have had a tough time. But with this skill, if she were his girlfriend, she'd definitely gain weight. Huh? Realizing what she was thinking, Su Hongdou shook her head vigorously, refusing to let her thoughts run wild. "Truly, Do, you're no longer a spring chicken. When you encounter a man of quality, you simply mustn't let him slip away. Were it not for my current circumstances, I'd be tempted to compete with you." Chun Nanxing continued speaking, while Su Hongdou appeared somewhat helpless and speechless. With her days as a close friend numbered, how could Su Hongdou possibly have the heart to pursue a romance? Moreover, this trip was a leave of absence to come to the metropolis for medical treatment. Even her sister, Su Hongmi, had no time to meet up, and she was set to return to Beijing tomorrow night. She had no desire to engage in a long-distance relationship. "All right, Nanxing, haven't you eaten enough? Let us hurry up and leave, or the boss will be closing up shop." "Oh yes, let us go quickly." At that moment, Xia Zhouyi was filled with regret. Originally, when customers arrived, he would sell. When none came, he would play on his phone and slack off. But he hadn't anticipated Lin's enthusiasm and knack for attracting attention. Seeing his business falter, he felt this wouldn't he do and insisted on teaching his younger brother the art of commerce. Soon, he began loudly hawking their goods, drawing the eyes of passers-by. Selling the 9-turn large intestine. Fragrant 9-turn large intestine. If it's not delicious, you don't pay a dime. Selling 9-turn large intestine. Loved by Shandong people. Take a look. Don't miss out as you pass by. Even Xiao Beichangtan was stunned. Watching in awe. I've learned. If my brother's business ever falters, I'll shout like this too. Nearby stall owners turned their gaze toward that way upon hearing Lin's calls. Is that Lao Na's wife? Why is she calling customers for someone else? Has Lao Na been cuckolded? His wife's cheating in public? Wei, having anticipated such a scene, raised a polite yet awkward smile and explained, that's my wife's newly acquainted younger brother. A newly acquainted younger brother. The surrounding stall owners glanced between Wei and Xia Zhouyi. One a weary older man, the other a handsome young fellow, and immediately fell silent. I get it. Both are younger brothers. Wei deftly read their expressions and exclaimed, You all damn well. When I was young, I was just as youthful, not one bit inferior to Boss Xia. Remarkably, Lin's loud hawking actually attracted a few food enthusiasts, all fellow vendors nearby. They had just smelled the rich aroma of the 9-turn large intestine, and now, witnessing Lin's spontaneous outburst, their curiosity got the better of them. Brother, give me one order. The fruit vendor was the first to speak. All right, Brother Wang, one order, 98 yuan. Lin took over Xiao Beichangtan's duties, greeting them with a warm smile. That expensive? Brother Fruit's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing the price. Although the metropolis was known for high prices, this was just a street stall. It couldn't be this outrageous. He didn't even sell fruit that dear, at worst skimping on quantity. Yet, under Lin's expectant gaze and with fellow vendors watching, could he really refuse? He could. No thanks, Brother Fruit declared firmly. Whoever buys this large intestine is a fool. Businessmen nowadays have no conscience and make more money. 98 yuan for one order of large intestine. You guys should be snatching it up. No thanks. Hey, don't block the way, sir. Handsome boss. We want 2 orders of 9-turn large intestine to eat here. Xia Zhouyi looked at Chen Nanxing, then at Su Hongdou who had just arrived, confirmed her identity, and immediately smiled broadly as he ladled out 2 portions and handed them over. Enjoy your meal. Chen Nanxing stood aside, eyes shining with delight as she watched Xia Zhouyi. Such a handsome guy, and one with meaning too. Selling 9-turn large intestine right outside a hospital. The hospital's main entrance is near the proctology department. Isn't it? The combination feels delightfully ironic. A handsome man with an interesting soul. Chen Nanxing's eyes sparkled as she nudged Su Hongdou and raised her eyebrows teasingly. Su Hongdou rolled her eyes in response. Cut it out. I told you I'm not into long-distance relationships. The two accepted their 9-turn large intestine and promptly took seats on folding chairs, diving into their meal with relish. Standing nearby, Brother Fruit watched the 2 beauties savor each bite with evident enjoyment, his mouth watering with envy. Am I the fool here? No boss, give me an order too. Goodness, just moments ago he had sworn that anyone who bought it was a fool. Now, seeing others eat so deliciously up close, his craving overwhelmed him. Thankfully, he had only grumbled silently before and hadn't voiced it aloud. Otherwise, he would have been utterly embarrassed. Still, his fellow vendors' glances carried a hint of teasing. Old Wang not feeling that price is too steep now, huh? He's just jealous. Don't blame him. This irresistible aroma is too much for me too. Boss, I want an order as well. After a moment's hesitation, seeing Old Wang start eating, the other vendors who had been wavering couldn't help but ask Old Wang, spill it. How is this 9-turn large intestine? Really? Their hesitation was understandable. As vendors making a living from stalls, 98 yuan per order was steep. It was affordable as a gift for family but hard to justify for personal indulgence. Old Wang looked up at the crowd and nodded earnestly. Damn, this 9-turn large intestine is incredible. I swear on my conscience. It's the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. Seriously, you should all buy a portion and try it. Damn, for the first time, Old Wang felt his vocabulary fail him. Trying to praise the 9-turn large intestine, all he could say was damn. Fine, since you all say that, I'll buy one to try. Me too. 98 yuan, right? Payments were made. Old Wang's endorsement seemed to be the catalyst for the others to commit. Really, it was just their own cravings masked as excuses. Who could resist such a tempting aroma? Certainly not them. Xia Zhouyi nodded and began plating and handing out the portions one by one. From a large tub of 9-turn large intestine, only 12 orders had sold, leaving plenty remaining. Xia Zhouyi was in no rush. This pace was just fine. Selling slowly ensured nothing went to waste, and the time spent would accrue sufficiently. But Xiao Beichangtan did not share this sentiment. Watching the crowd dissipate and the stall fall silent again, she grew anxious. She still preferred the bustling scene of long queues. Though tiring, it was invigorating. Without hesitation, she trotted out onto the street with her short legs and, lifting her clear, youthful voice, enthusiastically called out to passers-by. Dear big brothers and sisters, don't miss out as you walk by. My brother's unbeatable, delicious 9-turn large intestine is available in limited quantities. Come and buy it. Xia Zhouyi, who was about to return to idly scrolling on his phone, watched the scene and could only laugh and cry simultaneously. Little one, you're trying to exhaust your brother. Meanwhile, at home, Zhang Haoquan looked around at the cluttered storage room and was utterly bewildered. Seeing him return, Zhang Lai snorted with disdain and shifted her feet. Don't get in my way while I'm moving. Moving? Where are you moving to? Zhang Haoquan's brow furrowed as he surveyed the scene. Many belongings were already packed into boxes, piled all over the floor. A foreboding sensation surged within him. Lai, what are you up to? What else? Of course, moving out. Didn't you want me to get over Chun Feng's feelings? Congratulations, I'm over it. This time, I'm moving in with my husband.
Young Lai tutkled knovingly.
She knew exactly how to provoke Zhang Haoquan. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhang Haoquan grew anxious. Husband? Where did you get a husband? Who is he? How did you meet? How long have you known him?
Feigning innocence, young Lai blinked.
Met him at the stall. After eating Mr. Xia's fried rice last week. I fell for him. As they say, the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. I guess I'm no exception. Met at the stall? Last week. Zhang Haoquan's voice rose an octave in panic. This is worse than that scoundrel Chen Feng. At least Chen Feng had some skills and capabilities. What would it look like for the proud eldest daughter of the Zhang group to seek out a boyfriend who runs a street stall? It's not that he looks down upon street vendors. Rather, their social statuses are utterly incompatible. How could he possibly accept such a match? Zhang Haoquan's face turned ashen. Lai, don't be deceived. How can you be so rash as to decide to cohabit with someone? Do you even know his background? What if he is a fraud? Whether he is a fraud or not, I know perfectly well. With Mrs. Xia's identity, I, Zhang Lai, have this life set. Zhang Lai retorted impatiently, waving her hand dismissively. Zhang Haoquan gazed at his sister's resolute expression and rubbed his temples in frustration. Lai was once an obedient child who listened to her elder brother in all matters. But now, nearly 30 years old, why was she becoming more rebellious by the day? I'm only trying to look out for her. Yet she just doesn't understand. Oh, by the way, I've already moved the treasured red wine from your cabinet over to my place. Tonight we'll drink it with Mr. Xia, Zhang Lai added, fanning the flames of her brother's headache. You! Thinking of hitting me? Zhang Haoquan, just try it, Zhang Lai challenged provocatively. Zhang Haoquan raised his hand but ultimately let it fall helplessly. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to calm his emotions. He understood that being forceful with Zhang Lai was futile. She had grown wings and no longer heeded him. Lai, if Mom and Dad find out about this, they'll all be so worried. Zhang Haoquan tried reasoning from their parents' perspective. I'll explain it to them myself, Zhang Lai replied indifferently. Seeing no sign of aggression from her brother, Zhang Lai turned away with a bored look. Who is there? Zhang Lai suddenly spun around, her eyes locking onto a translucent figure that had just passed through the wall and was heading straight for a bottle on the counter, seemingly searching for something. Her heart skipped a beat. Was she hallucinating? But the apparition was far too distinct to be mistaken. What are you? Get out of my house.
Young Lai shouted,
pointing at the ghostly figure. Zhang Haoquan, utterly baffled, looked toward the counter, thinking his sister had lost her mind. There was nothing there but an antique gifted by President Lin. Lai, you Zhang Haoquan frowned, puzzled, and approached to pick up the antique bottle. He extended his right hand and gently touched the bottle. And then, nothing happened. In a daze, he seemed to sense a tiny figure beside him. Zhang Haoquan caught only a glimpse before his entire body froze. Was there truly something else lurking in the house? Damn it! He was doomed. At this moment, Zhang Haoquan suspected he might have been affected. He had never believed in ghosts or superstitions, but facts spoke louder than words. The encounter before him was undeniably something inexplicable. Terrified, his body tensed, and his eyes frantically signaled Zhang Lai to flee. But the next instant, Zhang Haoquan's eyes nearly popped from his skull in shock. As the little figure charged toward Zhang Lai, She instinctively unleashed a fiery punch. Her arm engulfed in massive flames, bursting forth with unstoppable force, incinerating the tiny figure into ashes and shattering a sturdy wall with overwhelming might. Fortunately, their villa was perched on a hillside with no neighbors nearby, and the house was sturdy enough to stand even with one wall missing. Yet, everyone was left stunned. Beside the counter, Zhang Haokuin seemed frozen in time, his consciousness utterly blank. Who am I? Where am I? My sister has turned into a superhero, and she can demolish our villa with a single punch.
Lai,
Did you do this? Zhang Haokuin turned toward the wallless home, his face pale and trembling, utterly unable to comprehend what had transpired. Zhang Lai was equally distraught. Disaster. The house is gone. Mom and Dad will kill me. No wonder my husband wanted me to practice on a deserted island. If I don't control my flame fruit power, I could really hurt others and myself. Lai, speak up. Are you still the Lai we know? Zhang Haokuin stared blankly at her, utterly unable to grasp how his once ordinary sister had become a superhero. At this moment he was utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Lai rolled her eyes in exasperation. Zhang Haokuin, don't push me to hit you. Phew. Zhang Haokuin exhaled deeply. That attitude, that tone, those eye rolls, this was definitely his Zhang Lai. Yet his lips quivered for a long time, unable to utter another word. So much had happened in just a few minutes. His mind was a blazing, bewildering haze. Is this still the world I know? In this moment, Zhang Haokuin was engulfed by unparalleled confusion. You'd better thoroughly investigate that antique bottle. Send my belongings to the 21st floor of Junyue Mansion. That's all for now, we'll talk if anything else comes up. Zhang Lai pointed meaningfully toward the wall that exposed the sky. Oh, and I warn you, don't even think about using the same tactics on Xia Zhouyi that you tried on Chen Fong, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. Having said that, she strode away, driving off in her bright red Aston Martin. She herself was shrouded in confusion, harboring countless questions she longed to ask Xia Zhouyi. Thanks to the little one's support, selling the 9-turn intestines on the first day went far better than Xia Zhouyi had imagined. More than 100 servings were sold from noon till 4 o'clock, just enough to fulfill the required hours. This was after Xia Zhouyi imposed purchase limits. He was beginning to realize something was off with this week's task. Based on last week's traffic, if they desold openly for 4 hours, they might have easily moved 1,000 servings of 9-turn intestines. But unlike fried rice, 9-turn intestines were complex and tedious to prepare. Even working all day, he couldn't produce 1,000 servings. Good grief, pricing them at 98 yuan was supposed to target customers, but it felt like the price was aimed at him. If he could set the price, he'd decharge 998 yuan per serving just to scare off 99% of buyers. Tan, let us be obedient and not shout tomorrow. Okay? Brother can't keep up. Xia Zhouyi lamented on the way home, negotiating with the little one. The little one looked at him with a puzzled expression. If we sell out early, we can go home early. Why aren't you happy, brother? Still, the little one obeyed. If brother says no shouting, I won't shout. My throat is hoarse from all the yelling today. Selling slowly is fine too. Xia Zhouyi agreed. Upon returning home, the siblings were surprised to find Zhang Lai unpacking numerous packages, nearly filling the living room.
Yang Lai.
Any item could be replaced by buying new ones, but moving her own belongings held a very different meaning. It symbolized leaving home to start a new life. Hearing the door open, Zhang Lai looked up and greeted Xia Zhouyi, and the little one with a smile. Hey, you're back. Come see the nice things I bought for you. Wow, Siduk. Little Tantan's eyes lit up as she spotted the embroidered figure on the white cloth. Sister, it's Siduk. Overjoyed, little Tantan even reached out to touch it. Lai, what's this all about? Why did you buy so many things? Xia Zhouyi asked, puzzled.
Yang Lai smiled.
Some are things I moved from home. The rest are samples sent from the factory. Tan, are you sure this is the Siduk you've been longing for? Last week, Zhang Lai had asked Xia Zhouyi what gifts Tantan liked, and learned it was Siduk and dogs. They already had a dog named Fishball. Siduk had not been forgotten. Using the image Xia Zhouyi provided, they had manufactured a batch of products. The little one nodded enthusiastically. A little chubby, but that's Siduk. Chubby. Huh? Alright. I'll ask the designer to adjust it before finalizing, Zhang Lai said. With that, Zhang Lai fetched a pair of scissors and picked up the patch from the white cloth. Tan, your brother said your little abebe quilt has a hole. How about we patch it up with this, alright? Wow, oh sister, I'll go right now. Hearing Zhang Lai's words, little Chong Tan was momentarily stunned, then quickly sprang up from the sofa, rushing upstairs and dashing into the spare bedroom. In no time he slid back down, clutching the little quilt as he returned to the living room. Sister, let us get started. Little Tan blinked his big eyes, looking at Zhang Lai eagerly with anticipation. Zhang Lai cast a helpless glance at Xia Zhouyi. Miss Zhang really doesn't know how to do this. Her clothes never need mending. She usually just discards or stores them away once the season changes. Xia Zhouyi sighed, looking up at the ceiling in exasperation. You're a woman who can't do handicrafts, so why do you think I, a man, can? Forget it, I'll just call someone who knows how to help. Shaking his head, Xia Zhouyi dialed Gu Jia's number. This virtuous wife and caring mother should know how to sew, right? Probably. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhang Lai voiced her curiosity. Darling, I think I've opened my third eye. I can see some strange and eerie things. So ghosts and monsters really exist in our world? Xia Zhouyi furrowed his brow. Tan hadn't seen ghosts before, but today he said he saw a transparent uncle at the hospital. It seemed to be related to the devil fruit. It not only altered the body but also transformed the soul. What should we do then? Will seeing those things be harmful? Zhang Lai asked anxiously. Xia Zhouyi smiled gently, reassuring her. Don't worry. The power of the devil fruit can strike them down. Most spirits can't withstand our punches. If any survive, we'll just add another punch.
Young Lai pondered fully.
The little ghost they encountered today was also instantly defeated by the flame fist. The devil fruit's fiery power could easily eliminate spirits, which comforted her. Yet she began to worry about her family. If they encountered ghosts, how should they respond? Darling, if there are ghosts, then are there also ghost hunters? Are those Taoist priests and monks real? Xia Zhouyi nodded slightly. The celestial masters of Longhu Mountain can certainly capture ghosts. Not only them, but there are many supernatural beings in our country. Officially, they belong to various sects that oversee these matters. I'll explain everything to you later. Are you thinking of inviting them to protect Mom and Dad? Actually, it's unnecessary. Saying this, Xia Zhouyi produced 3 fresh devil fruits. Relying on others isn't as good as relying on oneself. Once you awaken the fruit's power, even trivial monsters are no match for a single punch. Darling, this... Zhang Lai's pupils constricted suddenly, her eyes welling with tears from emotion. For her, her beloved had produced such precious devil fruits, 3 at once. This man truly... She felt like crying to death. You ate our token of love. These are the bride price. Xia Zhouyi chuckled. If it doesn't move you to tears, well, he has many devil fruits. Giving a few to family is only right. But these aren't ordinary Zoan-type fruits. Before Xia Zhouyi could finish, Zhang Lai pressed her lips to his, silencing him. After a full 3 minutes of kissing, Zhang Lai finally released Xia Zhouyi. Mom and Dad are getting old. Their health isn't what it used to be. Animal-type fruits are just perfect for them. 2 will suffice, and Zhang Haokuan probably doesn't need one. Xia Zhouyi, you really are a good sister. But that one do. He wouldn't want to be resented by his brother-in-law. If you insist on giving Zhang Haokuan a gift, darling, do you have a larger devil fruit? Like the size of a watermelon or a hami melon? Huh? Xia Zhouyi stared at Zhang Lai's innocent expression. Dumbfounded. That big? Can you even eat that much? You're really determined to disgust your brother-in-law to death. Gu Jia didn't arrive empty-handed. She brought a strawberry cake along. Hihi. Sister Gu Jia, you're here. The little one was overjoyed, his gaze immediately locking onto the prize. Hehe, at brother's house I get to celebrate my birthday all the time, VV. Have you been out with your brother these past 2 days? I brought cake twice but couldn't find you. Gu Jia freed one hand to pat the little fellow. Ah, then I missed out on 2 big cakes. The little one's eyes widened, instantly filling with regret, as if he had lost the entire world. No way. Sister Gu Jia, you have to make it up to me or I'll cry. The little one pouted, clutching Gu Jia's leg with both hands, looking as if he'd burst into tears if she refused. Alright, Tan, don't forget why we're here. Zhang Lai reached out to pull the little one back, casually glancing at Gu Jia. This woman radiated the aura of a virtuous wife and caring mother. Obviously gentle, considerate, and understanding. No wonder little Tan was so close to her. Gu Jia paused briefly upon seeing Zhang Lai, then quickly resumed her warm smile. Mr. Xia, this must be Mrs. Xia, right? Hello, Mrs. Xia. Hello, you must be Gu Jia. Just call me Zhang Lai. I'm counting on you to mend Tan's quilt. Gu Jia nodded. She felt Zhang Lai's name was somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. As for the little one's torn quilt, it was no big deal. She herself had an abebe quilt she used until college. Though tattered, it brought her comfort. Sister Gu Jia, look, it's this one. Could you please patch the puka on it? Sister Zhang Lai won't bother with it. Zhang Lai, little one, you didn't need to say the last part. Gu Jia smiled as she took the quilt, inwardly amused. Miss Jiang was obviously a pampered daughter from a wealthy family. She certainly wouldn't sew quilts herself. Gu Jia's skill as a virtuous wife and caring mother was no joke. Though she now lived in a mansion and ran a company, she had endured hardship as a child, especially after her mother passed away early. She had to mend her own clothes and pants during her school years. The little one watched every stitch from start to finish without blinking, afraid to miss a single moment. He stared fixedly as the ragged whole transformed into a delicate puka patchwork. The small child's face was filled with delight. Wow, Sister Gu Jia, you're amazing. The little one's tiny hands clapped excitedly. Tan, how does it look? Gu Jia put down her needle and thread, spreading out the quilt. Wow. This is so pretty. Little Tan nodded eagerly, reaching out to touch the puka patch on the quilt, his adorable eyes curving into crescent moons. Thank you, Sister Zhang Lai, thank you, Sister Gu Jia. Seeing the little one's healing smile, Zhang Lai and Gu Jia exchanged a knowing glance and smiled in unison. This little fellow was truly adorable. Gu Jia, who had a son, even felt tempted to have another daughter. Yes, just one like little Tan. Tan. Zhang Lai, Gu Jia, get ready, dinner is served. Xia Zhouyi called from the kitchen. The little one excitedly hugged the mended quilt high above his head, eager to share his joy with his brother. Brother, look, the puka patch is all nicely fixed. Sister Gu Jia's handiwork is wonderful, isn't it? The little one beamed with happiness. Xia Zhouyi wiped his hands on his apron and affectionately patted the little one's head. It looks great. You must cherish it and not let it tear again. It was evident the little one was both thrilled and delighted. Xia Zhouyi turned back to Gu Jia and extended another invitation. Thank you for your help. It's just about dinner time. Please stay and eat with us. The aroma of braised pig's trotters wafting from the kitchen made Gu Jia hesitate for only half a second before she nodded enthusiastically. Then I'll trouble you. Dinner consisted of 8 dishes and 1 soup, 6 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a clam tofu soup. As his body gradually adapted to the intensity of the fruit awakening, Xia Zhouyi's family of 3 had been eating heartily these past few days. Although Gu Jia was astonished, she said nothing. How could Mr. Xia's culinary offerings ever be considered excessive? If Xiao Qi knew she had once again joined the meal uninvited, she would surely be green with envy and brought to tears. After dinner, Gu Jia took her leave. The moment the door closed behind her, Gu Jia suddenly recalled who Zhang Lai was. If her memory served her correctly, Zhang Lai was the younger sister of Zhang Haokuan, the esteemed chairman of the Zhang Group frequently featured in Fortune magazine. At a previous banquet, Gu Jia had accompanied Su Huanshan and caught a distant glimpse of Zhang Haokuan. At that time, Zhang Lai was quietly drinking alone in a corner. Gu Jia had thought that even top-tier tycoons must have their own troubles. She never imagined that today she would meet the very person herself and even dine alongside her. Yet, it remained utterly unbelievable. Judging by the circumstances, Miss Jiang and Mr. Xia were evidently not yet married. To cohabit before marriage, one must remember that she was the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. Even Gu Jia, now mingling in the circle of distinguished wives, including Mrs. Wang, could not compare in net worth to just one leg of the Zhang family. As for Mr. Xia, Gu Jia was so shocked that words failed to capture her feelings at that moment. Taking a deep breath, Gu Jia strove to compose herself. After all, whether it was Mr. Xia or Zhang Lai, neither concerned her deeply. Still, she could not help but feel a secret thrill within. Moving into the Junue residence had been a masterstroke. From the outset, she had encountered such top-tier resources. If the two of them had even a scrap of a project in hand, it would be enough to fill her own coffers to overflowing. Watching Gu Jia depart, Xia Zhouyi shook his head regretfully. This time, Zhang Lai flicked 2 fingers at his waist and said, "How can you have feelings for someone else? Am I not enough for you?" Xia Zhouyi gazed quietly at Zhang Lai, expression unreadable but eyes glinting with mischief. "Don't you realize your own nature at all?" Perfectly understanding Xia Zhouyi's meaning, Zhang Lai gritted her teeth and squeezed even harder. "Fine, you scoundrel. You have something and don't cherish it. Huh?" Xia Zhouyi glanced toward the little one washing dishes in the kitchen and suddenly pressed Zhang Lai against the wall in a playful wall slam. "All right, stop it. I'm just sorry to see a strong woman like Gu Jia end up with the wrong man." Zhang Lai softened her posture and ceased her fussing, then curiously inquired, "You mean her husband is cheating?" "Not yet, but soon," Xia Zhouyi replied with a smile, shaking his head. Zhang Lai looked at him suspiciously. "You wouldn't be secretly stirring up trouble, would you?" Xia Zhouyi said, "Don't underestimate me. When I look for girls, it's always straightforward and above board." Zhang Lai rolled her eyes and couldn't resist pinching his waist again. Though bitter, She had come to terms with the dog's infidelity. After all, he had given her the most precious devil fruits in abundance, which was proof of his love. By the way, should we hire a housekeeper? Let little Tan clean the dishes every day. Have you ever been such a good brother? Zhang Lai changed the subject. Xia Zhouyi pointed silently toward the kitchen. There, little Tan floated by the sink, scrubbing diligently, while the dog hovered nearby with a dishcloth in its mouth. With our situation, what housekeeper wouldn't he faint? Tan likes working, so let her do it. It doesn't wear her out much.
Yang Lai hesitated.
Xia Zhouyi stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering whether there was a need to hire an extra helper. Little Tan was capable, but still a child, and so adorable that Xia Zhouyi never let her do heavy or exhausting tasks, like washing intestines. If they truly sold 1,000 portions of the 9-turn intestines, he and little Tan alone would be overwhelmed. Yet, when he thought of the peculiar layout of the spare bedroom, Xia Zhouyi dismissed the idea. Who knew what sort of demons or monsters might be recruited this time? He certainly did not want his recently acquired mansion to collapse after only a few days of residence. The night passed without incident. Apart from Zhang Lai's firm resolve to find a sister for Xia Zhouyi, nothing else transpired. Rising from bed, Xia Zhouyi mounted his tricycle and headed to the wholesale market, where he met with Xin Lin. Entering the market, the couple was dumbfounded when they saw Xia Zhouyi purchase 500 pounds of large intestines in one go. So many pig intestines, would they even sell? But recalling the flavor of the 9-turn intestines, their confidence surged anew. That taste was unforgettable. Customers who had tried it praised it endlessly, with repeat patrons arriving wave after wave. Heh, such a good business, and our little brother is going to teach us, they said. This little brother is something special. It's decided when we grow big and strong, he'll have a share as a technical partner. There was a knack to selecting fresh intestines. Typically, those freshly brought from the slaughterhouse were the freshest. Next, one judged by touch. If the intestines felt sticky and slippery, impossible to hold, they were to be avoided, as such intestines had a strange taste. Then came the smell. Xia Zhouyi expounded knowledgeably from the front, while Xin Lin took meticulous notes, and Xin Wei even filmed videos for later review. Next came the seasonings. Xia Zhouyi continued, for seasoning, we need to prepare slices of ginger, segments of green onion, and other flavorings. These ingredients enrich the texture and aroma of the intestines. Xin Wei nodded repeatedly in admiration of Xia Zhouyi's expertise. Xin Lin recorded every step carefully, fearing she might miss something. Remember, every step in making the 9-turn intestines is crucial, from ingredient selection to seasoning to the precise cooking temperature and timing. None can be neglected, Xia Zhouyi said firmly. When it came to culinary arts, he was serious. The couple exchanged glances and nodded in unison. After completing their purchases, the couple followed Xia Zhouyi back to Junyue residence. As they began along Puming Road, the expression on the one trailing behind grew increasingly uneasy. This road ran along the Huangpu River. Just a bit farther lay the Bund. The entire stretch was lined with outrageously expensive luxury residences, each square meter costing hundreds of thousands, some so exclusive that not even the wealthy could easily acquire them. When Xin Wei had passed through on a previous trip, he had curiously searched for the price of the most expensive house here. Upon learning the figure, he had cursed the foolish extravagance. Could it be that the little brother was the owner of such a place, a fool with money? The couple looked on in bewilderment as Xia Zhouyi rode his LED-lit tricycle. When they reached the 21st floor, the penthouse, and carried the pungent pig intestines inside, they gazed out over the bustling Huangpu River and Lujiazui district. In an instant, their eyes widened, and any semblance of composure vanished. Their expression was simply what? Good heavens! They had intended to grow the business and shower their little brother with wealth, only to find that he was already wealthy beyond measure. No, if you're this rich, why are you running a stall and selling such an unrefined product as pig intestines? Xin Wei and Xin Lin exchanged silent glances, stunned and confused, feeling like clowns. They trailed after Xia Zhouyi in a daze, placing the supplies in the kitchen. Old Xin Lin, have some water, Xia Zhouyi said as he washed his hands and offered 2 bottles of mineral water from the fridge. Little brother, why run a stall when you're this rich? Surely the money you make isn't even enough to pay the property fees? Xin Lin couldn't help but ask. The 98 yuan 9-turn intestines were expensive, but the property fees here were even higher. Hearing this, Xia Zhouyi smiled wryly. Don't say that, it really isn't quite enough. If I weren't about to get rich soon, I'd consider living off Zhang Lai. He spoke frankly. The money I make working the stall for a week is sometimes just the straightforward system rewards. Xin Lin chuckled. Little brother, you're really something. You make a small fortune running a stall. Do you think you're selling gold fertilizer or something? All right then, If little brother doesn't want to talk about it, so be it, they said. It's just a rich person's quirk. Only that little brother's quirk of running a stall is a bit too down to earth. Though they didn't quite understand, they respected it. Most importantly, she discerned that her younger brother genuinely wished to impart their craft, for he did not rely on it for income. There were no conflicting interests among them. The younger brother was truly humorous. The next step would be to clean the pork intestines, right? Let the elder take care of that, while the siblings could sit back, sip tea, and rest for a while. By the way, I have yet to admire the view of the bund from this angle, how exquisite it is. Cleaning the intestines requires no great skill. Just be meticulous and make sure no contemporary scheming remains. Xiazhou nodded slightly, leading Xinlin to tour the living room, leaving Na Wei dumbfounded. Is this fair? Why do I have to do the work while you siblings get to enjoy morning tea? What about morality? What about the law? Na Wei grumbled inwardly but could only resign himself to picking up the intestines and beginning the task. Do it. What else can I do? If anyone is to make a comeback, it's me. If anyone wants to drive luxury cars or live in mansions, it's me. The one who must strive is naturally me. The opportunity before him seemed to beckon, and if he could not even handle such trivial, grimy work, he deserved to remain poor forever. As the first rays of the eastern sun rose over the bund, Xinlin was utterly captivated. The 21st floor's location was superb. Standing before the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire bund's splendid scenery unfolded before her eyes. The sunshine danced upon the shimmering surface of the Huangpu River, as if gilding the entire city with a golden outline. Xinlin inhaled deeply, savoring the morning breeze and the warmth bestowed by the sunlight, a surge of indescribable contentment swelling within her heart. She turned to Xiazhou and teased, "Brother, is this the joy of the wealthy? The sunlight seems to have arrived ahead of time." Xiazhou smiled and shook his head gently. "Aha, what nonsense. It's just a few seconds earlier than downstairs. The view is essentially the same." Before long, the punctual Xiao Beichangtan excitedly rushed downstairs. Having slept soundly under the quilt patched by Puka-xiu, she was full of vitality. Another day brimming with energy. Is this the 9 turned intestines I made? During lunch, Xinlin stared for a long time at the dish, rich in color, aroma, and flavor. Although it did not yet match Xiazhou's skill, it was certainly no worse than that of an ordinary chef. With more control over timing and other details, she sensed great potential for improvement. After lunch, Xiazhou affirmed Xinlin's efforts, encouraging her to practice more and promising she would soon master the craft. Tan, we're off to set up the stall. All right, Sister Jianglai, I'm heading out. Originally, Xinlin and Na Wei were to open the stall together, but Xiazhou persuaded Na Wei to rest, as they had been up since 3 in the morning and lacked the stamina of the younger pair. Na Wei had to accept the reality of aging. In his youth, not only would he rise early, but he could also stay up all night and still be vigorous the next day. Now, however, he could no longer endure and had to return home to sleep. Na Wei thanked Xiazhou once more and left with Xinlin. As Xiazhou and Xiao Beichangtan set off elsewhere, the elite high school had organized senior students to visit Ruoruo Hospital for physical examinations. Days without classes were joyous, but those assigned to the lunch break slot were miserable. Lin Miaomiao languidly stood in line along the corridor, touching her hollow stomach. "Xiaoqi, did you bring any food? I feel like I'm going to faint from hunger." Deng Xiaoqi smiled helplessly. "Just a little longer, we're almost next. After the checkup, we can eat." I saw plenty of food vendors outside the hospital, including a stall selling fried rice. "Fried rice? Is Boss Xia selling fried rice here?" "No way, really?" Lin Miaomiao moved forward a step. Deng Xiaoqi was speechless. "When did I say Boss Xia? You just hear keywords and jump to conclusions. It's just ordinary fried rice, nothing special. Boss Xia isn't here." She lightly tapped Lin Miaomiao's head. "You're always imagining wonderful things." Lin Miaomiao sniffled. "Really, Xiaoqi, I'm not lying. I swear I smell Boss Xia's scent." Deng Xiaoqi rolled her eyes. "You must be hallucinating from hunger. Nobody even knows where Boss Xia is, much less that he is selling fried rice at Ruoruo Hospital." Lin Miaomiao scratched her head. "That's true, but I just felt it. Such a familiar aroma. Hospitals usually smell of disinfectant." Enough. Stop dawdling. Let us finish this checkup quickly and move on, or we'll have to wait in line again when the other classes arrive," Deng Xiaoqi urged. Lin Miaomiao acknowledged with a nod and quickened her pace to keep up, but she couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Could it really be my hunger playing tricks on me?" At that moment, a disheveled figure emerged from the neighboring ward. "Hey, you're the one allergic to seafood, right? What's wrong? Hospitalized again?" Sharp-eyed Lin Miaomiao called out. Zhang Wei lifted his head. He remembered Lin Miaomiao somewhat, but he was in no mood for conversation. Just 2 days ago, he had been happily preparing for his wedding, only to be drunk by Lu Ziqiao and others, causing him to miss his own ceremony. Worst of all, the bride ran off with someone else on the spot. She left so fresh and lovely with another man. This time, the alcohol was his own doing. It did not soothe his sorrow but landed him in the hospital. Hey, don't go. Have you seen Boss Xia these days? Do you know where he is setting up his stall? Hey, I'm talking to you. Aren't you good friends with Boss Xia? You don't know any news about him? Zhang Wei completely ignored Lin Miaomiao, lost in his grief, wanting only solitude. So, what about all those years of friendship? Were those intimate moments all a lie? I had everything planned. Pass the bar, open a law firm, take cases, save money, take cases, save money. If all went well, within less than 30 years, we de-own our own home in the Magic City. But it's all over. She left and even took my SpongeBob pajamas. Boo-hoo. As an orphan, he had hoped for new family, but it was all in vain. The world was vast, the Magic City immense, yet he was utterly alone, with no one even to share a drink. Silently paying his hospital fees, Zhang Wei dragged his weary body outside. Upon stepping out, a rich, tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Instinctively, he followed the scent. Rounding a corner, he saw Xia Zhou selling 9-turned intestines. Zhang Wei! Nanny! The next second, Zhang Wei rubbed his eyes fiercely, doubting he was hallucinating from the alcohol. Closing and reopening them, Boss Xia still stood there, smiling and waving at him, the young boss waving as well. The siblings' smiles were equally radiant. In an instant, tears welled up in Zhang Wei's eyes. He felt an inexplicable urge to cry. And then he wept. Boo-hoo-hoo, Boss Xia. Zhang Wei ran so excitedly that he tripped and fell at Xia Zhou's feet. Xia Zhou? Xia Zhou was stunned. The diners around were taken aback. Chen Nanxing and Su Hongdou were dumbfounded. Lin Miaomiao, just leaving the hospital after her checkup, was also astonished. As she stepped out of the hospital, she caught a captivating aroma. No mistake. It was not the scent of egg-fried rice, but unmistakably Boss Xia's fragrance. Following her intuition, she found the alley around the corner. Sure enough, it was Boss Xia, but before she could exclaim in surprise, she witnessed an utterly explosive scene. Lin Miaomiao stared blankly. A handsome gentleman in a suit was clinging to another handsome man's feet, weeping as if heartbroken. Her expression shifted from dazed to astonished as she fixed her gaze on Xia Zhou. After a long pause, she closed her dropped jaw and shook her head in disbelief, whispering, Xiao Qi, I told you so. Boss Xia. He truly is a gay man. Xia Zhouyi lifted his head in silent exasperation. Damn it, Lin Miaomiao. You're fabricating rumors about me again. So, you got drunk and missed your own wedding, then your wife eloped with someone else. And being an orphan in this vast metropolis with no family or friends, you suddenly saw Boss Xia, whom you thought was a friend, and in that instant, you felt your grievances had someone to confide in, which caused you to lose control and collapse at his feet, right? After a lengthy explanation, Lin Miaomiao finally grasped Zhang Wei's train of thought. Yet, looking at Zhang Wei, she was at a loss for words. What a hopeless guy. Nearby, Deng Xiaoqi didn't he know how to judge Zhang Wei's misfortune? Was missing his own wedding a blessing or a curse? Was being cheated on or witnessing the cheating more tragic? It was truly hard to say. You must be strong. Even Chen Nanxing, who had only 6 months left to live, was speechless at Zhang Wei's plight. Despite battling terminal cancer, being unmarried, and nearing the end of his life, his 20-something years had been relatively happy. In comparison, Zhang Wei's misfortunes were unbearably tragic. Brother Yida, be good now. Have a lollipop and stop crying. This one is super sweet. Little Binchotan took out her treasured snacks and gently comforted him, hoping the sweetness would dispel the sorrow from this big brother's heart. Thank you, little boss. Zhang Wei rubbed the little one's head, feeling somewhat healed. I'm your little helper, not the boss. Hearing Zhang Wei call her that, little Binchotan shyly scratched the back of her head. With the explanation finally clear, Xia Zhouyi raised his shovel menacingly at Lin Miaomiao. Lin Miaomiao, if you dare spread rumors about me again, I'll twist your head off. Lin Miaomiao shrank her neck and glanced fearfully at the shovel in Xia Zhouyi's hand. Mumbling softly, I didn't spread rumors about you. It was clearly you yourself. Xia Zhouyi glared fiercely, scaring Lin Miaomiao into silence. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Wei shook his head with a smile, secretly grateful that he had met such kind people today. Venting his grievances truly lightened his heart. After admonishing Lin Miaomiao, Xia Zhouyi turned to Zhang Wei, unsure what words of comfort to offer. Poor guy. Yeah. Although you're already down on your luck, if I get the chance, I'll still steal Zhugadali away. All right, Zhang Wei. Since I promised to treat you to a meal, there's no time like the present. I'll get you some 9-turn intestines. Hope you don't mind. Zhang Wei. There's such a good thing? At that moment, his mind was consumed by only one thought. Boss Xia. Is this limited quantity? Xia Zhouyi. Lin Miaomiao. Now this is a true foodie. I concede defeat. Xia Zhouyi waved his hand irritably. It's on me. What do you think? Wow. Then bring me 5 orders first. Don't worry. I can finish them all, absolutely no waste. Hearing this, Lin Miaomiao was envious beyond words. What a blessing this was. Where's the flaw? The clown is me? Boss Xia, I want unlimited too. Xia Zhouyi glanced at the young girl and delivered a killer line. Do you have enough change? Lin Miaomiao touched the 50 yuan in her pocket and cried. She couldn't even afford 1 order of 9-turn intestines. Deng Xiaoqi burst out laughing. She knew exactly how much money Lin Miaomiao had. Finding Boss Xia was one thing, but being able only to watch helplessly was truly tragic. Xiaoqi, my dearest, merciful savior Deng Xiaoqi, you brought money, right? Lend me 100 yuan? Lin Miaomiao immediately clung to Deng Xiaoqi coquettishly. All right, stop being so mushy. I'll lend it to you. Su Hongdou and Chun Nanqing exchanged knowing smiles as they watched the 2 girls playfully bicker. They had been like this once too. How wonderful. Boss Xia, you said no purchase limits for us. 3 orders of 9-turn intestines. Quick, fresh and hot. With money in hand, Lin Miaomiao immediately flaunted herself. All right, Xia Zhouyi nodded and continued plating the food. When other customers who had ordered earlier wanted extra, Xia Zhouyi apologized and said no. Lin Miaomiao was a special exception. Zhang Wei was nearly ecstatic. He hadn't expected to score free food from Boss Xia just by being allergic and hospitalized once. He had already seen the prices on the little blackboard. 9-turn intestines. 98 yuan per order. 5 orders would cost nearly 500 yuan. Enough to eat instant noodles for 2 months. He was a man with a bit of a show-off streak. As little Binchotan brought the 5 plates of 9-turn intestines to the table, Zhang Wei immediately took a photo and posted it in the fried rice group chat. Waha! Finally eating Boss Xia's hand-cooked delicacies again. Simply divine in flavor. Better than fried rice and unlimited quantity. Eat as much as I want. This is what they call finding joy in hardship. Sadness doesn't disappear. It just shifts to other group members. Qin Yuma, eating lunch, exclaimed. Damn! Boss Xia is selling food again? Not only her, but other motorcycle-riding young ladies, classmates from the elite school, and diners who saw the photo in the group chat all exploded with excitement. Everyone here, Zhang Wei, tell him the location. Zhang Wei was mischievous, refusing to say anything and perfectly deflecting the laughter onto others. Classmates, I know where it is. Look at the bottom left corner of the photo. That Deng Xiaoqi's delicate hand. Even if turned to ashes, I recognize it. It seemed their class was scheduled for a health check at Ruoruo Hospital at this time. Seeing this message, Lin Miaomiao? Classmate, your nickname hasn't even changed yet. Tone it down. Okay. Yes, you, Jiang Tianhao. Tone down your perverted remarks. I'm ashamed to be your friend. The group chat erupted again, everyone clamoring to rush over. And by the way, Zhang Wei, bring some local specialties for him. What local specialties? Don't scare me. You're not thinking of beating me up, are you? Zhang Wei shuddered at the screen, the sorrow on his face deepening. He was already this miserable. Could it get worse? Run, Zhang Wei, I don't think the group is joking. Lin Miaomiao looked on with schadenfreude. Haha. Serves you right for showing off. It's a society ruled by law now. Can they really beat me up? Zhang Wei was guilty but stubborn as a dead duck. Boss Xia, can you explain this to me later? I was about to report your location, but I got lost savoring the delicious intestines and forgot to reply. Wait, what location, what group? You guys have a group? Xia Zhouyi frowned, sensing trouble. Lin Miaomiao hurried to explain. Actually, we created a fried rice group chat. Last week, you suddenly disappeared, leaving everyone searching for you for days with no luck. So we decided to establish a group chat so information could be shared, and once someone finds you, they can notify everyone in the group. Xia Zhouyi's frown deepened. So it was Zhang Wei who exposed my location? Sort of. He took a photo with Xiaoqi, was recognized by classmates, and they knew we were at Ruoruo Hospital. Xia Zhouyi. Zhang Wei, you damn, originally, the 9-turn intestines were in short supply, and he was already worried about meeting the task deadline. Now this old customer has brought more people to me. At this moment, Xia Zhouyi's mind echoed only one phrase. 1,000 orders. 1,000 orders. Can't finish. Absolutely can't finish. With a deadpan face, Xia Zhouyi stood before the stall, staring at Zhang Wei. The murderous look in his eyes was unmistakable. Yet Zhang Wei, the fool, grinned foolishly and gave Xia Zhouyi what he thought was a charming smile. Hey, it's just helping Boss Xia with some promotion and attracting customers. It's what I should do. Boss Xia, no need to look at me with that grateful expression. You damn it. Xia Zhouyi was nearly driven to the brink of madness. Damn it. He had been feeling a twinge of conscience, but now, with Zhugadali having snatched the deal right from under him, not even the arrival of Jesus could stop it. I'm telling you, I really appreciate it. Xia Zhouyi gritted through his teeth. No need to mention it, we're friends after all. Zhang Wei replied with a radiant smile. This 9-turn large intestine is absolutely delicious. Su Hongdou glanced at Zhang Wei, then at Xia Zhouyi, and finally at the 9-turn large intestine in her hand. It seemed she had grasped something. Boss Xiao's culinary skills clearly didn't lack customers. In fact, he even imposed purchase limits, which suggested he wasn't short on money. Running the stall was probably just a hobby for him. Now, it looked like he had been turned into someone working overtime at a regular job. Suppressing a chuckle, Su Hongdou's laughter burst forth, like a blooming rose in the sunlit yet gloomy alleyway, catching the attention of Zhang Wei, Lin Miaomiao, and the others sharing the table. This sister is so beautiful. When she smiles, she looks like a celestial being. But by then, Xia Zhouyi had no time to pay attention to her. He grabbed his phone and hastily contacted Zhang Lai, instructing her to send the remaining semi-prepared large intestines from the kitchen over to the hospital. Fortunately, he had a backup plan for the current unexpected situation. Even if the finished 9-turn large intestine was sold with purchase restrictions, selling 1,000 portions would not take more than 4 hours. However, if he cooked and sold simultaneously, 200 portions would definitely suffice to last him until closing time. As Xia Zhouyi put down the phone, Chen Nanqing's eyes flickered, and quite naturally, he picked up the phone Su Hongdou had left on the table. Boss Xia, your 9-turn large intestine tastes absolutely divine. Let us add a green bubble next time. When we come to Modu again, we'll definitely take care of your business if I'm still alive, that is. Xia Zhouyi looked up, surprised for a moment, then regained his composure and smiled, nodding as he exchanged contact information with Chen Nanqing on their phones. Su Hongdou watched Chen Nanqing's cheeky move, opening her mouth but ultimately saying nothing. Welcome to come again, and I wish you good health and longevity. Xia Zhouyi smiled and offered his blessings, thinking to himself, to win over Su Hongdou, Chen Nanqing must be saved. Otherwise, if he knew he could save her but chose not to, there would definitely be a rift in her heart. This guy, although fickle, was sincere with women, but there was no rush. Chen Nanqing still had time. Then suddenly he recalled something. That cake seller, Lin Na, wasn't she Nana from room 1 of Gone with the Wind? No wonder she hadn't been seen in the past few days. At this point, she must have been overwhelmed by online harassment and had retreated offline to travel in Yunnan for healing. Su Hongdou, would Nana and you meet again at the Wind Courtyard this time? Hehehe, thanks for your blessing. Boss Xia, have you ever considered developing your career in Beijing? Chen Nanqing opened Su Hongdou's WeChat and instantly passed the verification. I'll go if the opportunity arises, Xia Zhouyi nodded. He had a feeling that his street stall venture would not be limited to Modu. Beijing was definitely on his list. Then it's settled. When you come to Beijing, we'll treat you to a meal, let Hongdou treat you. Chen Nanqing put away his phone and chatted casually with Xia Zhouyi for a while, before holding Su Hongdou's hand and leaving the snack stall. Walking back to the hospital, Chen Nanqing kept glancing back, seemingly reluctant to leave Xia Zhouyi's street stall behind. Nanqing, is she really in a bad state? Lin Miaomiao asked curiously as they watched them depart. As an observer, she could sense that Chen Nanqing seemed to be making arrangements for the future. Oh no, not at all. People who love to smile always have good fortune, Xia Zhouyi smiled. If she met me, she wouldn't die. A meatball fruit, a phoenix fruit, or a surgery fruit. Any one of those would be enough to save Su Hongdou's life. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, just as Xia Zhouyi had taken over the backup ingredients delivered by Zhang Lai, Qin Yuma and other biker ladies stormed over to the stall. Wealthy and leisurely ladies don't need to work. After parking their bikes in roadside spots, Qin Yuma remained clad in her signature black leather jacket. But it was her new passenger who caught Xia Zhouyi's attention. Soft, light pink hair cascaded carelessly over her shoulders, and her amber eyes brimmed with sorrow. She wore a white Chanel-style outfit on her upper body, but what drew the most attention were her shapely, alabaster legs. So pale they dazzled the eyes. The lady removed her helmet, revealing a delicate face. Just one glance left Xiao Beichangtan utterly stunned. Huh? Sister Hongdou? Xiao Beichangtan's expression was one of disbelief as he stared at Huang Yi's face for a long time before finally concluding that this was not Sister Hongdou. Their auras were different. Xia Zhouyi was momentarily taken aback. Was it that one Su Hongdou had left, and in her place came Huang Yi? Upon seeing Xia Zhouyi's familiar figure, the numerous ladies erupted with excitement, barely able to contain themselves. Oh my god, it's really Boss Xia. I've missed you so much. Boss Xia has returned to the scene with his street stall again. Although it's not fried rice this time, it doesn't matter, Boss Xia's skills are trustworthy. No matter what he makes, we love to eat it. 3 seconds later. Holy crap. Boss Xia, are you selling 9-turn large intestine now? Oh my god. No way. I can't eat even a bite of that. I might as well not have come. Exactly. Just thinking about it makes me nauseous. Qin Yuma and the others had rushed over the moment they saw the message in the group chat, completely unaware that Boss Xia had switched from fried rice to 9-turn large intestine. Upon arriving at the stall and discovering the truth, they were utterly dumbfounded. The ladies looked at one another, their faces clouded with hesitation. Although they completely trusted Boss Xia's culinary skills, the 9-turn large intestine was truly beyond their capacity to enjoy. Qin Yuma, did you bring me here just to eat this? Sorry, I can't accept this either. Huang Yi spoke for everyone. Xia Zhouyi, catching the disdainful glances from the ladies, immediately felt displeased. Although he did not wish for his business to be overly busy, being looked down upon was unacceptable. Silently, he placed his hand on the thermal container. The moment it opened, a steaming, mouth-watering aroma of 9-turn large intestine burst forth, its rich fragrance spreading thickly through the air. Everyone in front of the stall inhaled it without exception. Qin Yuma was instantly drawn in, leaning forward unconsciously. The golden, crispy skin of the 9-turn large intestine was tender and juicy, each segment enveloped in a luscious sauce that gleamed enticingly. Qin Yuma swallowed hard, unable to believe her eyes. This was no repulsive dark food. It was clearly a delectable delicacy. Is this really 9-turn large intestine? One of the ladies asked in amazement. I don't know, but it looks so delicious. Another replied, drooling in anticipation. Xia Zhouyi smiled proudly, thinking, now you see just how formidable I am. How about we buy a portion to try? Those who had originally shunned the 9-turn large intestine were now tempted by its aroma, their faces showing hesitation. After a moment, 9 ladies gathered around a single portion, each taking one piece. They exchanged glances, half in doubt, and carefully took a bite. Oh my god, it's delicious. Huang Yi bit into the 9-turn large intestine and was completely stunned. This is unbelievably fragrant. She felt that the emotional wounds from her divorce were somewhat soothed by this exquisite taste. It was the first time she realized that large intestines could be so delicious. She let out an utterly satisfied exclamation. This is incredibly tasty, Boss Xia, right? Give me another portion, please. It just needs some rice. Oh my god. I never thought large intestines could taste like this. Huang Yi devoured her portion greedily, finishing a large piece in just 2 bites. The universal rule of irresistible flavor spares no one. Xia Zhouyi smiled and nodded. All right, you can order 8 more portions. Shall I bring them all out together? On a sudden impulse one Monday, Xia Zhouyi realized that although running a street stall was a task assigned by the system, he quite enjoyed this way of life. Every day, he observed different crowds with familiar smiling faces. The recognition for the items he crafted bestowed upon him a profound sense of accomplishment. Especially the smiles of beautiful women. He never tired of seeing them. Qin Yuma swiftly scanned the code to pay. Such delicious 9-turn large intestines were certainly worth buying in multiple portions. Boss Xia, you're great at everything except you're a bit too lazy. Why bother limiting purchases at a stall? If others had such good business, they'd work 24 hours a day without hesitation. Xia Zhouyi replied, even if I worked 48 hours a day, just running this stall wouldn't be enough to afford a place in Junhua Mansion. Better to eat it fresh here, right? If you need rice, there's an old man selling boxed meals over there. With that, Xia Zhouyi deftly picked up 9 portions of the 9-turn large intestines from the rotating tray and sprinkled them with coriander. Mission accomplished. Shall we buy a few boxes? Qin Yuma was also tempted. Eating only the 9-turn large intestines honestly felt a little greasy. I'll go buy some. Before she finished speaking, Huang Yi had already taken action. Having not eaten all day, she was genuinely famished. Boss Xia, why is there an extra portion? We're all friends. That last one is on the house. Qin Yuma was delighted. We're also taking advantage of Boss Xia's generosity. 1 portion of 9-turn large intestines isn't much, but being specially treated feels great. Qin Yuma took the intestines and immediately began eating around the folding table. With no seats available, they simply squatted to eat. Seeing the light gradually return to Huang Yi's eyes, Qin Yuma proudly nudged her. Tasty isn't it? She had understood last week that Bao'er's cuisine was not only unparalleled in deliciousness, but also imbued with warmth and care in every carefully prepared dish. It's just a divorce and some heartbreak. It's no big deal. Just eat a few more portions of Bao'er's food, and you'll be fine. Huang Yi nodded resolutely. The 9-turn large intestines were exquisite, far surpassing any other delicacies she had tasted. Without further ado, the group of young ladies hungrily devoured their boxed meals. Each bite was filled with rich aroma, as if it could instantly erase all worries. Xia Zhouyi's meticulously crafted sauce was neither overpowering nor bland, perfectly complementing the fresh flavor of the intestines. Every chew revealed a transformation in texture, from the crispy outer skin to the tender inside, culminating in a fragrance that penetrated to the bone, making it impossible to stop. Huang Yi alternated bites of rice and intestines, even asking Xia Zhouyi for a spoonful of sauce to pour over her rice, savoring the taste beyond measure. Forget Fang Xiaowen and Zhuang Guodong. They can all go to hell. I am still the proudest rose, she declared fiercely. Having finished one bowl of rice, she immediately turned around to buy another. Other friends in the group were not as carefree as the motorbike-riding young ladies. Xia Zhouyi waited anxiously for a while, but no second wave arrived. He was content to relax, pulling out his phone and accompanying little Bai Xianchu in watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqi was passing by on her way to work. Caught by a delicious aroma nearby, curiosity led her to follow the scent until she came upon Xia Zhouyi's stall and its peculiar scene. Is the food really that good? It's attracting so many beautiful women, with some even willing to squat to eat because there's no seating. Her gaze fixed on the sign and she froze. As an emergency department doctor who had recently performed appendectomies on several patients, seeing the 9-turn large intestines stirred a subtle, complex expression, not quite disgusted, but certainly nuanced. Hey, pretty lady, would you like a portion of 9-turn large intestines? My brother makes them really well. Before Zhang Xiaoqi could turn away, she was immediately caught by the enthusiastic little Bai Xianchu. Hee, brother says no shouting, but he didn't say I can't attract customers. Zhang Xiaoqi was not good at refusing others, especially such a cute little fellow. She smiled and asked, little one, if it's not tasty I won't pay. Okay? Bai Xianchu nodded vigorously, eyes curving into crescent moons. Of course, brother's 9-turn large intestines are the best in the world. Pretty lady, you'll know once you try. Amused by Bai Xianchu's charm and drawn by the pervasive aroma, Zhang Xiaoqi nodded. All right then, I'll have one. Bai Xianchu jumped up happily. Sister, please scan the code here. One portion is 98 yuan. For a moment, Zhang Xiaoqi thought she had stumbled upon a notorious scam stall. But seeing the motorbike-riding beauties enjoying their food nearby, she silently paid the 98 yuan. Upon hearing the payment notification, Xia Zhouyi once again lifted the lid of the insulated container with his takeout box. A gentle breeze wafted through the alley, carrying the rich fragrance outward. Zhou Qingtian, just out of the hospital, was instantly captivated by the scent, instinctively following it. She was an online writer, pen name Barley Tea, nicknamed Barley. Due to frequent late nights and irregular eating habits, she had suffered an acute appendicitis attack requiring surgery. Today was her discharge day. Somewhat airhead, she swayed slightly, sniffing the air to pinpoint the source. Turning a corner, her gaze locked onto Xia Zhouyi's 9-turn large intestine stall. Oh, found it. This is the smell. Barley's eyes sparkled as she excitedly ran over. Almost walking in a straight line, she reached Xia Zhouyi's stall in a few strides. Seeing the freshly picked intestines, she impulsively craned her neck to perform a mouth-to-intestine catch. Xia Zhouyi? Zhang Xiaoqi? They exchanged looks, Zhang Xiaoqi a bit at a loss watching her patient. Barley, does anyone know how to leave Earth? I want to escape this planet. Already socially anxious, Barley wished she could just die. Zhou Qingtian, you're just trying to compensate for what you lack. No need to be in such a hurry, Zhang Xiaoqi remarked. Barley opened her mouth, trying to pretend nothing had happened. Dr. Zhang, do you believe me if I say the anesthesia hasn't worn off yet? Zhang Xiaoqi looked up at the sky. I believe you. I don't believe a word you say. Who's had anesthesia working for 7 days straight? If the anesthesiologist heard you, he'd laugh himself silly. Though skeptical, seeing the girl's embarrassed expression, as if wanting to disappear into the ground, she chose not to be too harsh and simply nodded. Cook nearby, Xia Zhouyi struggled to hold back laughter. As a gentleman, he usually refrained from mocking a young lady, unless he simply could not resist. This girl was truly amusing. Xia Zhouyi never expected that in less than 2 weeks, he would become acquainted with the 3 blooming flowers of Fengshao Courtyard, Nana, Hongdou, and now, Barley herself. This world of overlapping stories was truly marvelous. He decided that when Hongdou and Barley went to Yunmiao village, if he had time, he would join the fun. It's all my fault for making the 9-turn large intestines too fragrant. My little sister often gets dazzled by the aroma. Young lady, would you like a portion? Xia Zhouyi deftly defused the situation. Yes, I'll have one. Barley, embarrassed to the point of wanting to escape Earth, had no choice but to accept when the boss spoke like that. Dr. Jiang, I'll trade you my portion for yours. Jiang Xiaoqi's lips curved into a faint smile as she looked at the girl blushing like the sunset and waved her off. No need. You just got out of the hospital. It's best not within her heart, Demai bitterly lamented, yet a faint smile was forced upon her face as she braced herself and took a seat. At this juncture, could she possibly refuse? Once seated, Demai buried her head and ate with determination, eager to finish quickly and return to her modest 3-room apartment. Earlier, she had been too embarrassed to savor the flavors, but now she no longer cared. 98 yuan was 98 yuan. If the taste was subpar, so be it. What flavor? Eat more slowly. Oh my, this is delicious. 3 seconds later, Demai paused, holding her chopsticks, and began to chew slowly and deliberately. Wow, little sister, your family's 9-turn large intestine smells absolutely divine. Observing his brother's delicacy conquering yet another beautiful lady, little Binchotan wore a proud smile. See, I knew it would be like this. If it's tasty, you must come often, sister, little Binchotan said, blinking his large eyes, his face full of anticipation as he looked at Demai. Demai hesitated for a moment but finally nodded. After all, it was her first time tasting such exquisite 9-turn large intestine. Although she had experienced some social embarrassment earlier, she thought she could overcome it. As the old saying goes, life doesn't have that many spectators. She was plain and unremarkable with no standout features. The owner likely wouldn't recognize her if she came again tomorrow. It was decided, during her month-long stay in the magical city, she would come every day. With no time to waste, after swallowing the food in her mouth, Demai eagerly picked up her chopsticks once more, determined to savor the dish from the beginning at a leisurely pace. Upon entering her mouth, a rich yet delicate aroma spread throughout her oral cavity, accompanied by a subtle spiciness and sweetness, weaving together an indescribably exquisite flavor. Though originally from Hunan, where spicy food is beloved, Demai was not particularly fond of heat. Yet this 9-turn large intestine perfectly matched her palate. She was astonished to find her taste buds seemingly reawakened, able to discern the 5 flavors within the dish. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. These 5 tastes unfolded layer by layer, harmoniously blending, each bite an exquisite tease to her senses, becoming more delicious with every mouthful. If only she had a bowl of steamed rice to accompany it. Unable to contain the thought, Demai silently echoed Huang Yi's sentiment. Would you like some rice to go with it, sister? There's a chubby old man's stall over there selling rice for 2 yuan a serving. I can help you buy some, little Binchotan said, pointing to a nearby elderly man's booth, his service impeccable. I can get it myself, thanks. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Jiang Xiaoqi barely had time to eat lunch before being summoned to work overtime for surgery. Such is the life of an emergency doctor, sometimes so busy that meals are forgotten. 2 hours later, she emerged from the operating room, having successfully saved the patient. Glancing at the now completely cold 9-turn large intestine on the table, Jiang Xiaoqi checked the packaging material, microwave safe, and promptly placed it in the microwave for 2 minutes. At this moment, everyone was exhausted, lying back in their chairs with eyes closed, resting. But as time passed, the microwaved 9-turn large intestine gradually warmed, exuding an enticing aroma. This fragrance quickly permeated the entire emergency department's break room, rousing her colleagues from their rest. They all opened their eyes and, following the scent, saw with a beep that Jiang Xiaoqi was retrieving the steaming dish from the microwave. Wow, delicious! Blowing gently on the corner of her mouth, Jiang Xiaoqi carefully took a bite. The fragrance made her eyes light up, instantly invigorating her. She felt her hungry stomach soothed by the exquisite taste. Her appetite fully awakened. She ate with great relish, devouring a section of 9-turn large intestine in just 2 bites. After sipping some coffee, she reached for her chopsticks again, ready to continue, only to be interrupted by a colleague beside her. Hey, where did you get that 9-turn large intestine? It smells incredible. Exactly. The whole emergency department caught the aroma and has been quietly sipping water to hide their envy. Jiang Xiaoqi, you're just teasing us with that delicious smell. Too much. Oh dear, I haven't eaten either. Boss, try my homemade braised prawns. Another female colleague joined in, employing a tactic of retreat to advance. Jiang Xiaoqi remained silent. Goodness. They were really using strategy just to get a taste of her 9-turn large intestine. Forget the prawns, just give me half your rice, she said. I bought the 9-turn large intestine just around the corner from the hospital. If you want some, you can ask colleagues from other departments to pick it up for you. Ah, so close. Then I want one. Anyone else? Sign up here. Oh, almost forgot, the owner limits purchases. Only one order per person, Zhang Xiaoqi reminded them. No problem, we can get a delivery guy. Then they waited and waited. By 4 o'clock, the delivery guy said they still hadn't reached their turn, and the owner said the food was sold out and he was closing. The doctors collectively murmured. Xia Zhouyi's plan B was inevitably put into action. After seeing Demi off, Xia Zhouyi did not wait for the office workers, but instead was greeted by students from a prestigious high school. One after another, after their physical exams, they headed straight to his stall. Each was well prepared, clutching a bill with Mao Zedong's image. Such boldness astonished Xia Zhouyi. Do today's high school students really have that much pocket money? 98 yuan for a snack, not batting an eye, and the remaining 2 yuan just enough to buy a boxed meal from a nearby stall. Xia Zhouyi silently thanked his foresight in stocking extra ingredients. Otherwise, he would not have been able to satisfy this group of students eager to indulge. Watching them eat with delight and praising his culinary skills, a sense of accomplishment naturally welled up within Xia Zhouyi. Xiago, your cooking is simply amazing. Everything you make tastes so good. You're truly the eternal champion of street food, one student said, eating while giving a thumbs up. Another student was not to be outdone. Yeah, Xiago, if you opened a restaurant, I'd definitely be a regular. Xia Zhouyi smiled, shaking his head lightly, half-jokingly responding. Regulars? You should first consider whether you'll even make it here tomorrow. The students, who had been happily eating, suddenly fell silent upon hearing this. Damn! They suddenly realized that tomorrow they wouldn't have physical exams but would have to obediently return to school for classes.
Oh, Xia Yi.
You've got to think about setting up a stall at our school. Man, Xiagu, you wouldn't believe it, after you left old Lu, the sushi vendor, started stealing your business and switched to fried rice. Can you stand that? I sure can't. Exactly, Xiagu, come back soon and deal with that old schemer Lu. His fried rice is so bad, not even dogs will eat it. Listening to his classmates' complaints about old Lu, Xia Zhouyi couldn't help but laugh. He patted one on the shoulder and said, all right, you bunch of kids just like to stir up trouble. What do you mean stealing my business? Anyone can sell fried rice. I'm definitely not going back. But Xiagu, save us kids. I've wasted away without you, one student said plaintively.
Xia Yi.
Xiagu, if you come back, I'll give you the school beauty's WeChat. I'm telling you, our school beauty is stunning, Jiang Tianhao said, biting his teeth and stamping his foot, ready to tempt him with a can't catch the wolf without losing the wife resolve. At worst, I'll give you Lin Miaomiao's WeChat, boss Xia. No one else knows, but as her best friend, I can tell you Lin Miaomiao's housekeeping skills are just as good as Deng Xiaoqi's. Xia Zhouyi, I already have their contacts. I added them both on the first day. Having finally gotten rid of the noisy students, Xia Zhouyi left work promptly, utterly indifferent to the murderous glares from several delivery folks. Why so fierce? I said it's sold out, so it's sold out. Didn't you see my dear one waiting patiently over there? Feeling a sense of elevated status, now promoted to sister-in-law and elder sister, Zhang Lai planned to give little Binchotan a proper gift to celebrate their true first meeting. Tan, whatever you want to buy, just say the word. Sister will get it for you. Upon arriving at the grandest shopping mall in the magical city, Miss Jiang, exuding an air of commanding presence, pointed decisively at every storefront. Sister, there's no need. Brother has already bought everything for me. I lack nothing, the little one said, shaking her head with an innocence beyond her years, truly believing she possessed all she could desire. Adorable and comfortable pink rabbit-shaped flip-flops, brand new Ultraman-themed clothes, strawberry-flavored children's toothpaste, a frog-headed toothbrush, and even a Hello Kitty bowl for meals. She was utterly content, basking in a happiness that felt like a dream. The little one dared not wish for more. In truth, even without these things, as long as her brother and sister were with her, she would willingly endure days of hunger. Zhang Lai affectionately tousled the little charcoal-less hair. That's simply one do. This is the initiation gift from your sister upon joining our family. How could we possibly not buy it? How about this? Sister will take you to pick out a few beautiful outfits. Oh no, sister, I already have 3 dresses. I can't possibly wear them all. There's just no way. The little one boasted, hands on her hips, making an exaggerated expression that was both endearing and comical. Zhang Lai laughed, pinching the little charcoal-less cheek. Then let us set the clothes aside for now. Let us see if there are any little trinkets you like. The little one decided firmly. She wouldn't buy anything. Besides, simply wandering through the mall was already great fun. There were so many new and wondrous things she had never seen before. Wow, such a cute big bunny. Oh, and a choo-choo train. Suddenly, the little one stopped, gazing with envy at a family of 3 riding side by side on a miniature train. The mother cradled the baby. The father accompanied the mother. It was so wonderful. She had seen similar scenes at festivals in her small town. Yet today, she found she no longer had to envy other children so deeply. Her left hand held her brother S. Her right hand held sister Zhang Li's. She was, indeed, a very happy, very fortunate child. Zhang Li exchanged a glance with Xia Zhouyi, and with a tacit understanding, the two gently stopped the double-row carousel train. Hello, 2 adults and 1 child. 10 laps, please. Zhang Li immediately scanned the QR code with her phone. If not for the lack of space at home, buying the train wouldn't be out of the question. Huh? Sister, I'm just looking. Let us not ride. Okay? The little one waved her hands repeatedly. Having grasped the value of the local currency, she was cautious about spending frivolously. Saving 2 yuan meant she could buy an extra jean of rice. Winter days would then be less harsh. Zhang Li gently scratched little Charcoal's nose. Charcoal, you don't understand my wealth. The fare for this little train is a mere fraction of what I earn in the time it takes for 1 ride. Huh? Before the little one could protest further, Xia Zhouyi had already lifted her onto the train's engine. Zhang Li held her in her arms as they sat side by side. Yes, just like any other family of 3, they are a happy family. The little Charcoal gripped the horse's ears nervously yet eagerly. As the train began to move again, she jumped with excitement, clapping her small hands. Wow! Sister Zhang Li, brother, the train is moving. With the ringing of the bell, the miniature train slowly set off. The little one sat nestled in Zhang Li's embrace, Xia Zhouyi on her right. She happily looked left and right, clutching the handrails tightly, her face alight with joy. At that moment, she felt as if she were the happiest child in the entire world. Looking back, she saw the little boy in the back seat smiling in his mother's arms. The envy she had felt moments ago had vanished without a trace. I have my brother and sister, too. They will take me on the little train, and we get to ride 10 laps. Toot toot toot. The train carried them through the mall's amusement area, weaving through crowds of various people. She, too, caught the admiring glances of other children. Yet, at that moment, the little one seemed unable to discern their expressions, for tears had unknowingly welled up, reddening her eyes. Brother, sister, we will always be together, right? She asked with a voice choked with emotion, her eyes shimmering with a profound longing for familial love. Yes, we will always be together, leaving and returning home together every day, sharing all 4 seasons and 3 meals, every meal with rice, Xia Zhouyi replied earnestly, affirming the little one's heartfelt question. It's a promise. Pinky swear. Pinky swear. Xia Zhouyi awoke from a deep sleep. It was already the next day. At 3 o'clock in the morning, he returned from the market after purchasing pig intestines. Zhang Wei was still diligently cleaning them, while Xia Zhouyi worked alongside, instructing Shenlin. The process of making Zhejuan pig intestines was intricate, each step essential, testing the chef's patience and skill. Xia Zhouyi first placed the thoroughly cleaned pig intestines into a pot, adding an appropriate amount of water and ginger slices, bringing it to a boil over high heat to remove any unpleasant odors. He then removed the intestines, rinsed them with cold water, and cut them into uniform small pieces for later use. Next, Xia Zhouyi poured a suitable amount of oil into a pan. Once the oil reached 70% of its smoking point, he placed the intestine pieces in, frying them slowly over low heat until the exterior was golden and crispy. This step enriched the texture, rendering the outside crisp and the inside tender. After frying, he began preparing the sauce. Chopping scallions, ginger, and garlic finely, he mixed them with soy sauce, sugar, vinegar, cooking wine, and water to create a rich, flavorful broth. He then poured the sauce into the pan, added the fried intestines, and simmered them gently over medium-low heat, allowing the sauce to permeate every fiber. Throughout the simmering, Xia Zhouyi frequently turned the intestines to ensure even heating and thorough absorption of the flavors. As time passed, the sauce thickened, and the intestines took on a tempting hue, emitting an irresistible aroma. Finally, when the sauce was almost entirely absorbed, Xia Zhouyi turned off the heat and plated the Zhejuan pig intestines, a dish boasting a glossy red color, tender and flavorful. Meanwhile, Shenlin opened a separate pot to practice. Xia Zhouyi corrected any missteps on the spot. Compared to yesterday, Shenlin's skills had improved significantly, already able to replicate 50% of Xia Zhouyi's standard. It was clear she had practiced diligently after returning home. Do not underestimate 50% proficiency. Even top chefs at large restaurants might only reach this level when preparing Sichuan pig intestines. If Lin were to sell this at a street stall, she would undoubtedly earn more than she had previously from selling marinated meat. Little brother, thank you for giving your sister this opportunity. Once our snack shop opens, I plan to reserve 30% of the shares for you as a technical partner, Lin said gratefully. Though they were well aware that Xia Zhouyi lacked any pressing need for this modest share, whether he wanted it or not was another matter. They felt compelled to mention it out of conscience. As expected, Xia Zhouyi waved his hand indifferently. Sister Lin, you know me. No need for such formality. Lin and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance and said no more. This craft, if executed well, could establish a brand. Great favors require no words of thanks. The couple was resolute in reserving a stake for Xia Zhouyi. You've all worked hard. After lunch, go home early and rest. Little brother, don't overwork yourself. You made so many Sichuan pig intestines today. Don't push yourself too hard, Lin said, still puzzled about Xia Zhouyi's motives for running this stall. If he didn't want to make money, why prepare nearly 1,000 servings of Sichuan pig intestines at once? If he did want to make money, why impose purchase limits? In any case, he was simply playing around, exuding an air of world weariness and carefree amusement. They probably could never attain his spirit in this lifetime. I understand. I'll drive slowly on the way back. Charcoal, let us go. We're heading out to the stall, taking half the finished products and half the semi-finished. Xia Zhouyi mounted his tricycle, humming a tune, setting off in high spirits. Another fulfilling yet leisurely day awaited. But as soon as he reached the intersection, he sensed something was amiss. Why were there still long queues at the distant hospital corner? It had been rather quiet just yesterday. Could it be that there are other ghost stalls like his setting up shop today? Xia Zhouyi was both curious and a bit defiant. His own stall had never been this popular. Whatever others were selling must be truly extraordinary. Instantly, the speed of his tricycle increased by 30%. He was determined to see what was going on. By the hospital corner, Huang Yi, Qin Yuma, and other young ladies leisurely arranged themselves in a row. To avoid the awkwardness of having to squat and eat due to yesterday's crowd, today they brought along small folding tables and chairs, even a complete set of portable tea brewing equipment. The sisters happily sipped tea while waiting for Boss Xia to set up his stall. This unusual scene, combined with the striking beauty of motorcycle-riding young ladies like Qin Yuma, attracted many passers-by to stop and watch. Among the flowers, the most dazzling was the rose, Huang Yi. Who wouldn't be enchanted by her pretty face? Wait, what kind of line is this? Do you have to queue to see beautiful women now? Behind the young ladies came numerous loyal customers from the fried rice group who had taken leave from work. We were already halfway through our shifts yesterday and couldn't skip work, but we can take the day off today. We're definitely going to eat Boss Xia's food. No need to queue to see the beauties, but waiting for Boss Xia to open requires it. Tang Songming patiently stood in line. Hearing the passerby's inquiry, he looked up calmly and replied. The passerby looked at the empty space at the front of the line. What kind of miraculous stall is this? With so many die-hard fans even before it's open? With nothing better to do, he decided to see what kind of magic this gourd was selling today. After several seconds of silence, the passerby quietly moved to the back of the line to join in. Wait, don't you all take a nap at noon? I came so early and still ended up at the very back of the line. That's nothing. Have you seen the beauties in the front row? They've been sipping tea for an hour. Genius. These beauties are incredibly clever, bringing their own folding chairs so they can sit while waiting in line and avoid the awkwardness of standing to eat. Ha ha ha. Brewing tea in the middle of the street. This isn't something just anyone dares to do. These motorcycle-riding young ladies are truly bold. Guess what? If Boss Xia sees this scene today, he'd be completely baffled? You say that and now I'm looking forward to it. They guessed correctly. Just as Xia Zhouyi arrived at the hospital corner, the street, a queue brewing tea. He glanced at Huang Yi, then at the bustling intersection, then to the eastern sun, and finally at the many familiar faces in the crowd, utterly confused. What was going on? So all these people were actually waiting for him? Waiting for him with tea brewing set up? Who came up with this idea, and who dared to carry it out? Roses, oh Roses, are you sure your mental states are sound? Maybe you should visit the hospital next door. Even Xia Zhouyi's thick skin couldn't withstand such an unconventional piece of performance art. Being watched like this, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Are young people nowadays also socially fearless? Ha ha ha, Boss Xia is here. Look at his expression. Utterly baffled, truly baffled. Boss Xia, stop standing there dumbly and start setting up your stall. Intestines, the little group's favorite 9-turn large intestine. Looking at the time, Boss Xia was opening his stall at 12 o'clock. Oh my, 5 days without seeing you. Boss Xia, I've missed you so much. Xia Zhouyi smiled wryly. For the sake of a meal, you all sure are willing to go to great lengths, skipping work day after day, aren't you? You came quite early, huh? Xia Zhouyi parked at his usual spot. These old rascals. He thought it would be more relaxed today without students around, but it seemed he would need a plan B for the next few days of vending. Alright, time to work. Of course, boss Xia. We've already bought the set meals, look. Hehe, you didn't see that old man looking even more baffled than you? He closed up shop right after opening. Xia Zhouyi looked at everyone, each holding a portion of steamed rice, unable to help but laugh and cry at the same time. He had said there was something missing. Turns out you all had driven away the old man who sold boxed meals. The first customer outside Huang Yi's group shamelessly asked them for a cup of tea as the little charcoal started to set the table. Then he crossed his legs and pretended to enjoy the camping-style tea-brewing atmosphere. You really have to admit this is quite comfortable. Doing something unconventional alone might be embarrassing. But doing foolish things with a group, especially a group of beautiful young ladies, was not only not embarrassing but made him want to post it on social media to show off. He shamelessly snapped a few pictures of the young ladies, making those behind without a spot truly envious and jealous. Damn, I'll come queue before dawn tomorrow. I want to join in, I want to be foolish like the young ladies. Once the stall opened, there was no need to call the little charcoal anymore. Since purchases were limited to one per person, everyone paid and took their goods conscientiously. Those with seats showed off extravagantly on the spot. Those without seats poured the 9-turn large intestine over their boxed rice and ate standing up. The line moved smoothly, until, with a clatter, a blue off-road bicycle led the way, followed by a team of delivery riders in yellow vests. Zhang Xiaoqi hurriedly arrived at the stall. Without any reminder, the delivery riders parked their vehicles and instinctively joined the back of the line. Dr. Zhang, what is going on? Demai, looking dumbfounded, pointed at the delivery riders. The diners in line were also astonished by the scene. Some quick-witted ones slapped their thighs. No way, you can do this too? Taking a day off costs 300 yuan. I could have just hired delivery riders to buy for me. The brains of a beautiful doctor are truly something else. So many people must be colleagues from the same department ordering together. Zhang Xiaoqi looked at Demai with a smug expression, a faint smile curling at her lips. You think I'm on the 2nd floor, but I'm actually on the 5th. She said casually, well, it's because of the boss's purchase limit. If I invite more friends, I can have more delicious food. This idea came from her colleagues just yesterday. If they could hire delivery riders, why not invite a few more people? What was routine for you all, this overseas returnee just back to the country figured out. Whoa, the diners instantly lost their composure. Dumbfounded mouths agape. Is there really a way to get around the purchase limit? Why didn't I think of that? Whoa, that's a move I didn't expect. Lin Daowei, having grasped the situation, was so frustrated he wanted to slap himself. Nobody was short of that money. Why hadn't he thought to hire others to make up the numbers? Boss Xia limits purchases, but he can't say a word if you get others to buy for you. If I had known this earlier, why didn't you tell me? Lin Daowei lamented, beating his chest and stamping his feet. Seeing this, a few diners nearby tried to comfort him, saying, brother, you're overreacting. It's not that bad. Now you've learned, you can do the same next time. Next time is next time, but last week is already gone. My golden fried rice, my seafood fried rice, my plum fried rice. Every time Lin Daowei named a dish, it felt as if his heart was cut with a knife, filled with deep regret. The greatest regret in life is the opportunity missed that could have been seized. There were so many fried rice dishes last week. He could have eaten to his heart's content, but missed out simply because he didn't think of it. The expressions of those beside him said it all. Damn. Why did you have to remind me? If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have thought of hiring delivery riders for last week's fried rice. Damn it. Suddenly, there were several more broken-hearted souls. Whoa, why didn't I think of it? Why didn't I think of it? Zhang Xiaoqi stared dumbfounded at the diners in line who were essentially slapping their own faces, feeling quite guilty. Are these people really so hot-tempered? Hope they don't get so angry at their own clever schemes that something bad happens. Stop fighting. I warn you all, each district seems to have a limited number of runners. Others are already adding orders on their phones. If you keep self-sabotaging like this, I'm afraid you won't even get a drop of soup. Lin Daowei and the others exclaimed, damn, these people are truly cunning. Secretly adding orders behind our backs? An intense sense of urgency washed over Lin Daowei and the others, as if their coveted 9-turn large intestine was being snatched away bite by bite. Hurry! Take out your phones. Let us add orders too. Lin Daowei shouted anxiously, fumbling to open the delivery app. The others followed suit, and soon the entire group was bustling with people frantically placing additional orders. Jiang Xiaoqi observed the scene with a sly smile, quietly basking in her triumph. She turned to the delivery runners and instructed, "Once you purchase the items, come directly to the first-floor emergency department to find me. Remember, the items must be handed over to me only. No colleagues are allowed to collect them on my behalf." The lesson from yesterday was etched vividly in her mind. She had no intention of letting her hard-earned prize be intercepted by colleagues again. The delivery runners responded in unison, "Understood, boss." Xia Zhouyi also noticed Jiang Xiaoqi's clever maneuver but found no fault with it. After all, she was the one paying and abiding by the purchase limits. If someone could buy a dozen or two portions, it was simply because they were not short of money. He had nothing to say. The excited expressions on the faces of the motorcycle-riding ladies nearby froze instantly. Is sitting down to eat 9-turn large intestine something to be proud of? There was a doctor who could consume 20 portions in one sitting, a full 20 portions. 3 for breakfast, 3 for lunch, 3 for dinner, and still couldn't he finish them all?
Utterly impossible.
There was a crushing sensation of intellectual inferiority. Qin Yuma and the others were left speechless. Unable to compete, they wanted to join in. But the moment they opened their phones, even placing an order for delivery showed a queue status. No way, how many deliveries have these people ordered? Have they really monopolized all the staff in this area? Ladies, don't worry. Men chasing after me can queue all the way to the bund. I'm just the first 100 men lining up, one of the ladies said casually. I have one too, I'm having someone help. Me as well. Watching the raucous crowd, Qin Yuma quietly muttered, "Sisters, are you sure those men can be trusted when it comes to Boss Xia's delicacies? After they get them, are you confident they'll willingly hand the food over to you?" Hearing Qin Yuma's double question, the motorcycle-riding ladies fell silent. Of course, if men could be trusted, they wouldn't be backups number 1 and 99. Besides, Boss Xia's utterly unreasonable 9-turn large intestine, even a biological father might not get to claim it. If backups were reliable, that would be a miracle. Huang Yi couldn't help but laugh. She lightly covered her lips, eyes sparkling with amusement. Pointing at the delivery runners already greedily swallowing saliva, she teased Yuma, "You say men can't be trusted, but what about these delivery guys? Can they be trusted?" Qin Yuma's eyes lit up with the gleam of a mischief maker. She sensed a spectacle unfolding. Under her expectant gaze, soon the first delivery runner approached Boss Xia. "Boss, 1 portion of 9-turn large intestine to go." Delivery work was physically demanding, and he had only eaten a simple leftover sandwich for breakfast. Lunch hadn't come yet. Now, the intoxicating aroma of the steaming 9-turn large intestine wafted around him. The first delivery runner swallowed instinctively. The closer he got, the richer the scent became. Ahead of him, Lin Dawei was already enjoying a bowl of rice topped with 9-turn large intestine. That glistening, oil-slicked intestine immediately caught his eye. Watching Lin Dawei's satisfied expression, his stomach rumbled uncontrollably. That fragrance alone was utterly irresistible. He finally understood why the beautiful employer had hired so many runners. It was a portion that was absolutely insufficient to satisfy. So good. Lin Dawei, eating the 9-turn large intestine, shared the same sentiment. Every bite revealed the rich and savory flavor of the intestine, the fat melting in his mouth, delivering unparalleled satisfaction. The broth inside was a perfect blend of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. Each mouthful made his taste buds tremble with delight. The first delivery runner licked his lips, marveling inwardly, "I could easily devour 3 portions of this in one sitting." He stared longingly, his craving unmistakable. He imagined himself like Lin Dawei, taking big bites of this delicacy, a look of yearning on his face. Yet, as a delivery runner, all he could do was watch and smell. At this moment, Qin Yuma watched with great pleasure, her heart blooming with joy. The scene was even more entertaining than she had anticipated. She eagerly awaited what amusing events might unfold next, so excited she could barely keep still. The delivery runners were now thoroughly tormented. Others who bought 9-turn large intestine could eat it immediately, but they couldn't. They were merely purchasing on behalf of others. Was there anything sadder than this? "No, boss, maybe you should just cancel this order." On the other end of the phone, Jiang Xiaoqi said, What did you just say? Are you thinking of doing something to my 9-turn large intestine?" Seeing the messages from the delivery runners in the group chat, Jiang Xiaoqi pinched her phone in shock and disbelief. "I warn you, don't mess around. Once you've bought it, bring it straight to me. It's mine, all mine." The delivery runner saw Jiang Xiaoqi's frantic demeanor and forced a sheepish smile. "Boss, don't get upset, don't get upset. I was just joking earlier. Rest assured, our team is made up of professional delivery personnel, all rigorously trained with strong professional ethics. Though his heart was bleeding, the delivery runner conveyed his determination through his words. Seeing him say that, Zhang Xiaoqi patted her chest and finally breathed a sigh of relief. If you deliver the 9-turn large intestine to me within 3 minutes, I'll tip you. To that end, she was willing to pay a premium. All right, I've got it in hand, on my way. The delivery runner nodded eagerly, agreeing enthusiastically. Zhang Xiaoqi on the other end finally relaxed, a light smile curving her lips. She thought to herself, after all, trust between people is possible. But the next moment, her smile vanished. Just as she awaited the arrival of the food with hope, the app suddenly notified her that a delivery runner had unilaterally cancelled an order and, per regulations, issued her double compensation. Standing at the stall, the aroma of 9-turn large intestine wafted in the air. Just as Xia Zhouyi was about to close the lid, the delivery runner glanced down at his phone's order, then at the 9-turn large intestine before him, again and again. In that instant, hunger surged fiercely, desire ignited from within. The delivery runner hesitated for less than half a second, then clenched his teeth and stamped his foot. Boss, no need to pack it up. I'm eating it now. Number 1 delivery runner shouted, his right hand uncontrollably reaching for the to-go box of 9-turn large intestine. His guilty hand grasped the steaming hot intestine, as if seizing the entire summer. He picked up a disposable chopstick from the stall and took a huge bite. Xia Zhouyi? Zhang Xiaoqi on the phone. Other customers waiting for their deliveries. Holy crap, the delivery runner is eating the 9-turn large intestine himself. Yes. Ha ha ha. Qin Yuma jumped up excitedly. This was exactly the moment they had all been waiting for. The few exchanged glances, nearly dying of laughter. Delivery is risky, order with caution. Watching the video sent by delivery runner number 2 on the phone, Zhang Xiaoqi was utterly dumbfounded. The footage showed delivery runner number 1 standing at the stall, devouring her 9-turn large intestine voraciously, even drinking the broth with a sandwich. Ah, my 9-turn large intestine. Mine. Zhang Xiaoqi trembled with cold fury, her voice laden with shock and disbelief. What happened to the supposed capriciousness between people? What of professional ethics? Did he not possess even the slightest shred of contractual integrity that every decent person should uphold? That was her 9-turn intestine, hers alone. Were it not for the strict rule that emergency department doctors cannot leave their posts even for a single minute, she would have stormed out and plunged a dozen knives into delivery guy number 1, ensuring that any injury report would only show minor wounds. She had even microwaved her lunch, eagerly awaiting the 9-turn intestine to accompany her meal. But now it was gone. Her precious 9-turn intestine was lost. Wailing in despair, it was truly heartrending for those who listened and tear-inducing for those who smelled its absence. No, the first portion of 9-turn intestine was already lost. The subsequent ones must not suffer any mishap. Hastily, Zhang Xiaoqi grabbed her phone and swiftly sent a tip to delivery guy number 2. Brother number 2, here is 200. As long as you deliver the 9-turn intestine safely, the tip will be sent promptly. Delivery guy number 2 replied quickly. Boss, rest assured. Unlike number 1, I have been in this business for 3 years, maintaining a completion rate of 99.99%. Give me 3 minutes. I'm still packing. This 9-turn intestine will absolutely be handed over to you. Exactly. That little rascal is a disgrace to our delivery community. We would never pilfer food. Boss, trust us, we are professionals. Seeing the confident replies from the delivery team in the group chat, Zhang Xiaoqi massaged her temples as the flames of anger within her gradually subsided. She sat back down, choosing to trust them once more. After all, delivery guy number 2 was a man in his 40s, surely burdened with elderly parents above and young children below, with car and mortgage loans to pay off. He must value his job and not behave recklessly like the younger ones, she thought. Eat here or take away? Summer Zhouyi asked delivery guy number 2 suspiciously in front of the stall. Other onlookers cast curious glances. Boss, what kind of question is that? I'm the employee with the highest reputation score at our station and the highest task completion rate. Of course it's takeout. Delivery guy number 2 pounded his chest in assurance, his face earnest and confident. It's just a 9-turn intestine. How could I be like number 1 and steal a bite?
Impossible.
Summer Zhouyi chuckled as he lifted the 9-turn intestine from the thermal container, the tantalizing aroma wafting toward them. Delivery guy number 2's gaze hardened. He truly needed this job. Don't panic, resist temptation. You have a son to raise. You have a car loan to pay off. You have a wife. Wait, almost forgot. His wife divorced him yesterday and ran off with the car and son. At this moment, delivery guy number 2's heart wavered, his eyes flickering nervously. But soon he took a deep breath, as if rallying himself. Life is so harsh. Why not indulge a little? Slurp. To love another, one must first love oneself. Yes, that's right. No, that's wrong. Only a failure surrenders to base desires. Wu Daji, you are a man of purpose. How can you succumb to mere cravings? Time ticked away as Summer Zhouyi picked up piece after piece of the 9-turn intestine. An intense internal struggle raged within delivery guy number 2's mind. Wu Daji, have you ever fought for yourself in this life? A lost son can be replaced. A runaway wife can be found again. But once this 9-turn intestine is gone, it's truly gone. In just 30 seconds, his thoughts underwent a seismic transformation. As Summer Zhouyi prepared to close the takeout box lid, finally, delivery guy number 2 made a choice that defied professional ethics. He succumbed to temptation. Boss, no need to close it. I'll eat it here. His guilty hand reached out decisively, flawlessly snatching the takeout box. Quick as lightning, he grabbed a chopstick and took a bite. And so, in front of the stunned gazes of numerous diners, he bit into the 9-turn intestine. Boom! Laughter erupted from all directions. The surrounding patrons were nearly doubled over with mirth, casting disparaging looks at the other delivery guys. Ho ho ho! This is the funniest scene of the year. One moment swearing loyalty, the next moment betraying on the spot. Is this your professionalism? Is this your work ethic? Geese, someone chuckled. 2 betrayals in hand. This is killing me with laughter. Taha! I'm about to die laughing. Boss Ya's 9-turn intestine is too tempting. I knew they couldn't resist. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I don't usually laugh much, but this is truly irresistible. The crowd exchanged knowing glances, all sharing a schadenfreude delight. Meanwhile, the other delivery guys, faced with this sudden turn of events, displayed awkward expressions. Some bowed their heads in silence. Others busied themselves to mask their discomfort. Delivery guy number 3 gave up struggling and told Summer Zhouyi directly, "Eat here." At those words, the laughter grew even louder. The delivery guy's face was one of utter despair. Then he turned to the laughing diners and said quietly, "Laugh all you want. If you think we're unreliable, then tell me, do you really believe the delivery guys you hire are any more trustworthy?" His words silenced the crowd instantly. The diners murmured, "Damn, he has a point. Who could resist Boss Ya's delicious food? Probably no one. We're right here. There's no way they de-steal it under our noses." "Maybe not," someone added. The delivery guy looked at the group of scowling diners, feeling a surge of satisfaction as refreshing as a cool drink on a scorching summer day. Ah, this feels good. Suddenly, the 9-turn intestine in his hands tasted even better, truly irresistible. Heh. In the emergency room office, Zhang Xiaoqi stared at the continuous stream of order cancellations on the app. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly, and laughed in exasperation. Her chest even ached from the anger. Where is your professionalism? Where is your moral fiber? Tell me, where? Show me your eyes and say, here. There's no such thing as integrity anymore. What a trash platform. You should just shut down already. Complaints, uninstallations, reports, all done in one swift motion. Half an hour ago, she was still smugly congratulating herself, feeling like a genius. To have 20 portions of 9-turn intestine at once. Just the thought made her mouth water. She didn't even care about her own portion. At this moment, she wanted nothing more than to bang her head against the wall. Not only were the 20 portions gone, but the one she had queued up for herself was also gone. Vanished. She had been foolish, truly, in this world. No one could be relied upon except herself. Especially those men. Burp. Delivery guy number 3 pulled out his steamed bun lunch, happily devouring the 9-turn intestine, letting out a contented belch. Delicious. Incredibly, unbelievably delicious. He had never tasted such exquisite 9-turn intestine in his life. Even if the customer complained later or he lost his job, it was worth it. Summer Zhouyi's meticulously prepared 9-turn intestine, made from fresh large intestines, perfectly cooked with secret spices, boasted a golden crispy exterior and a tender, flavorful interior. Each bite was rich with aroma and layers of flavor, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. Paired with a plain white steamed bun to cut through the faint greasiness, the balance was just right, each mouthful filled with pure happiness. If only there were a little wine to accompany it. Ah, that taste would be divine, worth trading places with a celestial being. Determined, the delivery guy suppressed the urge to devour the 9-turn intestine in one gulp and dashed to the neighboring convenience store to grab a bottle of snow beer. One sip, and he felt as if he had discovered the true meaning of life. Utterly invigorated, floating on cloud 9. This, he thought, was what life was truly about. Thus, a group of errand runners all made the same choice. A sip of fine liquor, a serving of the famed 9-turn large intestine, and contentedly squatting by the roadside, devouring their food with ravenous delight. Even the other diners nearby were swept up in the mood, each clutching a bottle of liquor in hand. Passers-by who knew nothing of the scene, walking by the intersection, might have mistaken this for a bar district, prompting them to marvel that even by day, there were revelers enjoying themselves. Truly, Shanghai lives up to its reputation as an international metropolis. Fan Xin, seated in a wheelchair and being pushed to the stall, was utterly astonished at the sight before him. He had been hospitalized for over half a year. Had Shanghai's development truly progressed so rapidly? Was there now a bar street at the hospital's entrance? Fan Xin was suffering from myasthenia gravis, and over the past 6 months, his condition had deteriorated sharply. At this moment, only his eyelids and the right hand he used to turn book pages could move with effort. He already sensed his fate, yearning to venture out one last time during the twilight of his life to glimpse the world. The girl pushing him was Yi Qingmei, also a patient, afflicted with an eye disease that was about to claim her sight. Fan Xin had signed a body donation agreement, and barring any mishaps, his eyes would be transplanted to Yi Qingmei. Bringing light to another was something quite wonderful indeed. Yi Qingmei pushed Fan Xin straight ahead. Although the surroundings were somewhat noisy, she recalled that no vendors had ever set up stalls along this path or at this spot, so she moved forward boldly and with confidence. Hey, do you people have any manners? Do you know how to queue? You can't just cut in line as soon as you arrive. A bald man in the queue immediately grabbed Yi Qingmei. It's the 21st century. How can there still be people so rude? Even if you have a sick family member, you can't just jump the queue, he insisted, refusing to be morally coerced. Startled by the sudden pull, Yi Qingmei was momentarily confused. Realizing a misunderstanding might be unfolding, she apologized profusely. I'm sorry, I didn't see anyone here. I'm not trying to jump the line with so many people. You didn't see me? The man was about to retort angrily, but then he noticed Yi Qingmei was apologizing to a little dog nearby. She was blind. Upon grasping this truth, the man fell silent. Here was a blind sister pushing her paralyzed brother. He himself had blocked their way and shouted at them. The guilt was so overwhelming that the man felt like slapping himself awake in the middle of the night, muttering, I really deserve this. And so he did, right then and there. I really deserve this. They're already suffering so much. What harm is there in letting her cut in line? Seeing this scene, the diners in front turned around and quietly stepped aside, silently yielding their spots. Some even softly comforted Yi Qingmei, urging her to stay strong. Fan Xin sat quietly in his wheelchair, watching as Yi Qingmei effortlessly pushed him through the clearing crowd to the vendor's stall, his toes curling in embarrassment. I say we're just out for a stroll, not here to queue and buy anything, do you believe that? The nearby diners nodded in agreement. Right. You're definitely not cutting the line, you just happened to pass by Bao'er's stall. It was like a conversation between chickens and ducks. Fan Xin silently covered his face in exasperation. Well, whatever, since we're here, let us accept everyone's kindness and see what delicacies have everyone queuing up. Approaching the stall, Xia Zhouyi handed him 2 portions of 9-turn large intestine, free of charge. If we meet again next time, you can pay then, Xia Zhouyi said with a smile. The young man's face, bearing a striking resemblance to the popular figure Ha, marked him as a frequent traveler across worlds. He looked like a youth whose days were numbered. One wondered where he might traverse next. Curiosity was piqued. Fan Xin accepted the packaged 9-turn large intestine and expressed his gratitude, scanning to pay as he prepared to move aside. As Yi Qingmei pushed him around the corner, he quietly transferred the entire balance of his bank card. Money was born with no weight and would be taken to the grave by none. Rather than enriching the bank, he preferred to give it to the kind-hearted vendor, who, bringing along a young sister to run a stall, surely earned only hard-earned money. He added 2,000 yuan more, hoping to bring a little joy to the siblings. Xia Zhouyi was attending to the next customer when he heard the notification of 2,000 yuan arriving in his account. Not only him, but others who heard the alert were dumbfounded, casting strange looks at the young man by the stall. Damn, not me. I didn't want to buy more. I only gave 98 yuan. That must be the blind sister and brother from earlier? Huang Yi nearby suddenly realized. Hearing her speculation, the diners fell silent. Being patients in the hospital surely required money, and the siblings did not appear wealthy. Everyone could surmise the eerie reason behind the extra 2,000 yuan. Perhaps, the money was no longer of use to them. Seeing the crowd's hushed whispers, Xia Zhouyi smiled and spoke. They're doing well. I can read faces a bit. He.s. not someone destined for an early death. If we meet again, I'll treat them free of charge. Let them eat their fill. Hearing Xia Zhouyi's words, everyone smiled gently. The heavy topic was left behind, and they each took a bite of the 9-turn large intestine to soothe their nerves. Truly delicious. Fan Xin was pushed to a park where they paused before a bench. They examined the box of 9-turn large intestine carefully. Its glossy, reddish sheen was instantly appetizing. The moment the takeout box was opened, the alluring aroma filled their nostrils. Without many words, they shared the meal with mutual care. One bite revealed a crispy, fragrant exterior and a tender, soft interior, juice bursting forth. The texture was both chewy and tender, complemented by a garnish of scallions, the flavor astonishingly delightful. The juices seemed about to overflow in the mouth, the exquisite taste causing both Fan Shun and Yiqing Mei to close their eyes in quiet appreciation of this rare delicacy. After a few bites, Fan Shun's eyes brightened. He had never expected such a humble roadside stall to yield such a surprise. Though he would not claim it to be the world's finest 9-turn large intestine, he had certainly never tasted a better one. The steaming, hearty intestines warmed his stomach and invigorated his entire being, evoking the comforting sensation of basking in winter sunlight. It inexplicably lifted his spirits. So delicious, Fan Shun exclaimed after finishing his portion, unable to suppress his admiration. Only one small regret remained, that he had discovered this culinary treasure only today. Fan Shun, shall we go back and buy 2 more portions? Yiqing Mei, equally conquered by the exquisite flavor, wore a satisfied expression, a strong urge rising within her to savor the dish once again. Proudly self-proclaimed as a foodie, she had tasted countless delicacies but had never encountered 9-turn large intestine so superb. We bought too little, Fan Shun thought the same. Yet they had already been allowed to cut the line once. A second time would be rather shameless. More importantly, he had a premonition, a sense that he might meet that handsome vendor again. But did he truly have a future? Perhaps. Let it remain a fond memory. Fan Shun gently shook his head and smiled. Never mind. I'm already very satisfied today. Next time, if there is a chance, we'll come back to eat. Yiqing Mei fell silent. Next time we'll go together again. She licked her lips and sighed with regret. Such a pity. Had I known it was this delicious, I would have shamelessly bought several more portions. Meanwhile, Zhang Lia's parents finally returned from their overseas trip. With eager anticipation, they opened the door to their home, only to find it under renovation. A whole wall had been smashed down, leaving the place looking as if it had been bombarded, a complete wreck. They doubted whether they had come to the right house. Zhang's father and mother exchanged bewildered glances, both utterly confused. Upon rushing to their son's place, they received 2 shocking pieces of news. The wall had been blasted by Zhang Li herself, and she had moved out to cohabit premaritally with someone. The stunned couple exploded in anger, immediately bombarding Zhang Li with a barrage of furious messages, demanding she come to her brother's villa at once. Facing her parents' irate and desperate commands, Zhang Li simply smiled softly and hung up the phone. It was obvious without a doubt that Zhang Haoquan was the one who had reported it again. If that scoundrel wasn't her beloved and was instead her brother-in-law, she truly wouldn't want to bring the 3rd devil fruit home. It was such a favor to him. Casually grabbing the plastic bag holding the fruit, Zhang Li stepped out and drove over to Zhang Haoquan's place. Before long, the 3, Zhang's father and the others, were already waiting in the living room with stern faces, having heard the commotion. Upon seeing Zhang Li appear, her father immediately stood up, his face ashen as he scolded, "Zhang Li, look at the mess you've made. What has the house become because of you? This child is utterly lawless. No matter how wild she acts outside, I could turn a blind eye. But now she has practically blown up the house. How dangerous is that? There are only the 2 of you siblings at home. I absolutely cannot allow any fratricidal conflict." Zhang Li shot a sly glance at Zhang Haoquan and said with a smirk, "My dear brother, didn't he tell you? I actually saved his life." Huh? Zhang's father was genuinely puzzled. Could there be more to the story? Zhang Haoquan himself was still at a loss as to how to explain the scene from a few days ago. He was still completely bewildered and waiting for Zhang Li's return to hear her side of the story. Zhang's mother first examined Zhang Li from left to right, and after confirming she was unharmed, she immediately reprimanded her. "Child, how can you be so willful? Forget about the house for a moment. You even cohabited before marriage. What kind of nonsense is that? Where is that person? Why didn't he come back with you? I want to see which family's rotten boy is such a scoundrel." Zhang Li put away her smile, pointed at the plastic bag on the table and said, "Dad, Mom Xia Zhou is doing just fine. After we confirmed our relationship, we immediately prepared a gift for you." Zhang's father blinked in confusion, while Zhang Haoquan muttered, "Can't we afford fruit at home? He just lets you bring this back from Yonghui supermarket? SNT fruit 9.9 yuan per jean at most?" For a moment, Zhang's mother was almost laughing with frustration. How had she never realized her daughter was so love-struck? After only a few days of dating, She seemed to have lost her mind. Seeing that greedy smile on her face, Jiang's mother felt sorry for her. Just a few pieces of fruit and she was sent packing. Dad, Mom, brother, have you ever heard of Everywhere Express? Do you know what kind of company it is? Jiang Li's expression turned serious and earnest as she addressed them. Everywhere Express? Isn't that a legitimate state-owned enterprise? What's the problem? Hearing Jiang Li's words, the Jiang family was stunned. Is this boyfriend of yours delivering packages there? Civil servants are respectable, but for our family, it's still a bit of a mismatch. Jiang's father frowned and asked. Seeing her parents and Jiang Haokuan's reactions, Jiang Li sighed. Her family's rise had been too brief and too lucky. They had no influential connections behind them and were unaware of some top-tier information. Everywhere Express was ostensibly a courier company, but in reality, it was a secret organization in charge of managing supernaturals in Greater China. Our world is far from simple. Not only are there supernaturals, but also demons, monsters, and ghosts. Jiang's father looked up in astonishment, feeling like Jiang Li had gone mad. What supernaturals? What ghosts? What nonsense is my daughter spouting? Is she feverish? He reached out to check her forehead. But then, there was no next moment. Jiang Li waved her hand decisively, intending to demonstrate the truth. With a thought, a large spiral of flames erupted at her feet, and Jiang Li's entire body seemed to be lifted by some mysterious force, slowly floating into midair. The flames blazed fiercely yet emitted no heat. Instead, they exuded an aura of chill and majesty, as if freezing the very air around them. Jiang Li's gaze grew profound and enigmatic as she softly spoke. This is the power he bestowed upon me. Dad, Mom, do you still think Mr. Xia is unworthy of me? Ha! Good heavens! What on earth is this? Jiang's father was dumbfounded, staring at the scene before him with overwhelming shock. What was going on? His daughter had superpowers? Jiang's father's eyes widened, his mind blank as he stared at his daughter, his face full of disbelief. Having built a billion-yuan fortune from scratch, he prided himself on his worldly experience and had seen many things, but today his daughter had given him a lesson. This was a spectacle unlike any he had ever witnessed. For a moment, Jiang's father could not even comprehend what was happening. Even Jiang Haokuan, who had seen his sister use her powers once and was somewhat prepared, could barely hide the astonishment on his face. Lai, my own sister. She can fly. Jiang's mother was equally bewildered, trembling as she cautiously reached out to touch the flames. Is it real? The burning sensation isn't an illusion. Mom startled. Jiang Li quickly withdrew the flames, fearing she might burn her mother. Jiang's mother gave an awkward smile, then shakily pulled Jiang Li into a thorough examination, wanting to speak but opening her mouth for a long time without finding the words. The three of them fell into silence. After a long while, Lai, what's going on? Can superpowers be given to others? Jiang's father finally asked, unable to contain his curiosity. This is the power of fire. Xia Zhou once happened upon some extremely rare items called devil fruits. After eating one, a person awakens all sorts of incredible superpowers. The one I ate is called the flame fruit. If I use it to full capacity, I could turn Magic City into a sea of fire. Jiang Li described the offensive power with a smirk, but did not reveal all the abilities of the fruit. It wasn't that she didn't trust her family, but Xia Zhou had told her that some supernaturals could read others' memories, so it was necessary to keep some information reserved. Even so, what she revealed was enough to leave the family utterly dumbfounded. Could she really destroy Magic City in an instant? They basically had a human-shaped nuclear bomb at home. Regaining their senses, Jiang's father hastily covered Jiang Li's mouth. Enough, don't say any more. We want to ask about your situation. A human nuclear bomb beyond our control. If others find out, those in power want to sleep well. Our Jiang family want to live in peace either.
Young Li smiled.
She wasn't a fool and definitely wouldn't blabber outside. She had no ambition to conquer the world. Her beloved was even stronger than she was, yet down-to-earth enough to be obsessed with running a street stall. She just wanted to live a carefree life as a top-tier wealthy beauty. Alright Dad, Mom, you shouldn't just focus on me. Didn't you hear what I just said? Jiang Li pointed again at the Yonghui shopping bag on the table. Good heavens! The red fruits inside the bag made the three freeze once more just from a glance. No way! None of them were fools. The moment they realized what was inside the bag, their breath involuntarily caught. The air seemed to freeze, with only the sound of their racing hearts and faint gasps echoing in their ears. Jiang's father's eyes bulged, his hand trembling as he pointed at the bag. Are these devil fruits? Jiang Li nodded gently, a playful smile on her face. Exactly as you think. My Mr. Xia said these are his betrothal gifts. So, do you agree to this marriage? Or do you agree? Zhang Haokuin looked utterly incredulous, eyes wide and shining with shock and excitement. 3 fruits. 3 whole devil fruits. So, does that mean he's got a share too? No matter what their parents thought, he agreed to the match, and judging by the happiness on Zhang Lai's face, it was certainly not forced. Silence fell again. After a long moment, Zhang's father and mother exchanged a glance and silently nodded. Though their family was worth billions, in the presence of such extraordinary beings, they might as well be mere ants, easily wiped out with a wave of a hand. If other financial tycoons discovered the existence of such fruits, not just the entire Zhang family's fortune, but 10-fold or 100-fold that amount would be willingly thrown to acquire them. And now, the other party had just produced 3 devil fruits at once. Giving away such precious items is ample proof of his genuine affection for Lai Lai. With such a generous son-in-law, how could they possibly be dissatisfied? Lai Lai, what are the abilities of these few fruits? How should they be consumed? Are there any side effects? Even the usually composed Zhang Haokuin was unsettled at this moment. Zhang Lai glanced at him, thinking he was being far too kind. These 3 are the turtle fruit, the bird fruit in white crane form, and the cat fruit in leopard form. Given our parents' age, consuming the turtle and crane fruits would perfectly serve to prolong their lives. The fruits can be eaten directly. Aside from being somewhat unpleasant in taste, there are no significant side effects. At most, during the first few days of adapting to the awakened abilities, one's appetite will greatly increase. Then, after a few days, we should find an uninhabited island to acclimate to the surge in strength. As she spoke, Zhang Lai selected the largest and heaviest fruit, shaped like a durian, and handed it to Zhang Haokuin. The father and son nodded in agreement, having no objections to Zhang Lai's allocation. Fearing that delays might breed complications, the 3 began eating the fruits in Zhang Lai's presence. Immediately, 3 retching sounds echoed, but all 3 were destined for greatness. A bit of nausea was nothing compared to the power they were about to acquire. Eat. They swallowed the entire fruit. Observing Zhang Haokuin's indescribable expression, Zhang Lai was on the verge of laughter. It felt like drinking a cold plum juice on a scorching summer day, utterly refreshing. If not for the fear of their phones being hacked and their privacy exposed, she would have loved to capture Zhang Haokuin's face on camera. By the way, Mom and Dad, actually, just 1 bite of the fruit is enough. The rest automatically loses its effect. The 3 of them from the Zhang family froze, especially Zhang Haokuin, who stared at the last piece of durian flesh in his hand, utterly petrified, neither wanting to eat it nor to leave it uneaten. Damn it! Were you doing this deliberately or accidentally? Why didn't you tell me such crucial information earlier? Why didn't you say so before? At this moment, Zhang Haokuin felt as if he wanted to stab his sister's heart. But with only this tiny bit left, what choice did he have? Eat it.
Moments later.
Accompanied by a flash of thunder and lightning, the 3 transformed into their respective anthropomorphic forms of turtle, crane, and leopard. Behind them, black ribbons symbolizing their awakened states undulated like serpents, swaying gently with their shifting forms, exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Wow! The transformed Zhang family members looked at each other in disbelief, then felt the terrifying, suffocating power surging within their bodies. Their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. This power, they felt capable of single-handedly conquering a small island nation. 3 days later, when the 4 returned from training on a remote overseas island, the father and son of the Zhang family no longer felt arrogant. Zhang Haokuin, in particular, had his signature successful businessman hairstyle reduced to a bald head, burnt to a crisp by Zhang Lai's fiery wrath, an utterly comical sight. Without anyone wielding the armament hockey, the natural-type fruit users utterly overwhelmed the animal-type fruit users. Zhang Lai could easily strike them, while they could not touch her, a reality that instantly sobered them. From what Zhang Lai had learned from her brother-in-law, the world of extraordinary beings teems with talents. All sorts of dirty tricks abound. Poisoning and sneaky attacks are mere childish play. Some can even cast curses from afar, extracting people's souls. There was no guarantee that others wouldn't possess powers similar to Zhang Lai's. Upon reflection, the Zhang family was already remarkably successful. In this world, there were few things money could not buy for them. There was absolutely no need to engage in the violent struggles typical of unruly gangs. Lai Lai was right. Consuming the fruits was merely to strengthen their bodies and protect themselves. There was no need to rekindle youthful recklessness. From now on, life would proceed as usual, only more splendid. Seeing the father and son finally calm down, a smile appeared on Zhang Lai's face. She was pleased with the peaceful atmosphere at home. This was best, lest the 2 cause trouble and force their beloved to clean up their messes. Meanwhile, inspired by Huang Yi, Qin Yuma and others, and fueled by young people's love of fun and following trends, in just 3 days, the street corner by the hospital had nearly transformed into a gathering place for tea parties. Usually abstract matters are just a source of amusement, but such an abstract phenomenon spread like a virus. Pairs of friends brought their own folding chairs and tables, starting from Bao'er's stall and lining up along the street all the way to the end. The scene was as abstract as it could be. On a weekend holiday, Huang Yi arrived late with her child and twitched slightly at the sight. She had not expected her small action to cause such a stir. Nevertheless, seeing everyone enjoying themselves, she merely smiled. Hopefully it wouldn't cause trouble for others. Moreover, she had heard that Bao'er would no longer be setting up his stall here next Monday, so the excitement likely wouldn't last. Thinking about it, she felt a bit disheartened. Bao'er was simply too much. Couldn't he just stick to one spot? Just as she was getting accustomed to his offerings, he left irresponsibly. Humph. Truly like a heartless scoundrel. Seeing no available seats, she decided not to set up a chair and quietly stood at the end of the line with her daughter, Xiao Taichu. Hey, Miss Rose, quite late today. Want to join us and share a table? We still have some space. Little sister, come sit with Auntie. Auntie has peanuts and sunflower seeds. Upon her arrival, many familiar faces greeted her, some warmly inviting the mother and daughter to join their tea gatherings. Huang Yi politely declined, saying her daughter was still nearby and she didn't want to set a bad example by cutting in line. Xiao Taichu blinked her big eyes, gazing at the lively crowd with curiosity and excitement. She tugged her mother's hand and whispered, Mommy, why is everyone drinking tea here? Aren't we supposed to drink at home? Huang Yi smiled, gently stroking her daughter's head as she explained, Sweetheart, they're waiting for an uncle who makes delicious 9-turned large intestines. Sitting here drinking tea while waiting is quite fun. Xiao Taichu nodded, half understanding, but her eyes never left the line ahead, curious about what the tasty 9-turned large intestines might be. Is it delicious? Behind the mother and daughter, Demai arrived late, having overslept. She frowned at the already long line, not out of concern for the 9-turned large intestines, since Bao'er usually closed his stall at 4 o'clock, meaning she would certainly get her turn. Demai's worry was that, at this hour, the chubby old man selling boxed meals on the street might have already closed his stall. She knew the old man would only restock once at most, but she wasn't sure if he had done so today. Without the support of rice, she felt eating just the 9-turned large intestines would be incomplete and unsatisfying. Failing to spot the boxed meal vendor, Demai mustered the courage to approach the nearby sushi stall. Excuse me, boss. Could you tell me if the boxed meal vendor next door has restocked or closed for the day? The sushi vendor's smile stiffened upon hearing the question, feeling awkward. He had initially thought the beautiful lady was there to support his business, but it turned out she was just inquiring about the news. He probably closed. The old man has restocked once, but as he left, I heard him mumbling about needing to restock again. The old man's boxed meals had never sold well, with dry white rice and no side dishes. Who would have thought that a fellow vendor selling 9-turned large intestines could boost his business? Truly, life is unpredictable. Small intestines wrapped in large intestines indeed. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The sushi vendor looked at his own face incredulously and said, Sir? Miss, look at my face and say that again. I'm only 20 years old. You call me sir? Oh hat? Sorry. You're so young. I couldn't tell at all. Occasionally a bit absent-minded, Demai looked seriously at the young man, her expression even more incredulous than his. The sushi chef originally didn't mind much. After all, years of vending had tanned his skin a shade darker. But upon seeing Demai's expression, he nearly burst into tears. Sorry, big brother. I'm not mocking you. I just mean you look like a devoted father of 2 children. Your home must be so happy. Demai, flustered, kept adding fuel to the fire. Wu, the sushi chef, who had been single since birth for 20 years, could no longer hold back and suddenly broke down in tears, as if deeply sorrowful. He didn't even have a girlfriend, let alone children. Whoa, that beauteous words are just too piercing. Nearby, Huang Yi, having heard Demai speak a few times, was astonished, her mouth forming a perfect O. This girl really knew how to talk. Could it be I guessed wrong? Big brother, you're not married yet? Oh no, you don't even have a girlfriend? Demai, still oblivious, continued to mercilessly jab. Little sister, please stop. Huang Yi, feeling a pang of sympathy, tugged Demai back into the group, offering an apologetic smile. If they kept talking, she feared the sushi chef might tear this girl apart on the spot. Yet Demai was completely unaware of the situation. She had no idea why the sushi chef was crying, only that sushi seemed to involve rice. Oh dear, big brother, don't be sad. Could you sell me a sushi roll? Demai added, just the rice, no toppings. I'll eat it like 9 turn intestines. The chef stared blankly at Demai's hopeful face. Disbelief etched across his features. Do you even realize what you're saying? Not only are you insulting my dignity, you're insulting my profession. This is sushi. Sushi. Not some rice ball. The sushi chef felt on the verge of madness. Even if he were to drop dead suddenly today, struck by a car, dead outside somewhere, he would never sell a single piece of sushi without toppings. A minute later, seeing a crowd waving money in front of his stall, the sushi chef hesitated. Originally, many customers in line shared Demai's dilemma, but upon hearing Demai's brilliant idea, they hurried over, demanding sushi without toppings as well. I sell sushi, not plain rice. You're insulting my profession, the sushi chef declared solemnly, his expression resolute. Oh come on, chef, why so stubborn? You have to pay extra. The elder lady who had just tried to comfort him suddenly twisted her waist in surprise after hearing the chef's words. Demai and the other customers. Look at you, huffing and puffing. It's just about paying extra, so pay. The lunchbox vendor old man appeared again. Somebody called out, and everyone paused, their eyes turning toward the street corner. There, a stout elderly man was pushing an old tricycle, carrying several foam boxes. Red paper signs on the boxes bore the words white rice, 2 yuan in bold characters. The next moment, the crowd surrounding the sushi stall, ready to pay extra, scattered like birds at the sight of the old man, sprinting toward him wildly. The sushi chef stared at his now empty stall, stretched out his hand, but couldn't he utter a word for a long while. Fine. No more hesitation, but no business either. Watching this scene, Huang Yi couldn't suppress the curve of her lips. The sushi chef was so hungry. She shouldn't be laughing, but she just couldn't help it. Elsewhere, at Junyue Mansion, Zhang Lai arrived home laden with bags, only to find the household lively and bustling. Not only were Mr. and Mrs. Shin present, but Gu Jia and Zhong Shaoqin were there too. Everyone was eagerly eyeing the kitchen, mouths watering in anticipation. Lin Jia, is that really necessary? After eating so many days, you should have learned by now. Why are you still so greedy? Zhang Lai said, half laughing, half exasperated. Shin Lin shook her head and pointed toward the kitchen. Necessary? Have you seen what your man is cooking today? Old Beijing braised offal. That aroma is making me drool. Shin Lin and Na Wei were old Beijing drifters. The smell of braised offal was no stranger to them. Normally, they might not notice, but once they caught a whiff, nostalgia crept in.
Na Wei nodded repeatedly.
Eyes never leaving the kitchen's direction. Xia, little brother, this is truly fragrant. 6 days of 9 turn intestines, 1,000 servings every day. I feel like this man is marinated in 9 turn intestines himself. On the last day, Xia Zhouyi wanted to try something different. Braised offal wasn't unfamiliar to him. He had eaten it several times while traveling in the capital. But none of the old chef's versions were as flavorful as his own. He meticulously cleaned pork intestines, lungs, and heart, eliminating all odors, then simmered them over low heat with special spices and sauces. The aroma was rich without being greasy, instantly whetting one's appetite. The braising was perfectly timed. The pork intestines tender yet chewy, the lungs and heart fresh and palatable. Paired with a steaming bowl of braising sauce, it was a heavenly delicacy. During the cooking process, Xia Zhouyi added his own innovative touches, making this traditional capital snack uniquely special. The fragrance of the braised offal wafted continually from the kitchen, stirring everyone's cravings. Shin Lin couldn't help but swallow hard. Little brother, when will the braised offal be ready? We're all about to lose patience. Xia Zhouyi smiled. Don't rush, don't rush. Almost done. He then lifted the braised offal from the pot, sliced it into small pieces, placed it on a plate, and sprinkled coriander and chili oil atop. Immediately, the aroma intensified, making it irresistible. Cheers erupted once again. Gu Jia felt that if she kept freeloading meals like this, her belly would surely expand sooner or later. Full and satisfied, Xia Zhouyi was about to head out to his stall. These days, he didn't even need to bring a folding chair. Customers had their own, and sitting on his spot while doing business was unparalleled. Sure enough, just turning the corner, he spotted the bustling street of people brewing tea around stoves. The sight made him uneasy. Surely they wouldn't summon him for tea because of city appearance issues, would they? I told you that all may leading the charge. Nothing to do with me. A lively group was chatting around the stove, warmly inviting Xia Zhouyi to join their tea. Xia Zhouyi waved his hand helplessly. No thanks. If I actually sit down for tea, you'll get nervous instead. The tricycle stopped at its usual spot, and Xia Zhouyi was surprised to see the chubby lunchbox vendor still there, accompanied by a kindly elderly woman. "Grandpa, haven't you sold all the lunchboxes today? That's unusual," Xia Zhouyi asked curiously. The old man shook his head, smiling warmly. "Sold out early, actually. I've restocked twice today. Just waiting for you to come by, wanted to say goodbye." "Oh, you're not vending anymore?" The old man nodded. "Today your granny was discharged from the hospital. I came specially to greet you. We're heading back to our hometown, probably one tea come again." Xia Zhouyi was taken aback, then smiled. "Well, that's great news. Grandpa, you can finally enjoy some peaceful days with Granny." The old man smiled even wider, revealing a row of bright white teeth. "Yes, thank you, young man, for taking care of the business these days. Otherwise, this old fellow would have had nowhere to stay and might have ended up sleeping rough." With that, the old man pulled a plastic bucket from the tricycle, filled to the brim with eggs. "Xiaozi, these eggs are from your granny's family. They won't all get eaten now, so if you don't mind, take them home." Xia Zhouyi quickly waved his hand. "Grandpa, you can't do that. You'll need them on your way back." The old man chuckled, pressing the bucket into Xia Zhouyi's hands, then turned to leave with the elderly lady. Xia Zhouyi sighed deeply, his gaze following their slowly receding figures. He remained silent for a long time. The thunder technique in his hand had been concentrated for a while, but in the end, he did not unleash this power upon the elderly woman who was now left with only a single lingering attachment. Perhaps old Fatty himself had some inkling. Departing alongside his beloved spouse might well have been the most resolute choice buried deep within his heart. "Brother, these past days I saw old Fatty smile for the very first time. He looked genuinely happy. Is that so? That's quite good." Just then, a small electric scooter hurtled toward the stall like a bolt of lightning, with Jiang Tianhao screaming in despair from atop the vehicle. "Make way, make way! The brakes have failed." This sudden outcry startled the patrons queuing before the stall. Upon grasping the situation, they hastily scrambled aside to safety. Xiao Beichengtan watched the scene in astonishment. Two-wheeled vehicles like this were truly impressive, zipping by with a whoosh. But what are brakes? If they're broken, can the speed still increase? Jiang Tianhao's emotions at this moment resembled a roller coaster ascending to its zenith before abruptly losing all support, plummeting in free fall. He gripped the handlebars with unwavering determination. His eyes reddened with excitement. Gazing at the crowd ahead, he silently prayed, "Please don't hit anyone. Please don't hit anyone." The electric scooter's velocity showed no sign of abating. Jiang Tianhao could only rely on instinct, desperately adjusting the direction. His target was Xia Zhouyi. Never had Jiang Tianhao imagined that the dilemma he once saw in a train accident, choosing one victim or five, would one day confront him in reality. Should he collide with Boss Xia alone or barrel through the long line of diners? Jiang Tianhao's actions provided the answer. "Ah, Boss Xia, please dodge. I'm doing my best." With these words, he shut his eyes tightly and surrendered everything to fate. This maneuver left the nearby diners utterly dumbfounded. "Wait, you brat. You want to kill Boss Xia? What will we eat then? Xia Zhouyi? Damn it, I only chatted with Deng Xiaoqi a bit yesterday, and today this kid wants to kill me?" He could have dodged, but right behind him was his own stall, with old Fatty's eggs still on display, not to mention 2 large pots brimming with stewed delicacies. He simply could not let the scooter wreck everything. Very well, he would save this foolish youth's life. With swift reflexes, Xia Zhouyi grabbed the out-of-control scooter, steadying the vehicle. Jiang Tianhao felt a force pulling him back from the brink of death. He snapped his eyes open to see Xia Zhouyi looking at him with a mixture of disdain and suspicion. Jiang Tianhao's face was pale. Beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks as he panted heavily, as if he had just escaped the gates of hell. "Boss Xia, I'm saved." Overcome with emotion and incoherent, Jiang Tianhao collapsed at Xia Zhouyi's feet. "Ah, Boss Xia, I love you to death." Xia Zhouyi, busy controlling the scooter, was momentarily caught off guard by Jiang Tianhao's embrace. The scene felt eerily familiar, and an uneasy premonition stirred within him. At the very moment he looked up, 2 youthful and radiant JK schoolgirls appeared around the corner, both possessing fair, slender, and long legs. The taller one was Deng Xiaoqi, and naturally the shorter was Lin Miaomiao. The instant their gazes met, both froze, exchanging bewildered looks. Lin Meow was utterly dumbfounded. She neither misheard nor misunderstood. Jiang Tianhao had just loudly professed his love while clutching Boss Xia's leg. This time, it was surely no accident. This time, she had caught undeniable evidence. This time, it was even more explosive than before. Lin Miaomiao's eyes widened, her hands covering her slightly parted mouth in stunned silence, as if frozen in place. Her heart raced, her thoughts in turmoil. as if in that moment she perceived the world anew. Xiaoqi, I really wasn't mistaken. Boss Xia, he really is gay. He has been publicly confessed to. Xia Zhouyi? The surrounding diners? Qin Yuma. Gosh, it's you again, Lin Miaomiao. Girl, your train of thought is simply unparalleled. Ha ha ha. Boss Xia is truly wronged. Saving someone and still being slandered. What on earth is going on here? Classmate, you better run this time. No security guard will save you now. Ha ha ha. The veteran diners, who had chased after them from the elite school, were thoroughly amused. The girl's misunderstanding had blossomed twice. Xia Zhouyi covered his face, utterly disheartened. Lin Miaomiao, oh Lin Miaomiao, my innocence is doomed to be destroyed by you sooner or later. Is there a problem? I'm the security guard from the hospital. As the security captain approached from the hospital entrance, the group laughed even louder. He pointed at the fallen electric scooter, explaining briefly that everything was fine. Xiaoqi, did I overthink this again? But I can't be blamed. It's all Jiang Tianhao's fault. Lin Miaomiao blushed, protesting. Yes, it's all Jiang Tianhao's fault. Who told him to act so strangely every day? Deng Xiaoqi stifled a laugh, agreeing. However, Miaomiao, can we be a bit more careful in the future? This is the third time already. Be careful or Boss Xia might block you and refuse to sell you anything. Upon hearing this, Lin Miaomiao's gaze shifted to the scowling Xia Zhouyi nearby, and she immediately panicked. Sorry, I was wrong. Boss Xia, I'm sorry. I have 2 movie tickets here, the new werewolf flick. When you close your stall, please go watch it with me. You'll forgive me this once, right? With that, Lin Miaomiao pulled 2 brand new movie tickets from her bag, offering them to Xia Zhouyi with a flattering smile. Xia Zhouyi glanced at the tickets, then at Lin Miaomiao, and smiled helplessly. Alright, since you're so sincere, I won't hold it against you. But no more than 3 times. Okay? If there's a 4th. We'll see if your little body can take a beating. Lin Miaomiao's face lit up with joy as she nodded repeatedly. Absolutely no more next time, absolutely none. Even if I see Boss Xia coming out of a room naked with another man, I absolutely won't misunderstand him again. At these words, the surrounding diners burst into laughter once more. Girl, are you desperately testing the limits of being blocked? Xia Zhouyi's face darkened again. Lin Miaomiao, listen to yourself. If you don't speak, no one would think you're mute. Xiao Taichu could not comprehend what they were laughing about. All she felt was her mother's happiness. Her parents had been quarreling constantly, and it had been a long time since her mother had smiled so brightly. Xiao Taichu blinked her wide eyes, curiously observing those around her. Her small hand clutched her mother's tightly, as if afraid this joy might vanish suddenly. Yet, this happiness did not fade, it even spread to her. When a younger little sister gingerly offered her a fragrant spoonful of stewed delicacy, just 1 bite, Xiao Taichu's little face blossomed with a radiant smile. Mom, this is just too delicious. The aroma of the rich pork intestines lingered in her mouth, compelling her to take another bite. She did not know what it was exactly but sensed it was meat. So tasty. The flavor of the stew was an unprecedented delight in her small world. She recalled eating this at her grandmother's house but never as delicious as this. Eating meat is good, but rice must be eaten too. Huang Yi affectionately stroked Xiao Taichu's head. This little girl did not understand divorce but knew the household had been unhappy lately, and it had been a long time since she'd seen her laugh so joyfully. Xiao Taichu loved rice as well. Paired with the stew, it was incredibly fragrant and delicious. Each bite a supreme temptation to her taste buds, making her eyes squint with happiness. She felt her little belly filled with bliss and uttered an utterly contented sigh. Mom, shall we come again tomorrow? The roasted suckling pig the uncle made is so tasty. After finishing a bowl of stew over rice, Xiao Taichu circled happily around her mother. This little one felt she had discovered the most delicious thing in the world. If she could have a bowl every day, she would be the happiest child on earth. It's braised pork intestine, not suckling pig. Huang Yi corrected her daughter's pronunciation with a smile, as she took out a tissue to wipe her little oily mouth. As for whether they would come again tomorrow, that depended on whether they could still find Boss Xia. In just 2 weeks, they had already discerned Boss Xia's pattern of setting up his stall, changing locations weekly, each time selling different items. He seemed utterly fearless of losing business, as if he were just playing around. Mom, you haven't answered me yet. Little Taichu pouted in dissatisfaction, noticing her mother lost in thought. Can we come eat the braised intestines again tomorrow, please? Meeting her daughter's eager gaze, Huang Yi nodded. Anyway, I've already added him on WeChat. Next week, wherever Boss Xia sets up, I'll just ask directly. She firmly refused to believe that this man would cruelly withhold his location from her. After all, she was a rose. Though divorced and raising a child alone, she still retained her allure. All for little Taichu. At worst, she could send him some cool photos of her in black stockings. She knew well that Boss Xia often sneaked glances at her long legs. Thinking this, a faint blush tinged her cheeks. Huang Yi muttered under her breath. What a lucky pervert. Mom, I'm talking to you. Why are you daydreaming again? Oh, darling, what did you say? Mom, I want to see Bald Chong. You promised to take me during the holidays. Only then did Huang Yi snap back to reality. Looking into her daughter's eyes full of anticipation, a surge of guilt welled up inside her. All right, sweetheart, you want to see Bald Chong, right? No problem, Mommy will take you. With that, Huang Yi took little Taichu's hand, and the two left the braised intestine stall, heading toward the cinema. Along the way, little Taichu chattered excitedly, praising how delicious the braised intestines were. Passing by the mother and daughter was a Wuling Hongguang vehicle. Zhang Xiaoqi hurriedly got out of the passenger seat, her destination set straight for Xia Zhouyi's stall. As an emergency room doctor, she couldn't leave her post during work hours. Having finally reached her holiday, Director Zhang was here to indulge herself. Delicious 9-turn large intestines, here I come. Dr. Zhang, you're here. Hurry and get in line. Today Boss Xia has new tricks. This braised pork is super tasty. Demai, who was eating with a face full of happiness, overcame his social anxiety to cheerfully greet Zhang Xiaoqi. Good afternoon, Demai. Looks like you're recovering well.
Zhang Xiaoqi nodded at Damai.
Then looked at the queue in front of the stall and quickly gathered the 20-some people who had just gotten out of the Wuling to line up. Among those waiting, Zhang Wei arrived rather late and stood toward the back. He looked curiously at the crowd behind Zhang Xiaoqi. Dr. Zhang, are you off to find a runner again? Didn't you learn your lesson from a few days ago? Remember, all the diners who hired runners for purchasing that day were utterly defeated, without exception. Those runners, once they got hold of Boss Xia's 9-turn large intestines, immediately stuffed their mouths, and even with their employers watching, they couldn't compete with them. Since then, no one had used runners for purchasing. Everyone preferred to buy Boss Xia's delicacies themselves to be at ease. Dr. Zhang, aren't you afraid this will be a futile effort again? The diners in line gave her a surprised glance. Zhang Xiaoqi smiled brightly, waving her hand. Ha ha ha, this isn't a runner, it's my juniors who are about to graduate. As long as they can help me buy the items, I promise to get them internships at the hospital, complete with official seals. Whoa! Zhang Wei gaped, speechless. That's a slick move. Runners are unreliable, but interns with official seals? That's absolutely reliable. Soon-to-be graduates scramble desperately to get internships at good hospitals. No matter how tempting Boss Xia's food is, they willingly act as buyers for the sake of the internship opportunity. Using this as leverage is a surefire strategy. I have to say, that's really clever and ruthless. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Zhang Wei gave Zhang Xiaoqi a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. At that moment, he was more determined than ever to open his own law firm and recruit interns to keep them in check. The diners in line suddenly saw Zhang Xiaoqi in a new light. This woman was not only beautiful but also remarkably shrewd. With such a strategy, who could possibly outmatch her? 1, 2, 3, 4, there were 21 people in total, enough to order 21 servings of braised intestines. Just thinking about it was enviable. Zhang Xiaoqi smiled proudly and turned to her juniors behind her. Keep it up, everyone. Whoever manages to buy Boss Xia's food, I guarantee a sealed internship opportunity for you. Senior Zhang, don't worry, we'll give it our all. The juniors nodded in unison, full of fighting spirit and confidence. Zhang Xiaoqi nodded with satisfaction. With this group on her side, she was confident that this time the cooked duck wouldn't fly away. She was determined to enjoy Boss Xia's delicacies to her heart's content. She truly admired her own ingenuity in devising this approach. The braised intestines are great, they keep well. I'll be eating braised intestines every meal for the next few days. If I ration carefully, I can last until the next holiday. Perfect. Zhang Xiaoqi gazed at the second pot of braised intestines already cooking, her eyes full of anticipation. This is the flavor, so fragrant. By the way, boss, are you changing locations again next week? Where do you plan to set up? Nearby? Or crossing districts? Surely not leaving the city? Zhang Xiaoqi's questions grew more urgent, her voice rising by an octave. No, Boss Xia, your silence is killing me, she exclaimed, suddenly deflating from excitement to despair. The surrounding diners, already subdued by Zhang Xiaoqi's actions, fell even more silent when Xia Zhouyi did not deny the suspicion. Hey boss, You're not really going to leave the city to set up elsewhere, are you? That essay tonic. Damn. Boss, you can't be so cruel. I barely get to eat here in the city. If you go elsewhere, my world will collapse. Xia Zhouyi watched the diner's wails and lamentations, both amused and exasperated. You all react like that, I might as well be crying as I leave. As for where I'll be tomorrow, only the system knows. But if possible, I still hope to stay in the city. I appreciate the enthusiasm and love from my regular customers, and I enjoy seeing their familiar, blissful faces. But if the task duration is still long, you'd better not come. I don't want to cook 1,000 servings again. At this point, I feel like a giant intestine myself. Let us talk about tomorrow later. Everyone behind, please count heads. This is the last pot, probably about 100 servings left. I'll have to come early. Boss, just put it directly into my thermos. If possible, just add a ladle of broth over the rice. Zhang Wei said, grinning as he pulled out a huge thermos, big enough to hold 3 pounds of rice. Braised intestines are rationed, but the broth shouldn't be, right? Mix it up, and this bowl of rice with broth will last me 2 days. Aren't you afraid it'll be too salty? Xia Zhouyi was taken aback. No worries. I have a strong palate. I was busy with the lawyer exam at noon and only had a simple steamed bun for breakfast. The closer he got, the richer the aroma of the braised intestines became. It seemed even more fragrant than yesterday's 9-turn large intestines. Boss Xia's culinary skills were no joke. 1 pig intestine could be prepared in so many ways. In the countryside, he would probably be hailed as the intestine immortal. Xia Zhouyi took Zhang Wei's thermos and then scooped out a large segment of intestine from the pot, slicing it along with some pig lungs. The intestine on the cutting board went duong with each chop, immediately capturing Zhang Wei's attention. It looked plump and springy, each segment glistening with oil, extremely mouth-watering. The afternoon sunlight overhead was gentle and warm, filtering through the gaps in the leaves to cast a dappled glow upon the steaming pot of braised pork intestines, creating a captivating Tyndall effect. It was a quintessential scene of earthly delights, evoking an inexplicable sense of warmth in the heart. The sliced large intestines and pig lungs were swiftly packed into insulated containers, which Zhang Wei eagerly accepted, fearing that Xia Zhouyi might have second thoughts. He hurriedly dashed to an empty seat and, ever the miser, pulled out a smaller insulated container from his bag to share his meal. 1 container to eat now, another to save for tomorrow. Tormented by hunger all morning, he finally picked up his chopsticks with relish and began to devour the food voraciously. In an instant, Zhang Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. This was unbelievably delicious. The rich, mellow flavor of the intestines intertwined seamlessly with the tender freshness of the pig lungs. Every bite was an exquisite tease to the taste buds. The unique aroma of the braised spices lingered long in the mouth, so delectable that even the tongue seemed eager to swallow itself. As Zhang Wei chewed heartily, he muttered incoherent praises. 1 small bowl of rice was simply insufficient. Perhaps it was best to eat it all now. If necessary, he could always return to Boss Xia tomorrow for more. Behind him, Lin Miaomiao and other classmates from the elite high school had been waiting patiently for quite some time. Each came prepared, clutching large metal trays from the cafeteria, eagerly handing them to Boss Xia as if that would allow for more portions. At most, it would only mean Xia Zhouyi could ladle an extra helping of broth. Jiang Xiaoqi watched Xia Zhouyi's movements closely, receiving 1 rice plate after another from the students. 3 had passed without her turn, then 5, and still no chance for him. Anxiety crept in. Didn't these students have classes? By the time it was their turn, would everything be sold out? She watched the pot of braised delicacies steadily diminish, her eyes fixed intently, almost wide with desperation. The underclassmen fell silent. Senior, do you realize what you're saying? It's the weekend today. At that moment, none dared speak, fearing that even a word might cause their mouths to water uncontrollably. With a sudden gulp, the tantalizing aroma of the braised pork drew near, making their mouths water incessantly. The freshly scooped intestines still steamed, sliced into bite-sized pieces. Each cut from the vendor seemed to strike directly at their hearts, tempting them to swallow hard. The university students were tormented beyond measure. Such a fragrant dish, how could one resist taking a bite? Yet, no, it was either the senior's chance for an internship or a morsel to be eaten. What should have been an easy choice became a torment in the face of the braised delicacies. Senior, may I have half of your portion? Jiang Xiaoqi, standing at the front, responded with a look of familiarity. No, absolutely not. This is mine, all mine. Hearing the junior's plea, Jiang Xiaoqi immediately grew anxious. How about this? I still have a few official positions to offer. If you work hard, I'll recommend you for full-time employment in 3 months. The juniors listened, shocked and incredulous at the high price Jiang Xiaoqi set. Senior, are you serious? It's a deal. Their gazes cleared once more. A hearty meal and a job to secure future meals. Now that was a clear choice. It's just braised pork, we can endure it. Everyone stay strong. Qin Yuma chuckled softly. Is there anyone who can really resist Boss Xia's delicacies? I don't believe it. I bet on them not holding back at Little South Country, said a nearby friend. At those words, the others gave her a disdainful look. Who would bet on a losing cause? The group of young ladies lingered, continuing to sit around the stove after finishing their braised pork, brewing tea and chatting. Believe it or not, savoring tea and snacks amidst the aroma of braised pork was a sophisticated pleasure. Seeing everyone's eyes now clear and bright, Zhang Xiaoqi patted her chest with relief. All right, just bring me whatever you order. I'll pay directly. Understood, senior. The juniors nodded eagerly, agreeing enthusiastically. Zhang Xiaoqi first bought a portion for herself, carrying the steaming braised pork over to Qin Yuma and began eating immediately. As for the rice, what a joke. She couldn't even finish the braised pork, let alone eat any staple food. Such bad habits must be avoided. Immersed in the delicious braised pork, she failed to notice the change in the juniors' expressions. Standing at the front of the stall, the savory aroma assaulted their senses, making their noses twitch uncontrollably. It was unbearable. Whether Xia Zhouyi did it intentionally or by accident, the takeout box was handed over without a lid, the glistening contents exposed directly to the junior's hands. The junior glanced down at the braised pork in his hand, then looked at the senior wolfing down her food nearby. In a flash, he snatched up the chopsticks from the counter, opened his mouth wide, and let out a hungry growl before taking a bite. Just one bite, he reassured himself. Yet once that bite was taken, he could not stop. The steaming braised pork warmed his stomach and soul alike. Hey, stop right there. That's my braised pork. My braised pork. Zhang Xiaoqi snapped out of her reverie, only to feel as if the sky was collapsing. Her voice trembled with agitation. The series of startled shouts frightened the junior, but having already eaten, there was no turning back. Senior, I'll pay. You have so many portions anyway, don't be upset. The junior munched while hastily leaving 100 yuan on the counter, then vanished like a streak of smoke. Zhang Xiaoqi, Xia Zhouyi, other onlookers. Laughter erupted from all directions, the surrounding crowd brimming with joy. The junior's antics had struck the perfect comedic chord. The laughter resembled a sudden summer afternoon thunderstorm, unexpected yet fervent. Haha, that kid is hilarious. He's choosing food over his future. Such guts. No blame on him. If a professional errand runner can't resist, how could inexperienced university students? The chatter and laughter mingled, painting a lively tableau. Meanwhile, the junior had long disappeared around the street corner, leaving only the 100 yuan bill lying quietly on the counter, fluttering in the breeze. Xia Zhouyi watched the scene with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. He shook his head with a smile and said to Zhang Xiaoqi, "Here, take this back. It's your money." Zhang Xiaoqi's face darkened. She almost lost control and did something irrational. Taking a deep breath, she silently pocketed the money. Then she decided not to leave, standing by the stall with her braised pork as she awaited the next classmate's order. Girls should be more sensible, she thought. That unwavering gaze made the junior girl's heart tighten, involuntarily raising her hand to vow, "Senior, you know me. I wouldn't be so unreliable. I have a celebrity brother to follow and really need a job." Watching the junior's firm promise, Zhang Xiaoqi furrowed her brow, half believing her. But no matter what, she shouldn't be snatched right under her nose, right? At worst, she could let her have one portion. After all, if she got caught, she couldn't just run away. "Don't worry, senior, I won't run." The second junior's chest pounded fiercely. For Huang Yi, a mere portion of braised pork was no temptation. The junior's eyes shone with determination, as if already envisioning herself working hard to earn money and ultimately meeting her idol. For Huang Yi, slurping was delicious. Slurping was delicious for Huang Yi. Delicious slurping. When Xia Zhouyi skillfully sliced the braised pork and sealed the takeout box, handing it over to the junior, Zhang Xiaoqi finally relaxed, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Steady, this junior is reliable. But the next moment, she could no longer smile. The junior, with unprecedented speed, snapped the lid open with a loud smack, an explosive sound that shattered the calm like thunder and bells ringing. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand inside and swiftly plucked out a segment of the pork intestine, tossing it into his mouth with a swift whoosh. Absolutely delectable. Zhang Xiaoqi was utterly dumbfounded. He hadn't fled, and had only taken a single bite. Yet, gazing at the oily fingertips of the junior schoolmate, could this braised delicacy still be savored? Could it really still be enjoyed? For several seconds, The surrounding diners watching the spectacle fell into silence. The next moment, their laughter erupted even louder. Ha ha ha. Dr. Jiang, don't bother struggling. No brother can compete with Boss Xia's braised pork intestine in flavor. Exactly. It's obvious the braised pork surpasses the internship certificate, and it's far better than any brother. Oh. Accept your fate before Boss Xia's exquisite cuisine. Even one's own father might prove unreliable. Covering his face, Zhang Xiaoqi returned silently to Qin Yumao's side and resumed eating his own portion of the braised pork intestine. Exhausted, let it all be destroyed. There was no need to watch further. The outcome was already apparent. Seeing her utterly disheartened expression, everyone laughed all the more heartily. Quiet down. You're disturbing me while I eat my pork intestine. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Xia Zhouyi, munching on popcorn and observing the drama while packing up, finally reached the fourth pot of braised pork intestine sold by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Time to tidy up and close the stall. Today was the final day. He had expected this week to be a welfare task, but it turned out to be a test of endurance. Every day, 1,000 portions, 1,000 portions. Even with the great Shin Lin's help processing ingredients, he felt as if he had been marinated inside and out like the pork itself. The system's tricks were truly insidious. From now on, whoever wanted to sell pork intestine could go right ahead. He had no intention of dealing with it ever again. Next month, no, for the next 6 months, he would never buy pork intestine, not even under threat of death. He hoped that after midnight, the system would show some mercy and that next week's new task would not involve any more bizarre complications. No more pig offal, and no more prolonged tasks. Simple quantity-based assignments would be just fine. 7 consecutive days of non-stop vending had turned him into a beast of burden. Oh right, how would the rewards be given after completing the task? Xia Zhouyi, coming back to his senses from the initial excitement, suddenly realized he had forgotten the most crucial reward. Ding! This week's task has been completed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 666 shares of Walt Disney. Staring at the instantly credited reward, Xia Zhouyi was stunned and bewildered. The previous property deed had been the same, instantaneous transfer. These assets should have belonged to someone else. He had no idea how the system had managed to place them under his name. He feared that one day a certain hat uncle might suddenly appear and arrest him for possessing a large sum of unexplained wealth. Lost in wild thoughts, Xia Zhouyi's phone received an account message just as an overseas call came through. Hello? May I speak with Mr. Xia Zhouyi? Please? Xia Zhouyi glanced at the displayed overseas number with confusion and responded affirmatively. The voice on the other end clarified his earlier doubts. Mr. Xia, this is Andy from Silicon Valley Securities. The acquisition of 666 shares of Walt Disney you entrusted to us has been completed. Congratulations, Mr. Xia. You have immediately become the second largest shareholder of Walt Disney, and the individual with the largest shareholding. A week ago, was this the system's arrangement? Completing a multi-billion-dollar acquisition within a week was still preposterous, but at least it seemed more reasonable than simply gifting him the shares out of thin air. Mr. Xia, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me. We are committed to serving you. Andy's voice was equally excited. She had not expected to complete such a significant transaction before returning to the country. Mr. Xia's deal was the greatest she had witnessed in her career. All instructions had been issued remotely by Mr. Xia, and she felt the task was accomplished with minimal effort, almost by chance. Considering the hundreds of billions of dollars involved, and that it was liquid capital, transactions of this scale were exceedingly rare in the industry. Andy could not help but admire Mr. Xia's financial power and boldness. According to the information, Mr. Xia seemed to be residing in the Magic City as well. She definitely intended to pay him a visit on her next trip home. Thank you very much for your assistance. Somewhat dazed, Xia Zhouyi hung up and immediately logged into his U.S. stock account, where he saw a long string of numbers displayed under total assets. From today onward, he, Mr. Xia, could boast shamelessly. I have no interest in money. To me, money is merely a string of digits. Let us go, Miao Miao Xiaoqi. We'll enjoy a grand feast before watching a movie. The best and most expensive meal in the Magic City is on me. Wow, Brother Xia. I love you so much. Meanwhile, Huang Yi, accompanied by her daughter, headed toward the Wanda Plaza, unaware that she was being watched. Before they entered the cinema, a man dressed in a black trench coat and wearing sunglasses kept a close eye on them from a short distance. Occasionally, he took out his phone to verify Huang Yi's identity against a photograph. Once confirmed, he discreetly made a call to report, target spotted, accompanied by a little girl, heading into the cinema. Operation may commence. At this moment, Huang Yi was happily purchasing movie tickets with her daughter, buying popcorn and cola, excitedly discussing the upcoming film, completely oblivious to the impending danger. After the movie ended and they prepared to hail a taxi, the little girl suddenly stopped at an alley entrance, eyes bright with delight, tugging at her mother's hand. Huang Yi followed her daughter's gaze to see 3 pitiful little kittens nestled inside a yellow shoebox. Clearly abandoned, they were waiting for a kind soul to adopt them. Huang Yi felt torn. In the past, she would have eagerly taken such kittens home. But now that she was preparing to return to Beijing, she had neither the time nor the space to care for them. Let us go, sweetheart. When we visit Grandma's house, we'll adopt some kittens then. Gently stroking the kittens, Huang Yi reluctantly pulled little Taichu away, but just as she turned, 4 men clad in black suddenly appeared behind them. Sensing danger, Huang Yi swiftly pulled little Taichu behind her. Eyes wary as she demanded, "Who are you? Don't come any closer, or I'll call the police." The 4 men, expressionless, advanced step by step. One of them sneered, "White fox, surrender now. You can't escape." Frowning, Huang Yi forced herself to remain calm. "You've got the wrong person. My name is Huang Yi, not White Fox." Yet the men ignored her protests and continued their relentless approach. Panic surged within Huang Yi. She pressed the emergency call on her phone, but it seemed as if the signal had been completely jammed. She scanned the surroundings, hoping someone might notice the unusual situation, but it was late at night and the alley was deserted. No one paid them any heed. Taking a deep breath, Huang Yi steeled herself to fight with all her might to protect her daughter. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold emanated from the men, like an icy north wind in winter, sending shivers down her spine. One of the men violently tore open his clothes, revealing long, sharp fangs. His face contorted grotesquely into that of a gigantic rat, exuding a thick, sinister cold aura that penetrated to Huang Yi's very bones. What kind of monster was this? It seems this little girl is very important to you. If you don't want her harmed, surrender quietly. The rat demon advanced relentlessly, carrying a foul stench. "I told you, you have the wrong person. I am not White Fox." Huang Yi clutched little Taichu tightly behind her, but her whole body trembled involuntarily. Inside, she was quaking with terror. Anyone, please save us. Save my child." Yet the demons appeared to have lost all patience. Their faces twisted with malice. Their hideous claws slashed downward toward the mother and daughter. Huang Yi's mind went blank, consumed entirely by fear. Unyielding, her large eyes fixed intently on the monstrous creature, its foul-smelling claws drawing ever closer. A chilling coldness seeped from the soles of her feet, spreading throughout her entire body, as time seemed to decelerate to an unnatural slowness in that moment. Despair engulfed her. "Raikiri, Specium Ray, Bayu." The crisp sound pierced the air. A golden-white attack was unleashed in succession, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The white thunderbolt struck the target first, colliding with the 4 rat demons, erupting in a dazzling burst of light and sound. Jibi. Only 4 pitch-black scorch marks remained on the ground. "Hey brother, why are you stealing the monster? I want to fight the bad guys too," little Binchotan complained discontentedly, still standing there with her arms crossed in an X shape, like a miniature Ultraman preparing a special move, adorably so. But at this point, no one paid attention to her cuteness. Lin Miaomiao and Deng Xiaoqi's gazes remained fixed on the ashes on the ground and on Huang Yi, who had collapsed. What was happening before their eyes was so bizarre, so utterly beyond their comprehension, that it seemed as if 4 men dressed in black were performing magic tricks with Bao'er. Yet they both knew this was no illusion. The monsters were utterly annihilated, reduced to nothing but ashes. If this were magic, it would be an extraordinary act of dedication. Lin Miaomiao and Deng Xiaoqi exchanged a glance, seeing shock and bewilderment mirrored in each other's eyes. Sniffle, sniffle. Huang Yi, having narrowly escaped death, finally broke down in tears, her entire body drained of strength as she embraced Fang Taichu and slumped to the ground. Her eyes were vacant, as though she had just endured a nightmare. "Sister Rose, Miss Taichu, are you both all right?" 2 figures approached, and the familiar voices brought Huang Yi back to reality. She lifted her head in a daze, tears shimmering faintly at the corners of her eyes. Only then did she realize that she had been saved by Bao'er and little Binchotan. "Bao'er, little Binchotan? MHM. Good evening, sister. Please call me Ultraman Tiga, the giant of light, little Binchotan. Are you okay? Can you stand up?" Xia Zhouyi reached out to help her up. "Let us go. This is no place for talking. We'll leave first and discuss it later." He hailed a taxi to take the 2 girls back. It was only now that Xia Zhouyi felt the need for a proper vehicle. The tricycle simply wasn't sufficient. "Hop in, you should be the ones I'm taking." Huang Yi nodded repeatedly, clutching little Taichu as they squeezed into the front passenger seat. Throughout the journey, she remained lost in thought. What on earth was going on? Monsters actually existed in this world, and they had set their sights on her. If Boss Xia hadn't appeared tonight, she dared not imagine what fate awaited her and her daughter. When the tricycle stopped in front of the hotel, Huang Yi still stared at Xia Zhouyi. This man seemed to casually summon a bolt of lightning that struck the monster with a thunderous blow. And little Binchotan, could she really be an Ultraman? If little Binchotan was Ultraman, then what was Boss Xia? The elder brother of Ultraman. Did such a being even exist? Aren't you going home? Staying at a hotel? Her mind was spinning, nearly overwhelmed, until Xia Zhouyi's inquiry brought her back. Embarrassed, she replied, I'm divorced from Taichu's father. The house is being appraised for sale, so we have to stay here for the time being. With that, Huang Yi gently laid the sleeping little Taichu in the bedroom. Poor child, tonight must have terrified her. Brother, I'm sleepy too. I want to go to bed. Alright, then you stay here and keep sister company for a while. When brother goes back later, I'll carry you home. Little Binchotan nodded obediently, climbed onto the bed, and fell asleep instantly. Closing the door quietly, the two adults returned to the living room and sat down. After several glances at Xia Zhouyi, Huang Yi could no longer restrain herself and asked, Boss Xia, little Binchotan is Ultraman Tiga, so what kind of Ultraman are you? Xia Zhouyi wore a puzzled expression, staring blankly at Huang Yi. Was Rose's mind truly dazed from fright? Did she really believe little Binchotan's tall tales? His bewildered gaze made Huang Yi sheepish, and the two lapsed into a brief silence. After a moment, with a return to rationality tinged with awkwardness, Huang Yi posed another question. Boss Xia, what exactly was that monster just now? At the mention of it, her hands trembled slightly as she held her teacup. They had come perilously close to danger, so close. Second-generation fairies. What you encountered were likely rat-type demons, Xia Zhouyi explained. If monsters truly exist, why have they targeted me? This should be an unfortunate accident. They are searching for a rare bloodline, the Arctic silver fox. You two look exactly alike, Xia Zhouyi elaborated. Huang Yi cursed under her breath. Damn. Exactly alike means I'll be targeted again in the future? Seeing Xia Zhouyi's silence, despair washed over her. Today she was lucky, but what about next time? Boss Xia wasn't her husband. He couldn't protect them constantly. And if he left, and those monsters came again, wouldn't she and her daughter become easy prey? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Boss Xia, what should I do? Huang Yi looked at Xia Zhouyi helplessly, her eyes full of pleading. Xia Zhouyi sighed resignedly. Liu Tianxians looked at him pitifully. Who could withstand this? Then, with a flourish of his hands, he produced an animal-type devil fruit. This is a devil fruit, a kind of supernatural fruit. It grants the consumer special abilities. With it, second-generation monsters can surely protect themselves. Xia Zhouyi explained confidently, his voice imbued with reassurance. If it were his own woman, he would offer an even rarer fruit. But Rose was not yet that. Offering an animal-type fruit was the greatest kindness he could extend. Even the most common fruits commanded prices as high as 1 billion from Zhang Haokuan, just to gift one to Ganjing. Xia Zhouyi had not even agreed to that. Huang Yi stared at the devil fruit in astonishment. It was not that she doubted Boss Xia, but she had never imagined he would so readily offer such a miraculous fruit. Knowing the value of a devil fruit, she was stunned by his generosity. He had not mentioned any conditions and had given it without hesitation. She sensed that Boss Xia might have feelings for her, yet at this critical moment, he had not taken advantage of her vulnerability but silently offered immense support. Rose was naturally an emotional person. For a moment, Huang Yi's eyes reddened as a surge of strong emotion welled up within her. Kiss me. Those who have been frightened crave security. Xia Zhouyi deeply understood Rose's state and gently began to soothe her. The flickering light danced until it dispelled all of Rose's unease. Xia Zhouyi finally stopped, gently patting her back as the light bathed her fair body like a blooming rose. After 2 hours of continuous comfort, Rose, wrapped in a cocoon of security, slipped into a hazy state. Those anxious, fair legs struggled to close. After a long while, phew, that was close, Rose exclaimed, her face flushed with lingering fear as she clumsily slipped into the white dress tossed carelessly nearby. Hey, wasn't it all because of you? Xia Zhouyi pulled up his pants, smiling warmly at the rosy-cheeked Huang Yi. She looked so beautiful like this. Before Xia Zhouyi could finish, Huang Yi covered his mouth, forbidding him to speak. This is so embarrassing. I'm already a mother to a child, yet I still can't control myself like this. The two shared a tender moment on the sofa. Huang Yi's gaze once again settled upon the devil fruit resting on the table. She inquired cautiously. Darling, could this fruit be given to little Taichu to eat? During this time, I'll just stay by your side. Xia Zhouyi's mouth twitched slightly. Just as Huang Yi thought he was about to refuse, Xia Zhouyi, feeling a bit guilty, tucked away the fruit on the table and, with a flick of his hand, produced 2 more fruits. Let me think it over carefully. The Zoan-type fruits aren't suitable. Even dogs don't eat those. Cough cough. This one is a nature-type sen fruit. Since you're a rose, it suits you perfectly. As for little Taichu, she is like a Snow White, so let her have the shue fruit. Huang Yi listened in stunned silence as Xia Zhouyi explained, her mind utterly in disarray. Not even dogs eat those, huh? Were you just about to say that the animal-type fruits aren't even fit for dogs? That scoundrel of a man was trying to trick me with the worst fruit, and here I was all moved to tears. So the animal-type fruits are the most common. And you actually have more precious nature-type fruits, but you were just reluctant to give them up earlier. Brother, it's your sister who is immature. How could I deserve such a precious thing? Maybe you should save it for the other sisters. Huang Yi rolled her eyes and jabbed Xia Zhouyi mockingly. What other sisters? Our family doesn't distinguish between sisters. Besides, you're my most precious treasure. It's just a mere nature-type fruit. If you don't deserve it, then who does? At these words, Huang Yi jabbed him even harder, convinced that the scoundrel had other women. However, she had no real ground to stand on. After all, she was the newcomer and had launched a surprise attack herself. Having boarded Xia Zhouyi's rogue ship, she knew she would never disembark in this lifetime. Tell me, how should this be consumed? So you don't go giving it away to your other sisters again. Just eat it directly, though the taste is quite unpleasant. Taking advantage of Huang Yi's moment to wake little Taichu, Xia Zhouyi confided in Zhang Lai about the situation that evening. Aside from a few jealous jabs from Miss Zhang, she said little. In recent days, she had been consulting an old Chinese medicine doctor for goji berries. Managing everything alone was indeed overwhelming, so having a sister to share the burden was just right. That night, Xia Zhouyi naturally and justifiably stayed over. As soon as the clock struck midnight, the system promptly refreshed the task. Withdrawing his hand from the warm embrace, Xia Zhouyi opened the system panel. Current task: for 5 consecutive nights, sell porridge on the bar street before 10 o'clock, any variety. Task reward: 3-color hockey, supreme ultimate level. Accept task. Decline task. ISNT late night porridge better than late night drinks? This task is so simple and heartwarming, no time limit, no quantity requirements, just a pure check-in benefit. The system is so considerate. Xia Zhouyi stroked his chin and naturally chose to accept the task. Regardless of any hidden traps, he was determined to claim that 3-color hockey. Without the family's old ox plowing the fields, Zhang Lai finally had a good night's sleep. Seeing the sun high in the sky, she still lay in bed, unwilling to move. Then the sound of the door opening downstairs was followed by the intrusion of that scoundrel's hand, permeated with the scent of rose perfume. Don't touch me. Xia Zhouyi knew that although she claimed not to mind, she was actually jealous. Without wasting words, he engaged in a profound exchange of hearts and minds. After feeling refreshed and pulling up his pants, Xia Zhouyi did not forget the matter at hand. Lai, do you know any professionals in finance? I have some stocks and dividends that need a company to manage. Not only that, holding so many shares automatically made him a member of the Walter Board of Directors, with decision-making and execution rights, proposal and voting powers, and so forth. He didn't understand any of it and just wanted to entrust the entire matter to experts. Just hand it over to my brother. He has a good eye for investments. Zhang Lai, lying in Xia Zhouyi's arms and joyfully tracing circles, responded nonchalantly. $13 billion. What? 13 billion? In US dollars? Zhang Lai momentarily thought she had misheard. But upon seeing the numbers displayed on Xia Zhouyi's phone app, she silently got up and dressed. Oh my goodness! What kind of fate do I have? Born into a family ranked in the top 100 of the pig slaughter list, then married a husband ranked in the top teens. I must have been the servant of the god of wealth in my past life. Muttering to herself while dressing, still digesting this astonishing information, Zhang Lai looked like she was in a daze. Xia Zhouyi couldn't help but laugh at her expression. What's wrong? Can't your brother handle this little sum of money? Zhang Lai rolled her eyes. Selling my brother 10 times over wouldn't be worth this much money. He wouldn't manage a thing. However, managing such a large sum still required an introduction. Wait here. I'll call him right now. Last night, Mrs. Zhang had talked to her, asking if she still held a grudge against her brother. Zhang Lai was about to say yes, but then suddenly came to her senses. She realized that the siblings had always been close. Their estrangement was only due to the Chunfang incident. Zhang Haokuan had done nothing wrong, and from Xia Zhouyi's perspective, he might even owe thanks to that brother-in-law. This was one of the reasons for giving Zhang Haokuin the devil fruit. Having understood this, Zhang Lai realized that she was now a member of the Xia family, and harboring resentment toward Zhang Haokuin for Chen Feng was utterly unreasonable. How could Xia Zhouyi feel otherwise? Once enlightened, Zhang Lai immediately called Zhang Haokuin to apologize, and the siblings reconciled. At first, Zhang Haokuin was indifferent, thinking, how much money can my brother-in-law have? If he were wealthy, he'd already be living in the Junhua mansion and become my neighbor. Real rich people don't live in pigeonhole apartments. He confidently said to entrust it all to him. Then came the amount, $13 billion. Zhang Haokuin? $13 billion. He was stunned, almost ready to blurt out, don't joke around, but recalling Xia Zhouyi's incredible abilities, his doubts wavered, becoming uncertain. Then his phone vibrated, a screenshot sent by Zhang Lai. Opening it, he immediately fell silent. Give me an hour. I'll arrange for someone to meet in my office for talks. Zhang Haokuin's gaze locked onto the astronomical figure in the screenshot. Simultaneously, he swiftly searched for related information online. As the data appeared on the screen, his fingers trembled slightly, and his heart raced. After a long silence, he took several deep breaths, gradually calming down, before replying slowly to Zhang Lai. Damn, I thought Xia Zhouyi was just a lucky guy with superpowers, and Zhang Lai was marrying down in terms of wealth. But turns out he went all out. In terms of liquid assets, my brother-in-law ranks among the top 30 globally. Zhang family's assets are but a drop in the bucket to him. Zhang Haokuin shook his head with a bitter smile. Now that's settled, the hope of buying devil fruits with money is completely impossible. After watching 2 episodes of Ultraman with little Binchotan, Xia Zhouyi headed to the Zhang Group building. Planning to pick up ingredients for dinner on the way back, he simply drove his tricycle. Upon hearing that another sister had ridden shotgun on the tricycle, Miss Zhang immediately refused to be left out, insisting on squeezing in with the Xia siblings. Sister, didn't I tell you? Brother's tricycle is so cool. One go all the way northwest wind, full stomach guaranteed. Little Binchotan was quite happy about this. Sister S. Martin isn't as good as brother's tricycle. So fond of the tricycle, I'll buy you a mini version someday. Zhang Lai smiled. A toy car? Little Binchotan's eyes lit up, clearly eager but bashfully rubbing his hands together. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for sister? You little rascal, you know nothing about our family's wealth. It's just a few mini tricycles, hardly worth more than your sister skipping a single outfit purchase. Zhang Lai looked at the little one with indulgent affection. Is that so? The little one was utterly taken aback. She knew well how many clothes her sister had. On moving day, she had helped sort them out all afternoon. Yet, even so, she still felt embarrassed, awkwardly rubbing her big head with a shy giggle. Well, then, let sister go ahead and splurge. Guided by Zhang Lai, the tricycle soon arrived at the Zhang Corporation building, only to be stopped immediately by the security guard at the entrance. Sir, no vending is allowed here. Xia Zhouyi. Snorts. Zhang Lai almost burst out laughing. Told you to buy a car, but you said you had no time. Now you're being looked down upon, huh? Only then did the guard notice the beautiful woman seated in the passenger seat. Looking up, he instantly panicked, a cold sweat breaking out. Oh no. Isn't this our young lady? The CEO's devilish little sister? How dare I block her entrance? My job is on the line now. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, his legs nearly giving out. Miss, I sincerely apologize. I didn't realize it was you. I'll open the gate right away. Would you like me to park the tricycle for you? I'm quite skilled at driving tricycles, too. Zhang Lai waved him off and asked Xia Zhouyi to park the vehicle in her reserved spot. Cradling little Binchotan, she entered the building directly. Throughout the journey, wherever access control was required, Miss Zhang passed through effortlessly, face scanning straight to the CEO's office. Inside, it felt just like home. She immediately took some snacks from the fridge to feed little Binchotan. Wow, sister, this is so delicious. Zhang Haokuin shook his head helplessly, then shifted his gaze to Xia Zhouyi. Young, confident, there was a hint of arrogant dominance in his eyes, yet at the same time, a subtle whiff of a loser's aura, quite a paradox. So this was his brother-in-law, Xia Zhouyi. Zhang Lai clapped her hands, casually discarding a half-bitten cookie, and introduced them with ease. Darling, this is my brother Zhang Haokuin. Brother, this is my beloved Mr. Xia Zhouyi. The order of introduction made Zhang Haokuin a bit uneasy. She usually introduced herself first. Hello, brother-in-law. Hello. The two men shook hands, skipping the usual formalities and getting straight to business. Even with psychological preparation, Zhang Haokuin couldn't help but feel his heart race again. as he confirmed the long string of numbers on the U.S. stock interface belonging to Xia Zhouyi. Mr. Xia, how do you intend to manage this fund? Zhang Haokuin inquired. Just let it earn the annual dividends, Xia Zhouyi replied plainly. A 1% dividend, earning several small targets each year with ease. His main goal was to find someone to manage his various small targets. He wasn't foolish. Leaving money in the bank for interest was far too unprofitable. Zhang Haokuin fell silent. Zhang Lai was silent as well. The siblings covered their faces, looking at Xia Zhouyi as if he were an alien. They had expected some grand scheme, but it was just this? How did someone so clueless about finance make so much money? If not for verified information confirming the funds were legitimate, Zhang Haokuin would have considered calling the police. For a moment, Zhang Haokuin felt no desire to continue the conversation. Fine, I have a small financial company under me. I'll just transfer it to your name, and they can manage those small targets. After signing a few documents and exchanging several contacts, Xia Zhouyi was politely ushered out of the office under the pretense of being busy with work. Later, Xia Zhouyi asked Zhang Lai with a hint of regret. Lai, does brother-in-law dislike me? Zhang Lai rolled her eyes cutely. You big country bumpkin, if you weren't my husband, I'd wanna dislike you. She said with a teasing tone, my brother is so generous. He gave you a company the moment you met. Why would he dislike you? Xia Zhouyi nodded slowly. But why does brother-in-law not seem very happy? Would any brother be happy if his sister brought home a boyfriend? Especially since my brother dotes on me so much. True enough, Zhang Lai, speechless, led her rustic husband to visit the financial company, which was not far away, just the 7th floor of the building opposite. Upon entering, Xia Zhouyi immediately sensed that brother-in-law was approachable, as the company's executive secretary was Lina, that formidable woman from elite lawyer, somehow recruited by brother-in-law. As a partner in the company, Lina wholeheartedly welcomed Xia Zhouyi, the new boss who had just brought in several small targets funds, a true bringer of fortune. At noon, Xia Zhouyi politely declined an invitation to dine with President Lina, regretfully explaining that someone at home was waiting for him. What? I saw your eyes go wide, and you refused? Zhang Lai, already adept at playful teasing, flicked her fingers at him. She had once thought women acted overly delicate this way, but now she found herself addicted to such antics. Who told this dog of a man to be so troublesome? Don't say nonsense. I was just admiring. Xia Zhouyi protested indignantly, as if falsely accused. Besides, what could be more important than little Bai Xianchu? Hearing this, Zhang Lai looked up curiously. What's wrong with little Bai Xianchu? The little one looked at her brother with confusion. Me fine. I eat, then sleep. I sleep, then eat. It's a carefree life. Xia Zhouyi rubbed the little one's big head. I'm gonna fix up your little wooden house. I can hear the wind howling through it from next door. It's time for some repairs. Wow, brother. You can fix the little wooden house. Little Bai Xianchu's eyes instantly lit up. She loved her little wooden house. Though simple, it was her home. When Grandma was alive, she had wanted to install a door and patch up the gaps in the walls, but neither the old lady nor she, a mere child, had any carpentry skills. They also couldn't afford to hire craftsmen, so the little wooden house had only grown more dilapidated. Seeing the little one's expectant gaze, Xia Zhouyi hesitated, then nodded. Brother can only paint, but your sister Rose will help with the repairs. Let us go. She and little Taichu have already bought the materials and are waiting at home. From the first day the little one arrived, Xia Zhouyi wanted to fix the wooden house but lacked carpentry skills and feared accidentally collapsing it, which would only make the little one cry, and he wouldn't be able to console her. Now that Huang Yi had eaten the forest fruit and gained wood release abilities, repairing the wooden house, or even building a luxurious wooden villa for little Bai Xianchu, was no problem at all. Wow! Sister Rose is so amazing. Let us go, let us go. We should hurry home. Little Bai Xianchu excitedly tugged Xia Zhouyi's hand, her face radiant with happiness. Xia Zhouyi smiled, gently rubbing her hair. Don't rush. Our tricycle is right over there. Wait. What little wooden house? Is our home broken? Zhang Lai looked utterly bewildered. Having stayed in the house for several days and out of respect for the little one's privacy, she had not yet entered the secondary bedroom. Now, listening to the siblings' conversation, she was utterly confused. Sister, you'll see when you get home. My room is so magical. Saying this, little Bai Xianchu grabbed her brother's large hand, and together they headed toward the parking lot. At the penthouse of Junyue Mansion, Huang Yi casually selected a room on the 3rd floor to store her luggage, then returned to the living room with her daughter to gaze upon the Huangpu River. Given she was accompanied by her daughter, she had no intention of staying long-term, only occasionally spending the night. After all, her husband, old Xia, was wealthy enough to buy her an apartment in Beijing. Last night, she and Xia Zhouyi had agreed she would return to Beijing as planned, leaving little Taichu with her maternal grandmother. If Xia Zhouyi missed her, he could reach her in seconds with his lightning-fast travel. Having indulged herself for so many years, even her parents and brother had grown weary of her. Huang Yi had never imagined that after the divorce, she would meet someone who could fully accept her, grant her freedom, support all her endeavors, and provide a profound sense of security. Mommy, where are those big ships heading? Little Taichu gently swung her arms, interrupting Huang Yi's thoughts. Huang Yi smiled gently, tenderly reaching out to stroke her daughter's head. These ships will sail to the distant sea. Once we return to Beijing and settle down in a few days, Mommy will take you to play on the islands beyond. Wow, Mommy, let us pinky swear. Upon mentioning playtime, little Taichu immediately became excited. Seeing that her daughter was not frightened by last night's events, Huang Yi felt considerably relieved. All right then, you must behave well. If you don't encounter any danger outside, absolutely do not use the power of the snow fruit recklessly, or else you'll end up locked away like Princess Elsa. Mommy, I understand. I won't use ice and snow to harm anyone anymore. If I meet the rat demon again, I'll protect you just like Uncle did. Little Taichu nodded sensibly. Huang Yi looked at her obedient daughter and cheerfully pinched a small wooden bird for her to play with. Just as the little girl was about to enjoy her new toy, a sound came from the doorway, and she saw Uncle Xia and her younger sister Bai Xianchu returning. Little Taichu gazed at Uncle Xia and Bai Xianchu with admiration. She adored them both. Uncle Xia and Bai Xianchu were the heroes of both her and her mother, having driven away the detestable rat demon villain. Uncle Xia, Sister Tan, you're back. Hehe, Sister Taichu, you're here too. The two little girls played with the wooden birds, chattering whispery secrets and occasionally bursting into bell-like laughter, infusing this spacious mansion with vitality and warmth. Huang Yi fixed her gaze on Zhang Lai. The two women locked eyes for several seconds. Could these be the sisters destined to live together in the future? Finally, Zhang Lai extended her hand first. Hello, sister. Yang Lai. Huang Yi. You can call me Rose, Huang Yi replied. There's no ranking in our family. I'll just call you Sister Rose then. Welcome home, Sister Rose. The two shared a knowing smile. There was no so-called battlefield between them. Shortly after sitting down, they were as intimate as true sisters. Both were clever enough to understand what needed to be done at this moment to foster greater harmony in the household. Mutual acceptance. Meeting Xia Zhouyi was the greatest fortune in their lives. Xia Zhouyi watched from the side, his heart brimming with joy. He truly experienced the happiness of transmigration. Brother, when are we going to build the little cabin? Bai Xianchu had been playing with little Taichu for a while before suddenly remembering. With short legs puffing, she ran over to Xia Zhouyi, eyes filled with anticipation. All right, first we'll fix the house. Then we'll have dinner at the little cabin to warm the place up. Wow, we'll eat at my house too. I'll go wash the pots and rinse the rice. Bai Xianchu nodded excitedly. She was delighted by the lively atmosphere at home. With that, she pounded back to her room. Within 3 seconds, the little one returned with an embarrassed expression, awkwardly scratching the back of her head. Brother, there's no rice left at the little cabin. I'll bring some from here and I'll need to bring some vegetables too. Xia Zhouyi couldn't help but laugh. Don't rush just yet. Once the house is fixed, we'll make dumplings together. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Our whole family will have a lively meal. The little one nodded repeatedly. She loved lively gatherings the most. Sister Taichu, come up, I'll show you my little cabin, Bai Xianchu said, turning to pull little Taichu along. Little Taichu, unaccustomed to such sights, was stunned, her eyes shining as she circled the cabin, exclaiming excitedly. Wow, Sister Tan, is this your room? So cool and thrilling. You live in the forest. She excitedly looked around the room, left and right. Mommy, come see. Sister Tan's room has a whole big forest inside. Pretty, senti it, Bai Xianchu said proudly, hands on her hips. The little cabin was drafty on all sides, lacking even a wooden door, yet it was the little one's home, the place where she had grown up. She never felt ashamed of it. Even after living in the magical city for 2 weeks, she still felt her little cabin was the best. There were no foul car exhaust fumes, no noisy traffic, only flowers and little animals as her companions. Wow, Sister Tan, look, there's a little squirrel over there, hee. That Hua, my friend, Bai Xianchu smiled, waving at the squirrel, who, anthropomorphically, waved back, proving their friendship. At the doorway, Huang Yi and Zhang Lai saw Bai Xianchu's room for the first time, and tears welled uncontrollably. A humble little cabin with a view of the forest outside. the floor covered only by a thin straw mat, currently occupied by the dog. But they both understood this was where Bai Xianchu used to sleep. The cramped cabin, along with the living room outside, had no curtains or doors separating them. The living room itself had no front door. Around them was a pristine forest untouched by human activity, without a single neighbor. A desolate wilderness, bare walls, with wind and rain able to enter freely and animals as well. It was unimaginable how terrified and helpless little Bai Xianchu must have felt if any wild animals had wandered in, even wolf cubs. She was still a child, younger than little Taichu, living alone, all by herself in such a place, brushing her teeth, washing her face, doing laundry and cooking alone, going hungry alone. Just thinking about it was heartbreaking. It turned out that when the little one often talked about finding a job, it wasn't pretend play. She genuinely needed to find work, for without rice in the granary, she would starve. Huang Yi, filled with sorrow, pulled Bai Xianchu into her arms, her voice choked with emotion. Tan, you lived here all alone? This is far too rudimentary. Zhang Lia's eyes shimmered with tears as well. She was heartbroken. Before meeting her brother, how hard must Bai Xianchu's life have been living in such conditions? Bai Xianchu, feeling the warmth of Huang Yi's embrace, felt comforted. She gently patted Huang Yi's back and reassured. Sister Rose, Sister Lai, I'm fine. This place is lovely. There's Huahua, a little stream, and the forest animals keep me company. I'm happy every day. Hearing this, Huang Yi and Zhang Li felt even more heartache. So indeed, there was truly no one else in this forest. Bai Xianchu wriggled free from Huang Yi's embrace, taking both their hands and smiling. Sisters, I'm really not suffering anymore. My life is getting better now. Brother feeds me meals with white rice every time. He buys me new clothes. There's a warm big bed in my room. Oh, and he even pays me a salary, lots and lots of little money, 3,300 a month. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhouyi felt a chill run down his spine as he instantly received two murderous glares. The little one was already so pitiful, and now you're exploiting her? Heartless capitalist. No, it's just room and board in exchange for cashier work. 3,300 ISNT low pay. Okay? Xia Zhouyi tried to argue, but under their icy stares, his voice grew fainter. Fine, that salary is a bit low for the magical city. But I Haven T mistreated her. She gets the best of everything. Zhang Li and Huang Yi knew this, so they didn't really scold him, only shot him a glare. Humph. Tan, we won't listen to your black-hearted brother anymore. From now on, your sisters will give you pocket money. You can buy whatever you want and have meat at every meal. Sister, no need. 3,300 is already a lot. I can't even spend it all. Bai Xianchu grinned foolishly. That can buy more than 1,000 jean of rice. I just can't finish it all. All right, we're here now. We won't let the little one suffer again. Rose, get to work and give the little one a beautiful cabin. No problem. Huang Yi nodded, extending both hands, ready to activate the power of the forest fruit. Xia Zhouyi and Zhang Li also sprang into action. Together, they walked outside the little cabin, swiftly clearing a large patch of land amidst flashes of fire and lightning. Immediately thereafter, Huang Yi clapped her hands twice once more, and before their eyes, sturdy wooden fence posts swiftly encircled the little cabin, as if standing sentinel over this small sanctuary. Yet this was not the end. Their attention soon shifted toward the courtyard to the east. Before long, several wooden playground structures arose there. Seesaws, slides, and swings, causing little Taichu to frolic with unbridled joy. Once all was completed, little Bai Xianchu stood dumbfounded before the cabin, mouth agape, gazing blankly at everything. Then, tears welled up and fell. Xia Zhou smiled gently as she wiped away the little one's tears. At this moment, no consolation was needed, for these were tears of happiness. They stood beside the child, contentedly admiring the fruits of their labor, hearts brimming with accomplishment. Tan, are you pleased? If anything else needs fixing, just tell your sister, and I'll build it for you again. Huang Yi said with a smile, gently patting the youngster's head, her expression beaming with delight. Wow, it's so beautiful. Little Bai Xianchu shook her head in amazement, eyes wide with joy as she surveyed the transformed cabin, glancing left and right, touching everything with affection. It was evident that the little one was both excited and deeply moved. The cabin remained the same little cabin, only now it had a door, and outside, a fence. It felt like a proper courtyard, as if the house had grown considerably larger. The greatest surprise, however, were the playground facilities, which made the child's eyes widen in astonishment. She had only ever seen slides and swings at Lytton School, never once having played on them herself, and now, her very own home had them. Brother, are all these for me? Little Bai Xianchu pointed toward a corner of the yard, her face still filled with disbelief. Go play. Brother-S going to chop the meat filling. I'll call you when it's time to make dumplings. Okay. Little Binchotan nodded and then grabbed little Taichu's hand, eagerly trying each playground apparatus in turn, while the dog, Fishball, chased after them at their feet. Soon, little Taichu gleefully performed a spectacle of falling snow, prompting Zhonglai and Huang Yi to join in the snowman building fun. Hee little Tan sister, does my Ultraman snowman look like the real thing? Looks just like it. Little Binchotan sat down on the small stool her grandmother had left behind, resting as she looked around at everything, her expression distant. She felt as if she were dreaming, afraid that all of this was just her imagination. When the dream ended, she returned to the empty cabin, speaking softly to herself. I'm going out. I'm back. It's time to eat. Alone, she said. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. She feared that this lively cabin did not truly belong to her, but whether dream or reality, she still needed to wake and wait for her grandmother's return. The next moment, little Binchotan pinched herself hard. Huh? It doesn't hurt. So it really is a dream, huh? Her eyes filled with tears, but before she could cry, little Taichu began crying first. Wow, little Tan sister, why did you pinch me? It hurts so much. Does it hurt a lot? Little Binchotan's eyes glistened with tears. It turned out, it was not a dream. It was all real. The scenery around her was still there, and her brother and sister were with her. Ouch, ouch, it really hurts. Little Taichu was feeling wronged, unable to understand why little Tan sister would suddenly do that when they were playing so happily. Sorry. Sister Taichu, I was wrong. I'll treat you to a big cake and an ice-cold cola. Okay? Okay. I want 2 pieces. Little Taichu, also a little foodie, immediately brightened at the mention of food. If Lai has nothing to do, she should watch TV instead of messing with that flour. We're making dumplings, not noodle lumps. Add more flour if there's too much water. Xia Zhou muttered. You've already added flour 3 times. We really want to be able to finish it all. If we can't finish it, Fishball can eat it, came the dog's bark. Amid the playful commotion, Xia Zhou finally finished preparing the filling, and Zhonglai at last adjusted the water-to-flour ratio correctly. Xia Zhou rolled out the dough with effortless grace, then dumped the filling onto the small wooden table, and the whole family cheerfully began wrapping dumplings. Everyone, don't just stand there. Let us get started. Little Binchotan exclaimed excitedly. It's dumpling time. Little Taichu watched her with enthusiasm, eager to learn from little Tan sister. Zhonglai sat to Xia Zhou's left, staring blankly at the filling and wrapper, utterly clueless. Although she ran a restaurant, cooking and wrapping dumplings were not among her skills. Huang Yi sat to Zhonglai's right, eagerly picking up a dumpling wrapper but then freezing, as if trying to divine some secret from the dough. Little Binchotan glanced at both of them, wondering why her sisters weren't making a move. I've never eaten dumplings before. This one be hard. Xia Zhou cast a knowing glance at the 2 ladies. Well, it seems among the 5 of us only I know how to wrap dumplings, he remarked. I'm not surprised Lai doesn't know, but Rose, you're a mother now. Don't you know how to make dumplings? Rose blushed, lowering her voice shyly. I usually don't cook, we have a housekeeper. Xia Zhou shook his head helplessly and sighed. All right, everyone watch me and learn. He picked up a dumpling wrapper, placed it in his palm, then scooped a spoonful of filling onto its center. With a pinch and a squeeze of his fingers, a beautiful dumpling formed in his hand. Watch closely. Learn well. As he spoke, he demonstrated slowly, crafting several dumplings, each plump and uniform in shape. Oh, so that's how you make dumplings. I've got it. Zhonglai said confidently. It's so simple. Why didn't you tell me earlier? She picked up a wrapper and mimicked the pinch and squeeze. With a snap, she quickly closed her palm again, tightly pressing it shut to prevent anyone from seeing, then glanced around nervously to check if anyone had noticed her awkwardness. Suddenly, her eyes met a pair of embarrassed, beautiful ones. She vaguely saw meat filling escaping from Huang Yi's fingers. Zhonglai inexplicably felt relieved. Huang Yi was momentarily stunned, then broke into a wide smile. Ah, true sisters share their burdens. No one should laugh at the other, that's just fine. What's burning? Xia Zhou frowned, glancing curiously at the stove. They hadn't started cooking anything yet. No idea. Maybe you forgot to turn off the gas. Zhonglai shrugged, as if nothing had happened, and reached for another dumpling wrapper, this time pinching just a tiny bit of filling. Lai, we're not running a wonton shop at home. No need to be so frugal. Yeah, I'm on a diet lately trying to eat less meat. Exactly. That's a woman's business. You don't need to worry about it. Huang Yi imitated her. Indeed, with less filling, the dumplings were much easier to pinch together. Hee brother, I'm done. Little Binchotan gleefully spread her hands, revealing a beautifully formed dumpling resting in her palm. Xia Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Besides me, there is someone else in this family who can cook. Well done, Tan, keep it up. Hearing this, little Binchotan smiled happily. It's all thanks to brother's good teaching. The second to learn was little Taichu, who, after a few attempts, was also pinching dumplings with some skill. As for the two young ladies, well, it's best not to say. When the entire family sat neatly around the dining table in the little cabin, joyfully sharing a steaming pot of dumplings, little Binchotan smiled. If only Grandma were here too. Boo-hoo, today's dumplings are a bit salty. At dusk, Gu Jia and Zhong Xiaoqin could not resist visiting once again, well, partly to mooch dinner. Of course, they never came empty-handed. Sometimes it was cake, sometimes toys for little Binchotan. This time, the two brought hairy crabs. The dinner was a feast of 10 dishes and 1 soup. The entire family were formidable eaters, all with hearty appetites. Little Binchotan secretly felt grateful that her brother provided 3 meals a day. Otherwise, with her voracious appetite, she would have to work incredibly hard just to support herself. They roused Huang Yi, who had gone upstairs for a nap, and the whole family ate together. Although Gu Jia was taken aback, she said nothing, merely casting a silent, lingering glance at Xia Zhouyi. Wealthy men truly do have a tendency to change for the worse. However, since everything had been brought home and Miss Zhang had not thrown a fit, in fact, the two appeared as close as sisters. Could it be that her assumptions were mistaken? After dinner, Xia Zhouyi began preparing the ingredients for her evening food stall. A certain little one, having eaten her fill, leaned contentedly against the sofa's backrest, her face radiating pure bliss. Tonight, she intended to stay up late to accompany her brother selling preserved egg and lean pork congee. Yet, before 8 o'clock could arrive, she had already dozed off on the sofa, her little head nodding gently. Rose chuckled softly, gathering the 2 slanting little sisters and ushering them back to the bedroom. You, little one, still want to be a cashier at work? And expect the boss's lady to serve you and tuck you in? Dear Zhang Lai suddenly called out. Xia Zhouyi, busy slicing preserved eggs in the kitchen, looked up. Rose, you're returning to Beijing tomorrow, right? Yes, my flight is at 7 in the evening. Xia Zhouyi replied without lifting her head. So that means you'll only be staying here for 1 night? Oh, Xia Zhouyi responded somewhat blankly, not quite grasping what Zhang Lai was implying. Just make sure you come back early tonight, Zhang Lai said with a sly smile, her laughter tinged with mystery and anticipation. She noticed Huang Yi had also settled the little Taichu into the small Binchotan room. Could it be? Lai bondered. No way, she thought. I dare not even imagine setting up a stall, let alone a ball stall. Xia Zhouyi himself could hardly conceive of the idea of running a stall. Yet, by 9:30 he was precisely at his post. How could one neglect their duties over a fleeting sentimentality? After all, the system's rewards were truly enticing. The tricolored aura directly enhanced one's physical body. Once his body leveled up again, Zhang Lai would be utterly powerless. Most importantly, with the power of aura at his disposal, he would have no qualms about gifting devil fruits to others in the future. Once everything was prepared, Xia Zhouyi hoisted a large insulated container onto the cart. The system-bound 3-wheeled stall had transformed into a congee shop. On this first night, he simply sold preserved egg and lean pork congee, an entire large tub's worth. If he failed to sell it all, it could serve as his midnight snack. Being a southerner, he had always enjoyed drinking congee. In his childhood, Xia's mother served congee morning and evening, cultivating in him a fondness for it. Breakfast was typically rice porridge paired with fried dough sticks and pickled vegetables. Satiated and content, he would then head off to class. Dinner was richer, pork rib congee. Seafood congee. Xia's mother was adept at preparing these dishes. Even after more than a decade, he never grew tired of them. Thus, Xia Zhouyi held a special affection for congee. Now, running a congee stall himself and no longer lacking money, he naturally priced it modestly. After calculating costs, Xia Zhouyi added only a token processing fee, setting the price at 5 yuan per bowl. This venture was genuinely hard-earned money. Nightlife was just beginning. The bar street was brilliantly illuminated, bustling with voices, music, and cacophony. A scene of unparalleled liveliness. The Chinese were industrious. Wherever one went, fellow stall owners could be found. Xia Zhouyi parked his cart beside a fried chicken stall and, without a word, began setting up. He modestly arranged a folding table and 4 chairs, simple and sufficient. With preparations complete, Xia Zhouyi leisurely pulled out his phone and scrolled through short videos. This week's welfare task emphasized a laid-back attitude. The uncle running the fried chicken stall next door glanced over, perplexed and somewhat bewildered by the sight of someone selling preserved egg and lean pork congee late at night. It seemed utterly incongruous with the bar street's atmosphere. After all, people came to the bars at night to revel. Who would drink congee? Boss, 1 bowl of congee, please. A sudden voice called out. From the bar emerged a woman with a sultry figure and cascading waves of hair. Her eyes lit up upon seeing the congee stall. Striding confidently in high heels, she approached Xia Zhouyi. The uncle next door muttered, "Well, that's a quick turn of events." Xia Zhouyi was momentarily stunned by the voice. This must be the fastest opening of a stall ever. Looking up, he saw the enchanting and beautiful face of Liu Yin. Goodness, familiar faces truly could be found everywhere. Wasn't he this the charming bar owner from the drama White Night Chase? Xia Zhouyi glanced sideways and confirmed. It was indeed the Yin Su bar. 5 yuan a bowl, he said. 5 yuan. Liu Yin paused, scanning the price with disbelief. Is there really something this cheap in Magic City these days? Yet, seeing Xia Zhouyi's expression that seemed to say you heard right, she quietly paid the 5 yuan. Her mood inexplicably lifted. As a single woman running a bar, albeit a relatively tranquil, refined one, Liu Yin was no stranger to troublesome customers who had drunk too much. Tonight, she had been forced to down a bottle of foreign liquor and was feeling unwell, deciding to close the bar early. Unexpectedly, upon stepping outside, she encountered such an intriguing stall. As the saying goes, late-night drinks can't compare to early-morning congee. This boss was interesting, selling congee late at night, and at such a charming price. Was he trying to warm someone's stomach? Or perhaps someone's heart? Eat here or take away? Eat here. Liu Yin smiled gently and, slightly unsteady, sat down at the stall. Xia Zhouyi nodded, skillfully opened the insulated container, and ladled out a bowl for her. A rich, savory aroma wafted forth from the congee, drawing the attention of passers-by. The fragrance of preserved egg and lean pork congee was unmistakable. Liu Yin's eyebrows twitched. As a devoted foodie, she possessed an extraordinary sense of smell and taste. Just the scent alone awakened the hunger within her. Could this be the quality expected of a 5 yuan bowl of congee? Initially unexpectant, Liu Yin straightened up in her seat. Careful, it's hot, Xia Zhouyi warned, handing her the bowl along with a spoon. Liu Yin thanked him and, disregarding his caution, took a sip. The richness of the preserved egg, the freshness of the lean pork, and the congee's velvety texture melted in her mouth. It was simply heavenly. Once the first spoonful passed her lips, she was stunned. My goodness, boss, this congee is truly delicious. She took another sip, her eyes gleaming with delight. This is absolutely, incredibly flavorful. My goodness, it's like a warmth that spreads from the stomach throughout the entire body. The taste of this congee is like sipping a steaming bowl of hot soup on a cold winter day, instantly filling one with unparalleled satisfaction and happiness. Liu Yin could not help but lavish praise. She looked at Xia Zhouyi, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she had discovered a hidden treasure. She felt as though the grievances she had endured earlier were soothed by this exquisite flavor. Not only was her body warmed, but her spirits were lifted as well. This congee is amazing. So delicious. Handsome boss, bring me 2 more bowls to eat here. With one hand holding the bowl and the other the disposable spoon, she carefully blew on the congee. The first mouthful still burned her slightly, but such delicious preserved egg and lean pork congee deserved to be savored slowly. All right, I'll refill it once you finish so it doesn't get cold, Xia Zhouyi smiled. He loved seeing customers' faces light up with surprise and happiness upon tasting his food. It brought him a great sense of accomplishment and joy. Before 3 minutes had passed, a delivery man passing by and a cleaner from a nearby bar, drawn by the aroma, stopped at Xia Zhouyi's stall. Boss, how much for the congee? Only preserved egg and lean pork congee. 5 yuan a bowl, Xia Zhouyi replied, treating everyone equally. Not cold, but polite. Even though he recognized the delivery man as Gao Yuan, a murderer that was irrelevant to him. Here, Gao Yuan was simply a customer. As always, respect others' destinies, abandon any savior complexes, and embrace a life without scruples. The very first case in Day and Night involved the food delivery man Gao Yuan, who committed murder and disposed of the body in pieces, scattering the remains in several locations, one of which was a nearby landfill where the police were still conducting their investigation. One must admit, Gao Yuan was audacious indeed, daring to wander near the very site where he had discarded the corpse. At this moment, Gao Yuan was startled upon hearing the price. A bowl of porridge costing merely 5 yuan, an outrageously low price in the metropolis. Yet, this was swiftly followed by a surge of admiration for the proprietor, and he quietly ordered a bowl for himself. As a patient suffering from kidney disease, he toiled daily to earn money, ensuring his continued survival. People like him held the utmost respect for those who labored with equal diligence. The bar owner sitting at the same table was one such person, the weary short-haired cleaning lady was another, and the owner of the lean meat stall as well. All of them striving earnestly for their livelihood, earning every yuan through hard work. "Your porridge is ready," Xia Zhouyi said, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his lips as he calmly placed the bowls before the 3 customers. It was just as well that Xia Zhouyi could not read minds, or else he might have blushed deeply with embarrassment. After all, he had been running a shady establishment for 2 weeks, and there was nothing remotely hard-earned about that money. He would be too ashamed to call it such, even if it were charcoal sales. Her brother operated the shady shop. After serving the meal, he retreated to his stall and resumed fiddling with his phone. The steaming bowl of preserved egg and lean pork congee was set upon the folding table. A sudden evening breeze swept through, dispersing the fragrant aroma into the air. Nearby, the man selling fried chicken was captivated, his eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the scene. The beautiful bar owner devoured her porridge with exaggerated enjoyment, her expression almost theatrical, yet the man knew it was genuine. As the household cook, he could discern at a glance whether the porridge was good or not. The fragrant grains of rice resembled blooming snowflakes, pristine and inviting. The surface was adorned with a thick layer of congee oil, the hallmark of excellent porridge, achieved only through prolonged simmering and precise heat control. The man silently nodded, a spark of curiosity igniting within him regarding Xia Zhouyi's porridge. The preserved egg, a deep brown tinged with dark green, mingled with the pinkish strands of lean pork, the colors blending harmoniously to whet the appetite at first glance. This porridge was evidently no ordinary fare. Watching the customers relish their meal so heartily, the man's own appetite stirred. He resolved that, after closing his stall, he must sample this porridge himself to verify whether it truly lived up to its enticing appearance. Thus, as he continued frying chicken pieces, he cast frequent, expectant glances toward Xia Zhouyi's stall, his heart brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Xia Zhouyi remained immersed in his own world, absorbed in his phone as if oblivious to all around him. Yet he kept a cautious eye on Gao Yuan, wary of any sudden outburst that might endanger other patrons. Lu Yin was utterly unaware of her precarious situation, focusing solely on her second bowl of preserved egg and lean pork congee. This time, she ate more slowly, savoring every bite, the color, aroma, and flavor, each mouthful imbued with the tender care of its creator. The taste of the congee was like the first rays of morning sunlight, warm and delicate, with a subtle hint of freshness barely perceptible. The richness of the preserved egg intertwined with the tender lean pork, creating an indescribable harmony, neither overpowering nor insipid, perfectly teasing the palate. The texture of the congee was worthy of praise. Soft yet with just the right bite, as if every grain of rice had been meticulously selected and every drop of water expertly infused. With each mouthful, her entire mouth was enveloped in this warm and satisfying flavor, compelling her to take another bite, and another, unable to stop. Nearby, Gao Yuan also lifted the bowl of congee Xia Zhouyi had brought him. His eyes brightened upon tasting it, and, excitedly pointing to the insulated container of lean pork congee, he exclaimed loudly, "Boss, give me 3 more bowls." Encouraged by their enthusiastic endorsement, the short-haired cleaning lady could no longer resist the temptation of the steaming congee. She lifted her bowl and took a single bite. Instantly, she felt as if the entire world had brightened, the exhaustion from juggling multiple jobs dissipating significantly. "Amazing. It's absolutely delicious. I must bring my son to try this preserved egg and lean pork congee tomorrow. Miss Qin Hong, you look quite fatigued. You should take some rest when you can. After all, good health is paramount," Gao Yuan suddenly said to the short-haired cleaning lady. As a regular customer who often ordered delivery, he was familiar with many of the patrons. "Oh," Qin Hong, still enveloped in the deliciousness, heard Gao Yuan's reminder and smiled faintly. "Thank you for your concern. I know. I'll make sure to have a good sleep once the holidays begin." Gao Yuan nodded without further comment. After all, their acquaintance was shallow. His advice was spontaneous, and whether she accepted it was beyond his control. Lu Yin listened to their exchange while eating, a subtle stir within her heart. Suddenly, she realized she had not truly savored a meal with such focused enjoyment for a long time. The relentless pace of life had nearly made her forget what genuine relaxation and pleasure felt like. With her bowl emptied, Lu Yin wiped her mouth contentedly and looked toward Qin Hong and Gao Yuan, smiling. "You're right. Health is the most important. Therefore, I must take good care of myself, starting with a delicious breakfast." Having said that, she turned to Xia Zhouyi and smiled. "Boss, another bowl for me, and please pack one to take away. I'll warm it up and eat it tomorrow morning." All right, just don't overeat, Xia Zhouyi replied with a smile, swiftly opening the insulated container. Nearby, Huang Yi, who had been investigating the case, caught the aroma and saw several people on the roadside hunched over their bowls, eating with great gusto. His stomach rumbled. After witnessing the grisly dismemberment case earlier, he had discreetly vomited and was now truly hungry. Drawn by the rich, savory scent of the preserved egg and lean pork congee, he instinctively stopped and, accompanied by Zhou Shudong, approached Xia Zhe's stall. At this moment, not only Huang Yi but also Zhou Shudong found the aroma irresistible. The closer they drew, the more intoxicating the fragrance became. Meanwhile, the patrons at the stall were eagerly devouring their congee, their hearty manner of eating unmistakably genuine. The oily lean pork congee glistened under the light, reflecting a captivating sheen that made them involuntarily swallow. Truly fragrant. Even Gao Yuan, who had already eaten 2 bowls, shared this sentiment. Indeed, to be alive was a blessing. To ensure they could continue enjoying such exquisite preserved egg and lean pork congee every day in the future, they must work hard while carefully hiding themselves, lest the hat uncle catch them. Swallowing his saliva, Huang Yi stepped forward and ordered 5 bowls of preserved egg and lean pork congee. 25 yuan, came the price. Huang Yi was stunned. 5 bowls for only 25 yuan? Boss, are you running a charity? In an instant, Huang Yi chuckled and immediately scanned the QR code to pay. With such delicious preserved egg and lean pork congee, he was not about to miss out on such a bargain. The modest folding table could barely accommodate 5 people, but Huang Yi politely borrowed a chair from the nearby fried chicken vendor and sat down. Watching the 3 earlier customers revel in their meal, both Huang Yi and Zhou Shudong were filled with eager anticipation. The spotlight by the bar occasionally swept over, casting its glow on the steaming preserved egg and lean pork congee, which shimmered enticingly, the visual and aroma both reaching their peak. Now came the moment to taste. After a brief wait, 2 bowls of preserved egg and lean pork congee were handed to Huang Yi and Zhou Shudong. Eat these first. The rest will be served after you finish. Hungry and craving, Huang Yi took the disposable round bowl, picked up a spoon, and without concern for the heat, scooped up a generous mouthful immediately. The piping hot congee, infused with the fresh aroma of preserved egg and the rich flavor of lean pork, mingled in his mouth to create an exquisite taste. Though the heat startled him, he rolled it around his mouth a few times before swallowing. Instantly, he squinted his eyes in delight, savoring this rare feast for the palate. Blowing gently on the hot food, he chewed quickly, afraid to waste a single bite of this deliciousness. This congee is truly made with integrity. A generous, heaping bowl brimming with tender, toothsome pork and delectably chewy preserved egg, both unquestionably authentic with portions abundantly ample. The hallmark here is substantial quantity that guarantees satiation, all at an affordable price and delightful flavor. Having devoured a bowl of preserved egg and lean pork congee in one sitting, Zhou Shudong felt her ravenous hunger subside as her body revived, and even her weary spirit eased. Her sharp mind reclaimed its vantage point, and in that instant, she suddenly realized that the spot where she sat before the stall afforded a clear view of the garbage dump where the dismembered corpse had been discarded. At this thought, Zhou Shudong quickly turned to Xia Zhouyi and inquired, "Boss, may I ask you something? Do you set up your stall here every day? Did you happen to see anyone suspicious entering or leaving the nearby garbage dump yesterday?" Xia Zhouyi, who was handing over the 3rd bowl of congee to Gao Yuan, was momentarily taken aback. Gao Yuan, upon receiving the bowl, was equally stunned. Xia Zhouyi glanced at Zhou Shudong, then at Gao Yuan, who returned the look, and the atmosphere suddenly turned tense. "You mean to ask if I saw who dumped the body there?" Xia Zhouyi's lips curled slightly in a composed manner as he spoke, his gaze fixed intently on Gao Yuan. Zhou Shudong, sensing the shift in mood, discreetly placed her right hand on the handcuffs at her waist. In the blink of an eye, Gao Yuan, with his hands behind his back, swiftly drew a bloodied axe from behind him, cleverly targeting the seemingly fragile Liu Yin first. "Don't move!" Gao Yuan shouted fiercely, pressing the axe sharply against Liu Yin's neck. At that moment, neither Huang Yi nor Zhou Shudong could react. The axe was now less than 3 centimeters from Liu Yin's throat. Zhou Shudong managed to reach for her handcuffs. If nothing went awry, Gao Yuan's hostage-taking was unmistakable. A sneer of contempt flickered across Gao Yuan's lips. "Fool! Don't think you can catch me." But in the very next second, that smile vanished. As his hand neared Liu Yin, a man suddenly appeared before him and delivered a light kick that felt like a high-speed train crushing him. Then there was nothing more. Holding Liu Yin protectively in his arms, Xia Zhouyi had only delivered a single kick, yet Gao Yuan was sent flying backwards, soaring over 30 feet, his fate unknown. I never intended to expose you, but your poor psychological resilience got the better of you. Trying to harm my customer right in front of me? Then don't blame me for stepping in, Xia Zhouyi said calmly. In front of the stall, several young women and Zhou Shudong seemed frozen in place, utterly stunned by the bizarre scene before them. What's going on? The murderer has been found? The desperate villain tried to take a hostage, and in the blink of an eye, the kanji stall owner dealt with him? So much had transpired in a mere second that Guan Hongyu's mind nearly crashed. What shocked him most was how the stall owner had managed to separate Luin and send Gao Yuan flying. He hadn't seen clearly whether it was with a foot or an elbow. Surely not a headbutt? As a former member of the armed police, skilled in close combat, he was confident that this strike was so swift that not even Usain Bolt could have evaded it. This is the speed a human being should possess. After a long moment, Luin dazedly stepped away from Xia Zhouyi's embrace, gently touching her neck to confirm she was unharmed. Everything that had just occurred seemed like special effects straight out of a movie. Just as the axe was about to strike, the next moment she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, suffused with a profound sense of safety. So it was the boss who saved my life. Xia Zhouyi lightly brushed the dust from his clothes, a faint, serene smile gracing his face, as if that kick had been nothing more than a trivial effort. Zhou Shudong finally recovered from her shock and hurried over to check Gao Yuan's condition. Boss, is this man the murderer? Did you witness him dumping the body yesterday? After feeling Gao Yuan's pulse, Zhou Shudong breathed a sigh of relief. He was still alive. In truth, the kanji stall owner's actions had been justifiable self-defense under urgent circumstances. However, if a death occurred, it would be difficult to explain, so it was best that Gao Yuan survived. Upon hearing Zhou Shudong's question, Xia Zhouyi shook his head innocently.
No idea.
I only just started setting up the stall here today. Guan Hongyu was stunned. Then why were you watching him just now? You nearly pushed him to desperation. I told you, this is my first day here, Xia Zhouyi replied, as if suddenly recalling. I figured you should be the ones to question him. As a delivery man, he's always running around nearby. Maybe he saw something. I never imagined he was the murderer and would be so guilty as to attempt murder. It scared me to death. Guan Hongyu, Zhou Shudong. The murderer's exposure was truly unfortunate. Crossing paths with the kanji stall owner was his misfortune. After a prolonged silence, Guan Hongyu finally approached Xia Zhouyi, gently patting his shoulder and speaking with a tone of reluctant acceptance. Boss, looks like you can't keep this stall going. Come back with us to the police station and give a statement. When Zhou Shudong escorted Gao Yuan back to the precinct, Captain Zhou Sun's expression was priceless. He stared at Zhou Shudong in disbelief. I just found the victim's remains. Haven't even confirmed who the victim is, and you've already brought back the suspect. A rookie cop who's only been on the job a few days. This isn't how you make a breakthrough. He was utterly dumbfounded. Old Guan, what's going on here? It's just good luck for Officer Zhou. Here's what happened. Guan Hongyu briefly recounted the events at the stall. Captain Zhou was no fool. After hearing the account, he agreed with their assessment. Although the evidence hadn't been fully verified, it was highly probable that Gao Yuan wouldn't get away. Riding in and out of the crime scene on a bike and no one noticed? That's the convenience of a delivery man's mobility. Indeed, within less than an hour, they had obtained Gao Yuan's information and identified the dismembered victim as his roommate, Wang Chen. Wang Chen's sister, Xiqing, had arrived to visit at the time of the murder and was also killed by Gao Yuan. With the blood on the axe matching the victim's, the evidence was irrefutable. Regardless of whether Gao Yuan regained consciousness, the death penalty was inevitable. Thank you for your cooperation. Boss ya. It's late and difficult to get a taxi now. Shall I have Officer Zhou give you a ride home? At the entrance, Captain Zhou courteously escorted Xia Zhouyi out, not only because of his assistance in solving the case but also due to the lengthy string of digits in his financial account. Such a powerful figure. Though Zhou Sun wasn't obsequious, he preferred to avoid offending him if possible. No need, I have my own vehicle, Xia Zhouyi said, waving his hand as he headed toward his tricycle. Captain Zhou looked at the tricycle, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Are wealthy people nowadays really this down-to-earth? Wait, Boss Xia Zhou Shudong suddenly ran over. Xia Zhouyi looked at the busty young woman with curiosity. It's like this. We delayed your business tonight, Boss Xia. How about this? I'll buy the preserved egg and lean pork congee from your cart as a late-night snack for my colleagues. It might be a bit cold, but if you don't mind, that would be great. Xia Zhouyi furrowed his brow slightly, then nodded. His night's sales quota was already met. Whether he sold more was of no great consequence. If Officer Zhou wanted some, it would avoid waste. Not at all. Boss Xia, please pack it up. I'll have my colleagues come to pick it up. Zhou Shudong was visibly excited, waving her hands emphatically. Who would refuse such delicious kanji? If I weren't worried about wasting it alone, I'd probably want to have it all to myself, she added. All right, Xia Zhouyi smiled in response. With practiced efficiency, he packed the preserved egg and lean pork kanji from the insulated container and handed it to Zhou Shudong, who accepted it carefully as if it were a precious work of art. She then distributed the portions to her colleagues. At just 5 yuan a serving, they gladly accepted her generosity. What followed was silence as each one ate in turn, utterly absorbed. With a single mouthful, the warm kanji slid smoothly down the throat, carrying the rich depth of preserved egg, the savory freshness of lean pork, and the tender softness of the rice, instantly awakening the taste buds. A truly soul-stirring experience. Gao Yanan's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Zhou Shudong in disbelief. Such delicious preserved egg and lean pork kanji could be purchased for only 5 yuan? It's delicious, I senti it? Zhou Shudong raised her eyebrows proudly and chuckled. Yes, this delectable kanji was my discovery. Gao Yanan nodded vigorously. Then, taking another spoonful, she couldn't help but squint her eyes, her face filled with pure enjoyment. Their colleagues nodded in agreement, showering the kanji with praise. Some even quietly inquired where Boss Xia's stall was located, planning to visit tomorrow to support his business. Just over on the bar street, Zhou Shudong replied. But Boss Xia said he'll only be setting up in the evenings this week. Zhou Shudong herself had taken a portion and was already savoring it, each bite brimming with a profound sense of happiness. When it was time to distribute the portions to Huang Yi, he came over to take his own. Xia Zhouyi handed him the last 2 portions together. Boss Xia is so generous. He knows I love this and gave me an extra portion, Huang Yi said excitedly. Xia Zhouyi shook his head with a smile. The extra one is for your brother. Otherwise, if anyone asks about the taste of my kanji, it would give away my secret. With that, Xia Zhouyi twisted the throttle, and the tricycle sped out of the gate like a bolt of lightning, completely ignoring Huang Yi's stunned expression. Haha, kiddo, I'm not scared of you yet. With a cheerful heart, Xia Zhouyi returned to the Junhua mansion close to midnight and opened his own front door. Upon entering, he almost thought he had walked into the wrong room. Just as he was about to change into indoor slippers, a lady dressed in a cozy home apron and white ankle socks descended the stairs obediently. Bending down, she helped Xia Zhouyi remove his shoes and slip on the indoor slippers. Huang Yi's angelic face was perfectly playing the role of a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return, offering him a sweet smile. Honey, you're back. Xia Zhouyi's gaze swept over the radiant Mrs. Xia before him, leaving him dumbfounded for several seconds. He hadn't been drinking. How could he be dreaming such an absurdly beautiful dream? Something was definitely off about Huang Yi's demeanor. Something was very, very wrong. Seeing Xia Zhouyi fall into silence, Huang Yi smiled gently. She was a woman who dared to love and hate fiercely. Having decided on Xia Zhouyi for life, she intended to follow her heart. Darling, the hot spring bath is ready. Shall I scrub your back for you? As the fair-skinned wife stood before Xia Zhouyi and slipped off her white socks, his eyes caught sight of her delicate, pale feet, the slender ankles slightly arched, revealing the tender skin beneath. Heavenly feet indeed, who could resist? Certainly not this old gentleman, Xia Zhouyi. Whatever. If it feels wrong, it feels wrong. She misses. Xia, after all, what is there to fear? With that thought, Xia Zhouyi shook his head lightly, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Your technique isn't professional. When it comes to back massage, I'm the real expert. Let me show you the joy of a northeastern-style scrub. Before Huang Yi could react, she was startled by the vigorous northeastern scrubbing culture. Ah, how embarrassing. How did so much dirt come out? After a while, soaking in the hot spring pool, her eyes grew somewhat dreamy. Was this truly how northeasterners bathed? She didn't understand it fully, but it seemed quite pleasant. Just then, the bathroom door swung open once more, and another Mrs. Xia, surnamed Xiang, entered barefoot. Seems I've come at an inopportune moment. That night, Master Xia worked diligently and with great care, yet he lost the battle. The rose of scrubbing culture Ime had developed a new technique, and 1 + 1 was greater than 2. By the time he had mastered it, dawn had already broken. Meanwhile, the 2 brothers spent the entire night pondering how they had been exposed. Guan Hongfeng and Guan Hongyu searched their memories thoroughly, firmly convinced they did not know Boss Xia personally and had no relatives like him back home. So how could Boss Xia immediately tell that the younger brother was not the elder? Was there truly such a perceptive genius? Could he see right through the 2 brothers with just a brief encounter and fragments of information? Another question troubled Guan Hongyu all night. Would Boss Xia report them? Compared to the less astute Guan Hongyu, Guan Hongfeng remained calm. The fact that his brother had returned safely last night proved that Boss Xia had no intention of reporting them. Having realized this, Guan Hongfeng even had the mood to buy a sandwich for breakfast when he arrived at the police station early that morning. Sure enough, upon stepping into the precinct, all was calm and familiar faces greeted Captain Guan warmly. "Good morning, Captain Guan. Haven't T had breakfast yet? Care to join me?" Zhou Shudong waved enthusiastically, her face wearing a gentle smile, because of her outstanding performance and good luck. In last night's case closure report, Captain Zhou had already credited her with a merit. She was deeply grateful to Captain Guan, who had taken her to Boss Xia's stall. "No thank you, little Zhou." Guan Hongfeng was about to respond coolly, but his eyes caught sight of the preserved egg and lean pork kanji box in Zhou Shudong's hand. He immediately recognized Boss Xia's distinctive takeout container and changed his tone. Whatever Boss Xia's intentions, his kanji truly is delicious. Captain Guan. Wait a moment, I'll heat it up in the microwave. Zhou Shudong cheerfully rose and carefully placed the 2 takeout boxes into the microwave. I told you no one can resist Boss Xia's kanji. Not even you, Captain. These are the 2 extra portions I purposely packed last night. Boss Xia said it would keep fresh overnight in the fridge, though the taste might be slightly diminished the next day. Zhou Shudong didn't mind a slight difference. If the kanji was even half as good as last night, she would be more than satisfied. After a night filled with searches and case conclusions, everyone had barely slept. At this hour, they all relied on bitter coffee and bread to keep themselves alert. Soon, the aroma of preserved egg and lean pork kanji wafted from the microwave. Zhao Qian inhaled deeply, casting a more envious glance at Zhou Shudong. How could this girl be so fortunate? Making a contribution as soon as she arrived and enjoying delicious kanji first thing in the morning. "Little Zhou, has Boss Xia started his stall yet?" Xiao Wang approached slyly. If it weren't for Captain Guan's presence, he might have tried to snatch the food. The rich meaty aroma combined with the fragrance of rice was irresistible once heated. "I saved the leftovers from last night in the fridge." Zhou Shudong quickly covered her breakfast, casting a wary glance at Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang protested, "Little Zhou, that's too much. Is there no trust among colleagues? Why so protective over food? Am I really going to snatch it?" Zhou Shudong rolled her eyes. "After working so late last night, I'm counting on this little kanji to perk me up this morning. Is that unreasonable?" Hearing this, Xiao Wang's coffee and bread suddenly lost their appeal, and he swallowed hard as he stared at the preserved egg and lean pork kanji in Zhou Shudong's hands. "But it's overnight." Unwilling to give up, Xiao Wang tried to continue, only to be pulled aside by Zhou Sun, who couldn't bear it any longer. "Enough, Xiao Wang. You're a grown man, and you're fighting over food with a girl? Isn't that embarrassing? If you want some, go buy your own." Zhou Sun gave Xiao Wang a kick, then shifted tone. "By the way, little Zhou, it's not that I'm insisting on eating your kanji. It's just that I submitted your merit report first thing this morning. You owe me a little thank you, don't you? I'm just looking out for the newcomer. No need to go to any trouble, 5 yuan a portion is just right." Saying this, Zhou Sun stretched out his mischievous hand, swiftly grabbed the preserved egg and lean pork kanji, and walked away, eating as he went. That's the flavor. Zhou Shudong was utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at Zhou Sun's receding figure, remaining unresponsive for quite a long while. Xiao Wang and Zhao Qian exchanged glances, both utterly defeated by their captain's shamelessness. "So, you don't want me to bully little girls, but you bully them yourself, right? What a beast." At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Xia Zhouyi leisurely escorted Rose and little Taichu to the airport. This time, he finally abandoned the tricycle and instead drove the luxurious business car belonging to Miss Jiang. The airport's air conditioning was set rather high. Worried that the little one might catch a chill, Zhang Lai draped a small jacket over her, making her look like a little penguin. "Sis, this place is so big." The little one held Zhang Lai's hand with one hand and little Taichu's with the other, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked around. She had been to 2 shopping malls and thought she was invincible, but this place called an airport was even larger than a mall. Crowded places were the little one's favorite. Next time we'll go out to play, and I'll take you on a big airplane," Zhang Lai promised. An airplane is like an iron bird flying in the sky, right? Rose, sis, are you going to be grabbed and flown by a big iron bird, like riding an aerial bus? The little one's big, watery eyes gazed curiously at Huang Yi. "Such a huge iron bird can carry many people at once, right?" she added. Huang Yi smiled wryly. "The little one's imagination is truly vivid. Tan, do you have an aerial bus over there? A flying bus?" Zhang Lai suddenly showed interest. No, the aerial bus is Aunt Eagle. When I go to town, I wait at the bus stop for a bit, and Aunt Eagle grabs me and flies away, the little one said proudly, head held high, beaming with pride. Aunt Eagle is my aerial bus. Is that even possible? Huang Yi and Zhang Lai exchanged astonished looks. Not only do I have an aerial bus, but I also have a water bus. Mother Duck is very capable and can carry me across the river. Hearing this, the two women were even more amazed. What kind of enormous duck must that be? Flying in the sky and crossing rivers. Aren't you afraid? Huang Yi gently stroked the little one, her heart aching at the thought of such a small child having to traverse mountains, seas, and rivers every day just to find work. I'm not afraid. Mother Duck is very steady crossing the river. Aunt Eagle has a bit of a bad temper and doesn't like to stay too close to the ground. Every time, she throws me down from a big tree, then swoops around the treetops. Whoosh! And I land safely. The little one spread her tiny hands and vividly described the scene. Hearing this, Huang Yi and Zhang Lai were both terrified. For the little Tantan to have survived until meeting her brother was truly remarkable. Yet Tantan herself felt no danger at all. On the contrary, she found it exhilarating. You're not allowed to ride the aerial bus anymore. It's too dangerous. Now that you can fly on your own, if you want to go to town, just fly by yourself. Zhang Lai hurriedly pulled the little one aside and admonished her. The obedient little Tantan nodded eagerly. Okay. Just as the little one was about to leave, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and ran to the entrance of a bookstore. She looked up, intently fixating on a chubby Ultraman toddler standing about a meter tall. Wow, little Tantan pointed excitedly. Brother, that Ultraman is so cute. Xia Zhouyi looked up and froze. That round, protruding belly, arms like Michelin tires, and that listless aura cute? Tantan, you've got great taste. That little Ultraman is pretty adorable. Zhang Lai exclaimed with a brightened expression, appraising the chubby Ultraman. Right, Sister Zhang Lai? This chubby Ultraman would definitely protect the house if placed in the living room. I saw Aunt Wang from the first floor has a pair of stone lions, but they're not as good as this. Little Taichu chimed in. Exactly, not only can it protect the house, but just looking at it can attract children, Rose said, also struck by some peculiar fondness for this oddly cute chubby toddler. Darling, buy it. Xia Zhouyi was baffled, staring at little Tantan and the two women. Were these three putting on a play about him? Zhang Lai aside, Rose, you're an art student. Do you really think this ugly thing is pretty? Am I the only one in this family with a different aesthetic? Little Tai Chu, do you also think this chubby Ultraman is cute? Xia Zhouyi asked the little one in confusion. Little Tai Chu nodded seriously. Ultraman is little Tantan's sister. Little Tantan's sister is cute. She knew how to switch concepts cleverly. Brother, look at those sturdy limbs, they're like steel. The round belly clearly shows it's well-fed. If placed at home, everyone would know this family is wealthy. Little Tantan circled the Ultraman toddler for a while, clearly fond of it. She even reached out to touch the chubby belly, which felt quite pleasant. This Ultraman toddler was simply Grandma's dream grandchild. Zhang Lai couldn't agree more. Darling, the living room feels a bit empty. Let us buy it to protect the house. Wait, do you really think it's cute? Xia Zhouyi asked in disbelief. Brother, isn't it cute? Little Tantan asked back in confusion, her big eyes staring at Xia Zhouyi in shock. Brother, have you ever seen anything cuter? Xia Zhouyi glanced from little Tantan to Rose, then to Zhang Lai and finally to little Taichu, falling silent. Although they were a family, he felt an uncanny sense of discord. It seemed that his normal aesthetic made him the odd one out. Sister, we have an Ultraman now. A chubby little Ultraman. Little Tantan bounced and jumped, thrilled beyond measure. As long as you're happy, Zhang Lai responded indulgently. They had just arrived at the airport without eating, spent 20,000 yuan to bring home a chubby Ultraman toddler. On the way back, Xia Zhouyi kept glancing at the oddly adorable creature through the rearview mirror, still doubting life, utterly unable to comprehend where the charm of this ugly thing lay. What he didn't know was that as soon as she boarded the plane, Huang Yi collapsed in her seat, bursting into laughter. Bought it. Darling really brought that ugly thing home. She couldn't imagine how other girls would react when they saw her beloved's aesthetic at home. Wouldn't they think he was childish?
Gosa young Lai.
Sitting in the passenger seat also wanted to laugh but dared not. She thought only little Tantan could find this ugly thing adorable, judging by how she kept fondly touching it in the car. Lai, did you just smile? Huang Yi asked.
No, young Lai replied.
I saw the corner of your mouth twitching. Oh, maybe I was just thinking of something pleasant. Zhang Lai lied solemnly. Yesterday, my brother said Ganjing was hospitalized and might need a minor surgery, she added. Xia Zhouyi frowned. Future sister-in-law is in the hospital, and you're happy about that? But a faint smile tugged at his lips. He didn't like that woman either. She was both hypocritical and self-righteous. The two adults exchanged mischievous smiles. Ever since they refused Zhang Haokuan's request to buy a devil fruit, they all knew they shared a dislike for Ganjing. Just past 8 o'clock, the exuberant little Tantan once again succumbed to her biological clock, which dictated sleep at sunset. This time she had made progress, lasting half an hour longer. Xia Zhouyi laughed as he carried her back to her room, glanced at the time, and prepared to pack up and head out to set up his stall. There had been a light rain during the day, and the crowd was noticeably thinner than the previous day, but the bar street never lacked cool and beautiful girls. As he passed by, the sight of those fair, shapely legs drew Xia Zhouyi's frequent glances. He never pretended to be a gentleman. He simply admired beautiful things. The tricycle stopped at its usual spot, and Xia Zhouyi prepared to idle as usual. "Ah, Boss Xia, you're finally here. We've been waiting for ages. Ha ha ha. Boss Xia, over here. Hurry up. My appetite is ravenous. Boss Xia, are you selling preserved egg and lean pork congee today?" Just as Xia Zhouyi reached the entrance of the Insu bar, he was immediately surrounded by the police officers, including Zhou Sun and Zhou Shutong. No, he was puzzled. Yesterday he saw them busy until midnight, and today, after work, instead of rushing home to sleep, they all came running to catch him here. "You all arrived quite early." Huh? Xia Zhouyi parked the tricycle in the vacant lot, glanced at the notification indicating today's clock-in was complete, and set up his stall as usual. This unexpected surprise completely disrupted his plan to slack off. "Boss Xia, hurry up, we haven't had dinner yet. You all have worked hard. Today's special is seafood claypot congee, 8 yuan per serving. Boss Xia's offerings are still so affordable. Let us each have 2 bowls." Zhou Sun nodded. After submitting the morning's case report, their unit had made quite a splash, solving a homicide within 24 hours. Who else could compete with that? After receiving commendations, he brought everyone here to celebrate with a good meal. "So many of you, I don't even have a seat. Should I pack it to go?" Hearing Xia Zhouyi say this, Zhou Sun furrowed his brow. The plan was to celebrate together. Packing up and eating separately at home just wouldn't do. "Why don't you come sit in my bar for a while? I've already closed and have no customers. It's just a convenience. Won't violate any rules." Lu Yin approached with the suggestion. Zhou Sun hesitated for 2 seconds but accepted Lu Yin's kindness. The landlady had also returned with Boss Xia last night to give a statement, so they were acquaintances by now. "Xiao Wang, that petty thug around here is causing trouble, right? Next time you see him, tell him to be more discerning. Don't let unruly people mess things up and affect the boss's normal business." Seeing the unmistakable palm print on Lu Yin's face, Zhou Sun turned to Xiao Wang and gave the instruction. Then, with a grand gesture, he carried 2 bowls of congee and entered Insu bar. Following Zhou Sun's lead, everyone else stopped being polite and followed him inside. The warmly lit stall was left behind, with Xia Zhouyi helplessly watching Lu Yin. "Does it still hurt?" Lu Yin smiled faintly and replied, "It's nothing, Boss Xia. When you open a business, you inevitably encounter some drunken brawlers. I'm used to it." Though worried inside, Xia Zhouyi understood that Lu Yin was a strong person and said no more. "Have a bowl of seafood congee on me." "Aha. Then I won't be polite to you, Boss Xia." Lu Yin's smile grew more genuine as she cheerfully sat down at the folding table, back facing her bar, in the same spot as last night. Still the same 2 people, but tonight the congee seemed even more delicious. One mouthful revealed the freshness and savoriness of the seafood, paired with the soft, sticky rice grains, each bite intoxicating. It was a flavor both briny and subtly sweet, fragrant enough to evoke the scent of the sea itself. The temperature was just right, neither scalding nor cool, each spoonful warming the heart. "Boss Xia, your congee is absolutely exquisite." Xia Zhouyi smiled. "You like seafood, huh? One day I'll treat you to seafood fried rice. I once had a customer who, despite being allergic to seafood, still devoured a plate just to savor that taste." Lu Yin and Xia Zhouyi enjoyed the seafood congee and chatted, as if the grievances from earlier had vanished into thin air. Unfortunately, the relaxed atmosphere didn't last long. Minutes later, a limping but upright old man arrived, barely halfway through his bowl, when a yellow-haired street punk, drawn by the aroma, stopped at Xia Zhouyi's stall. "Boss, your congee smells great. Give me a bowl." "Just a moment." Xia Zhouyi was speechless. If nothing unexpected happened, the victim Qi Weidong's body was probably lying in the alley next door by now. Recently released from prison, Qi Weidong had drunkenly slapped Lu Yin, then was taught a lesson with over a dozen knife wounds by the limping old man, who was a professional expertly avoiding vital areas. Unfortunately, Qi Weidong then crossed paths with the petty thug, who mistook him for an assailant and stabbed him through the heart, killing him instantly. Xia Zhouyi glanced between the limping old man and Lu Yin, finally resting his gaze on the yellow-haired petty thug. He was dumbfounded. Every single day, his stall seemed to host nothing but murderers. Are killers these days so reckless? Not even thinking to run, just wandering nearby. And that wasn't the end. Before he could serve the food, a Hummer pulled up in front of the stall, and a female police officer bearing a striking resemblance to Huang Yi stepped out. She immediately approached Xia Zhouyi. With a puzzled look, Xia Zhouyi watched as the officer drew closer. The female cop roles played by TZ were few. Luo Bixin in the Soul Forensics and Su Qingzhu in Nightwalker, the latter having resigned to run her own tea house. So from the first glance, Xia Zhouyi recognized her as Luo Bixin from the Soul Forensics. He was used to encountering familiar faces, but what puzzled him was why Luo Bixin was here. They seemingly had no connection. Muttering to himself, Xia Zhouyi wore a faint smile, ready to greet this heroic and spirited Iron Lady. I wonder if Fan Xin, whom I met last week, has traveled through time yet? Has he become TZ's son-in-law or her older brother? I'll ask Dr. Zhang when I have time. Luo Bixin walked straight to the stall, first casting a wary glance at the petty thug, then fixing her eyes on Xia Zhouyi, who was looking at her. She was slightly taken aback. His gaze seemed familiar. Boss, I am Luo Bixin from the Guangming district. I have some questions for you. Luo Bixin flashed her badge and got straight to the point. Xia Zhouyi grew even more curious. He couldn't recall anything involving him but politely replied, Officer Luo, please go ahead. Luo Bixin nodded and briefly explained her purpose. She was investigating a case. That morning, a female corpse was pulled from the river. The deceased named Qin Hong. Surveillance footage showed that before her death last night, she had visited Xia Zhouyi's stall. Listening to Luo Bixin's explanation, Xia Zhouyi and Lu Yin exchanged glances, speechless. They hadn't expected that the person who had shared kanji with them last night had already met with misfortune. At the time, Gao Yuan had even reminded Qin Hong to take care of herself. Was that a prophecy? Captain Luo, Qin Hong left after drinking kanji here. She looked very exhausted then. It was 3 a.m. and she still went to work elsewhere. Even an Iron Man wouldn't be able to handle that. Xia Zhouyi sighed and shared what he knew. It was just unfortunate for Qin Hong. Xia Zhouyi hadn't recognized the poor passerby. Otherwise, a warning might have saved her life. But it was only a maybe. Gao Yuan's reminder meant it was fate. You mean her drowning might have been an accident? Luo Bixin frowned, looking at Xia Zhouyi for confirmation. Xia Zhouyi only smiled and shook his head. Investigations are your department's business. I'm just offering speculation. Given Qin Hong's state of mind, sudden death wouldn't surprise me. Luo Bixin nodded. Understanding the victim's physical condition before death was valuable information. Thank you for your cooperation, boss. By the way, bring us a bowl of seafood kanji, too. We'll eat here. Having dealt with Qin Hong's case, Luo Bixin felt the petty thug at the stall was somewhat suspicious and decided to stay. Her partner, Xiao Bai, fully agreed with the decision, hands raised in praise. The aroma of the boss's seafood kanji was simply irresistible, making him swallow repeatedly. Soon, the two received their bowls of kanji. At this moment, the petty thug knew they were not here for Qi Weidong's case and had regained composure, showing no sign of suspicion. The limping old man beside them opened his mouth as if to speak but hesitated. Unfortunately, immersed in the deliciousness, Luo Bixin cleverly missed this scene. So fragrant. The initial taste of the seafood kanji was fresh, the middle taste salty, and the aftertaste savory. Due to cost considerations, Xia Zhouyi hadn't chosen expensive ingredients, just the cheapest white shrimp and three-eyed crab. Yet, his culinary skill was best at bringing out the greatest flavor in simple food. The shrimp meat in the kanji was sweet and tender, the crab meat delicate, perfectly blending with the soft kanji, making it impossible to stop at just one bite. Luo Bixin and Xiao Bai savored their meal with great relish, completely immersed in this simple joy, as if momentarily forgetting the cases and troubles surrounding them. Lu Yin watched from the side, a faint, almost imperceptible pride glimmering in her eyes, as though she herself had prepared this delicious seafood porridge. Just as she was about to return to the bar, Zhou Sun and the others rushed out in a hurry, their faces marked by urgency and gravity, as if yet another major case had arisen. Zhou Shudong, panting heavily, followed behind. Passing in front of Xia Zhouyi, she suddenly stopped on a whim. Boss Xia, there was a homicide in the alley by Zhongfa Road. When you came to set up your stall earlier, did you pass by there? Did you see anyone suspicious? Xia Zhouyi was speechless. The limping old man remained silent. Yao Jia's heart skipped a beat. Damn, the body was discovered so quickly. Xia Zhouyi said nothing, his gaze turning toward Yao Ji. The limping old man also remained mute, his eyes fixed on Yao Ji. Yao Ji in turn said nothing, his gaze locked on the two of them. The atmosphere was thick with tension. This eerily familiar scene instantly made Zhou Shudong nervous, her hand reflexively moving toward her handcuffs. Could it be? No way, but she was fast. Yao Ji was even faster. In that instant, Yao Ji seemed possessed by Gao Yuan, as if Tian Buguang himself had returned. It was as though he had mastered an unparalleled martial art, clearing the Ren and Du meridians, his entire being like an arrow released from a bow, violently retreating backward. In a flash, he distanced himself from Zhou Shudong, while his right hand swept through the air, brandishing a sharp dagger stained with fresh blood, aimed directly at the bewildered Lu Yin nearby. At that moment, Yao Ji's dagger was less than 3 centimeters from Lu Yin's throat. It was like a scene replayed from yesterday. A contemptuous smile curved on Yao Ji's lips. With the hostage in hand, he held the world in his grasp. If nothing unforeseen occurred, Lu Yin's fate as a hostage was inevitable. Yet, instead of panic, Lu Yin's heart remained utterly calm, even tinged with a hint of delight. Here it comes. Here it comes. That warm, reassuring embrace is about to arrive again. Yes, just like that, hold me tightly. At that moment, the man beside her, Huang Yi, finally saw clearly. It was a foot. Xia gently pulled Lu Yin into his arms, then casually and swiftly delivered a kick. Yao Ji flew back like a lifeless chicken, landing right before Zhou Sun. In an instant, the bustling street fell silent. From the perspective of onlookers, the eyes of the uncle selling fried chicken next door nearly popped out. He swallowed hard. Oh my god. 2 days on the stall, and Xia has already kicked 2 people to death. Is there something wrong with the feng shui of this stall? This is downright sinister. Zhou Sun stared blankly at the bloodied Yao Ji at his feet, then at Xia and Zhou Shudong 10 meters away, before fixing his gaze on Yao Ji's blood-stained dagger. His face was filled with incredulity. No way. Don't tell me they've cracked the case again. Is this even possible? Is it reasonable? Tell me, is it reasonable? I haven't even confirmed the victim's identity yet. Don't move. Police. After what felt like an eternity, Luo Bixin finally snapped out of her daze and rushed over to confirm Yao Ji's condition. Your district were all police too. Zhou Sun showed his badge in silent exasperation. Well, looks like there's someone here trying to hijack our case. Luo Bixin was taken aback. She hadn't expected to meet a fellow officer here. In front of Xia Zhouyi, Zhou Shudong's mind was still reeling. She gasped and looked at Xia Zhouyi with a complicated expression. Xia, did you see him kill someone? Faced with the same question, Xia Zhouyi again shook his head innocently. No, I came from another route. I didn't pass Zhongfa Road. In fact, this inadvertently helped clear Zhou Shudong's name. Originally, in the source story, she went to seduce Yao Ji's accomplice, Man Gu, only to be drugged and tied up. Well, that plotline probably won't happen now. Zhou Shudong said you said something similar yesterday. Then why were you staring at him just now? You practically pushed him to desperation. After saying this, Huang Yi was stunned himself. Why did that sound so familiar? Lu Yin nearly burst out laughing at the inappropriate moment. Xia Zhouyi patted her shoulder and let go before continuing. I didn't take that route, but since he came from that direction, he should be able to answer your questions. Who knew he just got agitated? Like burying silver where no one digs for it. His mental fortitude is so poor, yet he dares to kill. Huang Yi and Zhou Shudong exchanged glances. So, it's another misunderstanding? Xia's glare revealed another culprit? This is just too damn bizarre. Oh right, almost forgot. I didn't see the blonde-haired guy kill anyone, but I happened to catch him dealing cocaine at the third pier warehouse. Xia Zhouyi slapped his forehead and hastily added the crucial information. In the original story, Huang Yi overhears this by chance while searching for Yao Ji, but now he has no chance to eavesdrop. He had to be the one to spill the beans. Although Xia Zhouyi did not consider himself a good man, reporting drug dealers was everyone's duty. Damn! At this revelation, Zhou Sun and the others' pupils dilated in shock. Zhou Shudong's expression grew even more incredulous. Even Luo Bixin looked on with a mixture of envy and admiration. Xia, are you running a buy one get one free deal? If it weren't for the fact we're all men here, Zhou Sun would want to grab Xia and plant a big kiss on him. What kind of divine stall owner is this? Even informants can't compete with him. In just 2 days, he's brought the squad 3 collective third-class merits. Who was it just now complaining about Xia's stall having bad feng shui? Whereas the bad feng shui, this feng shui is absolutely fantastic. If possible, he'd move the entire squad to operate right at Xia's stall. Alright, everyone, don't just stand there. Let us get moving. Xiaozhou, escort Xia back to the station for a statement. The rest of you, come with me to the third pier. Zhou Sun commanded briskly, and the team sprang into action. The limping old man, who had been silent beside them for a long while, sighed deeply and couldn't help but confess. Before the man in the alley died, I stabbed him more than a dozen times. After finishing the statement, Xia Zhouyi exited the police station. It was nearly midnight when he reached the three-wheeled vehicle. He did not speed home as he had the day before, because just as he was about to start the tricycle, a woman with a slender waist, curvaceous hips, and an exquisitely proportioned figure approached. Her wavy hair and lingering charm radiated a mature allure. Lu Yin's face, a blend of 70% allure and 30% playfulness, now lifted into a radiant smile. This man before her had saved her life twice. Boss Xia, you're not in a hurry to go home tonight, right? Come to my bar for a drink. Xia Zhouyi found it hard to refuse. From the moment Lu Yin appeared, her every gesture and movement seemed to ignite the entire night's atmosphere. Wow, is your liquor any good? We're all adults here. I already declined once yesterday, but wouldn't it be rude not to go this time? Xia Zhouyi considered himself a very polite man. Have you ever ridden a tricycle? It's quite speedy. Hop on and give it a try. With that invitation, Lu Yin's smile grew even brighter. How amusing it was. Many men had invited her to ride in a BMW, but this was the first to invite her onto a tricycle. She laughed and gently placed her delicate, boneless hand into Xia Zhouyi's palm. My honor. If you don't go too fast, I might get off later, you know. Haha. Please, Xia Zhouyi smiled softly, signaling her to settle in securely before starting the tricycle. Under the cover of night, the tricycle weaved through the empty streets. The breeze carried a chill, yet also a hint of freedom and exhilaration. Lu Yin sat upon the tricycle, savoring an experience utterly distinct from her usual routine, her heart brimming with novelty and delight. She gently leaned against Xia Zhouyi's shoulder, seemingly cherishing this rare intimacy. Prolonged solitude can be wearying. Strength is often a performance for others. Tonight, she wished to forgo the pretense. And though the wine did not intoxicate, one's own mind could easily succumb. Though it was said she was drinking, upon returning to the bar, Lu Yin feigned a chill to excuse herself, ascending the stairs to change into fresh attire. The petite landlady, already slender, now appeared before Xia Zhou adorned in black stockings emblazoned with letters. Lu Yin's fair cheeks flushed faintly. Clad in hot pants paired with the black stockings, she approached Xia Zhou with deliberate grace. Having been twice taken hostage had terrified Lu Yin profoundly. At this moment, she longed for a broad shoulder to provide solace. She cautiously embraced Xia Zhou. Both swallowed hard in mutual anticipation. Ultimately, their bond deepened to an inseparable closeness. Lu Yin settled herself, valiantly suppressing a fleeting surge of disconcerting sensory complexity. The landlady tilted her head slightly, gazing at Xia Zhou, her own, and teasingly murmured, "Darling, what are you waiting for? Swift as the wind, swift as the wind, swift as the wind." When comforting a frightened woman, Xia Zhou was well practiced. By dawn, over 6 hours had passed. He gently roused Lu Yin, noting that while she was admirable in many ways, her constitution remained fragile. It was time to fortify her, lest misfortune strike again. Being bound and held hostage was a fate he refused for his newlywed wife. Lu Yin, wake up. Don't sleep just yet. Eat this devil fruit before resting. Lu Yin struggled to open her eyes and, upon seeing a pineapple, cast Xia Zhou a withering glance. She needed hydration. How could a mere pineapple provide that? Had she heard that a man's refractory period rendered him foolish? She mused silently. This, Xia Zhou explained, is no ordinary pineapple. It is the immortal phoenix fruit, granting extraordinary regenerative powers and the ability to fly. With it, you could single-handedly defeat 100 foes like Qi Weidong's gang from last night. Initially dismissive of the large pineapple, Lu Yin absent-mindedly twirled her fingers, tracing circles on Xia Zhou's chest. As she listened, her body stiffened utterly. After Xia Zhou demonstrated the descent of the thunder god, she was utterly dumbfounded. Was everything he said true? This blue pineapple was not a dyed variety but a genuine superpower fruit. Staring blankly at the immortal phoenix fruit, Lu Yin blurted an expletive, her face awash with astonishment. As a modern, well-educated elite, learning for the first time that this world harbored supernatural abilities, and that she was about to become one of its bearers, left her utterly bewildered. She had always believed Xia Zhou's prowess impressive, but this was merely the tip of the iceberg. No wonder his physique was so formidable, he must be cheating. Xia Zhou, this immortal phoenix fruit, does it really heal all injuries? She suddenly asked, raising an eyebrow with a sly smile, chuckling softly. Xia Zhou cursed his own quick comprehension but found himself oddly eager. The proof was in the pudding. Indeed, it could heal all wounds. Under the blazing sun, Xia Zhou sped home on the tricycle. Yet, instead of feeling refreshed after their exchange, he clutched his lower back, a look of melancholy upon his face. The latter half of the journey nearly defeated him. He had underestimated the regenerative power of the immortal phoenix fruit. Had Lu Ina's stamina not been newly awakened and lacking, even his lightning-enhanced golden kidneys might have faltered. Better to retreat now. Even Xia Zhou had moments of fear. Brother, you're back. Welcome home. Upon entering, Xia Zhou was warmly greeted by little Binchotan. Seeing her beaming face, he couldn't help but smile in return. Good morning, Tan. Have you eaten lunch yet? The little one nodded, grinning as she patted her round belly. Sister Jiang Lai took me to her secret restaurant again. Today I had a huge lamb leg. Plenty to fill me up. Jiang Lai shot the little one a speechless glare. Did this black market reputation ever fade? The child, however, was unafraid. Sister sells that lamb leg in 10 portions, each for 998 yuan. If that isn't a black market, what is? Haha, was there rice today? Xia Zhou chuckled, ruffling Binchotan's hair, though in his heart, he pondered visiting the Grey Whale restaurant someday, wondering if Peng Jiahe had arrived yet. Binchotan's south eyes curved like crescent moons. Yep, there was rice. But unfortunately, the cook's skills aren't great. The long-grain rice doesn't taste fragrant. Jiang Lai could no longer contain herself, exasperatedly grabbing the little one for a thorough scolding. Are you sure you know how to eat? That long-grain rice airlifted all the way from India. How could it not be fragrant? And my chef is a newly hired Michelin 3-star. He can't possibly fail at cooking rice. Wah, no, it's just not fragrant. It doesn't taste like rice. The little one protested, wriggling free from Jiang Lai's grasp, steadfast in her opinion. Jiang Lai, observing the child's firm conviction, began to doubt Lu Yuan's expertise. Could he be a fraud? By the way, today's the last day of the month. Tan, here's your salary. Ha! Little Binchotan stared in disbelief at the stack of bills in Xia Zhou's hand, her face a portrait of astonishment. Salary already? Since coming to live with her brother, she had enjoyed white rice every meal, her belly growing round daily. The older siblings frequently spoiled her with snacks and cakes. Except for the first few days, she had almost forgotten about salaries altogether. Brother, are you sure? I haven't even been here a full month yet. I remember clearly. I've only had 50 bowls of rice over 17 days. The little one counted on her fingers, insisting she hadn't yet reached the 90 meals promised for full board. Here, working at Brother's place, salaries are paid monthly. Xia Zhou shook his head with a smile, handing over 5,100 yuan bills. You've worked 17 days. With your commissions from sales, that totals 5,000 yuan. Keep it safe and don't squander it. So much money. Little Binchotan was stunned, her small hands trembling unsurely where to place it. 5,000 yuan converted to Japanese yen was 100,000 dan. She had never earned so much before. She had never even seen a 10,000 dan Fukuzawa Yukichi note. Brother, are you sure you didn't miscalculate? No mistake. You've seen the stall's business, it's thriving. You yourself said brother runs a black market. Profits are high, so commissions are a bit more generous. Xia Zhou patted the little one. I didn't actually give you extra this time. When hiring help, there's a commission clause. For every egg fried rice sold, you earn 1 yuan. That's more than your daily wage. Actually brother, our stall's earnings are all hard-earned. The little one paused, then shyly scratched her head. Here you go. Do you have a place to keep the money? Yes. Last time I had some fabric scraps from embroidery cards, and Sister Gu Jia turned them into a small pouch. The child hurried back to her room on short legs, soon returning with a tiny bag resembling a bracelet case. Gu Jia had thoughtfully added a drawstring closure at the opening. Keep it safe and don't lose it.
No crying. Xia Zhou warned gently.
MHM. The flat pouch instantly plumped up after being filled with 5,000 yuan. The little one gleefully held it aloft, hopping about foolishly. 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan. I'll never run out of money. With a beaming smile that threatened to split her face, she felt truly fortunate to be working for her brother. Each day, she was occupied for merely an hour or two, yet she enjoyed 3 meals daily and earned such a generous wage. She had already planned that, in the afternoon, she would go to the school gate where Sister Meow Meow worked to buy gifts for the Airbus, Mother Duck, and Little Squirrel. As for the convenience store downstairs, why would she choose to go farther away? Naturally, it was because the goods outside the elite middle school were more affordable. Xiao Binchotan certainly knew what he was doing. Watching the little one grin foolishly like a simpleton, Xia Zhouyi and Jiang Lai exchanged a knowing glance and smiled in mutual understanding. Look at how delighted this little fellow is. Truly, he is utterly oblivious to the family's wealth. The rose hairpin on her head, if there were not at least 10 or 20 of them, She wouldn't be able to afford 5,000 yuan. Ring ring ring. Miss Zhang. The scaled-down tricycle you ordered has arrived. Should we leave it with the property management or deliver it to your door? Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Zhang Lai softly exclaimed in surprise. It was indeed a coincidence. Immediately, she took the little one downstairs to receive the gift, which brought him even greater joy. All right, I'm coming down now. The workers carefully unloaded the cargo from the truck. Several miniature Aston Martin go-karts, and a specially made tricycle. The moment Xiao Baichangtan laid eyes on the mini tricycle, he was utterly stunned. Its appearance closely resembled her brother's stall cart. Even the body and the cart bed were identical to the fried rice stall, painted in a blue color that matched her hair perfectly. Wow! Xiao Baichangtan's eyes sparkled with delight, filled with surprise. Sister Zhang Lai, what an adorably cool little car. Isn't it cute? This little tricycle is yours from now on. Zhang Lai gently lifted the little one onto the tricycle. Tan tan. Do you know how to drive it? Give it a try. The mini tricycle not only looked identical but also operated similarly. A throttle on the right hand, brakes both at the feet and on the handlebars. The height was just right. As soon as the little one sat down, his hands naturally grasped the two handles. He had observed how his brother drove. Sister, is this really a gift for me? It was evident that Xiao Baichangtan was both excited and moved. When have I ever lied to you? Do you like it? Zhang Lai affectionately patted the little one's head. From the very first day they met, she had grown fond of this cute little fellow, like a little angel. This vehicle is just like your brother's. The handle is the throttle. The foot pedals are the brakes. Turn the throttle gently and don't go too fast, okay? Zhang Lai carefully instructed him. Remember, keep your eyes straight ahead, watch out for pedestrians and other children, and keep your speed slow. Xiao Baichangtan nodded earnestly. He understood this well. His own little van had once been lost because he swerved to avoid a horse carriage, which had made him very sad. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, he thought. He would be careful not to trouble anyone else. Sister, I've learned. Can I set off now? Be careful, take it slow. Xiao Baichangtan gently twisted the throttle and began riding around the neighborhood. The speed was modest, after all. It was a children's toy. Woohoo! Sister, I'm driving now. The joy of holding the steering wheel was instantly understood by the little fellow. No wonder his brother loved speeding so much. This is fun. Wow, fishball. Hurry up. We're gonna set up our stall and sell some shady fried rice. Braking steadily to a stop, Xiao Baichangtan turned his head and excitedly invited the dog. Woof, woof, woof. Fishball, the dog, heard the call and barked enthusiastically before leaping into the cart bed, wagging his tail furiously. Hee. Selling fried rice, fragrant fried rice, Fishball's fried rice. The little one drove steadily through turns and straightaways, his driving skills resembling those of a seasoned pro. Zhang Lai watched his radiant smile and smiled with relief. This gift had indeed been the perfect choice. Wow. This is fun. Returning from class, Su Zian overheard Xiao Baichangtan's joyful laughter and couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, his eyes gleaming with longing. He wanted to play with his little sister Xiao Baichangtan too. Gu Jia noticed the yearning in her son's eyes, but the lunch break was short, and there was no time for play. Mr. Xia, Miss Zhang, good afternoon. You're playing with Xiao Tan? Gu Jia greeted Xia Zhouyi and then told Su Zian, say hello to Uncle Xia and Aunt Zhang. We have to go home for lunch and change clothes. You have equestrian lessons this afternoon. Su Zian obediently greeted them but kept glancing back at Xiao Baichangtan, clearly reluctant to leave. Xia Zhouyi smiled and nodded in response. Gu Jia, your Zian is so handsome. Put him in his riding outfit, and he'll surely charm all the other girls. No, it's Xiao Tan who is adorable. Gu Jia smiled as she took Su Zian toward home. Xia Zhouyi withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the little one waving his small hands happily, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Their Tan doesn't have to work so hard. He can play however he wants. Tan, let us race and see who reaches the gate first. Xia Zhouyi stepped up and sat on the cool Martin go-kart, did a stationary drift, and leisurely followed the mischievous little fellow ahead. The little one looked at his brother in surprise. So the mini version of Sister Zhang's car could actually be driven too. Big brother, you're so funny sitting in such a tiny car. So cute. Big brother, you're hilarious. The race has begun. The loser has to have a turtle drawn on their face. Wow, brother, you're so sly. I wasn't ready yet. After inhaling a mouthful of exhaust, the little one twisted the throttle in displeasure. Haha, you can't catch me. Can't catch me. You naughty brother. You can't escape. Fishball, nitro boost. Charge. Watch me drift the drainage ditch turn. Wow, I can do that too. Woohoo! Zhang Lai laughed and shook her head. Seeing the big and small about to speed away, she quickly jumped onto another go-kart. Playing alone might be childish, but accompanying the little one was a daily family affair. Tan, here I come. Watch my third gear rocket boost. Zhang Lai quietly used her burn fruit ability for acceleration, executing a beautiful drift with the body nearly skimming the ground, instantly overtaking Xia Zhouyi and Xiao Beichengtan ahead. Wow, Sister Zhang Lai, you're cheating. I want it too. No cheating here, Sister S just doing normal maneuvers. Zhang Lai replied with a triumphant smile. The little one pouted in discontent. Not fair. I want laser acceleration too. Fishball, hold tight. Charge. Xia Zhouyi could only laugh and shake his head. Was such a small race really necessary? And cheating on top of that? I despise you all. Then, in a flash of white light, Xia Zhouyi disabled the roadside surveillance cameras while simultaneously overtaking. Haha, I win. Big brother is bullying me. The little one pressed the throttle, beginning a new round of pursuit. Zhang Lai and Xia Zhouyi followed closely behind, the three go-karts chasing each other through the neighborhood amid bursts of laughter and joyous shouts. Only when the batteries died did Xiao Beichengtan reluctantly come to a stop. Brother, can I invite my little friends Jutan and Litan to come play? Of course, feel free to bring your friends over to our house. Brother will prepare delicious treats for them. Let us make golden fried rice. Xiao Beichengtan beamed happily. Thank you, brother. Having a brother who dotes on me is truly wonderful. Whether it was the excitement of receiving his wage, a good midday nap, or his dedication to his role as helper, Xiao Beichengtan managed to stay awake that very night in a remarkable feat brimming with energy. He declared his intention to go sell porridge with his brother. After preparations were complete and the sweet potato porridge was loaded onto the tricycle, Xia Zhouyi cheerfully set off with the little one. What he did not know was that the customers who had been unable to find him for 3 consecutive days were all on the verge of madness. Everyone in the group chat was hanging onto the messages, as if awaiting a reply from a goddess. Their anticipation so intense it was almost palpable. No, it had already been 3 whole days. Such a significant figure as Boss Xia, and after 3 entire days no one had found him yet? In the quest to locate Boss Xia, I even borrowed the retired police dog from next door to help sniff out clues. As the week was about to draw to a close, the question lingered. Where on earth was Boss Xia? Surely he wouldn't skip setting up his stall this week. The fried rice and pork intestine group was utterly silent. Everyone was unwilling to accept such a reality. How were they supposed to live without Boss Xia's presence? Wailing softly, they lamented that Boss Xia was truly a scoundrel. Just after tantalizing their taste buds, he vanished without a trace. How utterly despicable. After a long while, Zhong Xiaoqin, who usually had time to chat idly in the group, logged on and delivered a much-needed boost to everyone's spirits. He is setting up his stall this week. My colleague saw Boss Xia leave. He is doing his stalls at night this week. Zhong Xiaoqin shared the news quietly, though she herself did not know the exact location. She asked Little Charcoal, who said she had gone to bed and didn't follow her brother. When asked, Boss Xia replied, everything depends on fate. Zhong Xiaoqin commented, that tone of his does sound a bit like a scoundreless. The group exploded again. What? Boss Xia is out setting up his stall? Ha. I knew Boss Xia would never abandon us. Exactly, Boss Xia loves setting up stalls too much to just give it up. But where exactly is he setting up? Zhong, can you ask your colleague again? Yes, please ask quickly. Watching the group erupt in excitement, Zhong Xiaoqin felt somewhat helpless. She too was eager to know where Boss Xia was setting up, but he simply refused to reveal it. Furthermore, disclosing his whereabouts technically violated the property's confidentiality rules. They didn't know the precise location, but everyone could brainstorm. At night, especially at this hour, there couldn't be many suitable places for stalls, right? Gu Jia stepped in to help Zhong Xiaoqin out in the group chat. That makes sense. I know a place that's lively at night, the Nocturnal City. I'll check out the 8-foot bathhouse. I know a spot too. Leave the red romance area to me. Me as the group chat progressed. The conversation gradually veered off topic without anyone noticing. Eventually, someone even proposed forming a team to visit an indescribable place. Gu Jia bit back a snort of amusement. This bunch of lecherous old men still expected to get information about Boss Xia from them? Men were simply unreliable. Speeding along, despite the sky's heavy, oppressive clouds, Little Charcoal remained unfazed. Sitting cross-legged, her large, curious eyes took in the post-10 o'clock scenery of the magical city, a contrast to the daytime views. Neon-lit streets filled the little one with wonder, her face glowing with delight. She realized that the city's nights could be so vibrant. In her hometown, except during festivals, evenings were pitch black and quiet. The lively atmosphere captivated her. Xia Zhouyi approached from the opposite side of the road. Given the vastness of the bar street, any spot there would suffice for clocking in. Tonight, he had no intention of setting up his stall outside Liu Yin's shop. The feng shui there was unfavorable. He merely wanted to set up quietly, avoiding repeated troubles. The porridge stall owner ahead had encountered roadblocks and was forced to detour. Xia Zhouyi watched a fellow vendor turn back, feeling a bit lost. How did the traffic control come about? Could he still go to the bar street? The other vendor waved and explained, "Hey, looks like there was a homicide ahead. Something about a werewolf attack." They temporarily blocked off a side road, causing a traffic jam. "If you want to get to the bar street, you'll have to take Zhongfa Road. If you don't know the way, just follow me." Seeing Xia Zhouyi bringing his young sister out at night to set up stalls, the vendor sympathized and kindly pointed the way. Xia Zhouyi muttered, "Sure enough, the feng shui here is bad, daily homicides. You'd think this was Popcorn Street." Just as Xia Zhouyi was about to turn around and follow the other vendor, a familiar figure came rushing toward him. "Boss Xia, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you forever," little Wang called out, and suddenly several figures sprang from all directions, swiftly running toward Xia Zhouyi. Upon arrival, they immediately surrounded the tricycle. "Boss Xia, you can't get through the road ahead. Let me handle it." Yes, Boss Xia, just take Xiao Zhou's vehicle." "Little Wang, hurry up. Don't let anyone from the Guangming district snatch Boss Xia away. Move quickly, everyone. Let us go." Amid the bewildered looks of the two siblings, Zhou Sun and the others sprang into action. Some drove, some carried the child, some cleared the way, others covered the rear. Xia Zhouyi barely had time to react before little Charcoal was squeezed into the back seat, and he watched helplessly as little Wang sped away on his tricycle porridge stall. "Gone?" Xia Zhouyi was stunned. Is this a bandit or a repeat offender? Why do you guys seem more professional at robbing than actual robbers? "Boss Xia, sit tight. I'll take you there." Zhou Shudong executed a smooth drift, driving the Hummer effortlessly through the controlled road segment. Flashing lights and bustling scenes greeted Xia Zhouyi as he was brought to the spot where he had set up his stall a few days prior. Looking up, the four glowing characters of Insu Bar shone brightly. Xia Zhouyi was speechless. "Take me back. This place's feng shui is terrible. I'm not setting up here." Liu Yin emerged from the bar, her gaze lighting up when she saw the adorable little one in Xia Zhou's arms. She quickly approached them. "Old Xia, this must be our little Charcoal. So cute." Liu Yin reached out to stroke little Charcoal, but the little one swiftly dodged with a wary glance, raising her tiny hands to guard her head. Why does everyone always want to touch my head? My little Charcoal tuft is almost worn off from all the petting. Strange ladies don't get to touch it, okay?" Xia Zhouyi was amused. "Charcoal, it's okay. This is Sister Liu Yin, just like Sister Jiang Lai and Sister Rose. They're all family." Oh, good evening, Sister Liu Yin." The little one smiled, lowering her hands obediently as if granting permission to be petted. Our little Charcoal is so well behaved." Liu Yin grinned and showered the little one with affectionate pats, then produced a pink backpack adorned with angel wings and handed it over. "Here, since it's our first meeting, I don't know what you like. Is this okay? Sister, is this for me?" The little one's expression was priceless, her eyes sparkling and almost brimming with tears. Her friend Li Tan envied her ability to ride the skybus freely, while little Charcoal envied them for being able to carry small backpacks to school. Now what others had, she had too. Such a lovely little backpack, complete with white wings that fluttered. It was truly her dream accessory. "Charcoal, try putting it on. Sister will adjust the straps for you." "Okay, thank you, sister." Little Charcoal nodded obediently, extending her small hands for Liu Yin to adjust the bag. It was clear the little one was both excited and nervous. Already irresistibly cute, wearing the adorable backpack made her even more endearing. Liu Yin's heart melted, and she couldn't help but snap a few photos on her phone. "Our Charcoal is truly adorable. By the way, Charcoal, want some little cakes? There are plenty at my shop. I'll take you to eat." Sister, I'm working right now. I'll eat after I finish." Little Charcoal's eyes sparkled, but she resisted temptation during work hours. Carefully placing the backpack on the tricycle seat, she was abo they even, like the diners from last week, brought their own chairs when seats were insufficient. "Boss Xia, hurry up and set up your stall. What kind of porridge are you serving today? Eat, all you ever think about is food. Shouldn't you follow the proper procedures first?" Zhou Sun irritably rapped little Wang on the head, then turned to look at Xia Zhouyi, adopting a sycophantic tone as he inquired. "Boss Xia, you saw the scene just now as you passed by. Did you notice any strange people coming through that way last night when you got home?" At these words, the colleagues, including Zhou Shudong, all looked up towards Xia Zhouyi, clearly full of anticipation. The moment to witness a miracle had arrived. Let us see if Boss Xia can grant them another collective third-class merit. Xia Zhouyi widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the crowd before him. So that's what you had in mind all along? A couple of days ago was just a coincidence. Do you really think I'm some omniscient detective who can identify the culprit just by glancing at a crime scene in this blended world? I simply can't do that. I stayed at Liu Yin's place last night. I didn't go home. Upon hearing Boss Xia's response, Zhou Sun shook his head in disappointment. How come little Zhou solved the cases with just 2 questions, but when it came to him it didn't work? Was his questioning posture wrong? But he had only asked casually. Besides, it wasn't a case in his jurisdiction. If it got solved, great. If not, let the neighboring unit deal with it. The most important thing now was to eat porridge. If you don't know, then never mind. Boss Xia, what kind of porridge is it today? Hey, why do you even have a deep fryer with you? Today it's sweet potato porridge. I felt it might be a bit plain eaten by itself, so I prepared some freshly fried youtiao to accompany it. Xia Zhouyi smiled and deftly began heating the oil to fry the youtiao. I knew something was missing the other day. How can you have porridge without youtiao? Zhou Sun and the others didn't care what kind of porridge Boss Xia was selling. They just wanted some. Although sweet potato porridge seemed more popular with girls, there were youtiao to go with it, so they ordered. Soon, everyone had a bowl of sweet potato porridge in hand. Boss Xia's offerings were undoubtedly of the highest quality. The texture was tender and fragrant, the aroma of sweet potato spreading through their mouths, perfectly complemented by the freshly fried youtiao. It was simply a match made in heaven. Zhou Sun and the others chatted while eating, the atmosphere light and joyful. Xia Zhouyi opened the thermal container to serve Zhou Shudong a second bowl. As a gentle evening breeze blew, the rich, sweet fragrance mingled with the steam, wafting through the air and captivating passers-by. After his car broke down, Li Disan and Huang Weiluan happened to pass by. Drawn by the enticing aroma, they saw a crowd gathered around the 3-wheeled porridge stall in front of the bar. Their stomachs immediately began to rumble. As a celebrity, Huang Weiluan had strict dietary controls. But with his manager off fixing the car and no one watching, an occasional indulgence shouldn't hurt, and after all, a bowl of porridge wasn't very caloric. The closer they got, the stronger the scent of sweet potato porridge became. Meanwhile, everyone at the stall was happily eating. The expressions of enjoyment as they alternated bites of youtiao and sips of porridge caught their eyes, making them involuntarily swallow. Exchanging a glance, the two simultaneously pressed their hats lower and, unable to resist temptation, approached the tricycle. Boss, a bowl of porridge, please. Sometimes, when setting up his stall, Xia Zhouyi really felt like calling the police. He was certain the feng shui of this place was utterly cursed. He didn't know Li Disan before, nor Huang Weiluan, but after passing the scene just now, fragmented memories surged forth. Connecting the dots, he recalled the case. Here's what happened. Huang Weiluan, suffering from lycanthropy, had a violent episode last night following an argument and attacked his former teammate Xiang, biting him to death. Then he used liquid nitrogen to preserve the body, misleading the forensic team about the time of death, and hurriedly bought several wolves through special channels to stage a scene suggesting the victim had been mauled by a wolf pack. So damn it, tonight's customer was yet another murderer. Looking at Huang Weiluan, Xia Zhouyi wanted to urge Zhou Sun to ask the question again. Unfortunately, Zhou and the others were all immersed in the joy of sweet potato porridge, completely unaware that another opportunity for a third-class merit was right before them. If you give them a chance and they don't take it, it's your own fault, he thought with a shrug. He respected others' fates. If they wouldn't ask, he wouldn't tell. Both men, having tasted something exquisite, were drooling and inhaling the aroma, increasingly sensing the extraordinary nature of this porridge. They ordered 2 more bowls. 10 yuan. Want some youtiao? 2 yuan apiece. Huang Weiluan was stunned. Were prices among the common folk really this low? His own fans were always complaining about being poor, saying they had to scrimp and save just to afford a concert ticket, even eating instant noodles for months. But now it seemed all that might have been a ruse to gain his sympathy. Damn it. No youtiao, just the sweet potato porridge. The stall was brightly lit. The sizzling youtiao looked crispy and appetizing. But thinking of last night's ordeal, he was somewhat averse to greasy food. Sweet potato porridge was just perfect. In less than 2 minutes, 2 bowls of sweet potato porridge were brought to them on small charcoal stoves. Tormented by the aroma for so long, the two grabbed the disposable bowls, disregarded the heat, and took a big mouthful. The moment the porridge touched their tongues, their eyes widened. An unprecedented feeling of satisfaction swept through their bodies. The porridge was cooked to a glutinous softness. The sweet fragrance of the sweet potato perfectly melded with the smooth texture. Each bite was like savoring the sweetness of life itself. They could almost hear the satisfied gurgling from their throats. So fragrant. They hadn't been mistaken. The boss's culinary skills rivaled those of a Michelin 3-star chef. No, they surpassed those great chefs. Boss, 1 million. I'll pay you 1 million to be my personal chef. After finishing a bowl in one gulp, Li Disan looked at Xia Zhouyi arrogantly, as if bestowing charity. Hearing this, Zhou Sun and the others at the other tables were stunned, turning back to glance at Li Disan as if he were a fool. What kind of big-shot wolf was this, daring to spout nonsense in front of Boss Xia? The man was worth billions of dollars. He couldn't care less about your 1 million. Xia Zhouyi chuckled, but he had no desire to show off or humiliate anyone. Showing off to such people only lowered his dignity. Thanks for the compliment, but I'm used to the freedom of running my own stall. I have no interest in going back to a job. Rejected. Li Disan furrowed his brows, ready to curse the ungratefulness. But when he met Xia Zhouyi's calm, unflappable gaze, he shivered and hastily suppressed all resentment in his heart. Something was off. This boss was not ordinary. As a playboy heir, Li Disan had a keen eye for judging who could be offended and who could not. He knew immediately that this porridge stall owner was someone extraordinary. Putting aside his thoughts, Li Disan quietly ate the sweet potato porridge before him, not daring to cause trouble even when someone joined them at the table. Luo Bixin nodded to Zhou Sun and the others, exhausted, and sat down opposite Li Disan. This whole day, she had failed to make any progress in catching drug dealers. Early that morning, a murder had occurred in her jurisdiction, another lycanthrope case, and the zoo had lost some wolves with no clues to follow. She had been so busy she hadn't eaten all day. Unable to hold out any longer, she thought to come to Boss Xia's stall for some replenishment. Boss Xia, sweet potato porridge today? That's my favorite. Oh, and 2 uncut youtiao sticks, please. Sure thing. Nearby, Huang Xiaorong curiously examined the stall. So this was the porridge place that Xiaobai praised as unparalleled under heaven and peerless on earth? She couldn't help but smile. The boss was so young. How good could his skills really be? A few minutes later. Absolutely delicious. Bixin, this sweet potato porridge is phenomenal. Wow, how can it taste this good? If it weren't for the cost, I'd suspect the boss added some forbidden ingredients. Huang Xiaorong, who had been silently eating one bite after another, lifted the bowl in her hands and devoured the food heartily, as if the very act of eating had breathed new life into her. The fragrant, glutinous sweet potato porridge seemed to carry the fresh essence of the fields and the warmth of sunlight, each spoonful intoxicating her senses. The sweet potato chunks within the porridge were cooked to a tender, fragrant softness, blending perfectly with the creamy texture of the porridge, preserving the original flavor of the sweet potato while adding layers of complexity to the dish. As Huang Xiaorong ate, she couldn't help but squint her eyes in delight, savoring this rare delicacy. Delicious, I assent it? Luo Bixin smiled, raising an eyebrow. Summer boss's porridge was truly magical. Excessively tasty and yet warm to the mouth, as if it could wash away all weariness. Huang Xiaorong nodded vigorously. Just as she turned to lavish praise on Xia Zhouyi, a shadow caught her peripheral vision, startling her and causing her pupils to contract with excitement. Across the table sat a handsome young man whose way of eating was extravagantly bold, almost ravenous. But that was not the point. The striking thing was how much this young man resembled her idol, Huang Weiluan. Huang Weiluan, you're Huang Weiluan, right? Huang Xiaorong exclaimed excitedly, a perfect fangirl expression. Startled by the sudden outburst, Huang Weiluan frowned and glared. Yet as his gaze met Huang Xiaorong's, a professional smile gradually blossomed across his face. Sure. Keep it down so as not to disturb others, Huang Weiluan whispered, pressing down his hat. Huh? Could you sign an autograph for me? I'm your number 10 fan, Huang Xiaorong asked softly, struggling to contain her excitement. Of course. I'm honored to have a fan like you, Huang Weiluan replied with a smile, pulling a pen and paper from his pocket to prepare the autograph. Luo Bixin beside her was utterly speechless. What kind of taste did these young girls have nowadays? This mediocre man, what was handsome about him? Not to mention compared to Summer Boss, he couldn't even hold a candle to the captain at the next table. Shaking her head, Luo Bixin regained her energy and turned to Xia Zhouyi, asking, Summer Boss, may I ask you something? What time did you get home last night? Did you happen to pass by the crime scene nearby? Did you see anyone suspicious? Huh? Upon hearing Luo Bixin's question, Zhou Sun and the others at the other tables froze, all turning to look and laughing. Ha ha ha, even Captain Luo is trying his luck with Summer Boss. Huh? Too bad for her. Today Summer Boss says he doesn't know. Yet in the next moment, their laughter died away. When Xia Zhouyi heard the question, his gaze suddenly fixed on Huang Weiluan, who was signing the autograph, staring intently and saying nothing. This eerily familiar scene seemed to trigger a conditioned reflex, instantly making Zhou Shudong and Guan Hongyu nervous. No way. Didn't T Summer Boss just say he didn't know? Could it be that Captain Zhou's questioning style was off? In an instant, the noisy food stall fell silent. Zhou Shudong's right hand once again reached for the handcuffs, for the third time today. Today, no matter what, she was determined to personally handcuff the culprit. But was that Huang Weiluan truly the murderer? He seemed to be a big celebrity. Could Summer Boss have made a mistake this time? Suddenly, wary eyes converged from all directions. Zhou Sun and the others' gazes toward Huang Weiluan had shifted ominously. Yet most people's eyes held only a trace of doubt, sharing Zhou Shudong's suspicion. After all, Summer Boss had just said he didn't pass by the crime scene. What are you all staring at? You've recognized me as a celebrity, haven't you? Too late now. You didn't ask me for an autograph earlier, and now that I'm full, I'm about to leave. Wait, that beautiful woman at my table seems to be a police officer. Was she just asking about Xiangyang's case? Huang Weiluan belatedly realized she had indeed asked the porridge stall owner whether he had passed by the crime scene and seen anything. And then the porridge stall owner looked at me? Did he see me committing the crime? Oh no, I've been exposed. Huang Weiluan's pupils contracted sharply, his heart sinking with a dreadful thud. Luoyin glanced at Huang Weiluan, then at Zhou Shudong and Luo Bixin, then back at Huang Weiluan and her beloved, unable to suppress a laugh. Haha, old Xiara stall really is magical. Another murderer appears. Looks like tonight's closing time will come early again. Boom! Luoyin's laughter was like a signal. In an instant, everyone seemed to be freed from an icy spell and sprang into action. Luo Bixin was fast, but Huang Weiluan was closest to Luoyin. If given a choice, he would rather capture Binchotan, the harmless child busy serving dishes at the next table, as a hostage. But no matter, the delicate woman before him would also suffice. Grabbing her and forcing the police to retreat, he would immediately head for the dock and escape. He knew an escape route. First take a smuggling boat to Thailand, then transfer to Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, or Cambodia. There just happened to be a scheduled trip tonight. Suddenly, fists and feet flew. Zhou Sun and the others desperately tried to restrain the attacker. After all, today Summer Boss stood behind the stall and did not help Luoyin. And that beautiful boss lady. Didn't she realize she was destined to become a hostage? Didn't her capture a few days ago teach her a lesson? They had already suspected this person might be the killer, yet she still dared to smile beside him. Twice lucky to be rescued, but walking along the river often means getting your feet wet. This time, she was doomed. Everyone present was skilled enough to see that at this distance, Huang Weiluan would strike first, making any intervention hesitant. But at the critical moment, Luoyin remained calm, even unable to suppress the curve of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Here it comes. Here it comes. The murderer is really charging at me again. Old Xia was right. The feng shui of this bar's location was truly cursed. But today, she was not the same as she had been days ago. Facing the dagger so close, Luoyin was unsurprised by Huang Weiluan's move. With a chuckle, she quickly scanned for any gaps where she could strike without hitting others, then lifted her fair leg and delivered a kick. Get lost. This time, she did not need anyone to rescue her. She was a phoenix reborn from the ashes. With a splatter of blood, Huang Weiluan screamed and flew backward, landing at Guan Hongyu's feet. In an instant, the charging crowd froze. Luo Bixin abruptly halted her capture move, nearly twisting her waist. Once again, the noisy stall fell into silence. Who am I? Where am I? How did this person just fly over here? Guan Hongyu swallowed hard, staring in terror at Luoyin 10 meters away. That kick? Even the mighty king would perish. Guan Hongyu was a regular at Sonic Bar. At this moment, his mind frantically searched past memories, wondering if he had ever flirted with this fierce woman. Fortunately, he had behaved with some decorum. Though he was a bit of a flirt with drooling tendencies, he had never uttered anything dangerously suggestive. As a witness to the famous scene a few days ago, Zhou Shudong's eyes nearly popped out, unable to conceal the shock on her face. What just happened? Huang Weiluan was kicked flying by the boss lady. Something was terribly wrong. This scene should have involved Summer Boss, not someone else. Could this Luoyin be Summer Boss in disguise? Truly sinister. The skewer vendor next door was unfazed, standing calmly with a chicken drumstick in hand, watching the show. He was certain the stall's feng shui was cursed. No matter how strange things got, he wouldn't be surprised. Only tonight, they might miss out on Summer Boss's porridge again. If only he had bought some when Summer Boss first arrived. After a long silence, everyone's gaze fell on the barely conscious Huang Weiluan. Well, no need to ask. This guy is definitely Xiangyang's murderer. Even if it weren't the case, Brandishing a knife to take hostages in front of a crowd of police officers would justify shooting the perpetrator on the spot in self-defense. But this is the third time. 3 days in a row, and here comes the third murderer. Boss Xia really has a knack for attracting trouble. Boss Xia, didn't you say you didn't pass by the crime scene and didn't see the killer? Zhou Sun cast a look of grievance towards Xia Zhouyi. Was it really just that his questioning posture was wrong? Wait a moment. Yes, that's right. It was exactly that, he asked too early. The killer hadn't even taken position yet. So Boss Xia couldn't possibly have conjured one up for him. How careless. If only I had waited a bit longer to ask. That collective third-class merit award wouldn't have slipped through my fingers. Zhou Sun thought bitterly, wishing he could slap himself. Yeah, Boss Xia, if you don't know the killer, then why were you looking at Huang Weiluan? Zhou Shudong, equally baffled, pressed on. Surely he wasn't just glancing casually? Xia Zhouyi shrugged with an innocent expression. No. I suddenly recalled a werewolf movie I watched a couple of days ago and thought, I sent this kid in it? I wanted to get his autograph. But who knew he'd get all guilty and sneaky? I was saying, these ruthless murderers these days, do they all have such fragile nerves? Zhou Sun, Luo Bixin, other colleagues. So it's yet another misunderstanding? Boss Xia conjured up another suspect with just a glance. Is this scientific? Is this even plausible? Boss Xia must have some explanation for this. Why don't you just join us? With this lethal weapon used to interrogate suspects, every first trial would be spot on. Of course, this was just idle speculation. Zhou Sun knew Boss Xia, a billionaire tycoon, would never work for them. Still, it was a pity. Come on, Boss Xia, you know the procedure. Zhou Sun said helplessly after a long silence, nodding toward the police car by the roadside, inviting Xia Zhouyi. Xia Zhouyi. He gave Zhou Sun a look as if he were dealing with an imbecile. Captain Zhou, I didn't lay a finger tonight, and I don't know the murderer. Why would I go to give a statement? Zhou Sun, damn it. 3 days in a row. And he accused the wrong person without a word of protest. His gaze then shifted toward Luin. So I'm the one who has been hauled in thrice. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei left to join the search for Boss Xia. He had no intention of going to those upscale places like Whisper SPA or Red Romance. Such venues were beyond his means. Instead, he headed to the relatively affordable Bar Street, his place of heartbreak. Last time he had gotten drunk there with Lu Ziqiao and missed a wedding. For Boss Xia's sake, he was giving it his all. He then bumped into Xia Zhouyi, who was just about to close up shop. Damn, Boss Xia? Xia Zhouyi looked genuinely surprised to see Zhang Wei here. After the initial excitement, the little charcoal briquette succumbed to his biological clock, his head nodding drowsily. Seeing that the porridge hadn't sold out today, he planned to take some home as an extra meal for Zhang Lai. Their eyes met, and Zhang Wei could barely contain his excitement. Fate, he said, running up to Xia Zhouyi. He had risked life and limb crossing the road and vaulting over the railing just to get here. Can you believe it? Xia Zhouyi's mouth twitched at the sight. Seriously, aren't you afraid of dying? Do you think you're some kind of armored warrior? But then Zhang Wei, rushing too fast in his excitement, collided with the curb and fell right at Xia Zhouyi's feet. Xia Zhouyi? He instinctively glanced around. Lin Miaomiao? Thankfully, the rumor-monger Lin Miaomiao wasn't here, or else there'd be no explaining this away. Boss Xia, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. I haven't seen you for 3 whole days. 3 days? What are you selling? Sweet potato porridge. Smells delicious. Stop, back up. Don't get too close. I'm afraid others might misunderstand. Xia Zhouyi waved his hand disdainfully. If he didn't know Zhang Wei's character, that eager expression could easily be mistaken for something else. Wow, Boss Xia, you're snubbing me? Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. After just a moment of sulking, he broke into a mischievous grin. Boss Xia, are there any purchase limits? At this, Xia Zhouyi smiled. You're lucky. I'm about to close up, so no limits. What? Zhang Wei took a deep breath, his chest heaving. He was finally feeling better, and such good fortune had come his way. Unfortunately, it was the end of the month, and Zhang Wei discovered that his liquid assets were nearly depleted. After 2 hospital stays and several days of eating the 9-turn large intestine dish, his money was almost gone. Moreover, Boss Xia's goods were not cheap, forcing him to abandon his plan to buy out everything. Garlic bird. Sharing joy is better than enjoying alone. Boss, smile for me. I'll take a picture and share the location with the group, Zhang Wei said, opening WeChat and sending a photo to the group, tagging the location. Immediately, the group chat exploded with messages pouring in at a rate of 99 messages per second. Zhang Wei chuckled and put down his phone, quietly basking in his small victory. Boss Xia, hang tight. Everyone will be here soon. By the way, how much is the sweet potato porridge? Get me a bowl first. Sweet potato porridge is 5 yuan. Fried dough sticks 2 yuan. How many? A bowl of porridge for only 5 yuan? Zhang Wei momentarily thought he misheard. But seeing Xia Zhouyi's confident nod, he silently opened the payment scanner. How many are left? I'll take the lot. Zhang Wei laughed, waving his hand grandly and buying out all the porridge. No matter how broke he was, he had at least 100 or so yuan. Carpe diem. Xia Zhouyi didn't agree outright but looked at Zhang Wei teasingly. Aren't you afraid the people behind you won't get any and come back to chop you up? Zhang Wei paused. Damn. How careless. If only he had known he could afford to buy it all, why bother sharing the location? Hurry up, boss ya, pack it quick or we'll miss out. Zhang Wei's eyes turned red with urgency. There were roughly 30 servings of sweet potato porridge left. Just give me 100 total, Xia Zhouyi nodded, packing the fried dough sticks into a bag first. Zhang Wei paid quickly, anxiously watching the messages flood the group chat like ants on a hot pan. Suddenly, a clever idea sparked in his mind, and he swiftly typed a new message, tagging everyone. Armored warrior. Everyone, don't come anymore. Found out too late, Boss Ya sold out and closed up. After sending, Zhang Wei put away his phone and looked expectantly at Xia Zhouyi. Boss Ya, no need to pack the porridge. Just lend me the thermos. I'll bring it back to you tomorrow morning. Alright, Xia Zhouyi nodded slightly. He trusted Zhang Wei enough for this. The armored warrior was a decent guy. He shared Boss Ya's location and even warned them not to make a wasted trip. It's just that I was already dressed and almost went over there, Zhang Wei said. Oh well, just means I found out too late. I'll get there earlier tomorrow. Good people live long lives. Armored warrior, stay safe. I heard there was a homicide last night too, Lin Dawei, Tang Songming, and several others in the group said as they arrived at the bar street, glancing between the group chat, Boss Ya in the distance, and Zhang Wei clutching the thermos. Ready to make a getaway. Damn. That bastard wants it all to himself. No, how does he think? He.S. the one sharing the location and the one running off with the thermos. Doesn't he fear angering the other diners and being torn to shreds by their fury? How dare he? Seeing that they couldn't catch up, Tang Songming quietly took out his phone, equipped with a 50-megapixel ultra-zoom main camera, f1. 4, f4. 0 variable aperture, a 40-megapixel ultra-wide lens, and a 12-megapixel periscope telephoto lens supporting 200 times zoom and rapid-fire photography. He aimed at Zhang Wei and snapped a close-up shot, instantly posting it in the fried rice fatty intestine group chat. No caption needed, the scene spoke for itself. The group chat fell silent for a moment, only to be flooded immediately with 60-second voice messages. 60 seconds, 60 seconds, 60 seconds. Just as Zhang Wei got into the taxi, he heard the incessant notification sounds. Instinctively, he pulled out his phone to check. What he saw was a long string of voice messages beneath the image of his fleeing figure. Zhang Wei! Damn it! The next second, Zhang Wei, in disbelief, closed the green chat bubbles, suspecting his phone was malfunctioning. He logged out and back in, only to find even more 60-second voice messages. Damn it! Zhang Wei covered his face in despair, utterly unwilling to open any of the messages. Needless to say, the content must be overwhelmingly filled with complaints from his mother. Fortunately, the photo only captured his back. His friends probably wouldn't recognize him from that. In the bustling metropolis, it seemed Zhang Wei had no friends except for those recently moving into the Love Apartment complex. Meanwhile, in the cozy little nest of room 3601 at Love Apartment, Qin Yuma clutched her phone tightly, her face blossoming with a smile as if she had encountered something immensely amusing, laughing like a maniac. Hu Yifei glanced over curiously, scrutinizing the interface on Qin Yuma's phone. What's this? I thought it was a photo of a handsome guy, but it's just a disheveled man's back, Hu Yifei said, puzzled and speechless. Yuma, have you become so indiscriminate in your amusement that you're cracking up just at the sight of a man's back? After being rejected by Xia Zhouyi last time when she wanted to shut down the green bubbles, Hu Yifei had stopped paying attention to Xia Zhouyi's stall and naturally hadn't joined the customer group, so she had no idea what had happened tonight. Qin Yuma cast a glance at Hu Yifei but offered no further explanation. She was afraid that if she spoke, she would burst out laughing. If others couldn't recognize Zhang Wei, could she not? The young lady, the young Zhang Wei. Surely wouldn't he want everyone in the group to realize he was trying to hog all the attention? She didn't ask for much. Just a 50-50 split at their meeting would suffice. Outside the Insu bar, Xia Zhouyi waved to Lin Dawei and Tang Songming. Off work now. He was also aware of what was happening in the group chat since he had joined with a secondary account. Looking at the photos Tang Songming sent, all he could say was, well done. After all, Xia Zhouyi was merely a spectator enjoying the show. If by tomorrow no one had recognized Zhang Wei, he could still provide a crystal-clear frontal photo for free. As for whether Zhang Wei would get beaten up, well, that wasn't his concern. He never imagined Zhang Wei was truly that bold. Haha, as the bravest man in Love Apartment, if you dare to act, you must be prepared to face the consequences. By the time he returned home, it was already midnight. Xia Zhouyi gently placed his little Binchotan charcoal on the big bed and covered it with her pukashu quilt. The weather was turning chilly. It was time to find a moment to buy a proper bed and quilt for the little one. After washing up, he sent Zhang Lai an invitation to spar, and the lights flickered in response. On the other side, in the 49th city of Yanjing, after a day of intense work, the exhausted Su Hongdou suddenly received a threatening message. The video showed that Chen Nanqing, who was supposed to be receiving treatment in the hospital, was instead confined in a small house. The sender demanded Su Hongdou go to an abandoned factory in the suburbs, or else they would kill Chen Nanqing. She immediately called the hospital and confirmed that Chen Nanqing had been discharged that afternoon. Su Hongdou was stunned. What to do? What to do? What am I going to do? Chen Nanqing was her best friend. She had to save her. But Su Hongdou was no fool. She knew she was just a fragile woman. Going alone to that remote suburban factory would be a death sentence. She couldn't call the police, so she had no choice but to seek help from friends. Suddenly, Su Hongdou remembered someone she had met yesterday, a sister who looked exactly like her. If it weren't for her parents' adamant insistence that she was their only child and that no mix-up had occurred, she might suspect that Rose was her lost older sister, and that she herself was the adopted one. Rose, someone's causing me trouble. But they didn't come for me directly, they took my best friend instead. Got it. I'm coming to you, came Huang Yi's calm voice on the other end, slightly calming Su Hongdou's panicked heart. Yesterday, upon returning to Yanjing, Xia Zhouyi had asked Rose for a favor. Since those blind monsters mistook Rose for Bai Xianchu, Su Hongdou, who also appeared in the metropolis, might be mistaken as well. So he entrusted Rose to look after Su Hongdou after her return to the capital, which was how the two met. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Soon, the kidnappers sent another message ordering her to board a black Jetta. Su Hongdou had no choice but to comply obediently, while turning on location sharing on her phone, silently praying that Huang Yi would arrive swiftly. If Rose could provide an early warning, she must be prepared. Not long after, the Jetta slowly entered the time-forgotten abandoned construction site. The surrounding silence was unsettling. Su Hongdou's heart pounded faster. She gripped her phone nervously, her palms slightly sweaty. She took a deep breath, preparing to get out of the car. A roar erupted, a beast's furious cry. A shadow flickered. The driver, an older man, was dragged out along with the car door. Under the flickering, dilapidated lights, his head was thrown back violently, his deathly terrified and bewildered face etched with horror. Su Hongdou dropped her phone, stunned into immobility by the fright. This was no prank. The driver's body was torn apart, scattered in pieces, and the overwhelming stench of blood was nauseating. A monster was devouring people. What she had assumed was a routine kidnapping, motivated by someone's interest in her face, turned out to be an utterly absurd and terrifying scene.
Su Hongdou stood frozen,
trembling all over, her gaze filled with terror and disbelief. Her inner panic surged like a tidal wave, impossible to calm. The scene before her was utterly beyond her comprehension. What on earth is happening? Her breath grew rapid, and her heartbeat thundered like a drum. She wanted to flee, but her legs felt leaden, unable to take a single step. Come out, Silver Fox. Since when have you become so fragile? A man in a suit regarded her with a playful gaze, and suddenly, enormous wings unfurled from his back. With a gentle flap, the car was tossed wildly, teetering on the edge of overturning. Su Hongdou quickly leapt out. The suited man's expression was indifferent. You can't escape. Obediently become my test subject. He took slow, deliberate steps forward, each seeming to trample upon Su Hongdou's fear. No, don't come closer. Su Hongdou trembled, struggling to hold back tears. She retreated step by step until her back pressed against the cold wall, trapped with nowhere else to turn. The suited man's face twisted into a cold smile as he slowly extended a hand, as if to drag Su Hongdou into an endless darkness. Is it over? Am I really ahead of Nanqing? I haven't even had a sweet romance yet. If I had known it would be like this, I should have listened to Chen Nanqing. Su Hongdou wanted to run, but her stiff body refused to obey her commands. Terrified, she remained frozen, tears welling in her eyes, unable to imagine what awaited her. Yet, moments later, there was none of the suffocating horror typical of such scenes. With style, thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara, a cold voice rang out, followed by a tremor shaking the earth and mountains. Then nothing more. Su Hongdou opened her eyes and looked up. Just one glance was enough to leave her utterly dumbfounded. My goodness! The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara has manifested. A towering, 100-meter-tall, 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara appeared, grasping the terrifying suited man as if capturing a chick. With a clap of its hands, it transformed him directly into an eagle mural. At this moment, Huang Yi stood towering above, poised atop the head of the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, as if gazing down upon all living beings like a divine deity. With 100 arms extended, one hand swiftly flattened a tiny mouse. Dozens of rat demons scrambled in disarray, attempting to flee the abandoned factory. Yet Huang Yi merely made a slight move, and within less than a minute, tranquility was restored. Are you all right? Huang Yi calmly retracted the Avalokiteshvara manifestation and approached Su Hongdou, softly inquiring. Su Hongdou was still in shock, staring blankly at Huang Yi as if beholding a celestial being. I'm fine, Su Hongdou stammered, though her eyes couldn't help but flicker toward Huang Yi. So, in this world, if there are demons, there must also be gods, right? Sister Rose is the Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva? With that thought, Su Hongdou suddenly knelt down with a loud thud. Sister Rose, please save Chen Nanqing. She is fine, just took a nap in the room over there. Huang Yi replied. No, she is terminally ill, late-stage cancer, Su Hongdou said. Huang Yi said with a sigh, you really think I'm some kind of savior? The Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva who rescues the suffering? That's beyond my power. You'll have to ask my old Xia for that. That very night, the entire supernatural realm of Yanjing was thrown into chaos. Someone had died, and the killer was a demon. Naturally, Huang Yi dialed the always accessible Yanjing office. Afterward, right before their eyes, she demonstrated a hint of her would-release abilities. Upon filing the report, even Su Sidi Yen's hands trembled. Incredible. An innate awakened supernatural being, who upon awakening instantly gains power comparable to an ancient celestial master. That 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara strikes each foe with a single blow.
Xusi secretly rejoiced, fortunately.
This one has the right values and belongs to the benevolent faction. Otherwise, if she wreaked havoc with that 100-meter-tall 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, Yanjing would be torn apart. While marveling at Huang Yi's prowess, he also sensed the heavens of the supernatural realm were on the cusp of transformation. In the ensuing days, the Huang family discovered something extraordinary. The company they owned seemed to have an endless stream of orders, all from clients who paid handsomely, assigned light workloads, and settled accounts swiftly. Regarding her brother's company, Huang Yi smiled but said nothing. Her confidence stemmed not only from herself but also from old Xia backing her. A mere few million was nothing. Some people wished to show goodwill, and if she desired, old Xia could instantly provide her with hundreds of minor targets. It was only after meeting Xia Zhouyi that she truly understood what genuine freedom meant. Financial independence, security, and the absolute freedom granted by a beloved partner. Perhaps, eventually, even infinite freedom of life itself. Her present goal was simply to live each day joyfully. The world lay before her. Behind her stood a lover who offered unwavering support, and she could journey anywhere her heart desired. Meeting old Xia was truly a blessing. For a clock to sleep, 12 to rise. Xia Zhouyi's life was regimented, sleeping exactly 8 hours, no more, no less. Though rain poured from the sky, little Bai Xianchu remained utterly unaffected, his mood still radiant. He, brother's big house is so sturdy, filled with a deep sense of security. There's no chance of rain leaking inside. My little wooden cabin is just like that now. Seeing her brother awake, the little one obediently trotted over and clung to his leg. Brother, I've made lunch too. For noon, I want to eat mapo tofu. No problem, I'll make it for you right away. Xia Zhouyi affectionately ruffled the blue-haired head. After being well cared for over the past 10 days, the little one's hair texture had improved noticeably. Hee and stir-fried water spinach. Brother, I'll be your helper, the little one said eagerly, eyes sparkling bright. All right. Xia Zhouyi nodded, quickly replying to messages on his phone while casually answering. We'll have 8 dishes and 1 soup later. Guests are coming. Okay. Brother, after the rain stops, can I go out for a bit? I want to buy some things. Do you want brother and sister to drive you? No need. I know the way to Sister Miao Meow's school really well. I'll ride Brave Tantan. The little one waved dismissively, a confident smile on her face. Brave Tantan was her adorable little tricycle. Okay, be careful on the road. Xia Zhouyi was quite at ease with this. Despite her silly cute appearance, the little one was actually quite clever. She had even gone to town alone to find work. Going out to buy something was nothing to worry about. Besides, no one could catch her at the speed of light. The ingredients for lunch were all in the fridge. So the siblings wouldn't need to leave again. Tan, little crucian carp, do you prefer them pan-fried or deep-fried? Xia Zhouyi asked. The little one paused briefly. Brother, I'm fine with either. Which tastes better? If you want it fragrant, deep-fried is best. Let me tell you, when I was little in the countryside, I often caught crucian carp in the ditches and fried them up. So delicious. Fried. Little Bai Xianchu nodded vigorously without hesitation. Haha, Xia Zhouyi chuckled. Then you handle the fish scales and guts and we'll get started. All right. The little one leaned over to look at the crucian carp in the bag. Brother, these little fish are called crucian carp? I saw Duck Mama catch them to eat. She had great affection for all small creatures. However, when faced with ingredients on the table, she showed no sentimentality. With love and hunger, she knew how to distinguish between the two and was never pretentious. Yeah, crucian carps are like that. The smaller, the better when deep-fried, Xia Zhouyi explained. When Zhang Lai woke up, she saw the two siblings busy in the kitchen. Though the little one kept getting distracted while picking vegetables, her gaze repeatedly drifting toward her brother. Curious, Zhang Lai asked, what delicious things are you making? Crucian carp. The little one just said she wanted it deep-fried, so here we are. Need any help? Zhang Lai asked with a mock-serious tone. No, almost done. You go rest. Xia Zhouyi smiled, scoffing at her words. Miss Zhang probably couldn't even tell sugar from salt. Helping was out of the question. Zhang Lai shot Xia Zhouyi a glare and sat aside watching them work, occasionally chatting with little Bai Xianchu. But as the aroma of the deep-fried crucian carp wafted through the air, both big and small fell silent, eyes fixed intently on the sizzling fish in the pan, as if afraid to miss a single detail. Little Bai Xianchu bounced around the pot's edge, swallowing hard, her large eyes gleaming with anticipation. Brother, is it ready yet? Almost, Xia Zhouyi whispered. Little Bai Xianchu's eyes began to sparkle. Is it ready? Wait, you can't eat it yet. It's still very hot. Xia Zhouyi placed the fish in a strainer, shaking off the excess oil, then set the drained crucian carp aside to cool, completely ignoring the little one's impatience. I'll try it. I'm a bona fide fruit ability user. I'm not afraid of heat, Zhang Lai swallowed. Me too. My flash fruit ability isn't scared of heat either. Let it cool a bit. It crisps up better that way, Xia Zhouyi said resignedly. Little Bai Xianchu swallowed again, stamping her tiny feet in impatience. Brother, give me one now. I'll just blow on it to cool it down. You're in such a hurry? Brother, don't you smell how delicious it is? So fragrant. All right then, you try it first. Xia Zhouyi shook his head helplessly and handed the plate over. Hey, brother's the best. The little one immediately beamed with joy, scampering to the cabinet to grab a pair of chopsticks. Swiftly, she picked up a golden-fried crucian carp, and without even blowing on it, stuffed it into her mouth. Ow, it's hot, gulp. Gulp though burned, the little one was reluctant to spit it out, her cheeks puffed up as if cooking inside her mouth. Xia Zhouyi watched with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. So good the crispy, crunchy little crucian carp flavor instantly spread throughout the little one's mouth. Phew, so hot gulp. Gulp so fragrant after finishing one bite. She showed no sign of learning her lesson and immediately took another. Observing the little one's comical expression, greedy yet reluctant to spit out the scalding morsel, Zhang Lai couldn't help but chuckle before eagerly picking up a small crucian carp and placing it into his mouth. Delicious. Scorching hot but oh so tasty. If anyone arrived at the Xia family residence first, it was undoubtedly Zhong Xiaoqin. She was working downstairs when she noticed that Mr. Xia had visitors coming upstairs, and an irresistible curiosity took hold of her. Oh my goodness, visitors at this hour? They must be here just to freeload a meal. Dutiful as ever, she escorted the guests upstairs, fulfilling her responsibilities as property management. She casually fiddled with the little Binchotan charcoal, absolutely without any intention of tagging along for a free meal. Yet, if Mr. Xia insisted on inviting them to dine together, how could she possibly refuse such a reasonable request from a homeowner? With a heart fortified by this rationale, Zhong Xiaoqin cheerfully led Zhang Wei and Qin Yuma into the complex, eagerly accompanying them all the way to the 21st floor. Upon entering, the little Binchotan charcoal just happened to bring the platter of fried small crucian carp to the dining table, their aroma irresistibly enticing. The plate, which could have been heaped full of fish, had already been ravaged halfway by two ravenous cats en route, so the presentation looked rather refined. A large dish with just a modest pile in the center. From the kitchen to the dining room, the little one had endured considerable restraint. After all, it would be impolite to pilfer food once guests had arrived. Turning around, she saw Zhang Lai opening the door to usher in Sister Zhong Xiaoqin, followed by Sister Qin Yuma. Oh, Sister Xiaoqin. Sister Yuma. You're here. Please, have a seat and enjoy the rice. Oh, thank you, I won't be shy then. Zhong Xiaoqin's eyes gleamed at the sight of the sumptuous dishes laid out on the table. She didn't utter a single word of refusal but nodded and sat down promptly. Trailing behind, Zhang Wei and Qin Yuma were still reeling from the shock of the luxurious residence. The rumors were evidently true. Bao'er was a top-tier magnate. Their gazes were soon captivated by the feast that adorned the table. Oh dear, Bao'er has gone to great lengths. I'm only here to return a thermal container. After all, they couldn't help but admire the exquisite appearance of the dishes. The golden-fried small crucian carp, the vibrantly red mapo tofu, the fresh, verdant stir-fried greens, and the fragrant garlic-steamed scallops, all radiated a tempting sheen, arranged like works of art upon the dining table. For a moment, Zhang Wei found himself at a loss for polite remarks, afraid that even opening his mouth would cause his mouth to water uncontrollably. Xia Zhouyi emerged from the kitchen with a warm smile, carrying the final dish, a bowl of pork rib soup. I promised to treat you to a meal last time. The 9-turn intestines don't count this time. I'm truly making it up to you. Zhang Wei Yuma, please don't be shy. Sit down. Ah, then we won't hold back. Qin Yuma, gazing at Bao'er's enthusiastic smile, immediately shed all reserve. She smiled and nodded, her eyes once again drawn to the table laden with delicacies, silently praising Bao'er's culinary skills. Zhang Wei echoed the sentiment, his face glowing with joy. Hehehe, truly shameless enough to eat to one's heart's content. Before coming, Yuma thought it might be awkward at this hour. But look, she's seated faster than anyone else. The rice is in the cooker, cooked by charcoal. Take as much as you like. It's like your own home. No need to feel shy. Xia Zhouyi gently placed the pork rib soup on the table, the surface adorned with a few sprigs of emerald scallions, the aroma tantalizing and mouth-watering. He beckoned everyone to begin. I'll serve myself. Zhong Xiaoqin, already familiar with the layout of the Xia household kitchen, returned with half a bowl of rice and eagerly scooped up a piece of mapo tofu. Instantly, she was conquered by the spicy, fresh, and savory flavor, praising it without end. Qin Yuma was drawn to the golden, crispy small crucian carp. She delicately picked up a piece with her chopsticks. The fish's exterior was crisp while the flesh inside remained tender. One gentle bite left a lingering fragrance, causing her to squint her eyes in delight. Delicious. She had thought that Bao'er's fried rice and 9-turn intestines were unmatched. Yet the home-style dishes surpassed even those. This flavor is extraordinary. After sampling several dishes, Qin Yuma glanced at Zhang Lai, who was seated beside Xia Zhouyi, her eyes filled with newfound admiration. Her chopstick speed is impressive. Rumor has it that Miss Zhang is bold in love and hate, yet she bravely won over Bao'er just days after meeting him. It turned out that she had met Bao'er even before Zhang Lai, but with a casual attitude, she had missed her chance due to hesitation. What a pity. What kind of divine boyfriend was Bao'er, crafting such delicious dishes? Observing Zhang Lai's nonchalant demeanor, Qin Yuma concluded that Bao'er must cook often, serving such exquisite meals every day. Her envy was impossible to conceal. Indeed, as the heiress of a top-tier magnate's family, her taste and decisiveness were unparalleled. Even considering only Bao'er's culinary prowess, such a boyfriend was enviable. Moreover, Bao'er was not only skilled in the kitchen but also handsome and gentle. How had she missed out on such a perfect partner? Alas, the pangs of regret. Bao'er, will you be setting up your stall again tonight? What time will you head out? Zhang Wei asked eagerly between mouthfuls. Xia Zhouyi nearly burst out laughing. There was no need for him to expose anything. Someone in their group had already recognized Zhang Wei. His seafood allergy had left a deep impression on everyone. So, you still dare to come by porridge? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? Zhang Wei was momentarily speechless, mouth agape. You better believe it, the possibility is high. Yuma, you've already taken half the sweet potato porridge. You have to help me out. How can I help you? You're digging your own grave. The situation is hopeless. Just wait for death. I'll pour a bowl of Bao'er's porridge on your grave next Qingming. Qin Yuma said without looking up. Zhang Wei smiled wryly. What could he do now? He couldn't very well send money to hire a bodyguard. His pleading eyes turned to Xia Zhouyi across from Qin Yuma, hoping for mercy. Xia Zhouyi only smiled and shook his head, clearly uninterested in intervening. Helpless, Zhang Wei turned back to Qin Yuma. Yuma, please help me this once. I promise next time if there's anything good, I'll share half with you. Seeing his pitiful expression, Qin Yuma finally laughed. All right, I'm scared of you. Here's the deal. When we get back, I'll show you some makeup techniques to make sure nobody recognizes you. Zhang Wei felt as if he had been granted clemency, clasping his hands together gratefully toward Qin Yuma. The three guests ate their fill and, thoroughly satisfied, left with contented expressions and comfortably bloated bellies. After 2 o'clock, the downpour showed no signs of ceasing, leaving the little Binchotan charcoal helplessly confined indoors. But it didn't matter. She was delighted to have her older siblings accompany her in watching Ultraman. A full stomach and the warmth of companionship made for a truly wonderful feeling. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the heavens finally relented, and the rain ceased. With everything prepared, Xia Zhouyi glanced at the clock. It was 9:45. Time to set up the stall. Charcoal were heading out to set up. Covering the freshly awarded honor, the Longfeng squad shared a satisfied smile. The exhaustion of several sleepless nights was all worth it at this moment. Though the case's resolution felt surreal, wasn't it remarkable that they had apprehended the culprit right under everyone's noses? Tonight, another rain-soaked murder during a car rendezvous occurred in their jurisdiction. They had even met the victims. They had shared porridge at Bao'er's place just last night. Bao'er's stall was undoubtedly special. This was the consensus among the entire Longfeng squad. Either the criminal or the victim was connected to Bao'er. But as police officers, they were not afraid. As the case progressed, they soon realized that the so-called car-shaking incident was no ordinary affair, but rather a serial murder case. Their superiors demanded that they solve it within 1 week. Undeterred, they were brimming with enthusiasm, completely untroubled, for they had the brilliant detective Yuan and the external expert, Bao'er, on their side. Just the thought of catching the culprit on the spot while sipping porridge brought uncontrollable smiles to their lips. Zhao Xinqing and Han Bin, who had come over to assist with the investigation, exchanged glances, sensing something strange about the colleagues from the Changfeng squad. Was it the overwhelming pressure that had affected their minds? How could they keep chuckling even while poring over case files? No, this was absurd. Where was the humor in those bloodied corpses? Just as Zhao Xinqing was about to lose his temper, Zhou Sun, noticing the change in his expression, gently restrained him. Old Zhao, calm down. We're not heartless maniacs joking about a case. We're simply thinking about something pleasant. Zhao Xinqing retorted, brother, a serial murder case. A year-long string of killings. We're already overwhelmed, and you're still so cheerful? What is it, Zhou? Is your wife about to give birth? Or Guan's wife? Or are all our colleagues' wives expecting? Zhao Xinqing glared at Zhou Sun with exasperation. At that moment, Gao Yanan, sitting opposite, nearly sprayed her tea across the table, dousing Zhou Sun's face. Why is Zhao always so unserious? Muttering, Zhou Sun wiped his face with a tissue, glanced at the time, and surmised that Bao'er must have opened his stall by then. Without hesitation, he waved his hand grandly and declared, leave half the team to continue working. The rest come out with me for dinner. Having learned from last night's lesson, today he would wait for the murderer to make a move before going out. He was confident that when the time came, Bao'er's insights would be spot on. Han Bin and Zhao Xinqing exchanged bewildered looks. They had to be mad. The Changfeng squad was truly crazy. At a time like this, openly taking people out to eat? Were they inviting the wrath of their superiors? On the way, they unexpectedly met Luo Bixin. The two groups exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of teasing in the other's eyes. You guys actually bought into Bao'er's nonsense? Captain Luo, I suppose there were no homicides in your jurisdiction tonight? Zhou Sun inquired. Don't get the wrong idea. Tonight, we're just here for a simple bowl of porridge. Luo Bixin smiled. Hopefully that's the case. Zhou Sun frowned and signaled to Xiao Wang and the others. Once they reached Bao'er's stall, each person was to watch over a customer. With recent developments, they could not allow the murderer to act impulsively again. Xiao Wang and the others nodded. Upon arrival, they found a large crowd already gathered around Bao'er's stall. A group was brewing tea by the fire, chatting animatedly and creating a lively atmosphere. When they saw Zhou Sun and company approaching, they greeted them warmly. Xiao Wang was stunned. Wow, so many people. If they were all suspects, there's no way to catch them all. Captain Zhou, should we call for backup? Zhou Sun was equally shocked, his eyes betraying disbelief. But he quickly recovered, reasoning that given Bao'er's culinary skills, it was only natural to have a devoted clientele. Besides, it was the National Day week. Everyone had time to come out for a bowl of porridge and enjoy themselves. Don't worry, these are just Bao'er's regular customers, he said, patting Xiao Wang on the head to calm him. Scratching his head, Xiao Wang conceded that Bao'er's porridge was delicious and having many loyal patrons was perfectly reasonable. Looking at the happy, content faces around the fire, none bore the slightest hint of menace. Captain Zhou, what now? What else? Since we're here, let us line up. At 9:50, Tanging groggily silenced her alarm and reached out, finding nothing beside her. She knew well that, after her husband committed a murder, he would enter a phase of poor appetite and insomnia. She had discreetly consulted Dr. Jiang at Ruijin Hospital, who explained that the sleeplessness was a mental issue beyond her expertise, but recommended a place that could even cure anorexia sufferers with 3 bowls of rice. Honey, you haven't eaten much all day. Come on, I'll take you to something delicious, Tang Ying said, putting on her coat. She intended to bring her husband to that miraculous little eatery, hoping it would help him recover. Wang Zhiga did not respond, merely frowning at his wife with a look of confusion and disbelief. Is this really about appetite? I just killed someone, you know? Come on, let us just try it. Besides, we haven't eaten out together in a long time, especially this late. Tang Ying sighed, urging Wang Zhiga to leave. She did all this for the family's sake. If anyone noticed the odd timing between his condition and the case, it would be disastrous. Wang Zhiga said nothing, silently following his wife. Tomorrow, the Changfeng squad would come to the forensic department, and they could not let them suspect anything. It had to be said, Guan Hongfeng was truly skilled at what he did. At 10 o'clock sharp, the couple arrived first at the entrance of the Insu bar.
Tang Ying,
You said we'd go out to eat, but is this really a bar? Wang Zhiga looked at his wife with bewilderment, utterly incredulous. Could it be a roadside stall next door? Come on, no way, he muttered. He was a severe germaphobe. Whether a bar or a street stall, he could never dine in such a filthy place. Tang Ying smiled and nodded, pulling out a folding table she had prepared from the car. Don't worry, honey. Here, customers bring their own tables and chairs. We have to share with strangers. The young owner keeps everything clean and sanitary, and the food is delicious. Wang Zhiga felt a peculiar urge to complain but was interrupted before he could turn away by catching sight of Zhou Sun and Zhao Xinqing also seated at the stall. All right then, let us find a spot too. Amused, he wondered if Zhou Sun and the others realized that the serial killer they were hunting might be dining right next to them. He secretly wished he could reveal this to them just to see their shocked expressions. Hey, Director Wang, you're here for porridge too? Lu Changyong, who had just sat down, spotted another familiar face setting up a table nearby. He greeted Wang Zhiga warmly, as if meeting a long-lost friend. Wang Zhiga, surprised to find someone he knew nearby, smiled in return. Captain Lu, aren't you busy with the case? How do you have time to try this place's porridge? Any progress? No matter how busy work gets, we have to make time to eat, right? Lu Changyong chuckled. He dared not admit he was counting on Boss Xia to solve the case. It was too ridiculous. Initially skeptical of all the mysticism, the string of solved cases had made even him uneasy. As Wang Zhiga chatted casually with Lu Changyong, he secretly planned to pry into the car-shaking case's progress, hoping to offer some insight if their opponents proved too inept to provide any satisfaction. Though a bureaucrat, old Lu was careful with his words, engaging in light-hearted banter with Wang Zhiga until a voice shouted, "Boss Xia is here." The entrance of the bar was an unlucky spot. Xia Zhouyi, riding his tricycle, had only intended to pass by, but as he turned the corner, something felt off. The familiar faces at the entrance of Insu bar were unmistakable. The tea brewing setup was out again, complete with tiny lanterns. The scene looked so festive that an uninformed onlooker might mistake it for a wedding proposal. But all Xia Zhouyi wanted to do was cover his face in embarrassment. What was destined to happen has indeed come to pass. His long-standing customers have once again sought him out. With a sigh, Xia Zhouyi refrained from heartlessly turning his back and leaving. Besides, at this point, it was too late to escape, for he had already been discovered. Ha ha ha, Boss Xia has arrived. Oh my goodness! Boss Xia is setting up his stall so late this week. Who would have thought? I wonder what kind of porridge he is selling tonight. I'm so looking forward to it. Boss Xia, no matter how cunning you are, like the Monkey King, you can't escape the palm of our hands. Ha ha ha. Just as Xia Zhouyi reached the entrance of the bar, he found himself utterly speechless upon spotting the trio of Zhou Sun, Zhao Xinqing, and Luo Bixin. So, what is this? Are you guys staging a 3 brigades show at my place? Fine then, as per the usual rules, there is a purchase limit. You'll have to wait at your seats. Xia Zhouyi parked his tricycle at its usual spot, gently helped little Binchotan down, and proceeded to set up his stall as always. Thankfully, it was not a timed task. Otherwise, he would have been in for a world of trouble again. For now, the goal was to sell out early and close up shop sooner rather than later. At the folding table on the left, Zhao Xinqing watched Xia Zhouyi park the tricycle and set up the stall with a hint of exasperation. For such a young boss's stall, he rarely even glanced in its direction. Seriously, old Zhou, you brought us all out in full force just to show us the world, and it turns out we're just eating porridge at a roadside stall? Old Zhao, let me tell you, once you taste it, you'll understand. After drinking Bao'er's porridge, I'm afraid you'll be too reluctant to leave and might even want to transfer to my Changfeng detachment. Zhou Sun remarked. Zhao Xinqing retorted, I, Zhao Xinqing, am a captain in my own right. Do you really think I'd be so lacking in ambition?
Impossible.
Oh, you don't believe me? Let us make a bet. If you can resist having a second bowl, then I'll admit you're impressive. Zhou Sun teased with a confident look. Deal. A man finds no temptation in such a wager. Winning or losing matters little, but earning the highest accolade of impressive is a must. A minute later, the rich aroma of savory bone broth porridge wafted through the air. Wow, we're so lucky. Tonight it's fragrant meat porridge. Tang Shudong sniffed, saliva nearly trickling down. Slurp. Sister Yanin, after we finish the porridge, let us save the fried dough sticks for tomorrow's kanji. Another delightful meal awaits. Wang Yanin nodded, swallowing hard. She had no words left. The aroma was overwhelmingly enticing, making it hard to move forward. How could she possibly resist eating it? 6 minutes later, it was finally the Changfeng detachment's turn. Little Binchotan carefully carried the savory bone broth porridge over and earned a gentle stroke from Tang Shudong. Go ahead, old Zhao. If you dare. Don't eat a second bowl. Zhou Sun pushed the porridge toward Zhao Xinqing, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He was eager to see if old Zhao could resist the temptation of Bao'er's porridge. Zhao Xinqing gazed upon the porridge before him. Its thick, creamy texture perfectly blended with the savory bone broth, topped with a few sprigs of vibrant green scallions, the colors irresistibly inviting. At once, he realized he had fallen right into Zhou Sun's trap. Yet he maintained his pride. It was just some savory bone broth porridge. No matter how delicious, one bowl would suffice. He would not let it cloud his resolve. His eyes revealed unwavering determination, unyielding to temptation. Taking a deep breath, he slowly lifted his spoon, scooped a generous mouthful and savored it, an involuntary smile creeping to his lips. Zhao Xinqing muttered inwardly, Old Zhou, you've seriously underestimated me. Then, there was no then. The porridge was exquisitely flavorful. The meat on the bone melted with a gentle bite, blending seamlessly with the soft kanji, offering an exceptional texture. Zhao Xinqing's eyes widened, instinctively glancing at Zhou Sun with an expression of disbelief, unable to let go, his pupils trembling. Damn, this is unbelievably delicious. It was as if a new world had opened before him. His pride shattered without a trace, and he promptly grabbed the disposable bowl, devouring the porridge with great relish. Eat faster, or Zhou Sun might steal your second bowl. Han Bin, seeing Zhao's ravenous appetite, eagerly picked up his spoon and took a slurp. The flavor of the savory bone broth porridge was rich and layered. The first wave was the salty, fragrant bone broth base, followed by the soft, delicate kanji, and finally the subtle freshness of the meat on the bone, all interwoven to create an indescribable delight. Unable to resist, he scooped another spoonful, savoring it slowly, as if he could perceive the cook's meticulous craftsmanship and the utmost dedication to the ingredients. At that moment, Han Bin was utterly conquered by the porridge, his heart filled with an indescribable awe. His gaze toward Xia Zhouyi carried a hint of fear. A person capable of elevating culinary skills to such an extraordinary level could never be an ordinary individual. The famed master chef Pao Ding was just like this. You might think him a butcher, but truly, dissecting humans is far simpler than dissecting cattle. Han Bin was born with keen intuition. In fact, the moment little Binchotan approached, he immediately straightened up, sensing some latent danger. This intuition was extraordinarily strong, as if daring to act would cause him to vanish into thin air the next moment. In short, under no circumstances should anyone offend this brother and sister duo at the stall unless absolutely necessary. There was great terror in store. Wang Zhiga first glanced at Xia Zhouyi's stall and confirmed it was indeed as clean and sanitary as his wife had described. So immaculate that even he, a man plagued by obsessive-compulsive disorder and germophobia, could find no fault. It looked truly inviting. The only flaw was the little attendant's hair ornament, the Binchotan, which was slightly askew. This was absolutely unacceptable. Taking advantage of the moment when little Binchotan approached their table, Wang Zhiga tidied the adornment on the child's head until it was perfectly straightened. Now it looked much better. Thank you, uncle, the child said, smiling broadly as he stood obediently still, feeling the gentle touch. Wang Zhiga smiled in return. Children were innocent. If they knew that these hands had just killed 2 men last night, they would probably cry in fright. Hearing rumors was never as good as experiencing things firsthand. Immersed in the savory aroma of the bone broth porridge, Tang Ying immediately believed Dr. Jiang's words were true. This porridge must be good. Try it before it gets cold. All right, Without further ado, the couple eagerly unwrapped the disposable spoons and took a spoonful. Salty and fragrant, truly delicious. Xia Zhouyi's savory bone broth porridge boasted a rich broth, with each grain of rice soaking up the essence, each shining with an enticing luster. Paired with golden, crispy fried dough sticks, the couple couldn't stop eating. The porridge contained not only large, tender pork bones but also glutinous rice, dried scallops, dried oysters, and various other ingredients, each bite overflowing with fresh, savory flavors. The savory broth carried a subtle sweetness that lingered on the palate. "Honey, shall we have another bowl?" Tang Ying asked Wang Zhiga while eating. Wang Zhiga swallowed his mouthful and nodded. It was indeed delicious. One more bowl it was. Hearing this, Tang Ying was even happier, feeling the trip to this little stall was well worth it. If her husband could recover quickly, he would not reveal any weaknesses, and their family could continue living in harmony and prosperity, shining brilliantly. How wonderful! Calling little Binchotan over, the two resumed eating with their heads bowed. Nearby, Zhao Xinqing's hopes were dashed. Zhou Sun, that wretched fellow, ate faster than he did and nearly snatched his second bowl, savoring 2 big bowls to his satisfaction. Zhou Sun felt the weariness of recent days melt away. As some customers began to leave, he exchanged a glance with Xiao Wang, Zhou Shudong, and the others. It was time to get down to serious business. Watching Zhou Sun approach Boss Xia, Liu Tianxians, out of camaraderie between brother units, kindly warned Wang Zhiga to stay alert as there might be some action soon. Wang Zhiga asked what is going on. Before he could fully process the situation, Zhou Sun had already reached Xia Zhouyi and quietly inquired, "Boss Xia, may I ask you something? What time did you close your stall last night? After closing, did you pass by the Shuguang 4th courtyard? Did you see anyone suspicious?" This was the questioning posture that Zhou Sun had previously consulted Zhou Shudong about, with the sentence structure and phrasing strictly preserved. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang, Zhou Shudong, Luo Bixin, and the other colleagues present were all greatly stirred, instantly becoming alert and prepared to handle any situation that might arise. Here it comes. Here it comes. Boss Xia's piercing gaze, compelling the culprit to expose himself, was imminent, especially Xiao Wang, whose deadpan eyes scanned the crowd of diners in front of the stall. Previously, he had thought everyone looked kind and gentle. Now, however, everyone seemed like the murderer. Xia Zhouyi, he covered his eyes in despair. "You seriously treat me like Doryman, like Charlotte, like an all-powerful detective, don't you? Every case, you come running to me, with so many plots. How much can I remember? What do I even know? Damn it, I actually know." When Xia Zhouyi's gaze swept over Wang Zhiga, he suddenly froze. Why was this person here? Didn't he have obsessive cleanliness? Could he accept street food stalls? At first, Xia Zhouyi hadn't recalled the details clearly. His memories were fragmented. But as soon as he saw the culprit, the plot came flooding back. Wang Zhiga, oh Wang Zhiga, this is truly like having a road to heaven and refusing to take it, or having no gate to hell yet throwing yourself in. Then he fixed his eyes firmly, locking his gaze through the crowd into the past. Here it comes. Here it comes. Boss Xia really showed up. Even Liu Tianxians' thighs trembled with excitement. Was this the moment to witness a miracle? Who exactly was the culprit? But the next second, Liu Tianxians was stunned. Boss Xia's gaze seemed to be looking at me? So I'm the culprit? Liu Tianxians was dumbfounded. Zhou Shudong, who had already drawn handcuffs, was dumbfounded. The culprit is my father. Zhou Sun, following the gaze, was also stunned. The culprit is his own deputy team leader? No. Everyone quickly realized the truth. Boss Xia was not looking at old Liu, but at Wang Zhiga beside him. Or rather, Boss Xia was looking at the ring in Wang Zhiga's hand. Boss Xia was planning to get married? Here he was choosing a wedding ring style, preparing to propose on National Day to celebrate together with the nation. If anyone among the crowd was the most bewildered, it was undoubtedly Wang Zhiga himself. Why was everyone looking at him? He was absolutely certain no witnesses had seen him committing the crime last night. Even if, hypothetically, such a person existed, he had disguised himself at the time and would not be recognized. No way to trick him. But when he looked at Xia Zhouyi and realized that Xia was staring straight at the ring in his hand, that gaze was so piercing, with not a hint of evasion, Wang Zhiga's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that last night's incident had really been witnessed by him?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Wang Zhiga tried desperately to calm himself and quietly covered the ring. But the next second, his movement stiffened. Wang Zhiga suddenly recalled a crucial detail. Having committed the crimes for many years, he had eliminated all evidence thoroughly each time. Every time he returned home, he even burned his underwear. But he had forgotten one thing, the ring in his hand. It might be stained with the victim's blood. He was doomed. Immediately, he prepared to throw the ring into the frying oil in front of the stall. He was fast, but Liu Changyong was even faster. Having been muddle-headed his whole life, Liu Changyong now seemed divinely inspired, his thought process miraculously matching Wang Zhiga's. Whatever questions Wang Zhiga had considered, Liu had a sudden flash of insight as well. While the others were still confused, Liu Changyong was not. Seeing Wang Zhiga attempting to destroy the evidence, he immediately seized him. His plump body pressed down firmly, preventing Wang Zhiga from moving, and he shouted loudly, "Captain Zhou, his ring, quickly!" In an instant, Zhou Sun and the others awoke as if from a dream, swarming over Wang Zhiga and Tang Ying, restraining them on the spot. Zhao Xinqing, who had been out of the loop all along, was still baffled after everything settled. What's going on? Can someone explain this to me? Wang Zhiga was the murderer in the car shock serial case. The ring contained evidence of his killings, and if they guessed correctly, it still bore the victim's blood. But how did Boss Xia know all this? At this moment, Han Bin was dizzy with shock, staring blankly at Xia Zhouyi, his face full of disbelief. How could he know? It's all a coincidence, just a coincidence. Boss Xia was just looking at rings because he wanted to get married. Wang Zhiga was guilty and panicked, jumping to conclusions and exposing himself. Before Xia Zhouyi could speak, Zhou Sun hurriedly explained on his behalf, knowing Boss Xia's nature well. If asked, he would probably say the same. Boss Xia's peculiarities must not be revealed to the Jinggang squad. From now on, they would just support Boss Xia. Forget about Old Guan or Little Guan. With Boss Xia in command, they had everything under control. Sure enough, hearing Zhou Sun's explanation, Xia Zhouyi nodded innocently. Yes, exactly. Captain Zhou's words are exactly what I was going to say. Zhou Shudong Han Bin, alright then, so be it. As the members of the third squad drove the police car escorting Wang Zhiga away, the customers in front of the stall finally reacted. The once silent bar entrance instantly exploded with noise. Damn, what's going on? I was just drinking porridge when suddenly someone was arrested. I heard that person was some kind of director? I heard it was something about a car shock. Is that illegal? The fried chicken vendor from the neighboring stall, having overheard the discussion, cheerfully offered an explanation. What director? That's a murderer. Huh? The diners looked at the fried chicken vendor in confusion, their eyes full of bewilderment. You've seen today's Jinggang headline about the car shock case, right? Could it really be? Prompted by this, the diners' pupils dilated. Today's Jinggang headline was trending wildly, with over 1 million likes in a single day. Many had seen it on the local recommendations, all eager for gossip. Yes, that's right, just as you guessed. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, the fried chicken vendor felt secretly pleased. These youngsters had no worldly experience. It was just a car shock case murderer. He had seen 5 killers like that before. 5 in total. Don't be surprised. This is nothing. Boss Xia's stall has caught 5 murderers already. The fried chicken vendor proudly held up 5 fingers, then continued. Let me tell you, the second murderer was even more brutal. He had just killed someone in a nearby alley and dared to swagger over here to Boss Xia's stall to drink porridge. And then, a group of young people drinking porridge nearby, hearing the vendor's dramatic pause, enthusiastically prompted him to continue. Even the diners a little farther away, holding their bowls, quietly moved closer to catch every word. Is Boss Xia's stall really that thrilling? What amazing stories have we missed these few days? Then a busty female police officer asked Boss Xia if he had passed by the scene and if he had seen the culprit, just like Captain Zhou's earlier questioning. And then, with a glance from Boss Xia, the culprit immediately panicked and tried to take a hostage. It was the bar owner's wife next door. At that moment, the fried chicken vendor recounted the story with great enthusiasm, as if he had experienced it firsthand. The culprit was holding a knife, looking ferocious, but Boss Xia was calm and composed. With a sweeping leg, he knocked him down. His moves were even cooler than a martial arts star in the movies. The young people around listened intently, some even putting down their bowls to focus entirely on the vendor, afraid to miss a single detail. Really? Boss Xia is that strong? Someone couldn't help but ask skeptically. Why would it be fake? I saw it with my own eyes. The fried chicken vendor confidently patted his chest and declared. Moreover, this was not the first time. On the very first day that Boss Xia set up his stall, he kicked a murderer flying with a single blow. Let me tell you, not only is Boss Xia formidable, but the bar owner's wife is also quite a fighter. The culprit from yesterday was subdued beneath her graceful legs. Upon hearing this, the diners completely lost control of their expressions. Boss Xia is that impressive? I feel an inexplicable sense of reassurance just by coming to his stall, and now I realize he is truly formidable. Wait. catching 5 murderers in 4 days. Could it be that Boss Xia's stall is a facade, and his true identity is one of those undercover agents online rumors speak of, carrying out surveillance missions? Yet, the moment this notion surfaced in their minds, it was immediately dismissed.
Impossible, simply impossible.
Boss Xiao's culinary skills are like a beacon in the night. They cannot be concealed. Who would have such a flamboyant undercover role? But could the stunning and enchanting owner's wife really be a fighter as well? Seeing the curious and astonished glances cast around, Lu Yin smiled innocently. She had just learned the Phoenix Seal. Would anyone like to try it? Don't underestimate her. Not only could she kick away a feeble young star, but she could also send a dinosaur flying with a single kick. Yet Lu Yin sighed and shook her head. She wondered what Wang Zhiga was thinking tonight, for he surprisingly did not consider taking her hostage. It felt as though something was missing, a little unsettling indeed. As the story concluded and everyone took a bite of the salty bone porridge, their attention was immediately diverted. Regardless of whether Boss Xia was undercover or not, as long as he continued to run his stall, they were determined to keep coming back. Boss Xia's culinary artistry was nothing short of a living god of food. A simple bowl of salty bone porridge rendered one utterly unable to stop. The bones in the porridge were simmered to perfection, the meat tender and succulent, the marrow's rich aroma fully infused into the porridge, each mouthful brimming with a deep, fragrant essence of bone. The porridge itself was thick yet not greasy, melting upon the tongue, carrying a gentle savory flavor that warmed both the stomach and the heart. Around them, some diners hunched over, devouring their meals, while others savored every bite, their faces radiating satisfaction. Boss Xia, selling this bowl of porridge for 8 yuan isn't that a loss? It's not just pork bones. I see dried scallops, even abalone. You're not making any profit at 8 yuan, are you? Upon hearing Lin Daoi's words, Xia Zhouyi laughed and waved his hand. They've been calling me a heartless vendor for 2 weeks now. Consider this week a benefit. I'm just charging cost price. Lin Daoi was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head apologetically. Meow Meow is just so straightforward. Boss Xia's goods were expensive, indeed, but each item was worth every penny. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many repeat customers. Boss Xia, will you be setting up your stall tomorrow? What kind of porridge will you be selling? At Lin Daoi's question, a group of customers, having returned to their seats to eat, all looked up at Xia Zhouyi, clearly curious. They never tired of Boss Xia's delicacies. Having eaten there only once this week was far from enough. I'll be selling clay pot crab porridge tomorrow. If anyone is allergic to seafood, don't bother coming. Anyway, it's the last day of the mission. I've given up resisting, it's just bad luck. So be it. Upon hearing this, all the diners' gazes turned to Zhang Wei in search, but unfortunately, he was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Wei, just accept your fate. Better stay quietly at home tomorrow night. Only Qin Yuma, sitting at the same table, patted Zhang Wei's shoulder, laughing until she bent over. This time, even your sister can't help you. Her makeup skills could help Zhang Wei disguise himself as a woman, but there was no remedy for a seafood allergy. Zhang Wei silently set down his finished bowl, wearing a look of utter despair. Keep your voice down. You're disturbing my porridge. Laughing even louder, Qin Yuma responded, Eft. If you want to come, that's fine too. At worst, you can eat fried dough sticks and give me your porridge. Oh, that's actually a good idea. Qin Yuma's eyes lit up with anticipation, looking at Zhang Wei. This was far more reliable than running errands. Zhang Wei fixed her with a stern gaze that could have pierced steel. Wanting to stab someone's eyes cannot be hidden. Oh, you haven't been discovered in your true identity. Have you? Qin Yuma ignored his glare and smirked mischievously. You! Zhang Wei was so angry he wanted to curse. What kind of friends were these? She took him out for lunch, only to kick him when he was down at night. You want me to come just to be your errand boy? No way. Just kidding, just kidding. Seeing her friend was genuinely about to get angry, Qin Yuma quickly backed down. At that moment, a voice came from afar, Xia Zhouyi adding, the day after tomorrow and the day after that, no need to come either. I'm taking a double rest this week. Gah! For a moment, Qin Yuma's smile froze. Supplement medicine. After selling the last bowl of salty bone porridge and freeing himself from the customer's entanglements, Xia Zhouyi efficiently packed up and headed home. Accompanying him was Lu Yin. She said she wanted to go home to see her elder sister, and Xia Zhouyi had no objection. Having traversed time and space, it was impossible for several heroines not to be devoted to their utmost. Then, the next day, he got up supporting his waist. He looked at the sleeping Lu Yin. Under the sunlight, the bar owner's wife's fair skin was flawless, her face still bearing the lingering traces of last night's wildness, tender as a young maiden. So close to complete defeat. Had he known, he would have eaten the phoenix fruit himself, regretting it now. That infernal regenerative power. Xia Zhouyi was relieved that, due to her lack of exercise, the woman's stamina had yet to catch up. Otherwise, forget about establishing a harem. Just one Luin would have him kneeling. Just wait. The mission will be completed tonight. Watch me come back tonight and deal with you all. Xia Zhouyi muttered softly. Luckily, he had a trump card, strengthening the tricolored aura once more. Mere Luin, Zhonglai, Huang Yi, they would all be handled then. A new day began with simmering wolfberry and sistanch soup. Before lunch, little Charcoal rushed back excitedly, carrying bags upon bags. Xia Zhouyi did not know what the little one had bought. The cart of the mini tricycle was nearly overflowing. The little one stepped down with a large shopping bag, staggering with each step, causing Xia Zhouyi to worry she might tumble head over heels. Oh, brother, you're up? The little one's face immediately brightened with a big smile. This is a gift for you. Early in the morning, seeing the sky clear, little Charcoal rode her charcoal number out to shop. This was a specially bought eye mask for her brother. Knowing how lazy he was, he wouldn't get up until the sun was shining on his backside. Same with the sisters. Ah, for me? Thank you, Charcoal. Xia Zhouyi was momentarily stunned, a warm feeling spreading in his heart. How could the little one be so obedient, so sensible? Her very first paycheck already spent on a gift for herself. The best charcoal in the world. What do you want for lunch? Brother will cook for you. Brother, not cooking for now. I want to go back to the small town to see my little friends. Will you come with me? The little one tugged at Xia Zhouyi's sleeve, her face full of expectation. Could Xia Zhouyi say no? Certainly not. Pushing open the newly installed door of the little wooden house, the view that greeted them was a lush, verdant primeval forest. This was where Charcoal lived, and Xia Zhouyi was quite curious. Brother, follow me, don't get lost. The little one, carrying a tiny angel backpack, wobbled ahead to lead the way, while the chubby dog trudged behind, burdened with other gifts. Beyond the wooden house flowed a clear brook, where small fish swam back and forth. Along the stream's edge, wildflowers blossomed profusely, and colorful butterflies fluttered gracefully. Little Charcoal bounced along in front, occasionally glancing back to ensure Xia Zhouyi had not fallen behind. When tired, she would squat by the creek, cupping the water in her small hands to drink, then breaking into a contented smile. Brother, look over there. Little Charcoal pointed to a nearby meadow where a few squirrels were frolicking. That one is Flower, that one is Little Red, and the other is Blackie. Xia Zhouyi smiled and nodded, trailing behind Little Charcoal. Along the way, Little Charcoal could call out the names of every small creature they encountered. Even when faced with identical squirrels, the little one never misnamed a single one. The animals, in turn, would pause to wave and greet the little fellow. Brother, we're almost there. Little Charcoal exclaimed excitedly. Xia Zhouyi quickened her pace, following closely behind. At the end of the stream lay a wider river. Little Charcoal settled steadily upon a fallen tree trunk bridging the river. Her 2 little feet swayed gently, pink flip-flops tapping the water rhythmically. Her face radiated an innocent and carefree smile, as if the entire world brimmed with joy. Accompanied by Little Charcoal's cheerful song, the river echoed with a chorus of quacks. A huge mallard duck glided over, accompanied by a duckling.
Hehe, Mama Duck.
Little Charcoal stood up, waving her small hands excitedly. The 2 ducks stopped at Little Charcoal's feet, joyfully quacking a few times. It's been a few days. This little bipedal creature is still alive. How wonderful! Little Charcoal carefully untied a large cabbage from the dog's back, then pointed to Xia Zhouyi and introduced. This is my brother. Now I'm living with him in the big city, so I can't come to see you every day. Mama Duck, please take good care of yourself. And little duckling, grow up quickly. Mama Duck and the duckling eagerly pecked at the cabbage, devouring it until their bellies were round, then quacked and swam away. Little Charcoal stood on the bank, waving her little hand vigorously.
Godby, Mama Duck.
Xia Zhouyi stood by the shore, watching Little Charcoal's joyful demeanor, and couldn't help but smile. From now on, you won't have to cross the river and pick wild vegetables so hard anymore. Our family's rice will never run out. We'll never run out of vegetable leaves, meat, or seafood. The long forest path stretched ahead. This was the route Little Charcoal took daily, crossing mountains and valleys in search of work. The 2 of them, accompanied by the dog, emerged from the forest and arrived at the bus stop. Soon after, a sharp eagle's cry pierced the sky. Little Charcoal held up a tilapia high and whistled toward the heavens. A magnificent eagle circled down and landed steadily on the nearby bus stop sign, watching Xia Zhouyi warily. Little Charcoal grinned and approached. Thank you for your long-time care. This is my brother. From now on, I'll be living with him in the big city. This is a gift for you. Please take good care of yourself. The golden eagle regarded little charcoal coolly for several seconds before snatching the tilapia and soaring into the sky. Xia Zhouyi never quite understood. Was it that the animals of this world possessed extraordinary intelligence? Or did little charcoal truly understand the language of beasts? Surely not the ability to hear the voices of all things? Had the wrong fruit been given to the child? Was the Nika fruit truly the one best suited for her? Bidding farewell to the golden eagle, little charcoal continued toward Mistineel town, this time flying on her own. Unlike being held in the eagle's talons, she could now fly wherever she wished. Little charcoal joyfully observed the familiar scenery below. Only 3 weeks had passed, yet it felt like years since she had last been here. Life with her brother, filled with full meals and happiness, made time fly. A luxurious carriage thundered past beneath her feet, prompting little charcoal to swiftly descend. Good afternoon, Charcoal. Are you on your way to class? Seeing little charcoal, Li Charcoal happily disembarked from the carriage and grasped her hand with concern. Charcoal, it's been several days since I last saw you arrive on the sky bus. I was so worried. I'm glad you're all right.
Iemme fine.
I'm working with my brother now. Every meal is white rice. I'm getting fat, little Charcoal said, pulling out a travel book. She knew Li Charcoal had always yearned for distant places. Li Charcoal received the gift with great excitement and promised to visit little Charcoal again during the next holiday. After chatting a little longer, they parted with reluctance. Not long after, little Charcoal found Bamboo Charcoal and her younger sister, Little Bamboo Forest, in town. Bamboo Charcoal. This is my brother. Xia Zhouyi finally understood. Little Charcoal's return was not merely a triumphant homecoming but, more importantly, an introduction of herself to her friends. She wished to share her happiness with everyone. Her face beamed with joy and pride as little Charcoal held Bamboo Charcoal's hand and continued, "Thank you for taking care of me, Bamboo Charcoal. Next time you have free time, come visit me at my home." Goodbye. Little Charcoal was truly happy. She wanted to tell her friends that she was no longer alone. She had a brother who adored her deeply. Every day they went out together, came home together, ate together, wished each other good night. No matter what, she always had her brother's company. She had a brother. How wonderful! Zhang Lai and Lu Yin slept until noon before rising. As soon as they came downstairs, they received gifts from little Charcoal. Eye masks matching those of Xia Zhouyi. The two women exchanged glances, moved to tears. Such a small child working hard to earn money to buy them such thoughtful presents was both heartwarming and heartbreaking. Charcoal, after lunch I'll take you shopping at the mall. Whatever you want I'll buy for you. My shop has plenty of little cakes. I'll bring them all back for you. Little Charcoal shook her head with a bright smile and said earnestly, "Thank you, sisters. I don't lack anything. There's no need to buy. There are several little cakes in the fridge already. I can't finish them all." Zhang Lai and Lu Yin smiled at each other, liking this sensible little one even more. Nonetheless, the gift was already decided. Xia had mentioned that little Charcoal's birthday was coming up in a few days. They had prepared a surprise. After having lunch at home, Lu Yin returned to her bar, and Zhang Lai went to work at her restaurant. Even with financial freedom, people still needed to find something to do. Otherwise, they might fall ill from idleness. Thus, they understood Xia Zhouyi's love of running a stall. When the emptiness inside was filled and money was no longer a worry, running a shop was merely a hobby, one that fueled great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Xia Zhouyi and little Charcoal lounged at home, some playing on their phones, others watching cartoons. Little Charcoal felt so relaxed that she even harbored a twinge of guilt. But by evening, things changed. Since her brother had to prepare stock, she officially started work. The clay pot crab congee was made following the Chaozhou style. Fresh, plump crabs were selected, cleaned thoroughly with innards removed. The crab legs were cracked open, a somewhat laborious process but effortless now with his current skills. Next came the seasoning: shredded ginger, preserved mustard greens, and coriander. These small ingredients were the key to elevating the congee's flavor. Then, soaked rice was placed into the clay pot to cook. Don't underestimate this step. Rice must be soaked for 20 minutes beforehand so the congee turns out richer and more fragrant. Cooking over high heat until the grains burst and the porridge thickened. One could add dried scallops to enhance the broth's freshness. Then, the seasonings, ginger, mustard greens, and crab were added to the congee and cooked further. By now, the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma, making little Charcoal's mouth water. Finally, the soul-stirring sauce, peanut butter. Stirred in evenly, the congee's flavor deepened, releasing a mouth-watering fragrance. The last step was seasoning with the appropriate amount of salt, garnished with coriander. A steaming bowl of delicious Chaozhou clay pot crab congee was complete. Claypot congee is best cooked fresh, but given the volume from loyal customers, cooking on demand was impossible, so they resorted to keeping it warm in thermal containers. However, after simmering, the flavors became even more pronounced. At 9:30, the alarm rang. Xia Zhouyi began preparing to head to the entrance of the Insu bar, loading the freshly made crab congee onto the tricycle. Little Charcoal had already tidied up the kitchen, checking once more for any omissions. After confirming everything, they set off at 10 o'clock. Today marked the final day, as the supreme level of formidable aura beckoned him. Tan, let us embark. Love apartment. In the dead of night, Hu Yifei emerged from her room and proceeded to the bathroom to apply makeup. This peculiar behavior left Tang Yuyu and the others utterly stunned. What on earth is happening? Is Sister Yifei going out on a date tonight? Their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment, as if witnessing an earth-shattering spectacle. No way, Sister Yifei. You're going on a date? Tang Yuyu was the first to speak, her tone brimming with incredulity. Is this the blooming of a rare flower or the thawing of a millennium-old ice? But which man is so reckless as to court Sister Yifei, unafraid of suffering her sharp rebuke? Oh, don't make such a fuss. I'm just stepping out for a stroll to get some fresh air, Hu Yifei declared, feigning composure, though the blush upon her cheeks betrayed her. Sister Yifei, stop fooling us. With that outfit, you're clearly going on a date, Qin Yuma exposed her. But then an absurd thought flashed through her mind. Wait a moment, no, you're not heading over to Boss Ya's place, are you? No sooner had Qin Yuma uttered these words than the atmosphere in Love Apartment grew palpably tense. There are no secrets in Love Apartment. Everyone was well aware of Hu Yifei's rejected WeChat friend request. Hu Yifei's gaze flickered momentarily but quickly regained its calm. She smiled and said, yes, I am going there. That dog of a man is blind. This time I will make him witness firsthand that with just a little effort Hu Yifei, can be an unparalleled beauty who astonishes all. At this moment, Hu Yifei brimmed with confidence. After all, he was merely a street vendor. What right did he have to reject her? She was determined to make him regret it. Blame it all on Zhang Wei. Hu Yifei had tried to convince herself to forget the awkward encounter, but the porridge he brought was unmistakable. The moment she tasted it, she immediately recognized his handiwork, and those unpleasant memories surged back. That dog of a man, once indifferent to me, this time I will make him utterly unattainable. Qin Yuma opened her mouth to offer some advice but found herself at a loss. Simply telling Hu Yifei that Boss Ya was not interested would be a severe blow to her pride. Yet, if Hu Yifei persisted in provoking him, she'd likely be humiliated again. She had no idea where Hu Yifei's mysterious confidence originated. Boss Ya's favored companions, Zhang Lai, Luin, were all more beautiful than Hu Yifei, and even the ethereal Huang Yi probably had ties to Boss Ya. Don't ask how she knew. It's a woman's intuition. Seeing Qin Yuma's predicament, Hu Yifei patted her shoulder and smiled. Yuma, rest assured, I'm not going there to quarrel. I just want him to know that I, Hu Yifei, possess charm and am not someone he can casually belittle. Gazing into Hu Yifei's resolute eyes, Qin Yuma sighed inwardly but could only silently cheer her on. Yes, our Yifei is the most beautiful. In truth, Qin Yuma was somewhat inclined to move out of Love Apartment. Once the long-standing camaraderie of classmates was stripped away, she realized Hu Yifei was not someone to be deeply trusted. Take the incident with the sweet potato porridge 2 days ago. Zhang Wei had shared half with her, and she brought it out to share with Hu Yifei and the others. But when there wasn't tea enough to go around, Hu Yifei even snatched some from Zhang Wei. Though she generously shared afterward, it seemed more like taking advantage of others' generosity, a bit excessive. She justified it by saying she feared the porridge would spoil and go to waste. In hindsight, Boss Ya's judgment of character was spot on. Hu Yifei had loudly announced her intention to dazzle Xia Zhouyi, but the only response she received was an innocent retort from little Binchotan. Oh dear, fair-faced lady, please move aside. We're about to set up our stall. Auntie? You called me auntie? Hu Yifei was momentarily petrified. Her eyes widened, and the corners of her mouth trembled as though she'd heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. She glanced down at herself, though simply dressed. Surely a child wouldn't address her as auntie? After all, she was in the prime of youth, radiating vigor and grace. Little Binchotan blinked her innocent eyes, puzzled by Hu Yifei's reaction. She tugged at the sleeve of Xia Zhouyi beside her and whispered, Brother, what's wrong with this auntie? Did I say something wrong? Xia Zhouyi couldn't help but laugh aloud. He wasn't sure if the little one was being mischievous or simply careless, as her mouth was notably sweet when serving other customers. All are sisters, so call me sister. Alright, big auntie, please move aside. You're blocking our parking. Hu Yifei clenched her fists tightly, preparing to deliver a punch to Xia Zhouyi's infuriatingly innocent face. But Qin Yuma intervened just in time. Ife, calm down, calm down. Assaulting someone will land you in jail, and you don't want to lose your university teaching position, do you? Hu Ife took a deep breath and struggled to steady her emotions. She shot Xia Zhouyi a daggers-filled glare, utterly unmasked. Blind man, go to hell. I'm a dignified university lecturer, a female PhD. You squander a chance to cross social boundaries, so you're destined to run your lousy stall for life. Watching the wrathful female Tyrannosaurus storm off, Xia Zhouyi remained unfazed, smiling cheerfully as he took orders from others. No need to rush, everything is available. Meijia, are we still having that porridge? Shall we head back together? From the crowd, Tang Yuyu glanced anxiously at Chun Meijia. As Hu Ifei's friend, she felt she should stand by her side during this sulking departure. But that porridge smelled absolutely irresistible. It was hard to let go. Where are you going? Look at the 8 o'clock direction. I senti that Hu Ife, disguised with a mask and a baseball cap? Chun Meijia said. Exasperated. Tang Yuyu exclaimed. Oh my, Hu Ife's just in simple disguise, and she's back already. Has she completely lost face? Is that porridge really worth it? Tang Yuyu could not comprehend, as Hu Ife had always been quite proud. She had once missed the 9-turn intestine dish for the sake of her pride. That 5 yuan sweet potato porridge was delicious. How much more would the 98 yuan 9-turn intestine dish be? Chun Meijia hit the nail on the head. I bet Ife is now regretful, slapping her thigh. She'd never fall for the same trap twice. Don't be fooled by her airheadness. Sometimes she's incredibly clever. That makes sense. Tang Yuyu pondered carefully and found Chun Meijia's reasoning sound. Even they had lost sleep over missing out on delicacies from the past 2 weeks. One can't forego Boss Ya's food just for the sake of pride. The crab porridge today smells absolutely divine. If it were you, could you resist? Chun Meijia inhaled deeply, sensing that today's aroma surpassed even yesterday's sweet potato porridge by several folds. When it comes to real indulgence, it must be meat porridge. Tang Yuyu, too, was drawn by the enticing fragrance and nodded swiftly. Exactly. We've already missed so many delicacies. This time we can't afford to miss out again. The two exchanged smiles and eagerly anticipated the meal without any pressure. 5 minutes later, little Binchotan shuffled over in her flip-flops, panting as she approached their table with the dishes. 2 lovely ladies, would you like porridge only? Or with fried dough sticks? It's quite crowded tonight. Purchase is limited to 1 per person. Both. 2 bowls of porridge and 2 fried dough sticks. That makes 20 yuan, right? They handed over the money. The rich aroma of the crab porridge from a distance paled compared to its intensity up close. Seeing the true name of the dish clearly, Tang Yuyu immediately recognized this porridge as undeniably delicious. She scanned the QR code hanging around little Binchotan's neck and, looking at the obedient child, couldn't help but reach out to gently pat her head. Such a good little sister, helping your brother at such a young age. Very obedient. Hehe, no. I'm just working. Is what I should do. The little girl smiled shyly, always fretted over being doted on by pretty ladies. Ladies, please enjoy it while it's hot. I'm off to work now. Alright little sister, goodbye. Upon finishing her words, Tang Yuyu could no longer contain her impatience. She eagerly lifted the bowl and spoon, scooping up a mouthful. Wow, how incredibly fresh and sweet. The crab meat melded flawlessly with the rich crab roe, while the fragrant rice porridge intertwined with the ocean's bounty, as if enveloping one in the very embrace of the sea. Tang Yuyu's eyes instantly brightened, utterly captivated by the taste. Chun Meijia's eyes widened just as swiftly, instinctively glancing at Tang Yuyu. This is just too delicious.
Tang Eo Not That Repeat Then.
Unable to agree more. This crab roe porridge is absolutely exquisite. I've never tasted anything better in my entire life. Without further ado, the two of them devoured the meal with ravenous enthusiasm. Within 3 minutes, the large bowl of crab roe porridge was emptied between them, though they had eaten cautiously, mindful of its heat. With her hunger fully satisfied, Tang Yuyu leaned back against the folding chair, wearing an expression of utter contentment. Now I understand why Hu Ifei wants to add Boss Xia's green bubble contact. Such a divine treasure of a man. I want to add him too. If you want to add, then just add, Chun Meijia encouraged. Were it not for Hu Ifei's previous experience, she would have already rushed over to add Boss Xia's green bubble contact herself. Indeed, Tang Yuyu actually walked towards Xia Zhouyi. From a distance, Hu Ifei's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Sisters, prepare to be slapped in the face. This man is simply blind. Yet, in the next moment, Hu Ifei's smile vanished. When Tang Yuyu took out her phone, Xia Zhouyi happily opened his green bubble QR code and approved the request instantly. Tang Yu's excited expression was unmistakable. In an instant, Hu Yifei's composure shattered. No, how am I less attractive than Tang Yu? Then she saw Chun Meijia approach as well. The same whispered conversation, the same unlocking of phones, the same delighted expressions. It was obvious Chun Meijia had also added him. Damn, Hu Yifei muttered, grinding her teeth to the point of breaking. So among the 4 women of Love Apartment, I'm the only one being rejected. Damn it. Just as she rose in bitterness to leave, Lu Ziqiao and Zheng Shaoxian also joined the group. The same whispered exchanges, the same phone unlockings, the same joyful faces. Nearly 10:30, Luo Bixin dragged her weary body to the stall. She subtly mentioned to Xia Zhouyi that Wang Zhiga had clashed with the Changfeng squad, and it was suspected he had accomplices, urging Xia to be cautious. Xia Zhouyi merely smiled indifferently. Who knows who really needs to be careful? After selling the last serving of crab roe porridge, Xia Zhouyi was still waiting for Luo Bixin to ask questions. Unexpectedly, she finished her porridge, waved her hand, and left. No interrogation, no victims, no murderer. It was truly a day of calm and peace. The stall opened at 10 and closed at 11. Back at the Sonic bar, Xia Zhouyi felt uneasy, as if something was amiss. Why had the feng shui suddenly improved so inexplicably? Could it be that it sensed his newly acquired dominance and cowered? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing this week's task. Reward: Tricolored Dominance, Supreme Ultimate Level. Xia Zhouyi clicked to claim the reward. The next moment, an unprecedented power surged within him, as if the entire world trembled at that instant. The clouds bore the brunt, torn asunder, the sky rumbling faintly with thunder that vanished in a flash. The once overcast sky now revealed a radiant full moon. Xia Zhouyi's eyes widened, feeling the nearly overwhelming force within him, both shocked and exhilarated. Tricolored Dominance, Supreme Ultimate Level. He had never expected such formidable power, propelling him to a qualitative leap. Teacher Kai had been right. Dominance truly reigns above all. At this moment, he could effortlessly defeat 10 versions of his former self from yesterday. Attempting to marshal this power, his aura shifted dramatically as an invisible pressure radiated outward, causing even the surrounding air to seem to freeze. Nearby pedestrians nearly dropped to their knees, but Xia Zhouyi withdrew the pressure instantly, as if it had been a mere illusion, thereby avoiding a disastrous event that could have left half of Modu unconscious. Lu Yin gazed at Xia Zhouyi with eyes sparkling like blossoms of peach, her heart pounding fiercely. What did old Xia just do? So domineering. A single glance and my knees went weak. He is practically a protagonist out of a novel. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. At this moment, old Xia seemed transformed, radiating an irresistible charm from every pore. Darling, you were absolutely stunning just now. Lu Yin finally spoke, her voice trembling slightly. She stepped forward a few paces, eager to admire old Xia's dominance more closely, when suddenly the wind chime at the door jingled. Ding dong. Sorry, we're closing now. Lu Yin's words faltered as she froze in place. A stern-faced man entered, aiming a gun at Hongdou. The bar's lights dimmed perceptibly at that instant. Hongdou glanced at Xia Zhouyi and Lu Yin, then his gaze swept over the quietly sleeping Xiao Beichong on the sofa, his pupils contracting sharply. Boss Xia, sorry to trouble you, Hongdou said with a bitter smile. After her initial shock, Lu Yin surprisingly regained composure and, with interest, swirled the wine in her glass. Meanwhile, Xia Zhouyi remained relaxed, as if oblivious to the weapon pointed at them. The two exchanged a look, both sensing mutual astonishment. Perfect match, perfect match. No victims, no murderers, no kidnappings tonight, because they've just arrived. The man strode in, scanning the crowd before fixing his gaze on Xia Zhouyi. Coldly, he said, the 3-wheeled stall outside belongs to you, Boss Xia, right? Oh, you know me? Xia Zhouyi looked at the man curiously. If he recalled correctly, this man was called In Teng, the top assassin under Shi Guangling, the murderer responsible for the massacre at Shuguang Courtyard No. 4, who framed Guan Hongfeng. Could it be that his existence had caught Shi Guangling's attention? Was this a silencing attempt to prevent him from knowing too much? In Teng's lips curled into a cold smile. Without directly answering Xia Zhouyi's question, he once again pointed his gun at Hongdou. I hear you're quite skilled at intelligence gathering. Could you satisfy my curiosity? Xia Zhouyi smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed by In Teng's threat. Oh, go ahead. In Teng's gaze sharpened, his tone chilling. Where were you on New Year's Eve last year? Did you pass by Shuguang Courtyard No. 4? Did you see anyone suspicious? Xia Zhouyi chuckled. Clearly, this information had been leaked by a mole in the Changfeng squad. Even the questioning style mirrored Zhou Shudong's exactly. He gently swirled the wine in his glass, the liquid producing a pleasant sound. Why beat around the bush? You could just ask if I saw you kill the Wu family of 5 that night, or if I saw you frame Guan Hongfeng. What? The expressions of the two men opposite him diverged sharply. Guan Hongyu's pupils contracted violently as he abruptly turned to Inteng. Disbelief etched across his face. A murderous gleam flickered in Inteng's eyes, ready to make a move, when Xia Zhouyi suddenly spoke again, delivering even more explosive revelations. Hey, don't get excited just yet. Why not ask if I witnessed old Guan accidentally kill the female drug dealer during a bust? Did you know the child in her arms was Shi Guangling's flesh and blood? Did you know you're one of his men? And it was he who framed old Guan. Inteng listened, stunned by Xia Zhouyi's rapid-fire statements, barely able to conceal the embarrassment on his face. Not a coincidence. Does this man really know everything? Who would dare let him live in this world? Sure enough, the next moment, a furious roar burst through the earpiece from Shi Guangling. Kill him. Kill him quickly. Inteng drew in a deep breath, silently switched off the headset, and cast a gaze full of astonishment toward Xia Zhouyi. Meanwhile, Guan Hongyu beside him was utterly dumbfounded. So it was elder brother's mistake that led to the death of Shi Guangling's mistress and child, which caused Shi Guangling to harbor resentment against elder brother and set a trap to frame him. Then, in order to extricate himself, elder brother personally framed his own younger brother? What a betrayal. I treated him like my own brother, and he regarded me as a mere cousin. Didn't he? The instant he was framed, he devised an escape plan and executed it on the spot, right? Without a shred of hesitation, right? Tell me one piece of information, and I might spare that child's life. Inteng's eyes glinted coldly as he glanced at little Binchotan, speaking with solemn seriousness. Oh? Xia Zhouyi's curiosity was piqued. 10 years ago, I lost a younger sister. Do you know where she is now? Inteng restrained his excitement and asked. I don't know. Xia Zhouyi's reply was blunt and definitive. Inteng was dumbfounded. You know about Shi Guangling's mistress being pregnant, yet you don't know anything about my sister? No, I just don't know. Xia Zhouyi shrugged innocently. The script didn't cover it, the plot didn't unfold. How would I know? Damn. One last question. Where is my sister? Inteng leveled the gun at little Binchotan, the murderous intent in his eyes growing fiercer, as if he was about to pull the trigger the very next moment. Guan Hongyu, witnessing this, was so anxious his heart seemed ready to leap out of his chest. He deeply regretted everything. It was his fault that Boss Xia and little Binchotan had suffered. He shot a desperate glance at Xia Zhouyi. It's already come to this. Inteng is on the brink of madness. Even if you have to fabricate a lie, at least deceive him first. Don't you want to save your sister? This man is truly capable of killing. I really don't know. Xia Zhouyi reiterated firmly. At those words, despair consumed Inteng's gaze. He gripped the gun tightly, his finger gradually applying pressure, as though making a final decision. Guan Hongyu shuddered at Inteng's resolute expression. Wait, Inteng. Calm down first, he suddenly shouted, attempting to interrupt the unraveling nerves. Bang! Before the sentence was finished, a gunshot rang out. Guan Hongyu turned his head in despair, the echo of the shot reverberating in his ears, as if the entire world had frozen at that instant. Beast! Not even sparing a child. As a prospective father, Guan Hongyu's rage was beyond words. He could hardly bear to witness the forthcoming bloodshed. Yet his eyes had already fallen upon the scene. Then he was utterly stunned. The moment the bullet made contact with little Binchotan's forehead, a burst of golden light radiated from her body. The bullet passed cleanly through her head, leaving a series of large holes where it touched, but they immediately healed. Little Binchotan seemed no more troubled than if she had been bitten by a mosquito. She stretched out her chubby little hand and lightly slapped her own forehead with a pop, smacking her lips as if expressing displeasure. Then she turned over and resumed her deep slumber. Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, Guan Hongyu was completely dumbfounded. Even Inteng, a professional assassin known for his composure, was unsettled at that moment. What the hell is this thing? Bang bang bang. 3 more shots rang out in rapid succession. Unbelieving, Inteng unleashed a barrage of fire at little Binchotan. The only result was that the little one was awakened. The child blinked her big, watery eyes open and lazily sat up. She stretched out her tiny hand to rub her sleepy eyes. Brother, are we going home now? Guan Hongyu and Inteng exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Little Binchotan's words were like a gentle spring breeze, yet they sent them into an icy abyss. When there was no response, little Binchotan rubbed her eyes again, seeming more alert. The next moment, She quickly jumped off the sofa, tiptoeing barefoot behind her brother, gazing at Anting with innocent, wide eyes. "Oh dear brother, are there bad guys in the house?" The little one's voice carried a hint of confusion and grievance. Such a well-behaved, adorable child, was she really hit? Huangyu opened his mouth but found his throat dry and not a single word could pass. "Are you human or ghost?" Anting asked, bewildered, unconsciously shifting the gun's muzzle as he forced himself to remain calm. "Yes." Luo swirled the wine glass in her hand, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of her lips, her eyes glimmering with playful amusement. She took a delicate sip of wine, finding Anting's ghostly expression quite entertaining. "Heh, stunned. Huh? In our old Xia family, everyone can elementalize. Don't talk about Bao'er, we're not afraid of boom 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 either." Regaining his composure, Anting concealed the shock on his face and chose to answer Luo's teasing with bullets. 2 gunshots rang out. As expected, the bullets passed through Xia Zhouyi and Luo's bodies. Both remained standing, their clothes not even wrinkled, as if the bullets were mere illusions that had never existed. Anting's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene. How is this possible? The gun in his hand drooped helplessly, his gaze filled with shock and confusion. Huangyu also snapped back to reality, swallowing hard. He spoke with difficulty. "Boss Xia, who exactly are you people?" Xia Zhouyi laughed heartily, slowly approaching Anting. He reached down to pick up the fallen handgun, and with a flash of lightning, the gun instantly melted into a puddle of molten iron. "Any last words? Do you really not know where my sister is?" Anting's eyes brimmed with profound terror, which soon transformed into desperate prayer and bitter resentment. Xia Zhouyi gently shook his head. In an instant, accompanied by a flash of lightning, the two of them appeared 100 meters above the ground. The next moment, Anting's lifeless body crashed heavily into Shi Guangling's residence, accompanied by Shi Guangling himself. "Do not provoke me if I do not provoke you. You came all the way to my doorstep." Xia Zhouyi wiped out his entire family. No more than 3 seconds passed. Xia Zhouyi clapped his hands and, concealing his achievements and fame, returned to the bar. Such a way to die would leave even Conan baffled. "A drink, to calm down?" Huangyu stared fixedly at Xia Zhouyi, his entire consciousness a blank void. As a young man raised under the red flag, having received 9 years of compulsory education, this was the first time he encountered such an unscientific family. Only one thought echoed in his mind. Are they even human? For a moment, he couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. The person offering him the drink. What on earth was he? It seemed as if what he was witnessing was nothing but a hallucination playing in his mind after death. Huangyu was utterly bewildered. Had he already been executed by Anting the instant he stepped inside? After an indeterminate amount of time, Huangyu finally accepted the wine glass from Xia Zhouyi and downed the contents in one gulp. "Boss Xia, I won't ask anything. Just pretend I never came tonight. Don't be nervous. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Even the neighborhood patrol wants to send me a banner in praise," Xia Zhouyi said with a smile, patting Huangyu's shoulder in a teasing tone. "Don't talk about tonight's events. Just don't cause us any trouble. I trust you know your limits." Huangyu replied solemnly, "I swear on my brother's life, I won't utter a single word about tonight. Haha, I trust your brother's side. Don't speculate wildly. There are many people with superpowers in this world. It's just that ordinary folks like you don't have access to them." Seeing that Boss Xia had no intention of silencing him permanently, Huangyu finally relaxed in relief. No joke, he had even prepared his last words just now. "Boss Xia, I managed to snatch my life back, but it seems my innocence can never be fully restored." Huangyu forced a smile, though his heart churned with a complex blend of emotions. He glanced at Xia Zhouyi, and it was not hard to imagine that whatever happened to Teng, and even Shi Guangling, was probably already sealed in ruin. "In that case, there's nothing I can do. Even if you catch Teng, there's no way they'll help you retract your confession," Xia Zhouyi said, spreading his hands and giving him a helpless look. Huangyu downed another hearty drink. "What now? My brother was framed, but it was my brother who framed me. I can't very well expose him myself. If all else fails, you should make a trip to Thailand," Xia Zhouyi suggested. "There's an employee at a junkyard in Chinatown who looks exactly like you and your brother. He'd be a perfect fall guy." Huangyu raised an eyebrow. "Were they triplets when mom gave birth? Exactly alike?" "Yes, exactly alike. Using him as a scapegoat won't trouble your conscience. He is a psychopath who coveted his young foster daughter and even committed murder to possess her." Upon hearing this, Huangyu stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed like a plan worth considering. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, after returning home, heating up and finishing his takeout, and tidying his room a bit, Su Hongdou finally had some leisure time. Silently, he opened WeChat and listened to Chen Nanqing's messages one by one. They were sporadic. Some long, some short, seemingly encouraging him to be magnanimous. Yet each message expressed her deep reluctance to part with the world, with their parents, and with herself. Chen Nanqing was not yet 30. For Nanqing's sake. Finally, Su Hongdou switched chats and opened the profile of a little girl smiling brightly and healfully. Huang Yi had made it very clear that even someone in the late stages of cancer could be saved. But if this information leaked, their family would never find peace. There were undoubtedly countless people, overt or covert, who would threaten, coerce, or even kidnap family members to force Xia Zhouyi into treating others. Therefore, for safety's sake, only by becoming one family could Boss Xia be compelled to intervene. After considering this for several days, Su Hongdou made up his mind. Putting all else aside, Boss Xia was a good man after all. A quiet night passed. Little Binchotan felt life was blissful now. His brother even had weekends off work, so he could leisurely lounge at home with cartoons to watch. He had recently developed a fondness for Ultraman, learning many new moves he could use to fight villains next time. Tan, we have to go out now, no more watching for later, Xia Zhouyi said. Seeing Daigou transform into the giant of light, little Binchotan's eyes sparkled, feeling he could try it too. Okay, the little one slung on the small backpack beside him. Zhang Lai pulled the child over and helped him change into a Ruoruo. October in Yanjing was already a bit chilly. Wearing only a t-shirt every day wouldn't he do? With a hat, socks, and little tiger shoes, he looked every bit the little princess who had stepped out of a palace. That's about right. But sister, I'm not afraid of the cold. It's kind of hot, the little one protested innocently, blinking big, sparkling eyes like those in a Kazalin ad. The technique of generating warmth from light had long been instinctively mastered by her, much to her pride. She wouldn't have cold feet in the dead of winter anymore. In fact, these past days, she refused even blankets, content with just a puka repair quilt. That's not allowed. Yanjing's cold. If you dress so lightly, people might think your brother's mistreating you. Oh, he's no slouch. Be good. I've already packed your gift for little Tai Chu in your bag. Okay, the little one nodded. Are we going to ride the big iron bird later? Yes. Hearing this, the little one brightened. I've never been on the iron sky bus before. We'll sit inside its belly. Xia Zhouyi looked at the dog beside him and instructed it to guard the house. Fishball, watch the house well, don't mess up the furniture. Woof woof woof. Little Binchotan was skilled at taming animals, and Xia Zhouyi felt reassured. Fishball, be good. We'll be back tomorrow. The little one crouched down and gently rubbed the dog. Woof woof woof. Tan, let us go. Zhang Lai pulled the little one along. Today was little Taichu's birthday, and Xia Zhouyi and little Binchotan were going over to celebrate together. Zhang Lai had her own matters and would drive them to the airport before returning home. Brother, it's so hot seeing Zhang Lai leave. Little Binchotan looked pitifully at her brother, as if the heat was making her sister cold. Xia Zhouyi. Doesn't he know the little one well? He even secretly saw the flip-flops she brought out. Alright, put on your flip-flops then. The little one felt as if granted a pardon. She took out her flip-flops from her backpack, changed into them, and carefully put the tiger shoes back inside. Clickety-clack went the pink flip-flops, so comfortable. Minutes later, Xia Zhouyi and the little one entered the terminal. Seeing the familiar airport, the little one was thrilled. There were chubby Ultraman cubs inside. ZDGA, the little one pointed at the former bookstore. And Talo Xia Zhouyi looked over and saw new figurines displayed at the bookstore's entrance. To him, all the Ultramen looked the same, yet the little one could distinguish each one. Xia Zhouyi covered his face. No, are they planning to fleece me again? Tan. It's time to board. Shall we come back and buy them next time? Xia Zhouyi resolved that next time, he would never depart from this airport again. Brother. No need to buy anymore. One at home is enough. The little one was easily satisfied and rarely asked for anything. After passing through security, Xia Zhouyi took the little one on the moving walkway. Wow, brother. This is fun, the little one excitedly pointed down. No need to walk by myself, anything new fascinated the little one. You can also walk on it, it's faster. Okay. The little princess bounced as she walked. Stepping on the moving walkway felt like taking several strides at once. So fun. This is really fun. Little Binchotan thought it was truly magical. City folk are as lazy as you, brother. They don't even walk themselves. Let us go to the VIP lounge. There's lots of free food and drinks there. They found a quiet corner to sit. Xia Zhouyi led the little one to the snack area. Brother, is this really free? The little one pointed at the crispy snacks. Yes, but don't eat too much or you'll get heaty. Xia Zhouyi tore open a bag. The fragrant, crispy aroma delighted the little one. Sweet too. Such treats were indeed tempting for children. Even though Xia Zhouyi rarely ate them, an occasional indulgence was delicious. Brother, can we pack some for Sister Taichu? Of course. Seeing the little one's fondness, Xia Zhouyi turned and asked the staff for a large bag of snacks. They were cheap, and with his top-tier VIP card, taking a few snacks was no problem. Little Tan, Boss Xia, two familiar voices suddenly called out. The siblings turned and saw Gu Jia and Su Zian approaching, accompanied by Gu Jia's husband, Su Huanshan. Xia Zhouyi was quite surprised to meet them at the airport. Gu Jia, what a coincidence. Are you three going on a national day trip? Xia Zhouyi smiled. Something like that. My husband needs to go to Yanjing on a business trip. Taking advantage of the holiday, Zian and I came along. Gu Jia nodded, then tugged at Su Huanshan. Honey, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Xia Zhouyi, Boss Xia, who lives upstairs from us. Boss Xia, this is my husband, Su Huanshan. Hello. The two men nodded to acknowledge each other, each harboring his own pride. Gu Jia cast a discreet glance at Su Huanshan, silently judging his ineptitude, before her gaze settled upon the little Binchotan charcoal beside Xia Zhouyi. Oh my, which princess from the imperial palace has come out? She's simply too adorable. Gu Jia immediately released her son and leaned closer to the little Binchotan charcoal. Hee, Sister Gu Jia is tying me up. Tan Tan. The little Binchotan charcoal flashed a silly, broad smile and shyly scratched his head. Hehehe, so you're the little Princess Tan. Gu Jia looked towards Xia Zhouyi. Boss Xia, are you also heading to Yanjing? Taking the little one to visit little Taichu. Xia Zhouyi stood tall and commanding, inadvertently revealing everything at a glance. Gu Jia still had some insight, albeit limited. She nodded, inwardly pleased, confirming her previous suspicion. Boss Xia did have something going on with Huang Yi. Indeed, wealthy men tend to stray, while her own Su remained pure and virtuous. It was fortunate she hadn't looked up. Otherwise, she would have seen the peculiar look Xia Zhouyi cast her way. Gu Jia, you still have the heart to go out and play, unaware that your husband is off with his little lover. Poor thing. Next time she comes to dine, she'll make sure to pile extra green vegetables on her plate. By coincidence, they were all on the same flight, seated next to one another. Big brother. We're now inside the belly of the Airbus. The little Binchotan charcoal pressed against the window, watching. Wow, its claws are so big. So big they must be able to catch many children. The little Binchotan charcoal gestured with his small hands, his expressions utterly delightful. Little Sister Tan, have you never flown before? Su Zian turned his head to look. No, guac. Then don't be afraid later. I can protect you. The little Binchotan charcoal smiled. I'm not afraid at all. He remained pressed against the windowsill, watching the buildings below shrink little by little. She had seen such vistas many times from Mistineel Town, but the scenery of Magic City was far more breathtaking. Skyscrapers sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain, and the ceaseless flow of vehicles wove through the streets like flowing ribbons of color. She even forgot to eat the crispy snacks in her hand. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her small hands gripped the window ledge tightly, as if afraid to miss a single detail. Tan, would you like some cake? Only then did the little one turn her head. Want some? Still eating the crispy snacks? No more. Little one carefully stored them in her bag to eat later. Okay. Wipe your hands. Xia Zhouyi tore open a packet of wet wipes. After the plane stabilized, he summoned a flight attendant to bring some desserts. This is generally tasty. Having tasted many fine things, the little one had her own standards. She felt the airplane food wasn't as good as what Sister Luin made. The best cakes were still made by Sister Gu Jia, but she never wasted food and happily ate what she had. Suddenly, the plane jolted. The little one remained unaffected, calmly eating her cake, but Su Zian beside her was already bawling loudly in fright. Oh dear, what's wrong, Brother Zian? The little Binchotan charcoal paused her cake, eyes wide with concern. It's nothing, he just misses home. Gu Jia awkwardly comforted her son. With such a timid nature, he still wants to protect little Sister Tan. How embarrassing. Oh, the little Binchotan charcoal nodded understandingly. Brother Zian, don't cry, quack. Have some cake. It's free. She loved flying so much, she didn't care about money for food. She'd fly again, perhaps feeling embarrassed in front of her friend. Su Zian immediately stopped crying, wiped his eyes with his sleeve, accepted the cake offered by the little Binchotan charcoal, and whispered, "Thank you, little Sister Tan. You're welcome, let us eat together." The little Binchotan charcoal blinked her big eyes, contentedly continuing to eat her cake. When Huang Yi returned home with Xia Zhouyi, the Huang family was utterly stunned. Goodness, they always knew Rose was willful and self-centered, but this was on another level. Just divorced and already with a new boyfriend who could be officially introduced at home. The speed was faster than a bullet train, leaving them speechless. The key point: this new boyfriend looked quite decent, someone who could manage a household. Upon arrival, he grandly prepared a lavish meal for little Taichu. Before coming, Xia Zhouyi had said he'd bring a devil fruit as a gift for Huang dad and mom, but Huang Yi shook her head in refusal. Their daughter's snow fruit was worth as much as 10 animal-type fruits. The Zhang family only had 3. If she kept asking Xia Zhouyi for more, it would seem ungrateful. So Xia Zhouyi simply brought some fine cigarettes, wine, and good ingredients. Watching the busy figure in the kitchen, the Huang family exchanged glances, mixed emotions stirring within. On one hand, they were glad Huang Yi had found such a good match. On the other, they worried whether this new boyfriend was sincere, given Yi's recent divorce and need for healing. But seeing Yi's blissful expression, it was clear she was fully immersed in love, her smile even more radiant than in her youth. Their daughter had grown up and had her own ideas. As parents, all they could do was silently wish her well. Soon enough, the whole family wholeheartedly approved of the new son-in-law Huang had found. Xia Zhouyi busied himself in the kitchen for quite some time. Naturally, for a birthday, longevity noodles were a must, but Huang's kitchen lacked a rolling pin, so he simply prepared some home-style dishes. Mapo tofu, shredded pork with green peppers, shanglong dumplings, and a lobster Three Kingdoms dish. Each dish was a masterpiece, meticulously arranged on the dining table, exuding irresistible aromas that made mouths water. At first, the Huang family chatted in the living room, but as the kitchen aromas wafted out, their saliva nearly dripped to the floor. The family fell silent and sat at the table, eagerly awaiting Xia Zhouyi's signal to start. Time was limited, so they kept it simple with 8 dishes and 1 soup for everyone to taste. Seated around the table, eyes wide with disbelief at the sumptuous feast, they looked at the new son-in-law in amazement. Their Rose had truly brought home a gourmet chef. The mapo tofu gleamed with a bright red color, spicy but not overwhelming, tofu tender and flavorful. The shredded pork with green peppers was vibrant, the pork juicy, and the peppers crisp, offering a rich texture. The shanglong dumplings were uniquely shaped, with thin yet resilient skins and juicy, delicious fillings. And the lobster Three Kingdoms was the epitome of luxury, with plump lobster meat paired with a distinctive sauce, every bite a delight. Without further ado, they eagerly picked up their chopsticks and dug in. Mrs. Huang first served little Taichu a bowl of dumplings, then scooped herself some mapo tofu. She had once been an educated youth in Sichuan and Chongqing and loved this flavor. This is incredibly fragrant. The moment the mapo tofu touched her tongue, the 6 tastes: hot, spicy, fragrant, colorful, numbing, and crispy, interwove in her mouth, each one making Mrs. Huang's taste buds dance. The miraculous combination of 6 flavors brought the ingredients to their peak, creating an unsurpassable culinary marvel that amazed everyone. Upon tasting the first bite, Huang Zhenhua's eyes gleamed as he looked at Xia Zhouyi sitting next to his sister. What a divine brother-in-law! The dishes rival a state banquet. Sob, so delicious. With such a new brother-in-law, even if his sister didn't want him, he'd gladly accept him as a big brother-in-law. At that moment, the 3 children in the house, little Binchotan Charcoal, little Taichu, and Huang Zhenhua's son, were all eating so engrossed they didn't even lift their heads. Wow, little sister Tan, can I trade my dad for your big brother? Uncle's cooking is so delicious. No way, big brother is mine. Huang Zhenhua hadn't gotten angry yet. Seeing little Binchotan Charcoal's anxious expression made him laugh. He gave his foolish son a light slap on the cheek. There's food here, yet you still want to shut your mouth? Your uncle is family too. If you want to eat his meals, just go to your aunt and mooch off her. For convenience's sake, Huang Yi did not stay at home during this visit. Instead, she purchased a house outright at the entrance of Qing University. Everyone knew the property prices in Yanjing all too well. Even Huang Zhenhua, who ran a company, was still paying off his mortgage. Where did this money come from? Needless to say, it was from the new son-in-law. This was also one of the reasons the Huang family accepted Xia Zhouyi. Money does not equate to love, but the fact that he could produce such a sum for Yi was indisputably a testament to his attitude. Oh, is that so? Auntie, from today onward, I'm your number 1 best friend in the world. No way, mom is mine. Little Taichu was not pleased. Childish words without guile. Laughter echoed warmly and joyfully throughout the house. Huang Yi and Xia Zhouyi exchanged a glance and shared a knowing smile. A simple birthday banquet, also a family gathering, with everyone happily enjoying themselves. In the end, every member of the Huang family, big and small, ate until their bellies were round, all leaning back against the sofa with satisfied, contented expressions. They had truly embraced this new son-in-law. Not only the Huang family, but that very night Huang Yi also took Xia Zhouyi to meet her friends, firmly establishing his identity as the new son-in-law. After being led around by Huang Yi and getting thoroughly tipsy, the two returned to their newly purchased home close to 10 o'clock at night. Xia Zhouyi was sleepy and ready for bed, but Huang Yi insisted he had to wash properly first. He hastily rinsed off in a perfunctory manner and pushed open Huang Yi's bedroom door. Xia Zhouyi was stunned the moment he entered, because at that moment, Huang Yi was dressed in a black uniform paired with black stockings, approaching him demurely. When she bowed in welcome, the abyss was visible. "Mr. Xia, welcome to the Rose Hotel. May I ask if you require any special services?" Xia Zhouyi stared dumbfounded at the fairy-like face before him, his expression one of utter disbelief. Last time she cosplayed as a housewife, this time she was cosplaying Su Hongdou. You have to admit, Xia Zhouyi barely recognized the Huang Yi before him as Huang Yi. Even the name tag on her chest read Su Hongdou, so professional was the act. Realizing this, Xia Zhouyi immediately broke into a rather twisted grin. "Hee, Manager Su, what kind of special services do you offer? Let me have a look." Xia, the master scrubber, was ready to take on the challenge. The moment of contact, Master Xia sensed something was amiss. Very, very amiss. Although everything seemed the same on the surface, the inner essence was quite different. Yet, as a service provider with the customer's order placed, he was determined to endure the hardship through tears if necessary. "Manager Su, is my pressure okay? Manager Su, you've got some nerve impersonating me. Manager Su, please give me a rating." Su Hongdou weakly lifted her eyelids. That scoundrel was shamelessly taking advantage of the situation. Were she not so exhausted, she would have gagged him. That night, Master Xia once again gave his all until utterly spent. With his tricolored, formidable enhanced physique, not to mention Su Hongdou and Liu Tianxians combined, he was still unfazed. The first rays of sunlight from the east shone upon Su Hongdou's fair calves. Xia Zhouyi gently pulled the blanket over her and woke up refreshed. A new day began with a bowl of nourishing chicken soup. Soon, little Binchotan also rose to assist him. Hearing the clatter and bustle of the siblings in the kitchen, Huang Yi awoke from her slumber. She emerged from her daughter's room and opened her own door, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Su Hongdou. In her fair figure, everything was truly the same as hers, down to the rosy cheeks that were identical, and the perfect pale calves struggling to close together. She looked at Su Hongdou, a complex glint flashing deep within her eyes. "Well, this is just great. Truly a pair of best friends sharing the same bed. Get up, my dear sister." Huang Yi mischievously reached out and pinched the great expanse of Su Hongdou's chest. "Ah, Sister Rose, you're going to kill me." Feeling the mischief at her chest, Su Hongdou gradually awakened from her sleep. Yet, as she sensed the state of her body, no discomfort arose. After waking, she sat up in a daze, as if cleansed anew. Having consumed the surgical fruit, the world now felt utterly transformed, and the sunlight more vivid and colorful. I can save Chen Nanxing now." Seeing Su Hongdou in tears, Huang Yi embraced her. "Congratulations, little sister. Do you regret it?" Su Hongdou shook her head repeatedly. Having personally experienced the miracle of the surgical fruit, she profoundly understood that no matter what promises were made, nothing was as reliable as this precious treasure. One must realize its value and significance far surpass ordinary imagination. This was a devil fruit that granted immortality. Countless earthly emperors had longed for it in vain. Countless heroes had gone mad over its power. Countless sages had sought divine insight but never glimpsed such an opportunity. And old Xia had so easily bestowed it upon her. Knowing full well the fruit's wonder, he gave it to her without hesitation. Such trust warmed her heart more than any love confession in the world. She took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. "Sister Rose, becoming a member of the Xia family is the best decision I've ever made in my life." Xia Zhouyi not only granted her the power to save Chen Nanxing but also an indescribably brilliant future. Like Huang Yi, she too felt a freedom she had never known. After all, Xia Zhouyi would never impose any shackles on the women in his life. That said, Su Hongdou was a little afraid of Xia Zhouyi. Recalling the absurd events of last night, a flush of red instantly spread across her lovely face. "Oh dear, now you're blushing."
Su Hongdou, oh heck Su Hongdou.
"As twin sisters, I'm not even as good as this body. With this and that," and before she could finish, Su Hongdou hastily covered her mouth, exasperated. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll silence you for good." They spent the day happily with little Binchotan. Morning at the Forbidden City, afternoon climbing the Great Wall. Then, the two siblings missed their flight and begrudgingly flew back to Modu by themselves. Jiang Lai had gone to negotiate with Wang Manny on the cruise and had yet to return. Not knowing might be better, but knowing that the other looked just like her, and about to meet a scumbag with a fiery temper, she immediately gave chase. Her face was reserved only for her beloved. Xia Zhouyi boredly played with his phone, waiting for the task refresh. This week's task: arrive at Huangsong community at 7 o'clock every morning for 5 consecutive days to buy spicy skewers. No less than 300 skewers daily. Task reward: complete set of Zanpakuto, Bankai version. Accept task, decline task. Xia Zhouyi? What's the reward? Zanpakuto? Damn. The system's rewards are getting more and more outrageous. Zanpakuto has appeared. Not to mention its attack power. Xia Zhouyi was already strong enough and didn't need to fight. The greatest value of a Zanpakuto was that it allowed one to become a soul reaper. What did that mean? It meant living at least 2,000 to 3,000 years. From the Western Han dynasty to the modern age. It meant that his sweet daily life with the girls could last much longer. Originally, Su Hongdou's immortality fruit had its flaws and she was advised to use it sparingly. Now, without the surgical fruit, they could still live longer than turtles. Moreover, the Zanpakuto was practically a gift upon activation. Forget about 300 skewers of spicy chicken. If he welded the stall onto the spot and sold 24 hours a day, he would do it all for the Zanpakuto. Sleep? What sleep? Let us go. Let us head to the wholesale market for ingredients. Spicy chicken skewers are a traditional Sichuan delicacy, part of Sichuan cuisine. The name sounds novel, but bobo simply means a clay pot. The selling method is somewhat akin to that of Xiang, where cooked dishes are skewered onto bamboo sticks, which can be soaked either hot or cold in a pot of spicy red oil broth. Customers serve themselves and pay according to the number of skewers they take. The most common ingredient, of course, is the tongchow chicken. After deboning the whole chicken, every part can be broken down into skewers, with the classic chicken meat skewer being the most iconic. Then there are chicken intestines, liver, hearts, wings, and legs. All can be skewered. Once the chicken is cooked, it is quickly plunged into cold water to cool, then cut and skewered before being immersed in a prepared broth of rattan pepper oil. The aroma is so tantalizing that even little Bai Xianchu dreams of it, salivating in her sleep. Naturally, with the passage of time, the ingredients for bobo chicken have long ceased to be confined to chicken alone. Fish, shrimp, vegetables, green peppers, fish balls, gluten, truly anything can become bobo chicken. On the very first day of setting up the stall, Xia Zhouyi kept things simple, focusing mainly on chicken, complemented by fresh shrimp and vegetables, along with fish balls and quail eggs to complete the spread. All of which are his favorites. After buying the ingredients home, the process begins by cooking the chicken. Once cleaned, it is boiled until just cooked through, then removed from the pot. Pig bones are added to the broth to simmer further. With the timing being critical, 8/10 done is ideal. While waiting, other ingredients are prepared and cooked using special techniques suited to their individual characteristics. Next comes slicing and skewering. The chicken is dried of moisture, deboned, and cut into slices. The final and most crucial step is crafting the soul-stirring sauce. The cooked ingredients are placed in a bowl and mixed evenly with refined salt, red chili oil, Sichuan peppercorns, and other seasonings, then presented in a clay pot at the table, accompanied by a bowl of chicken broth. Thus, a pot of bobo chicken with crispy skin, tender meat, numbing spiciness, fresh fragrance, and a perfect balance of sweet and salty flavors is complete. Before the eastern sunlight could even filter into the bedroom, little Bai Xianchu was awakened by the irresistible aroma. This scent seemed to possess a magical power, pulling at her tiny nose, leading her instinctively to the kitchen. "Ah, brother, good morning," she exclaimed. Inside the kitchen, lazy brother was already up and appears to be preparing something delicious. The freshly made bobo chicken gleamed invitingly, with red oil floating on the surface, and the mingled fragrance of chili and Sichuan pepper tantalizing the senses, making one's mouth water uncontrollably. Blinking her big eyes at the feast before her, Bai Xianchu swallowed hard. "Good morning, Tan. Go brush your teeth and wash your face. After breakfast, we'll get ready to set up the stall." "Okay," she replied obediently. Breakfast early in the morning naturally consisted of porridge paired with bobo chicken. Although a bit heavy-flavored, the little one happily devoured it, her mouth covered in oil, utterly delighted. After a month of adapting, she had grown accustomed to the richer, saltier diet here. Otherwise, Xia Zhouyi wouldn't have dared to let her eat like this. "Brother, are we selling only these delicious chicken skewers today?" Bai Xianchu pointed at the bobo chicken, its vibrant red color and enticing aroma making her mouth water. "Yes, this is called bobo chicken."
Bo, ieme a chicken fan. Ieme a chicken fan.
Bai Xianchu excitedly sang a catchy little tune she had heard. "Bobo chicken? Bobo chicken. 1 yuan per skewer of bobo chicken. Yes, exactly that, Xia Zhouyi smiled. Though at 1 yuan per skewer, they were practically losing money. Vegetarian skewers sold for 1 yuan, while meat skewers went for 3 yuan. All hard-earned money. After breakfast, Bai Xianchu washed the bowls. It was already 6:30. Xia Zhouyi loaded the bobo chicken onto the tricycle and began preparing to open the stall. At this moment, the tricycle had been transformed into a bobo chicken stand, with just a single workstation and 2 large pots of bobo chicken laid out simply. The Huanlsong community was conveniently located, and the neighborhood was sizable, bustling with people rushing to their 8 o'clock jobs. Yet one thing was peculiar. When Xia Zhouyi arrived and scanned the surroundings, there wasn't a single other breakfast vendor in sight. Could it be that no one in this community ate breakfast? Perplexed but unconcerned, he casually picked a spot that wouldn't obstruct foot traffic and officially set up shop. How much for the bobo chicken? Just as Bai Xianchu finished setting up the folding table, an elderly woman approached. She looked at the glistening ingredients soaking in the oily broth, inhaling the intoxicating aroma of spice and heat, her mouth watering involuntarily. In the oily, bright red chili oil floated skewers of enticingly colored chicken liver, tofu skin, lotus root slices, kelp knots, and tender quail eggs. Various ingredients rolled in the red oil, releasing an alluring fragrance. Bai Xianchu enthusiastically explained the prices. Hearing it was affordable, the woman began selecting items eagerly, saying, "My son will be coming out to work soon. We'll pay for his portion together." Xia Zhouyi nodded. Soon the woman sat down with a large bowl of bobo chicken, eating on the spot. "Oh, not bad at all. Really fragrant," she exclaimed. The numbing spiciness was fresh and fragrant, with a subtle tingling and heat, accompanied by a hint of sweetness. The texture was rich and layered. Each skewer soaked up the broth, delivering an initial burst of intense spicy numbness, followed by the original fresh taste of chicken or vegetables, finishing with an endless sweet aftertaste. Such flavors compelled one to keep eating skewer after skewer, unable to stop. The woman ate with relish, occasionally voicing satisfied praises, drawing curious glances from passers-by, all equally tempted. During the National Day holiday, after returning to her hometown and coming back to Huanlsong, Qiu Yingying was drawn by the aroma. As the most gluttonous, she couldn't resist and asked eagerly, "Boss, how much for the bobo chicken?" Upon hearing this, many people around looked over with interest. If it was affordable, they too wanted to try some. 1 yuan for vegetarian skewers, 3 yuan for meat. Wow, so cheap. Qiu Yingying, captivated by the scent, felt she was getting a bargain at 1 yuan per skewer and promptly ordered about a dozen skewers. Xia Zhouyi quickly packed them up. Using disposable containers, he plucked the skewers from the pot with tongs, filling a large box and handing it to Qiu Yingying. With her endorsement, several more customers soon followed, placing orders in quick succession. Though a bit oily for early morning, the taste was undeniably delicious. Just as Xia Zhouyi was packing an order for a security guard, the young man hesitated before finally pointing across the street. Xia Zhouyi looked over and saw a blue and white signboard emblazoned with the words Huanla Street Urban Management Team. Whoa, Xia Zhouyi thought, as if he suddenly understood why no one else was vending here. They start work in 1 minute, the guard whispered, glancing discreetly at the woman devouring skewers at the folding table nearby. Xia Zhouyi's brow furrowed. Unable to resist, he activated his observation hockey to foresee the near future. The woman had been honest. Soon enough, her son did come out to work, clad in a city management uniform, watching her flee on a bike with little Bai Xianchu. The woman cheerfully packed up the folding table without paying for the bobo chicken, leaving Xia Zhouyi dumbfounded. Damn, almost got schooled by that woman. Please pay up. We're leaving now. Young man, don't rush. My son will be out to work soon, and he eats a lot, so he bought plenty. The woman said this with a face that seemed to say, "We're just looking out for your business." Xia Zhouyi was speechless, nearly wishing to strike her down instantly. Your son works at the city management bureau across the street, right? Are you sure he's coming out to support my business? Xia Zhouyi bluntly called her out. How does that brat know all this? Xiao Wang, did you snitch? That brat only knows that you outsiders are all bad people. The woman pointed at the guard while cursing, shocking several young onlookers nearby. Whoa, such tactics, lady? Planning to dine and dash? More than that, I think she's trying to bait a sting operation to boost her son's performance. Oh, I know her. That Aunt Lee from Building 17, right? Her boss bobo chicken isn't expensive. They're just making honest money. Wanting to rip off 10 or 20 yuan. What kind of person is that? The elderly woman's face darkened instantly as she noticed the strange glances and the pointing fingers directed at her from those around. What business is it of yours? This bowl of spicy chicken is absolutely delicious, surely a blend of technology and boldness. What's wrong with her ridding the people of harm? The young people, affronted by the old woman's attitude, promptly took out their phones to record and expose her. Who harbors a black heart? The online jury will have its verdict. Do they think the young ones are fools, unable to see through it? Watching the old woman being forced to pay, the youths finally smiled cheerfully and deleted the video, feeling as if the entire morning had brightened considerably. They happily continued selecting their spicy chicken skewers. Delightful. Everyone shared a knowing smile, their spirits fully uplifted, their enjoyment lingering. The urban management officers were approaching. I must leave. Xia Zhouyi was reluctant to chase people away, but the foreseeable future was already clear. The old woman's son, bristling with anger, would come with others to shut down her stall. The young customers who hadn't finished choosing? Don't go, boss. I just picked 2 skewers, not even enough to get stuck in my teeth. Exactly, it's just the urban management, we can move elsewhere. I'll show you the way. Yes, boss, drive slowly, we'll pick as we go. Boss, come, I'll teach you a tactic, drive away. The group had only just begun to enjoy themselves, yet to relish the fruits of victory. Their spirits were satisfied, but their stomachs were not. There was no way Xia Zhouyi could leave so soon. Time was pressing, and Xia Zhouyi was urged to hop onto his tricycle, helplessly watching a crowd of diners jump into the cargo bed, directing him to circle around the Joy-Ode residential complex. Bai Xianchu was left behind to collect money. Xia Zhouyi was dumbfounded. Damn, you can still sell like this? I've become a mobile stall now? No, he truly learned a lesson from the youngsters, after all. Circling around still kept them within the Joy-Ode community's boundaries, so the system recognized it. Dazed and confused, Xia Zhouyi simply took them all the way to the subway entrance, where the group packed their orders themselves inside the cargo bed and, after paying, waved cheerfully to Xia Zhouyi as they said goodbye. How considerate. This was truly a mutual effort. Fun. They'll come again tomorrow. Boss, hurry back. The last batch couldn't finish boarding just now, and quite a few people are still waiting here. Xia Zhouyi. Can they all fit? This is a tricycle, not a bus, and the cargo bed is quite spacious. It basically became their dining area. Wow, boss, you're back. Let us go quickly, I saw the urban management leave. Boss, this isn't occupying the road. They can't touch us. You really shouldn't say it. But this is no different from dining on a cruise ship, watching the scenery drift by. Xia Zhouyi shuttled back and forth between the entrance of Joy-Ode and the subway station, his abstract method attracting more and more young people lining up to join. Whether the food was good or not was secondary, their main appeal was the novelty. Besides, the spicy chicken looked absolutely delicious. The sauce, made with green pepper oil, gleamed with a translucent jade hue, numbing but not greasy, fragrant and refreshing, permeating the entire street. Unable to resist, some diners munched as they selected. It was utterly delightful. The chicken was tender and juicy. Every bite revealed the perfect fusion of the native chicken's freshness and the spicy, numbing pepper oil, as if the taste buds were dancing, irresistible to stop. Then came the cauliflower, crisp and tasty, soaked with the essence of the broth, each floret plump and juicy, carrying a slight numbing spiciness and the refreshing aroma of green pepper, making one crave bite after bite. And the tofu skin, soft but not mushy, absorbed the broth's spicy and savory flavors, satisfying and exhilarating to eat. The youngsters praised the food as they ate, prompting others to indulge heartily as well. That unique aroma pierced the nostrils, leaving an endless aftertaste, urging one to have just one more skewer, then another. Passing by on her bike, Lin Miaomiao sniffed frantically. No, this is a main road. Where could this fragrance be coming from? Following the scent carried by the breeze, her stomach betrayed her with a growl. How could this smell be anything but Bao'er's delicacies? The aroma made her uncontrollably swallow. But looking left and right, there was not a single stall in sight along either side of the street. Where? This was undoubtedly Bao'er's scent. She couldn't be mistaken. It was the aroma of spicy chicken, that distinctive green pepper oil fragrance, mingled with the native chicken's freshness. It was as if the scent held magical power, teasing her heart, making her itch to fly over and taste a bite immediately. Lin Miaomiao scanned the direction from which the aroma emanated, hoping to find that familiar stall, but all she saw were the ceaseless vehicles and pedestrians, until she spotted a familiar tricycle speeding past. I'll be right back, Lin Miaomiao. Damn. The next moment, she rubbed her eyes hard, doubting her vision. Closing and reopening them, Bao'er was still riding the tricycle, pulling a crowd of diners, vending on the road. Without hesitation, Lin Miaomiao pedaled her bike so fast it seemed to smoke, chasing after them at breakneck speed. Brother Xia, Xiao Beichangtan. Wait for me. Lin Miaomiao caught up just before the traffic light and immediately called out to Xia Zhouyi. Xiao Beichangtan had already spotted Miao Miao and was waving to greet her from inside the cargo bed. But before they could communicate, the light turned green and Xia Zhouyi accelerated away. Hee. Sister Miao Miao. Keep it up. Lin Miaomiao watched in disbelief as the tricycle sped off. Damn it. At least wait for me. You're electric-powered, and I'm on 2 legs. How am I supposed to catch up? Miao Miao thought about giving up, but the intoxicating aroma of the spicy chicken was too tempting, irresistible. Ah, Brother Xia, wait for me. Such delicious spicy chicken. 1 yuan per skewer. I'll brave the spice. Lin Miaomiao bit her teeth and stomped her foot, like a starving hound, fiercely launching her charge. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters, 2 meters, closer and closer. Amid Xiao Beichangtan's excited cheering, the tricycle finally stopped in front of the subway station. The spicy chicken skewers on the stall were now clearly visible, each one red and enticing, exuding a mouth-watering fragrance, as if each skewer was beckoning Lin Miaomiao, inviting her to savor it. She finally caught up, gasping for breath but wearing a victorious smile. She hurried to the stall, her eyes fixed tightly on the delectable spicy chicken, fearing they might disappear at any moment. Brother Xia, quick, 10 skewers for me, Lin Miaomiao declared boldly. I extorted quite a bit from Dad during the holiday, haven't spent it yet. Why are you running? Didn't I tell you to wait here? I'm coming right back. Xia Zhouyi looked at Lin Miaomiao curiously and pulled out some tissues to wipe the girl's sweat. I knew you wanted to eat this, so I specially told her. Did you say so? Yes. And you're still going to drive back? I've already made 7 or 8 trips. Lin Miaomiao. Then why is she working so hard? Lin Miaomiao covered her twisted ankle, about to cry. Negative emotions came fast and left just as quickly. The moment Lin Miaomiao tasted the spicy chicken, she felt all the hardships along the way were worthwhile. Every trace of fatigue seemed to be soothed completely by the deliciousness. Brother Xia's food was truly the best. So good. Brother Xia, why did you set up the stall so late last week? I couldn't come and could only drool over my friend's photos. Lin Miaomiao devoured the food ravenously, holding a skewer in each hand. 1 meat, 1 vegetable, biting alternately with gusto. Seeing her enjoy it so much, Xia Zhouyi shook his head with a smile. I remember your dad came by. Didn't he pack some for you? Lin Miaomiao. The rest that too? Damn it, old Lin is shameless. He didn't even tell Mom he sneaked some. While speaking, Lin Miaomiao sent Lin Dawei a 60-second voice message. Truly befitting a student of the humanities, her choice of words and sentence construction were exquisite. She believed that after hearing this reprimand, Lin Dawei would surely have a change of heart. Xia Zhouyi suddenly cast a puzzled glance at her. Lin Miaomiao, what's wrong with your foot? Woo, it's all your fault. I was riding too fast just now and accidentally twisted it. Limping, Lin Miaomiao hopped into the front passenger seat, gently slipping off her sports shoe to reveal a swollen, reddened ankle. Xia Zhouyi's mouth twitched slightly. I did warn you. Xia Zhouyi, without rushing to start the car, gave Lin Miaomiao a hopeful look. Xia Guo's gaze was intimidating, yet the young girl misunderstood him. Despite her tomboyish, carefree demeanor, it seemed she had begun to mature after turning 18. Especially after recently deciding to grow out her hair and changing her hairstyle, she noticed many boys secretly glancing at her, including her close friends Zhang Tianhao and Xian Sanyi. Though secretly proud, Xia Guo's stare was just too direct. Blushing, Lin Miaomiao lowered her head, feeling uneasy. Seeing this, Xia Zhouyi's mischievous smile deepened. What's the matter, Lin Miaomiao? Are you starting to suspect I'm gay now? Lin Miaomiao, don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in you, you little trickster. I just happen to know some massage techniques. Before Lin Miaomiao could react, Xia Zhouyi squatted down in front of her. It's already swollen. An ankle sprain should ideally be treated within half an hour of injury. Let me give you a massage. It should help reduce the bruising and relieve the pain. Xia Zhouyi was not speaking without basis. Recently, he had developed a new technique with the resonance fruit called the loving massage. By applying subtle electric currents, he could perform healing treatments, promoting blood circulation, dispersing bruises, reducing swelling, and alleviating pain effortlessly. If he wished, becoming an electrosurgeon would be no problem at all. He had learned from research that the medical applications of electric currents far exceeded his expectations. Confident in his mastery of his abilities but lacking a test subject, fate had conveniently brought one to his doorstep. Xiagu, are you sure you can do this? Lin Miaomiao blushed, half skeptical. But Xiagu was so confident. Why not give it a try? Promise that if it doesn't work, you'll owe me 10 skewers, no, 20 skewers of spicy chicken skewers. I just learned the massage technique. So relax. With her consent, Xia Zhouyi activated his electric current ability and immediately grasped Lin Miaomiao's injured right foot. Ah! Lin Miaomiao's eyes widened instantly. Did I touch the wound? Xia Zhouyi hurriedly apologized. No, Lin Miaomiao's cheeks flushed almost to the point of bleeding. She stammered nervously, feeling rather uneasy. In that instant, something strange happened. Xia Guo's hands seemed almost magical, tingling in a peculiar way that made her feel so comfortable she could hardly keep from screaming. The girl's feet were fragrant, delicate, and fair. Don't stare. Lin Miaomiao blurted out awkwardly, utterly embarrassed. Girl, what are you thinking? No matter how perverted I am, I wouldn't randomly grope you on the street. How else would I find the acupuncture points? Xia Zhouyi took a deep breath, placing his hands on the swollen little foot, pressing gently. The girl couldn't help but exclaim softly. Xia Zhouyi looked completely bewildered. What kind of weird reaction was this? It didn't feel like pain, nor quite like pleasure. Had he perhaps overused the electric current, shocking some strange acupuncture points? He stopped his movements. Lin Miaomiao, this looks quite serious. After all, I'm not a professional. Should I call a car to take you to the hospital? No. Lin Miaomiao rejected instantly, her gaze resolute. Xiago, your massage is pretty good. Let us just leave it at that. I trust you. Oh? Xia Zhouyi looked up. He found the girl's face flushed deeply, yet her tone was firm. Just a casual massage and it really feels that good? Still puzzled, Xia Zhouyi resumed his work. Lin Miaomiao closed her eyes, her mind blank, her consciousness drifting to an unknown place. At that moment, she suddenly understood why her father often went for foot massages. She also comprehended the joy men derived from such experiences. So, foot massage was this delightful? Once she was able, she vowed to have foot massages included in health insurance, so everyone could enjoy them. Lost in reverie, she felt as if she had glimpsed paradise. 3 minutes later, returning to awareness, Lin Miaomiao opened her eyes to find Xiago had stopped the massage and was preparing to help her put on her socks and shoes. Xia Yi. Is it over already? Of course. The swelling has gone down. Do you want to extend the session? Xia Zhouyi clapped his hands jokingly. All right. Lin Miaomiao realized her ankle no longer hurt and felt warmly comforted, as if she had soaked it in a soothing winter bath. Xiagu, really no extension? She said wistfully, wanting to resist but failing. Just massaging the ankle had already made her feel immensely comfortable. If it were other parts, Lin Miaomiao, you've been spoiled by Shao Qi. No. Still, she lowered her hand from covering her face and looked at Xia Zhouyi expectantly. Xia Zhouyi was at a loss. I was joking. What extension? I'm a chef, not a massage therapist. Lin Miaomiao, do you realize what you're saying? Oh right, realizing this, Lin Miaomiao felt extremely embarrassed. Give it to me. Xia Zhouyi pointed to the bottle of mineral water in Lin Miaomiao's hand. Though her feet were fragrant, they still needed washing after being touched. Is 100 yuan enough? Lin Miaomiao hesitated, then quickly opened her wallet and took out a bill. Feeling it insufficient, she added another. I don't know the market rate. This is all I have. Hey, damn it, Lin Miaomiao. I told you I'm not a therapist. Xia Zhouyi stared blankly at her. Looking at each other, Lin Miaomiao felt awkward as he washed his hands with the mineral water, and she was at a loss. How was there not even a drain hole on the ground? She silently ate the spicy chicken skewers, pretending nothing had happened. Xia Gi. Can you give me back the 200 yuan? Xia Zhouyi glanced at her sideways in the car. That's my hard-earned money. I deserve it. Lin Miaomiao was embarrassed and wanted to leave at once but couldn't bear to part with the spicy chicken. Oh, it's so rare to have Xiagu's unlimited generosity. I have to earn back the 200 yuan. By the way, Xiagu, was that technique you used just now some kind of superpower? Once the words escaped her mouth, Lin Miaomiao wished she could slap herself twice. Why ask such a question again? Something like that. Xia Zhouyi found it difficult to explain in detail, especially since this girl was not yet Xia Tai Tai. What about Rose Jie last time? Is everything okay afterward? She returned to Beijing. The culprit was dealt with by herself. Hearing this, Lin Miaomiao wore a perplexed expression. What do you mean by she dealt with it herself? Can Rose Jie also catch monsters now? Give me your hand. Xia Zhouyi looked at the naive girl with some concern. With her fiery personality, she might encounter such dangers one day. To be safe, he intended to give her a protective buff. Xiagu, what are you doing? I'm out of money. Lin Miaomiao guardedly covered her wallet with her hands. Xia Zhouyi rolled his eyes. Who said I'm asking you for money? Give me the rubber band on your hand. I'll enchant it with protection. Skeptical but trusting, Lin Miaomiao handed over the rubber band. Xia Zhouyi gently squeezed it, and a flicker of crimson and black aura flashed on the band before vanishing. After finishing, Xia Zhouyi placed the rubber band into Lin Miaomiao's palm. What is this? Lin Miaomiao asked curiously. A life-saving charm. Xia Zhouyi was succinct. If you encounter danger, break it. No evil spirits or monsters will dare harm you. Moreover, the most crucial point was that as long as the distance was not outrageously far, he could sense it and teleport over. Lin Miaomiao's eyes widened as she gazed at the rubber band in her hand, feeling a warmth blossoming within her heart. She had never imagined that Brother Xia would care for her so deeply. Brother Xia, you have been far too kind to me. Lin Miaomiao was moved to the brink of tears. Xia Zhouyi, however, spoke with a solemn demeanor. Don't misunderstand. You're so reckless running around like that. I just don't want you to die too soon. After all, you are my client. Lin Miaomiao pouted but felt a sweet sensation in her heart. Brother Xia is just stubborn on the outside but soft-hearted underneath. He really does care about me. With that, she carefully slipped the rubber band back onto her delicate, pale wrist, deciding never to take it off during baths or sleep. This was far more effective than some prayer beads from a temple, for Brother Xia truly possessed supernatural powers. By the way, Brother Xia, will you be setting up your stall at this time all week? I'll bring Shaoqi over tomorrow. Yes, setting up at 7 o'clock. Hearing Xia Zhouyi's reply, Lin Miaomiao's eyes sparkled. Today was only the 5th. That meant she could enjoy Brother Xia's spicy chicken skewers for 2 more days. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qiu Yingying returned carrying a large bowl filled to the brim with spicy chicken skewers. Their roommates, Guanjuer and Fan Xingmei, were still asleep. It was the rare final days of the National Day holiday, so naturally, they were indulging in a leisurely, beautiful sleep. Qiu Yingying dragged her luggage into the room to organize it and, at the same time, placed the spicy chicken skewers in the microwave to warm them up. She had a little quirk. She could not eat cold food in the morning. Xiao Qiu, what are you making? It smells so fragrant. Guanjuer emerged from her room, drawn by the aroma, only to see Qiu Yingying holding the spicy chicken skewers. A flicker of confusion passed through her eyes. Spicy chicken skewers so early in the morning? Who serves this kind of breakfast? Is there a spicy chicken skewer shop downstairs? How come I never knew? For a moment, Guanjuer wondered if she had been dreaming. Just 2 days of rest without leaving the house, and the shops downstairs had changed so rapidly? No, it's from a street stall at the entrance. I just reheated it. Try some. Guanjuer brushed her teeth and came over. Upon hearing this, she grew even more bewildered. There are street stalls at the entrance? How did I not know? Even during National Day, the urban management authorities must be working, right? Who would dare to set up a stall right in front of their offices? Guanyu's curiosity was piqued. Seeing the spicy chicken skewers up close, the presentation delighted her greatly. The red oil floated atop, sprinkled with sesame seeds, and the verdant scallions served as the perfect garnish to whet one's appetite. The aroma was intoxicating, making it impossible not to swallow hard. Wow, it looks delicious. Guanjuer couldn't help but exclaim. Qiu Yingying smiled and nodded. Yes, I thought the flavor was excellent, so I specially bought a portion to bring back. Here, chopsticks. Guanjuer, who originally didn't want to eat something so greasy, felt her stomach rumble with hunger and couldn't resist taking the chopsticks, picking up a slice of lotus root and placing it in her mouth. Instantly, the numbing, spicy, and fresh flavors exploded in her mouth. That unique sensation of spicy and numbing danced upon her tongue, accompanied by a gentle heat and rich aroma, conquering her taste buds in an instant. This is unbelievably delicious. Guanjuer couldn't help but pick up another piece of tofu skin, placing it in her mouth to chew slowly. The tofu skin had absorbed the essence of the red oil, becoming soft yet chewy, with every bite filled with satisfaction. Watching Guanjuer savor the food with such relish, Qiu Yingying couldn't help but laugh. My nose is a gourmet radar. Any delicious food can't escape my detection. The two of them ate the spicy chicken skewers, too engrossed to chat, and soon devoured the entire portion. Delicious. I'm gonna buy 2 more bowls. The stall is right at the entrance, correct? Guanjuer smiled sheepishly, knowing that with Xiao Qiu's appetite, she might not have eaten enough. Come with me. I'll pick out some other flavors as well. Qiu Yingying looked longing and immediately turned to change her shoes. The entire entrance was occupied by Xia Zhouyi's family stall, easy to find. They were also lucky to have just caught Xia Zhouyi on his return trip, making his last round. Boss, another bowl of spicy chicken skewers, please. Xia Zhouyi looked up and recognized Qiu Yingying and Guanjuer. He was already accustomed to encountering the female protagonists, nodding calmly at them. Alright, get in the vehicle.
Guan Yu was utterly perplexed.
Get in what vehicle? We came to buy spicy chicken skewers, not to catch an illegal ride. The urban management officers are coming. Hurry up! Before Guanjuer could react, she was surrounded by people and pushed into the vehicle, sitting inside as it headed toward the subway station entrance. In her hand was inexplicably a disposable takeout box handed over by Xiao Baishangton. Standing there, watching the tricycle fade into the distance, Qiu Yingying was dumbfounded. No, I didn't get in the vehicle. I haven't gotten in yet. How did they manage to get her in too? Red hot and bewildered, Guanjuer's expression mirrored exactly that of Xia Zhouyi moments before. Guanjuer now understood why this boss dared to set up a stall at the entrance of Huanlesheng. She grasped the reason for his brazen confidence. With such an eccentric method of selling, the urban management officers were powerless against him. Who was the genius who came up with this tactic? It was quite clever, indeed. Having always been a well-behaved girl, she found this thrilling. She wanted to experience it again. The only thing that left her speechless was that they had taken her to the subway station. But she had no work today. Sister packed it for you. Take it. We're closing up now. Guanjuer uttered, you might as well send me back home. The first day selling spicy chicken skewers turned out to be better business than Xia Zhouyi had imagined, though the process was unexpectedly eventful. With customers coming and going, he felt as if he was not running a stall but operating a ride-hailing service. Forget it. Forget it. No matter. As long as I complete the System S task. Selling 300 skewers a day is no challenge. Tan, let us go. Brother is taking you to the amusement park. Wow. Is it the amusement park where Brother Xian's dad works? The little one's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I heard Brother Xian say the amusement park is so much fun. It is fun, you'll see when you get there. Xia Zhouyi smiled. Yesterday, he had received a call from Lina, saying that the president of Disney, China, wanted to visit him, the largest individual shareholder and board member. Xia Zhouyi thought it a perfect opportunity to bring the little one to play, so he arranged the meeting at the amusement park. Racing swiftly, Xia Zhouyi was already quite familiar with the roads of Magic City. The Huanlesheng community was also close by, less than half an hour away. Waiting at the park entrance, watching the surging crowd of pedestrians, Xia Zhouyi inwardly lamented the absence of a stall here and silently calculated how many bowls of fried rice could be sold daily in this spot. If he set up here, at least 40 woks could be sold each day. Such was his professional habit. There was no awkward moment of being stopped by security like last time, as Lina and President Xue were already waiting at the entrance. President Xue, upon seeing Xia Zhouyi's vehicle, was clearly taken aback for a moment but quickly recovered his composure with grace. President Xia's vision is truly beyond us mortals. Did you just come from setting up your stall? Ha. Don't laugh, just a little personal hobby. Lina, standing nearby, covered her mouth to laugh softly, clearly amused by Xia Zhouyi's antics. A billionaire going out to run a street stall, perhaps only President Xia would do such a thing. President Xia is so down to earth. Last time I heard Miss Jiang say that President Xia liked to set up stalls, I didn't believe it.
Ah, Lina Teasa.
Xia Zhouyi smiled. The joy of running a stall is something you wouldn't understand. After some mutual commercial flattery, they shared a simple yet extraordinary lunch. President Xue, seeing Xia Zhouyi bringing the little one along, wisely refrained from interrupting their sibling interaction, instead arranging for staff to accompany Xia Zhouyi on a tour. Within the vast Disney park, various cartoon characters, a dreamlike castle, and bustling amusement facilities captivated little Baishangton's gaze without exception. Little Binchotan excitedly grasped Xia Zhouyi's hand, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and yearning for the unknown world. Everywhere echoed with screams and laughter. Giant pendulums swung wildly, long and winding slides stretched out, and overhead, roller coasters roared past. Little Binchotan was utterly mesmerized. Wow! The little one's face was a canvas of wonder. Brother, look, it's so long, she exclaimed, spreading her tiny hands wide. At this moment, words failed to capture the scene. This slide is even longer than Sister's thigh. Sitting down, you could slide all day. Binchotan, let us go. Brother will take you to play. Bringing her over was precisely the plan. Xia Zhouyi loved watching the little one's face light up with excitement and joy, a broad smile radiating pure happiness. Woohoo! This is fun. Little Binchotan felt proud and accomplished. Perhaps she was the only one from their small town who had ever been to an amusement park. Even a young lady like Litan had never been to the city. Watching her brother lead her towards the colorful, dazzling attractions, the little one's heart swelled with delight. Each ride brimmed with novelty and surprise, and her eyes sparkled with excitement, hesitating between one and another. Brother, there's also horseback riding here. After sliding down the water slide, little Binchotan's gaze settled on the carousel. Many adults held their children on the horses, just like the last time her brother and sister held her. She wanted that one. Brother. She turned to Xia Zhouyi, her eyes filled with unspoken hope. Want to ride it with brother holding you? Xia Zhouyi, of course, indulged her. The little one was overjoyed, her eyes gleaming brightly. Brother, I want to ride the pink one. No problem. As a board member, he never had to queue. The attendant led them through the VIP channel and even inquired if he was riding alone so others could temporarily close off the ride. Xia Zhouyi waved off the offer. Knowing little Binchotan loved the bustle. The more people, the happier she was. Riding a horse. Wow, it even goes in circles, fun. Little Binchotan was ecstatic and gleeful, her beaming smile never fading. Other children had their parents holding them. She had her brother. It was the same happiness, everyone was a blissful child. Tired yet? Shall we rest for a while? Just as the little one was about to sit down, she suddenly stopped and ran to the fence on the left. She looked up intently at the swinging pirate ship. Turning to Xia Zhouyi, she said, "Wow, brother, that ship is so big." It was clear the little one wanted to try it. "Let us go." Without hesitation, Xia Zhouyi took little Binchotan by the hand towards the pirate ship. Since she wasn't tired yet, why not play? Little Binchotan dared to ride the aerial bus. A mere pirate ship was nothing to fear. Riding a big ship, she chuckled happily. Having ridden many duck-shaped boats, she had never been on a real large ship. This was still a swinging ship in the air. Soon, the pirate ship began to sway gently. Sitting in the front row, little Binchotan excitedly grabbed the handrail, smiling. Wow, it's moving. Huh? Brother, something's not quite right.
Ugh, I'm dizzy.
Xia Zhouyi was fortunate enough to witness little Binchotan's transformation from laughter to discomfort. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to capture it on camera. Who would have thought that the little one, unafraid even of free-fall rides, would be frightened by this? Ha. Ugh. It's not fun at all. I hate it. When the ride stopped, little Binchotan's legs were weak. Wow. She patted her chest in shock. Brother, this is really not fun. Haha. No way, I think it's quite thrilling, Xia Zhouyi chuckled heartily. He had never seen her look so disheveled before. Next time, let us have Lai bring you again. Brother, you're mean. The little one was still brave at heart. Though uneasy, after a short rest, she set off for the next attraction. Throughout the day, countless tourists snapped photos of her, drawn by her adorably innocent appearance. Smiling so happily, this healing little princess was impossible not to love. She was simply too endearing for any young lady's heart to resist. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gu Jia, freshly returned from Yanjing, invited Zhong Xiaoqin for a casual drink at a bar. Of course, Zhong Xiaoqin drank most of it, following her usual routine. Due to poor fetal heart development, she had suffered a miscarriage. Coupled with various life discordances, she had a fierce quarrel with Wanyu and decided on divorce. Xiaoqin, you should drink less. You're not well after the surgery, Gu Jia gently advised. Yet Zhong Xiaoqin, as if drowning her sorrows in alcohol, downed glass after glass. Whoa, Gu Jia, I feel so heartbroken, just let me drink. Her voice trembled slightly, eyes reddened with unshed tears. Gu Jia's heart ached seeing her like this. She knew the marriage between Zhong Xiaoqin and Wanyu had long been troubled, but she hadn't expected it to come to this. Xiaoqin, don't be like this. It's just Wanyu being a freeloader. Life goes on without him. You don't know how many men are crazy about your baby face. I've seen Boss Xia sneaking glances at you more than once. Gu Jia patted Zhong Xiaoqin's back, trying to comfort her. Boss Xia likes me? Gu. Now that I'm divorced, who says I can't get him? Zhong Xiaoqin, drunk and uninhibited, spilled her heart as truth. You! Gu Jia looked at her, unsure if she was joking or serious. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, she suddenly froze, her gaze fixed ahead, her entire being stunned. What's wrong? Gu? Zhong Xiaoqin noticed Gu Jia's silence and confusion, asking with concern. At that moment, Gu Jia's mind went blank, her eyes vacant as she stared towards the bar's entrance. Following her gaze, Zhong Xiaoqin saw a couple passionately embracing and kissing at the door. In a bar district like this, such scenes were common, but what left the two motionless with shock was that the man was Su Huanshan. Is that
Su Hunshan?
Zhong Xiaoqin's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Gu Jia. Shock, confusion, sorrow, astonishment, despair, incredulity. Gu Jia's expression was ghastly. A wave of dizziness swept over her, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Gu, maybe you're mistaken. Isn't your Su still on a business trip in Yanjing? How could he be here in Modu? Seeing Gu Jia's state, Zhong Xiaoqin sobered up instantly, trying to reassure her. Oh, there are so many people in Modu. People who look alike are normal. Look at me and my cousin Zhao Erxi, Wang Manny and Miss Jiang. She trailed off, unable to continue. No wife would mistake her own husband, and it wouldn't be such a coincidence anyway. How could he do this? Gugu, wait here, I'll go call him over. No. Just as Zhong Xiaoqin was about to rush out, Gu Jia, awakening from a daze, grabbed her arm firmly and pleaded, Don't go over. Maybe. No, I just saw wrong. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaoqin stopped, turning around with a face full of indignation. Meeting Gu Jia's pleading gaze, her heart aching. Gugu. You! Gu Jia shook her head. Tears welled in her eyes, but she forced them back. Xiaoqin, you wanted to drink, right? Yes. Gu Jia gripped Zhong Xiaoqin's arm tightly, her fingers whitening from the pressure. Even someone as composed as her, upon discovering her husband's infidelity, felt a surge of terror. So it wasn't paranoia after all. So everything had signs all along. So it turns out, Su Huanshan, you're nothing special after all. Haha. How ridiculous. Zhong Xiaoqin sighed deeply. She understood Gugu well, and it seemed that this close friendship was heading toward its demise. Haha, just a few days ago, they were all dreaming about the beautiful life awaiting them after turning 30. Yet in the blink of an eye, the two sisters were about to share the same misfortune. Damn it. Men are all bastards. Damn it. When Xia Zhouyi arrived at the bar after receiving Liu Yin's call, he found a drunken lunatic, crying, laughing and wreaking havoc, smashing everything inside the bar. Fortunately, Liu Yin had already cleared the place. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous if anyone got hurt. Liu Yin, what is going on here? Xia Zhouyi hurried forward and embraced Zhong Xiaoqin tightly, fearing she might do something even more reckless. Meanwhile, Gu Jia was slumped in a corner, her tears finally breaking free, silently weeping. Apparently, one was getting divorced, and the other had discovered her husband's infidelity. Liu Yin blinked her wide eyes innocently, adding that these two, in their drunken ramblings, were belittling men and loudly proclaiming they would sleep with old Xia once they got home. Boss Xia really is our own old Xia. I called him over, so why don't you make a move? Xiaoqin, calm down, let us go home. Okay? Xia Zhouyi soothed gently, trying to bring Zhong Xiaoqin back to her senses. But she paid no heed, muttering, Men are all bastards. Boss Xia, you're no better. All bastards. Xia Zhouyi thought. You really have an eye for people. Angry and drunk women are harder to handle than the New Year's pig. While he was still trying to calm Zhong Xiaoqin, Gu Jia started making a scene on the other side. Wait. Gu Jia, calm down. I'm not Su Huanshan. Wait. Zhong Xiaoqin. I'm not Chun Yangyu either. Damn it. You're the ones pushing me. Enough. The alcohol, having been expelled through sweat and dehydration, finally cleared from Zhong Xiaoqin's system. She no longer shouted but covered herself with a blanket, playing dead. She wanted peace. Shock, shame, pain, and a faint thrill. Their emotions were complex, but regret was not among them. Yet this was utterly absurd. The sound of Gu Jia nearby quickened the heart of this so-called battle-worn loser. A faint blush tinted her cheeks. Hentai. I've practiced yoga, but this I really can't do. Sorry, this is really beyond me. Gu Jia's voice was unhidden, making Zhong Xiaoqin blush again. Lying beside her was impossible, but leaving like this was equally unbearable. Gugu, how can you be like this? Wait, don't drag me into this. For 4 hours, relying on his exceptional massage skills, Xia Zhouyi helped Gu Jia vent all her negative emotions. The thunder fruit is a wonderful thing. This was undoubtedly Xia Zhouyi's wisest decision. The various developmental possibilities of lightning awaited his relentless exploration. After pulling up his pants, Xia Zhouyi went to wash his hands. Meanwhile, a certain virtuous wife and devoted mother, having eaten her fill and fully content, leaned against the sofa's backrest. Her green stepmother dress lay carelessly beside her, bathed in the soft glow of the light upon her fair skin. Motionless, she wore an expression of existential doubt. After a long while, with the sage time past and reason restored, Gu Jia's complexion changed drastically. Struggling, she gathered the scattered equipment and dressed herself haphazardly, her gaze fixed steadily on Xia Zhouyi. I will divorce Su Huanshan and I will leave Modu. Let us pretend tonight never happened. I will go to Shaanxi to manage my tea factory and never return. If possible, give me 5 million as startup capital. Gu Jia was clear-headed, instantly mapping out her future life plan. Xia Zhouyi remained silent, his deep eyes seeming to penetrate the soul. He watched Gu Jia quietly, offering no immediate reply. Then he smiled. "Wanna run away? You don't know how domineering I am. Eat this and I'll agree." With a deft flip of his hands, Xia Zhouyi produced the frozen fruit. Only by shattering her worldview could he change her mind. This was not cunning but understanding. An independent and strong woman like Gu Jia could only be truly won over from the depths of her heart, and thus remain by his side. Gu Jia stared at the frozen fruit in Xia Zhouyi's hand, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. "What time is it? Are you performing magic tricks on me now? What variety of pear is this? Just what I needed to quench my thirst." She shook her head speechlessly and took the frozen fruit. Wiping it with a tissue, she gently bit into it, and then nothing followed. Having taken only one bite and digesting the information transmitted by the devil fruit, Gu Jia stared blankly at the fruit in her hand, her face full of disbelief. "What is this? The frozen fruit? If I wish, I could freeze the entire Modu in an instant. What a joke! How could superpowers possibly exist in this world? And to awaken such terrifying powers by eating a devil fruit? I was planning on infidelity, divorce, and running my life from here on, and now you bring me this." At that moment, Gu Jia was engulfed by an unparalleled haze of confusion. Then, she gently raised her hand, and a lifelike ice phoenix took shape in her palm. The ice phoenix fluttered its wings, emitting a faint chill yet so breathtakingly beautiful it captivated the soul. Gu Jia gazed dumbfounded at the ice phoenix in her hand, overwhelmed beyond words. Really, it was all real. She had never imagined she would possess such miraculous power. And yet, she once more sank into profound bewilderment and shock. "I'm already this formidable. Why bother fretting over infidelity and divorce? Maybe I should just take a little trip, deal with them once and for all. If you want to leave, I won't stop you, but take this token of my devotion. You'll never escape my grasp in this lifetime." Hearing this, Gu Jia replied, "Here I am, thinking about family and national affairs, and you say this to me? Damn men, utterly useless." Gu Jia rolled her eyes at Xia Zhouyi, took a deep breath, and seemed to make a firm decision. Fine, I'll be like that rose from now on." A clever woman could see the problem at a glance. Xia Zhouyi looked utterly baffled. "Did I do something wrong? But as long as the outcome is good, it's fine. Also, your tea factory won't thrive with just 5 million. With your capability, you shouldn't be playing small. I'll give you 5 small goals, you can mess around with those." Gu Jia was momentarily stunned. Then a complex smile curved at the corner of her lips. Working myself to the bone, strategizing to start the company, painstakingly cultivating the wives' circle, enduring all the fake smiles and scheming to close deals. 10 years of hard work, and it still can't compare to the pocket money a petty man casually gives. Ridiculous. Having secured Gu Jia, Zhong Xiaoqin required no further persuasion from Xia Zhouyi. Having secured a long-term benefactor, she was quietly reveling beside him. Leaving Zhong Xiaoqin with a sticky fruit and 2 bowls of old hen soup, Xia Zhouyi hurried home to prepare supplies. By 6:30, he had finally completed 3 large basins of spicy chicken skewers. Meanwhile, in room 2202 of Happy Song, after turning off her alarm and brushing her teeth, Qiu Yingying knocked on Fan Jime's door. Recalling the spicy chicken skewers they ate yesterday, she planned to invite Fan Jie and Chu Xiaoxiao along. "Fan Jie, are you up? Shall we go downstairs?" Inside the room, Fan Shengmei rolled her eyes beneath the covers, wondering how she had been tricked by the little worm into trying some damn spicy chicken skewers last night. Such a perfect summer vacation, wasted by not staying home to enjoy a beauty sleep. Getting up so early was simply a waste of life. "Fan Jie, I have to tell you, the guy selling the spicy chicken skewers is handsome, and he has a rich second generation experiencing life." Upon hearing this, Fan Shengmei perked up. "How do you know he is just experiencing life?" She lazily climbed out of bed, curiosity piqued. "My younger sister alone needs a dozen or 20 hairpins, while the daughter of our company's president Wang has just one, whom I happen to know." Instantly, Fan Shengmei's eyes lit up. Could there be a more suitable match than this? Absolutely not. She silently calculated in her mind that if she could win over such a second-generation rich heir, her future life would be secured. Moreover, he is currently a street vendor. If she approaches him now under the guise of friendship, then reveals her true feelings once his identity is unveiled, he surely would not think she is after his wealth. The more Fan Shengmei pondered, the better the idea seemed, and an involuntary smile curved her lips. "By the way, little earthworm, you mustn't tell anyone this news, especially Chu Xiaoxiao. Don't let her interfere with my pursuit of handsome men." "No problem." Fan Shengmei quickly dressed, applied her makeup beautifully, and set out to find Qiu Yingying and the others, firmly resolved to seize this opportunity. "Oh, little beautiful girl, could it be that you're interested in a street vendor too?" No sooner had she stepped outside than she was met with Chu Xiaoxiao's sarcastic tone. Not only Chu Xiaoxiao, but Guanjuer and Andy were also present, and the two who had been startled by Qiu Yingying's loud voice turned to look at Fan Shengmei in surprise. Why dress up just to eat street food? They asked. Feigning calmness, Fan Shengmei's lips bore a meaningful smile. Oh, come now. A woman must always be prepared. Who knows? Even at a street stall, one might encounter a dashing second-generation rich heir. Andy and Chu Xiaoxiao exchanged glances. Little Mei is obsessed with matchmaking, always trying to snag the best. Who would eat street food early in the morning, let alone a rich heir? Could your imagination be any more vivid? Guan, where is this delicious stall you mentioned? There's no vendor at the entrance, Chu Xiaoxiao said, scanning around the community gate. The Joyful Song community was quite lively, with a small square at the entrance. There were people practicing Tai Chi, dancing in the square, and even cracking whips, but no street vendors. Not even a stall selling simple fried dough sticks or buns. That's south the place where people are lining up. Andy, let us hurry over and get in line. We need to be quick when boarding the vehicle later, or we'll be left behind. Andy frowned. What vehicle? Why do we have to board something? Oh, Fan Shengmei explained. The vendor avoids urban management by ferrying customers around the community in a vehicle. You pick what you want and then get off. Andy was incredulous. Are street stalls that abstract in this country? Forget it, I'm going back to work. She turned and left, unwilling to squeeze into a tricycle just to buy food. She couldn't stand physical contact with others. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoxiao's interest was piqued. This sounds fun. Seems like the vendor is quite the character. Just as Andy was turning away, a flashy tricycle rounded the corner and promptly stopped at the community entrance. Andy glanced over once and immediately froze completely. Mr. Xia, Fan Jia, this is the vendor I told you about. Handsome, Isen Tihi? Qiu Yingying nudged Fan Shengmei excitedly. Following Qiu Yingying's pointed finger, Fan Shengmei gazed at the man and was stunned. The man before her was dressed casually, with neat, short hair and deep, captivating eyes. A faint smile tugged at his lips, exuding an air of rebellious confidence. He could feign poverty or wealth, but charisma was innate. In that instant, Fan Shengmei realized Qiu Yingying had misjudged him. He wasn't a second-generation rich heir but likely a first-generation one. Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she grabbed Guanjuer's sleeve. Guan, how do we board this thing? Just jump on? Guanjuer sighed helplessly as Chu Xiaoxiao half-dragged her to the tricycle. She sniffed quietly, sensing today's aroma was somewhat different from yesterday's sesame. The vendor added sesame to today's spicy chicken. I'm craving it. Guanjuer swallowed and resolved to buy an extra bowl. The little charcoal vendor cheerfully jumped down from the passenger seat, smiling warmly as he greeted them. Ladies, what would you like? Boss, give me a takeout box. No need to board and pick today? Qiu Yingying eagerly approached the tricycle, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the spicy chicken, as if beholding a rare treasure. The urban management hasn't come to work yet. It's safe to pick fast, Xia Zhouyi replied calmly. Just joking, he's no amateur with his intuition. You all just pick boldly and quickly. Okay, we're quick and not picky, we love everything. Qiu Yingying ordered 2 takeout boxes, one with meat and one vegetarian. She grabbed whatever she saw as she said, not being selective at all. Beside her, Fan Shengmei found no chance to strike up a conversation, so she could only helplessly pick some spicy chicken into a takeout box as well. There weren't many people, so they quickly packed their food. The little charcoal vendor habitually set up a folding table for them. Sitting on chairs except for Qiu Yingying, Guanjuer and the others eagerly grabbed their bamboo skewers and took bites after paying. Even Chu Xiaoxiao, who was usually flirtatious, was silenced as she bit into the pig heaven dish. The exquisite flavor of the spicy chicken instantly conquered her palate, making her feel as if she had truly arrived in paradise. Seeing her astonished expression, Qiu Yingying excitedly exclaimed, I told you, this spicy chicken is the best in the world. You didn't believe me before, but now, one by one, they fell silent, mesmerized by the deliciousness.
Even que Xiao,
who fancied herself well-versed in delicacies, was no exception. Wow, it's delicious. How is this even done? Honestly, if it weren't so cheap, I'd suspect the vendor was using some trick, she said in awe, biting into another piece with an expression of pure enjoyment, as if savoring a rare delicacy of the world. Fan Shengmei and Guanjuer nodded repeatedly. Though usually reserved, they too were captivated by the spicy chicken's exquisite taste. Seeing them enjoy it so much, Qiu Yingying couldn't help herself. The spicy chicken was still warm, so it probably didn't count as cold dish. Their taste buds felt as if they had endured hardship only to suddenly receive a feast. as if hearing celestial music with newfound clarity. At this moment, they had no other distractions, biting one after another, unable to stop. The ingredients soaked in red oil offered the ultimate temptation to their palates. The fragrance of the chili oil, the freshness of the chicken broth, and the richness of the sesame perfectly melded together, weaving a vividly layered flavor tapestry in their mouths. The tender, juicy chicken pieces, the springy texture of the chicken feet, and the crisp, savory liver. All the ingredients were elevated to unprecedented flavors by this unique seasoning. With each bite, one became utterly addicted, wanting to immerse forever in this ocean of deliciousness. At one moment, Andy felt as if a nerve in her brain snapped, her eyes filling with tiny pearls. It was just too delicious. She didn't know why, but she was moved almost to tears, barely able to hide her emotional outburst. The food was so good it brought her to tears. She even doubted whether she had mistaken the person. Such heavenly culinary skills appeared in a financial tycoon-esque guise, utterly incongruous. After a long while, the group finally recovered from the overwhelming taste, exchanging satisfied smiles filled with contentment. Chu Xiaoxiao was the first to speak, her voice brimming with excitement. This flavor is simply extraordinary. I've never tasted anything so stunning. With skills like this, why bother running a stall? If I were in charge, I'd definitely set up a brand. She swallowed the last bite of spicy chicken with a look of reverie, then turned her gaze towards Xia Zhouyi, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered a treasure. Though Chu Xiaoxiao was an uneducated second-generation rich heir, she still possessed some discernment. A craftsman of the boss's caliber 100 years ago would have been a royal chef. Little earthworm Guan Guan, how did you come to know this boss? Hurry! Tell me everything you know. A fleeting complex expression crossed Guan Guan's face. Has Qiu Xiaoxiao set her sights on this boss? Somehow, she did not wish for the boss to be toyed with like Qiu Xiaoxiao had done to Supervisor Bai. Little Qiu, don't be ridiculous. He is not someone you can afford to provoke. In light of the pleasant rapport they had shared these past few days, Andy issued a warning to Qiu Xiaoxiao and simultaneously took out her phone to dial a certain number. She wanted to confirm whether this boss was in fact Mr. Xia, someone she knew. The next moment, the phone rang in front of the stall. Hello, Andy. Xia Zhouyi answered the call with a hint of puzzlement. Hello, Mr. Xia.